They call me mad, but here in Ward 666, I'm the sanest chaos architect.
My brain? A ticking bomb.
Every surge of intelligence from the system tightens the screws on my sanity.
Solar-powered UFOs? Qin Shirawan's hemorrhoid throne? Just Tuesday.
I trade Viagra for pantothenic acid, outweed nurses, and therapize welder's mid-escape attempt. Dr. Shang's tears fuel my schemes.
The more I think, the crazier the world bends. Sun Daji's eyeball spins prophecies, Jinka's finger stabbings rewrite history. But when the system whispers, evolve or unravel, I smirk. Let the asylum burn.
I'll weld sanity from the scraps, genius wrapped in straitjacket poetry.
Watch me. I'm not breaking. I'm upgrading. I'm at Ningqing's second psychiatric hospital, and the air here is as chaotic as it is surreal.
I can still hear the outrageous claims bouncing off the walls. One patient boasted, "I have built a solar-powered flying saucer, and I can formally explore the mysteries of the universe tomorrow," while another confidently declared, "I will win the Nobel Prize in Literature next year, and you are all witnesses."
I even overheard someone yell, "People outside actually say that my great Qin is dead?" Me. Qin Shi Huang. Send money.
Amidst the commotion, a soft puff echoed, and then laughter erupted as one guy jeered, "Ha, fatty Qin. Jingko, will dig out your hemorrhoids today, and the crown prince is mine." Not long after, someone screamed, "Ouch, motherfucker." I remember a nurse bursting out from Ward 301 in panic, shouting, "Deanly, it's not good the patient in Ward 301 just poked open fatty Qin's hemorrhoids with his fingers." Even in this madhouse, there's a strange camaraderie and hierarchy. I later learned that while one of the patients, known as Jean Full, had long coveted the crown prince position, constantly plotting to cure fatty Qin's hemorrhoids, others, like a man who had written a bizarre novel titled Lord God's Paradise, I'm in a mental hospital at the beginning, were equally absorbed in their delusions. I am Xiao Ruoyu, a patient here in the ICU, and my own history is as absurd as the chatter around me. When I was 8, I once set off firecrackers in a donkey's rear, which sent the poor animal into a frenzy. It even kicked my head 3 times in panic. Ever since, I've oscillated between moments of clarity and bouts of madness, landing me in countless hospitals until I finally ended up here at Ningqing No. 15 Psychiatric Hospital. Just recently, Dr. Zhang, my attending physician, whose once elegant face now wears an expression of resigned exasperation, ordered, "Xiao Ruoyu, I'm sending you back to the ward. I'm not here to accompany you to examine patients." I couldn't help but retort, "Old Zhang, you see, my constipation has disappeared recently. Why can't I be discharged from the hospital?" He shot back, "Our hospital is a psychiatric hospital, Xiao Ruoyu. Your lack of constipation has nothing to do with being discharged." I shrugged and mumbled, "Alright, I'll grab some giant Waxiashi tablets later. I've been drinking pantothenic acid water from my good wife's oral liquid for 2 days now, and I've lost all appetite." When Dr. Zhang demanded to know where I got the oral solution, I coolly replied, "Oldly gave it to me. I exchanged it with Brother Wei and Oldly." His face went through a dramatic change, and he nearly collapsed, grumbling about Oldly trying to regain his glory despite the fact that, as I pointed out, who said women can't reclaim their past glories? Before I knew it, Dr. Zhang barked, "Xiao Ruoyu. Believe it or not, I'm going to apply for a straitjacket for you right now." I could sense his frustration. If I kept up my antics, he'd probably lose 10 years of his life. In a burst of defiant humor, I shot back, "Alright, we won't send you off. It's too impolite to bring gifts when you visit my husband's house for the first time." I then pulled my friend Sun Daji along, and we stood together at the ward door, watching Dr. Zhang like a couple bidding farewell to a new son-in-law. I even joked, "Tell my wife later that this kid is too stingy to marry." Sun Daji gave me one of those looks, one eyeball fixed while the other lazily spun in its socket. Suddenly, a young man in a hospital gown ambled past Dr. Zhang. I noticed he held a bottle of clear men in his left hand and had a puddle of milky white liquid clutched in his right. He greeted Sun Daji with, "Hey, Xiaolang, take your son for a walk?" Sun Daji replied, "Huh? Hitting the mistress?" The young man's expression soured instantly, and he shouted, "I really hate Xiao Sana the most." In a flash, he slapped Dr. Zhang across the face and started unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. I immediately intervened, shouting, "Xiaolang, don't kick your crotch.
When someone murmured, "Huh? Is this old Zhang?"
Xiaolong fell silent. I even squeezed some of the remaining Chongyang from his hand into my own before urging, "Old Zhang, don't stop taking your medicine." I helped Lao Zhang, who was sitting on the ground, brushing the dust off his white coat. Frustration boiled over inside me as I muttered, "You are all crazy." Dr. Zhang, seemingly trying to salvage some dignity, corrected, "Let me make this clear, we are mentally ill, not insane."
Pay attention next time this is a sick sentence.
With that, I pulled Sun Daji back into our room and slammed the door with a resounding bang, exclaiming, "I killed you bastard." I admit, at times I even wanted to stab them all and then fake my own breakdown, but I held back after all. These scenarios are all too common here, and I suspect Dr. Zhang might just be quietly stockpiling his anger before it finally explodes. Later, as I was leaving the ward, I overheard someone say, "When I came back just now, I saw a man weld on the window.
Can someone help me get something?"
I leaned over to Sun Daji and whispered, "Old rules, you cover," and he nodded.
We stepped into the corridor and saw a worker welding a security window.
I stood right behind him, staring intently at the back of his head. The worker, hurrying along to escape this ghostly place, suddenly turned around in shock when he saw me.
He blurted out, "What the fuck," and then added, "I can see your dark circles and sunken cheeks. You never sleep, do you?
When you go home with nothing to do, maybe watch Little Sunflower's mother's class, it's good for you." I stared at him for a long moment and simply replied, "I know." Convinced that even a mental patient like me could offer sound advice, the worker mumbled, "It's good to know, goodbye," and then, with a shout, "Go on, grandma and grandson, I quit.
I want to go home."
I turned and walked back to my ward lightly, where Sun Daji was already waiting. While I was chatting with the workers, Sun Daji had used his natural skills to filch a few welding rods, and I later found one hidden under my bed.
This, too, is just another day in the madhouse of Ningxing's second psychiatric hospital.
With the switch, Daji, take out the welding rod,
Xiao Ruoyu said to Sun Daji. Sun Daji bent down.
He fumbled under the bed for the welding rod that he had just secretly hidden.
"Are you really going to try?"
This idea was something Xiao Ruoyu had always wanted to try before. That is to use electric current to stimulate the body and cells, thereby activating the potential ability in the human body. Moreover, Xiao Ruoyu has also tried many other methods over the years, and Xiao Ruoyu has paid a lot for this, and the number of times he has entered and exited the emergency room of the hospital is countless. In the entire second hospital, only Sun Daji, who was in the same ward as Xiao Ruoyu, believed in Xiao Ruoyu's conjecture, and provided great help to Xiao Ruoyu in testing various conjectures. I look forward to it being the same as the book said. It can stimulate the physical body to be stronger. Then I'll show you the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. Sun Daji handed the welding rod in his hand to Xiao Ruoyu, and he went to the door to guard Xiao Ruoyu. Sun Daji looks out, Xiao Ruoyu is a million, rest assured. Who made Sun Daji's field of view wider than that of a camera without blind spots? His eyes, when he is not looking at you, the left eye is turned to the left, and the right eye is turned to the right. When looking at you, only one eyeball is staring at you, while the other one is moving freely. Really see the 6 ways. 4 others. Socket holes can be dangerous. But for Xiao Ruoyu, this is actually just a way to verify the truth. As Xiao Ruoyu approached with both hands.
At last Zizi. Pang.
The welding rod in Xiao Ruoyu's hands was inserted into the socket hole, and sparks flew everywhere. For a split second, Xiao Ruoyu's hands were pitch black, and his whole body was blown away by the powerful electric current. Inside the corridor, sirens rang throughout the second courtyard. Puffs of thick smoke slowly escaped from the ward. Quick! There was an accident in Ward 666, and the 2 brothers started messing around again. Take someone to check it out, and bring the fire extinguisher with you. Call the ambulance quickly. There was a rush. Several medical staff carried Xiao Ruoyu onto the stretcher and ran to the ambulance quickly. The patient's skin was severely burned. Foaming at the mouth, difficulty breathing. Quickly, don't hinder us from saving lives. With a burst of beep and beep, Xiao Ruoyu was pulled away from the second hospital and rushed to the hospital. until the beep sound disappears. Dean Lee of the mental hospital, already in his 50s, withdrew his gaze from afar. This happened. He was tired and helpless. Others like literature, scientific research, metaphysics, and human body structure. What a lovely and excellent hobby. Only the two brothers in Ward 666 are too worrying. Hospital. Xiao Ruoyu lay expressionless on the hospital bed, letting a group of white coats study his body. He is no stranger to the process. I have become accustomed to it. After all, the hospital is just like my own home. Why is this kid again? What's the situation this time? It was caused by holding the welding rod in hand and plugging it directly into the power hole. The blood pressure is too low, breathing is difficult, and the patient is already in shock. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoyu had a strong reaction, and he suffered from shortness of breath and convulsions all over his body. Sudden cardiac arrest, put on a defibrillator. The attending doctor said to the nurse beside him. Contact the second court and issue a death notice. After a series of rescue efforts, Xiao Ruoyu still could not be rescued. The doctors and nurses looked at each other helplessly. Really? The brain circuits of mental patients are really different from normal people. What kind of switch are you fucking okay? Wouldn't it be good to poke another door? In a ward. Xiao Ruoyu, who was supposed to be dead, was lying on a hospital bed with his eyes closed. Xiao Ruoyu in the ward was still confused. Xiao Ruoyu, who had been suffering from severe mental illness, became surprisingly clearer now. He vaguely felt that there was a voice communicating with him. Detection of the selected person's consciousness is blurred, the body is dead, to be repaired, the selected person has an abnormal mental talent, try to give up the binding, but the attempt fails, and a warning will be given later. In a daze, Xiao Ruoyu only felt that there was a fog in front of him, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Only a string of blood-red numbers kept beating. 125:34 125:33 what is this? Xiao Ruoyu stared straight at the series of numbers that were counting down. The chosen one wakes up, whether they are willing to enter the paradise of the Lord God, here is everything you want. Please complete the selection as soon as possible, otherwise you will die after the countdown ends. Sure enough, the existence of this series of numbers is to prove how long he can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme. I have been recognized, and my efforts are not in vain, the value of this electric door pestle. Me? Am I dead? Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about the gradually decreasing survival time at all. Xiao Ruoyu was only curious about this unknown existence at this time. Yes, you are already dead, this is no longer the world you were in before, you were chosen by the Lord God, and the Lord God gave you a second life. You mean to say, I've traveled through time? No, to be precise, you were chosen by the main God space. This is not a real world. After you complete the mission issued by the main God here, you can get everything you want, including being resurrected again. Why are you so filial to me? Am I your father? Attempt to drop binding. Attempt failed, I declare to you again that this is the space of the Lord God. After completing the tasks issued by the Lord God, you can get whatever you want, including life. You are just selected. Don't try to provoke my authority again. The number of inquiries has been exhausted, and the Lord God Paradise will no longer respond. Please choose to enter or die. In front of my eyes, except for the time that is still flickering, it is beating a little bit. The surroundings return to tranquility. Although you don't admit that you are my son, Dad believes that you have something to hide, so Dad chooses to enter. As soon as Xiao Ruoyu finished speaking, he felt a ray of light rushing into his forehead. Enter successfully. The selected person number 0213 began to repair the selected person's injuries. A milky white light surrounded Xiao Ruoyu, and in just a few seconds, Xiao Ruoyu's injuries were completely recovered. The selected person recovers physically. Xiao Ruoyu, who had just recovered, only felt a sharp pain coming from his body. Also just a few seconds. Xiao Ruoyu felt his body became quiet again, and the pain all around quickly subsided. The body phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme of the selected person has been turned on, and the talent of the physical body, natural supernatural power. Although the body of the selected person is digitized, the heart, throat, brain and other fatal tissues will still die after being damaged. Please pay attention to the host. The first mission starts. Transmitting. When Xiao Ruoyu opened his eyes again, he had already appeared in a strange room. Surrounded by wood and thatch. There were cracks all over the walls. Just when Xiao Ruoyu was about to get up, there was a tearing pain in the chest. Xiao Ruoyu quickly opened his clothes to check. I saw a black spear-like tattoo appearing on his chest. Xiao Ruoyu just wanted to study the situation of this tattoo. I felt a slight heat in my chest, and a piece of writing appeared in front of my eyes. Entering the world, Heroes of the Sui and Tang Dynasties. World difficulty, LV6, Hell difficulty, World introduction, Yuan Qingdu, Phoenix wings plated with gold. World identity, Xiao Ruoyu. Main task, kill Yuan Qingdu. Side quests, none. Warning, please choose 0213 to carry out the task with normal thinking, and not allow the existence of the system to be disclosed. If you ignore the warning, it will be forcibly erased. The plot, let's begin. The words slowly fade away. Normal thinking? Said that your father and I are abnormal. This child is floating. Xiao Ruoyu was not very happy, but he still didn't have the heart to refuse his son's request. Xiao Ruoyu walked out of the room and looked around. Is this the outside world? He had never seen the surrounding environment before. He still thinks Ningqing Mental Hospital is good. Nothing advanced here. Not even a bus. Just when Xiao Ruoyu was at a loss, the chest tattoo once again sends a message. Xiao Ruoyu can control tattoos with consciousness. After Xiao Ruoyu received this message, he tried to control the tattoo, and he did it very easily. A few more lines of words appeared in front of my eyes. 1. Personal information. 2. Mission 3. Equipment. 4. Skills. 5. Storage space. Wait for the host level to increase to open more skills. Xiao Ruoyu checked the options with interest. Open the task option, and the task information appears impressively. Main task, kill Yuan Qingdu, difficulty level LV6. Mission brief introduction, General Tian Bao, invincible and brave general, gold-plated phoenix wings. Mission information, kill Yuan Qingdu by any method. Task duration, indefinitely. Since the world level is too much higher than the host level, the time limit is cancelled. Mission reward, settlement after return. Xiao Ruoyu closed the task panel and opened the personal information. Chosen by Xiao Ruoyu, number 0213, level, LV01, 1 stage, every 10 levels is 1 stage, there is no attribute bonus for leveling up, and it is only related to the host's participation in the world difficulty and task difficulty. Health, 100%, changes according to injury, internal force value, 20, intelligence x 10, current recovery speed, 4 points per hour. Strength, 6 plus 7, related to attack power and weight, dexterity, sex, movement, attack speed related, stamina, 5, related to health, defense, and resistance to abnormal states, intelligence, 2, inner strength, skill damage, perception related, charisma, 2, social, summoning, etc. Lucky, 2, related to lottery, forging, etc. Rare attributes, note, the standard attribute of an adult male is 5 points, and luck is 1 point. Physical talent, natural power, personal information is for reference only, and has nothing to do with the host's real combat power. The attribute value can affect the host's physical fitness, but there are many factors that can affect the battle. The host should be cautious. Xiao Ruoyu was very dissatisfied. An adult man's intelligence is 5, his own is 2. What does this mean? The child has grown up and is in the rebellious period? How dare you scold your father? After Xiao Ruoyu phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme it carefully several times, he kept his attributes in mind. The world he is entering now is LV6, and the task level is also LV6, but my current level is LV01, which means that my current level is not equal in this world. It's fun like this. I want to see how dangerous this world is. I want to shit. Xiao Ruoyu covered his buttocks and looked around. The endless forest, there is no trace of people at all. He picked a tree at random, took off his pants, and began to solve it with a poof. The mountains and rivers are beautiful and the sun is high, it's so good, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme is blowing, the little boat is coming here, shaking all the way, for the beloved, get up early don't care the road is far away, willingly, what a hard work. Xiao Ruoyu was humming a little song she had heard on TV while pooping beautifully. Then he picked up 2 small sticks casually, pouted his buttocks and walked out. Moo suddenly there was a sound of a cow bleating behind him. Xiao Ruoyu looked back, I saw a fat man with pigtails squatting not far away, staring straight at himself shaving his butt. Not far behind Fatty, there were a few big oxen following. And the cow bleating just now was made by them. What are you looking at? Xiao Ruoyu pouted his buttocks and asked the fat man. Hey, look at your butt. Fatty looked at Xiao Ruoyu and giggled. Try one more time. Xiao Ruoyu suddenly felt insulted. Just try it. The fat man continued to giggle. What are you looking at? Xiao Ruoyu asked again. Look at you. The fat man didn't say he looked at Xiao Ruoyu's but this time, because Xiao Ruoyu had already put on his pants and ran towards the fat man. Do you believe I beat you? Xiao Ruoyu put his face phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the fat man's big face. Do you believe I beat you? The fat man also replied. You copy me? Xiao Ruoyu was surprised. You copy me? Fatty learned again with a simple and honest face. I'm a big fool. Xiao Ruoyu rolled his eyes and said to the fat man. He. Why don't you learn this sentence? Why don't you learn this sentence? I'm a big fool. Well, he. Xiao Ruoyu swore that it was the first time in his life that he felt that there was someone outside of him. I have dominated the second academy for many years, and I have never suffered a disadvantage. Finally saw it today. Sure enough. The high-risk world is so terrifying. Perhaps in Xiao Ruoyu's eyes, fat people are the reason why this world is dangerous. Just because the fat man can make him suffer. Hey! Got it! Suddenly Xiao Ruoyu beckoned to the fat man mysteriously. Omega, come here, I'll tell you a secret. What secret? The fat man showed hesitation, but finally stuck his head out. Drink poo! After Xiao Ruoyu vomited, he turned his head and ran away. The heartless and the mentally ill big white butt. I can't finish with you. The fat man was furious on the spot when Xiao Ruoyu spit on his face. Let's say that after Xiao Ruoyu vomited all over the fat man's face, he turned around and ran away. The fat man stood up and unwrapped his body and threw it on the spot. He threw off his big feet and chased after him. Don't look at this fat man's burly figure. When I run, there is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme under my feet. After a while, he caught up with Xiao Ruoyu's footsteps. Big white butt. I'll beat you to death today. The fat man threw Xiao Ruoyu to the ground with a tiger pounce. Although Xiao Ruoyu has never practiced martial arts, the natural power of the system awakening is not given for nothing. He grabbed the fat man with his backhand and threw the fat man out. After the fat man rolled on the ground twice, he stood up and rushed towards Xiao Ruoyu again. And Xiao Ruoyu also got up from the ground at this time. Seeing the fat man jumping towards him, he didn't show any weakness, and also rushed towards the fat man. What hey, the two fought hand to hand, fighting hand to hand. The fat man stretched out his hand to grab Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu also reached out and grabbed the hand that the fat man extended. In this way, the two hands intersected, and they bumped into each other with a boom. You! Give it to me! Let go! The fat man roared angrily. Xiao Ruoyu only felt that he was hit head-on by a bulldozer. Xiao Ruoyu's twisting energy also came up. I do not. Xiao Ruoyu used all his strength to push the fat man. Immediately, Xiao Ruoyu's figure stabilized again. At this moment, both of them were blushing, and both of them had veins popping up in their necks. When the two refused to give in to each other, they were at a stalemate. Mumu just heard a few cow calls. Xiao Ruoyu and Fatty turned their heads to look at the same time. I saw the two big oxen at this time, just like Xiao Ruoyu and Fatty, fighting head to head. The fat man let go of his hand suddenly, and ran towards the two bulls facing each other. Xiao Ruoyu shrugged suddenly when the fat man withdrew his strength.
My steamed buns. I'll fuck you.
Not far away, Fatty's voice was hoarse, extremely miserable.
It was as if the fat man had changed suddenly, holding the horns of the two cows with both hands.
With strength in both arms, the two cows that were still facing each other were directly overturned to the ground. It turned out that the package that the fat man had left in place was trampled to pieces by two cows fighting. There were 12 steamed buns in the package, which was the fat man's daily food. He became angry when he saw that the steamed buns were trampled to pieces.
Big white buttocks. Give me back the steamed buns.
The fat man turned around and looked at Xiao Ruoyu on the ground with red eyes.
I'll return your grandma as a grandson.
Xiao Ruoyu was not afraid of him, and shouted at the fat man with his neck straightened. Both of them have one muscle. This fat man is simple and short-sighted, commonly known as stupid. However, Xiao Ruoyu is not pure and has many eyes, commonly known as mental illness.
If the mentally ill and the fool are together, can they stop?
These two people are together, or they are good patients holding hands. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme don't talk to anyone, or you have to pinch and lie down. What both of them shouted and rushed towards the counter. At this time, the two put their hands on their hands and their heads on their heads. They stared fiercely into each other's eyes. The two of them were using all their strength at this time. Xiao Ruoyu was originally a natural divine power bestowed by the system, which can be called unparalleled.
And although this fat man doesn't know what the origin is, but judging from the actions just now, this is also a ruthless guy who can pull a cow. The two collided with all their strength. Just hear a boom. The surrounding small trees swayed. Ah! I beat you to death.
The fat man gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Ruoyu, who was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand with red eyes.
Ah! Believe it or not, I can carry it.
Xiao Ruoyu gritted his teeth fiercely and replied.
Good power.
While the two were still struggling, a voice came from the side.
What are you looking at? What are you looking at?
Xiao Ruoyu and Fatty turned their heads to look at the speaker at the same time. I saw someone riding a tall horse with a yellow body all over.
He is burly and dignified. I've seen the whole story of the two fights.
Both of you have extraordinary powers, and it's not a big deal.
Can you give Qin some face?
Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu and Fatty were looking at him with angry eyes at this time, they laughed loudly. Hump. Xiao Ruoyu and Fatty turned their heads and looked at each other. They both let out angrily and stopped at the same time. The big man surnamed Qin got off his horse and came in front of the two of them. The two strong men are really powerful.
By the way, I dare to ask you, is there a manor here? The fat man scratched his head. What is a manor?
Xiao Ruoyu said with disdain, idiot. The fat man turned his head and glared at Xiao Ruoyu, big white butt.
Say it again. Believe it or not, I'll still beat you up?
Xiao Ruoyu also turned his head and glared at the fat man, little fat man.
Do you believe that I can hold on?
Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the man hurried forward, both.
Calm down, I'm really in a hurry. The manor is the master's house with a big yard.
Yes, but they won't let me say it. The fat man scratched his head, looked at the man surnamed Qin in embarrassment and said. Strong man, I have lost something very important.
I must find it. If I can find it, I will give it to you with a generous gift.
The man surnamed Qin cupped his fists and saluted the fat man. Forget it, then, you will see it when you walk straight along this road. Don't tell me what I told you, or they should beat me up. The fat man was also a little embarrassed to see the man surnamed Qin saluting towards him.
Thank you for your advice, there will be a period later.
The man surnamed Qin cupped his fists again to signal to Fatty and Xiao Ruoyu, then turned around and was about to leave. Qin is talking too much. Both of you have extraordinary powers, which are rare in the world. It is fate that you meet, and I hope you two can turn enemies into friends.
Qin will leave.
Just a few steps away, the man surnamed Qin turned around again, looked at Xiao Ruoyu and the fat man and said after finishing speaking, he got on his horse and galloped away according to the fat man's guidance.
The fat man stood where he was, keeping his feet up and watching the back of the big man surnamed Chin leaving on horseback. Xiao Ruoyu looked at the back of the fat man who was still looking into the distance, and made up his mind. Turning the eyeballs, the cat stooped behind the fat man and patted the fat man on the shoulder. What? Fatty felt that someone was patting him, and turned his head to look puzzled. I saw that Xiao Ruoyu had been waiting for a long time with a mouthful of saliva in his mouth. The moment the fat man turned around, Xiao Ruoyu spat directly into the fat man's mouth with a ba. After spitting, Xiao Ruoyu turned around and ran away. Ouch, big, vomit, big white butt. Vomit me. Vomit, I'll screw your head off today. The fat man picked up a stone from the ground, ran after Xiao Ruoyu with his big feet. Equals 3 is equal to 3, ah ha ha, I let you beat me, ha 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 ha. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu ran wildly with his tongue out. Oops, but it didn't take long for Xiao Ruoyu to be proud. Only a whoosh was heard. A stone hit Xiao Ruoyu on the back of the head at an extremely fast speed. Ha ha ha, I let you run. Big white butt. I have to beat you today. Looking at the fatty Xiao Ruoyu lying on the ground, he laughed triumphantly. The fat man quickly ran to Xiao Ruoyu's side. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu lying motionless on the ground with his eyes closed, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Ruoyu, who was lying on the ground. The moment the fat man bent over, Xiao Ruoyu, who was lying on the ground, suddenly became violent. He grabbed the fat man by the collar and pulled him in front of him. Ba 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 ba. Drink ba. After Xiao Ruoyu spit several mouthfuls in the fat man's face, there was a last blow and he spit sticky phlegm. Xiao Ruoyu instantly let go of the hand that was grabbing the fat man's collar. Get up and continue to run towards the depths of the woods. Big white buttocks. Ah. The fat man on the ground was completely furious at this time. He got up and ran towards Xiao Ruoyu, screaming wildly, not even caring about the cow behind him. Ah, little fat man, I'll let you beat me up. Xiao Ruoyu laughed wildly while running. Big white buttocks. You wait. Fatty chased after Xiao Ruoyu, and the distance between them gradually shortened. Seeing that the fat man wanted to catch up with him, Xiao Ruoyu also ran wildly. The distance increased again. Aha! The furious fat man chased after him. The two chased and fled like this. 3 days and nights. There should be music here. 3 days and 3 nights, midnight in the middle of the night, not tired at all. The golden crow fell to the ground, and the sun was in the sky. The sun and the moon change, and reincarnation continues. Xiao Ruoyu panicked and made no choice. The little fat man chased after him furiously. Fat, you, what the hell, stop chasing me. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. Xiao Ruoyu couldn't run anymore. Can only rely on a pair of legs to move forward slowly. Big white butt, what the hell, I have to beat you to death. Fatty also moved step by step, still relentlessly chasing after him. What an interesting couple, both of them are very talented, it's incredible, it's incredible. A fat Taoist priest with white hair and childlike face sat on a tree not far from the road and smiled at the two of them. I saw the old Taoist flying down from the tree lightly. It fell in front of Xiao Ruoyu. That fat old man, you, don't get in the way. Xiao Ruoyu shouted at the old man while moving forward. Fat old man, you, if you dare to dodge, I will beat you. The little fat man immediately threatened the old Taoist priest, fearing that he would really run away. Both of you belong to the leftover pearls of innate divine power. This time, when I went down the mountain to look for my disciple, the old man actually let me meet 2 pieces of rough jade. God really treated me well. The old Taoist sighed as he looked at the two who were still chasing after each other. The old Taoist quickly came to Xiao Ruoyu and the little fat man, raised his hand and restrained them. Are you willing to worship me as a teacher? Can you teach me how to practice? Xiao Ruoyu lay on the ground and asked the old Taoist with bright eyes. Nature. The old Taoist smiled and nodded to Xiao Ruoyu. then I will be your apprentice.
Xiao Ruoyu simply agreed. Originally, Xiao Ruoyu believed that the human body could be cultivated, but no one believed in him except Sun Daji.
Meeting the old Taoist Xiao Ruoyu this time is definitely going to try. How about you?
The old Taoist turned to look at the little fat man who was also lying on the ground and asked,
Is it possible to have enough food without herding cattle?
Little fatty doesn't care about cultivation or non-cultivation. For him, having enough food is the biggest thing in the world. Of course you don't need to herd cattle, but you need to practice and study with me. The old Taoist also smiled and said to the little fat man,
Then I'll be your apprentice too.
The little fat man nodded quickly, but he seemed to remember something in an instant.
No, master, I have to wait for my elder brother.
The little fat man said to the old Taoist with a disappointed face.
Oh?
I took a look at the child and calculated it for you as a teacher. When you finish your studies and go down the mountain, you will naturally meet your elder brother. The old Taoist stretched out his hand for a little calculation, then raised his head and said to the little fat man,
Really? You didn't lie to me? Then I promise you.
When the little fat man heard what the old Taoist said, he immediately became happy.
Ahaha, good. My teacher's Taoist name is Ziyang. What are the names of the two of you?
Where are you from? Talk about it and listen to me as a teacher. The old Taoist was very happy. These two were both talented wizards. When the old Taoist passed by before, he saw these two people chasing me and running away for 3 days and 3 nights. The old Taoist also watched for 3 days and 3 nights. Both lamented the physical strength and firm will of these two people. He was also amazed by the talents of these two people, so he came up with the idea of accepting apprentices. Master, my name is Xiao Ruoyu, and I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in number 666 of the second courtyard.
Xiao Ruoyu opened his mouth first. Master, my name is Luo Shixin.
I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in Shuani village and graze cattle for the owner. The little fat man also said to Master Ziyang. Okay, from now on Ruoyu will be the senior brother, and Xin will be the second senior brother. You guys should rest for a while and drink some water.
Master Ziyang took out water bags and fed some to the two of them.
After letting Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin rest for a while, he took the two of them and set off for Taiyuan. To say that Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu are really one-sided. Just now they were fighting like hell, but now they are as good as one person. Brother, look, there are clay figurines over there. Luo Shixin excitedly tugged at Xiao Ruoyu's sleeve and pointed at a clay man by the side of the road.
Junior brother, what's so good about the clay figurines?
Look at the big sister who sells soybean juice next to the clay figurines.
How pretty!
Xiao Ruoyu stared intently at the big sister who sold the bean juice.
What's so good about women? Clay figurines are so fun.
Luo Shixin turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu with a confused expression.
Clay figurines can still have fun with big sister?
Xiao Ruoyu said to Luo Shixin with contempt. The two are now incredibly phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause/phoneme. It may also have something to do with nature. After all, the two worldviews are similar. Except for them, look, everyone is a fool. Ruoyu, Shixin, take a few quick steps, and you will be at the residence of your junior brother soon.
Master Ziyang looked back at his two apprentices and shouted. Oh! Master is here. Luo Shixin responded and reluctantly moved his eyes away from the clay figurine.
It was with great difficulty that Xiao Ruoyu looked away from the elder sister. The two quickened their pace to catch up to Master Ziyang.
Going around in Taiyuan City for a while.
Only then came to the gate of Tanguagong's mansion.
I'm sorry to bother you to report, and say that Master Ziyang brought his disciples to meet the appointment.
Immortal Ziyang made a one-handed salute to the nursing yard in front of the Duke's mansion.
Master will come later.
One of the nurses took a look at the real Ziyang. Seeing his extraordinary appearance, he didn't dare to make things difficult.
Not for a while.
Then I saw a little old man with a dark background coming out of the Duke's mansion. The little old man had a dark complexion, with a tuft of beard left on his chin.
After meeting the real person Xiang, the little old man was also very enthusiastic.
Oh, it's a great honor for Li Yuan to be here with the Taoist master. It turns out that this little old man is the owner of Tangwagong's mansion, Li Yuan.
Infinite longevity, Tangwagong has won the award. The old Taoist came here today to accept Yuanba as his disciple in fulfillment of the previous agreement. Master Xiang bowed politely and said to Li Yuan,
"Please come in quickly, Yuanba at this moment, the Taoist priest will know it when he sees it."
Li Yuan sighed.
Following Li Yuan's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme. Several people followed Li Yuan to the back garden of the Duke's mansion. I saw a huge iron cage placed in the garden. Inside the iron cage was a thin figure tied to an iron chain with thick arms. I saw this man with his head down, his long messy hair completely covering his face.
This?
Seeing this scene, Master Xiang turned his head to look at Li Yuan in surprise.
The Taoist doesn't know something.
Today, my naughty son ran away in anger with the invited gentleman. After saying a few words to him, he started beating people madly again. All the servants in this mansion were frightened by his beating.
There was no other way. Make this move. Li Yuan's eyes showed sadness. His own son, who can bear to treat him like this unless it is absolutely necessary?
At this time, the figure in the cage moved. I saw that Li Yuanba heard someone nearby. Suddenly raised his head and looked over.
What a face!
Sharp-billed monkey cheeks and horizontal brows.
Look like a reincarnation of Lei Gong. But the eyes seem to be very similar to Sun Daji. Li Yuanba's eyes were exactly the opposite of Sun Daji's right eye. Ah! Let me out! Li Yuanba stood up, and the iron chains around him rattled. Yuanba has a strange appearance and innate supernatural powers. He is definitely not an ordinary person.
I hope that Tangwagong will not treat him with the eyes of ordinary people.
Seeing that Li Yuanba was born extraordinary, Immortal Xiang was also very happy.
This Taoist, it's not that I don't let him out, it's true that no one can stop him, once he goes crazy, this.
Li Yuan said to Master Xiang with a bitter face.
It's okay, and don't worry, my lord, look at the two people behind me. These two people are the disciples I took down the mountain this time, and they are also talented people, but let them enter Yuanba's cage and try it out. Master Xiang signaled Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin to enter the iron cage where Li Yuanba was imprisoned.
The two of them are indifferent.
The two brothers looked at each other, they all walked towards the iron cage. Luo Shixin snatched the key from the maid and opened the iron cage.
Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin entered the iron cage and walked towards Li Yuanba. Will this Taoist leader make Gaotu in danger? Li Yuan worriedly asked Master Xiang. Don't worry, just one of my two apprentices is enough to compete with Yuanba.
At this time, the two of them attack at the same time, there is nothing wrong with it. Master Xiang signaled Li Yuan to watch with peace of mind. After Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin entered the iron cage, Li Yuanba obviously showed surprise. Usually everyone is afraid of themselves. Including my own father too. Someone dared to take the initiative to come to his side today? Brother, what are we doing here? Luo Shixin looked at Xiao Ruoyu with a confused face. I don't know phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
Hey, you are my third junior brother?
Xiao Ruoyu was equally confused, so the old man said to let them in, but he didn't say what to do.
Aren't you afraid of me? Li Yuanba looked at the two people walking towards him in surprise and asked. Why are you afraid of you? You look as thin as a monkey.
Luo Shixin stretched out his little finger and tapped the booger, looked it in front of his eyes, and then flicked it out again. Then rubbed the remaining booger on the little finger, and continued to buckle. It seemed a little boring.
Who do you call a monkey?
Li Yuanba was furious, he slammed the iron chain that was as thick as his arm, and struggled to beat Luo Shixin to death. It's you, hey, out of reach, old fart, little cross-eyed, long white hair. Luo Shixin picked out his booger again, and flicked it towards Li Yuanba Bayu.
Li Yuanba was furious instantly, struggling even more fiercely.
On the other hand, Xiao Ruoyu lowered his head and measured something step by step. Hey! After Xiao Ruoyu measured the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme distance, he took a step back silently. Then he yelled at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba also looked over when he heard someone calling him. I am your father. Xiao Ruoyu grinned and opened his mouth to Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba was stunned. Immortal Xiang was stunned. Li Yuanba's mother, Li Shi, was shy. Li Yuan was dumbfounded seeing his wife like this. I am going to kill you. Li Yuanba was furious, struggling to stretch out his chained hands to strangle Xiao Ruoyu to death. But Xiao Ruoyu had already measured the distance before. Li Yuanba's hand just couldn't reach Xiao Ruoyu. Are you angry? A furious Li Yuanba is very dangerous. Li Yuanba crossed his arms, and his left and right hands grabbed each other's iron chains. Click, the iron chain was pulled by Li Yuanba, became disjointed, and broke. What? My God! Careful! For a moment, the people watching the excitement in the garden exclaimed. Xiao Ruoyu was extremely calm. He said something to Luo Shixin, who was thinking about whether to eat the booger he picked out. Junior brother, beat him up. Luo Shixin looked up in confusion. Seeing Li Yuanba breaking free from his restraints and rushing towards the two of them, he also put down his hands and rushed towards Li Yuanba. Boom, the two collide. Crack all the stone bricks on the ground around the garden. The iron cage was also rattled by the shock. It seemed that it would be broken in the next second because it could not bear the huge force. What? Drink! The two hands intersected. Evenly matched. Xiao Ruoyu on the side laughed cheaply. I saw Xiao Ruoyu walking to the side of the two wrestling. Li Yuanba looked at Luo Shixin in front of him with one eye dangled freely in its socket. This dangling eye finally focused on Xiao Ruoyu, who had an evil heart. This is also the first time that Xiao Ruoyu has experienced that people other than Sun Daji look at him with this kind of eyes. It's weird. Looking at it this way, Xiao Ruoyu was also stunned. What are you going to do? Li Yuanba asked Xiao Ruoyu with difficulty. Xiao Ruoyu was dumbfounded by Li Yuanba's question. You are so flirtatious. Xiao Ruoyu scratched his head. You wait until I finish the little fat man, and I will beat you to death. Li Yuan's domineering eyeballs rolled around in their sockets. Then I'll fuck you first. Xiao Ruoyu let out a loud drink. An eye shot directly hit Li Yuanba's eye socket. I let you hang around, I let you stroll, I let you scare me. Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu beat up Li Yuanba. Li Yuan grinned as he watched. However, why am I still a little excited? Li Yuan watched the two beating his son violently and muttered to himself. Although Li Yuanba was still struggling at this time. But Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin are both players born with supernatural power. They press Li Yuanba directly under their bodies and beat them. No matter how awesome Li Yuanba is, he won't be able to get up. Wow, wow, wow. Li Yuanba was crushed under him and couldn't move, he screamed angrily. Will you accept it, will you accept it? You still dare to call, you still dare to call. Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin happily punched each other. I'm done, I'm done. Li Yuanba struggled to no avail, and his rage was suppressed, so he could only admit defeat. Impressed? Luo Shixin stopped and looked at Xiao Ruoyu. The meaning in the eyes is obvious, he took it. Are you going to beat him up? Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about this. Small cross eye, scare me, small cross eye. He rounded his fist and continued to smash. I gave in and you beat me up. Li Yuanba was really beaten and cried. Okay, Ruoyu. Immortal Xiang stood aside and couldn't stand it anymore, and stopped him. Humph, remember to be more honest in the future. Xiao Ruoyu stood up and said to Li Yuanba, who was on the ground with a swollen nose and tears. Senior brother, if he is disobedient in the future, can he still be beaten? Luo Shixin lay beside Xiao Ruoyu's ear, but stared at Li Yuanba with treacherous eyes and asked. Let's beat him together.
Xiao Ruoyu nodded seriously and said, I am obedient. Li Yuanba, who had little eyes with each other, heard the conversation between the two. He shuddered and hurriedly made a promise. Li Yuan looked at it in amazement, and from time to time he would look at the three brothers Li Jiancheng who were not far away. Li Jiancheng, Li Shimen, Li Yuangji, Li Xiaoning, Li Yuan, Xiaoning, don't be afraid. Why would you beat your daughter as a father? If you want to fight, it is your mother who will do it. I will help you at most. Li. That's it, Pindao will leave, and I will come back to bother you in 3 days. Immortal Xiang was about to leave after Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shi walked out of the iron cage confidently. For the past 3 years, Yeba has been phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme to his parents. He will pick you up as a teacher in 3 days. Let's go. After finishing speaking, Master Xiang took Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin together and left Li Yuan's Duke's mansion. Master, where are we going now? Luo Shixin asked Master Xiang. Look for a store to stay in. I will pick up your juniors in 3 days, and then we will go back to the mountain. Master Xiang walked forward without looking back. Ruoyu, Shixin, remember not to walk around indiscriminately these few days. If you are not familiar with the place, it will be difficult to deal with it if you get lost. Master Xiang also knew that the intelligence of these two apprentices might not be very good, so he warned them thousands of times. Oh. Luo Shixin quickly responded. But Xiao Ruoyu's thoughts diverged at this time, and his mind wandered into the sky. And what happened to Ruoyu? Master Xiang didn't hear Xiao Ruoyu's voice, so he looked back suspiciously. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu was looking up at the sky in a daze. Brother! Luo Shixin pushed Xiao Ruoyu's shoulder and shouted, What? After being pushed a few times by Luo Shixin, Xiao Ruoyu looked at Luo Shixin with a mask on his face. What are you looking at, brother? Luo Shixin raised his head and looked around, but he didn't realize that Xiao Ruoyu was so engrossed in what he was looking at. Who? Xiao Ruoyu was still bewildered. You, what were you looking at just now? What is wrong? I said, what were you looking at just now? Me? Ah, yes. What is wrong? Let's go. I was watching the sky just now. After hearing the conversation between the two apprentices, Master Xiang looked bitter. Why do I feel that if I accept them, I will phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live slash phoneme less for a long time? After silently sighing, Master Xiang took the recovered Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin to find an inn nearby. Yo, this Taoist master and the two, are the three staying in the hotel or playing the top? As soon as he entered the door, the shop waiter greeted him. At first, it was normal to see the real Xiang. But when it came to Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu, they didn't know how to address them anyway. Luo Shixin had a naive look on his face, but he was very tall and strong, with a braid tied on his head. No matter how he looked, he didn't look like a normal person. Xiao Ruoyu was even weirder. Well-proportioned, 7 feet tall. According to the system before the Tang dynasty, the so-called 7 feet was about meters in modern times, and the 7 feet after the Tang dynasty was about 2 meters in modern times. The appearance is also very handsome. But he was wearing coarse linen clothes, which were very shabby. Let's say he is a son of a son, his clothes and behavior don't look like he is used to being served by others. Say he is from a poor family, Xiao Ruoyu's aura brought over from the 21st century is not that of a poor person at first glance. After all, everyone's life in today's society is good. No class and low self-esteem. The vigor emanating from everyone's bones is not possessed by the poor in ancient times. So in the end, the waiter in this store could only babble and call him whatever he wanted. 2 rooms, and a table of dishes that you are good at. Immortal Xiang threw an ingot of silver over and ordered to the waiter in the shop. Okay. Taoist, please be good, 2 upper rooms and 1 table of good food, hurry up. That Xiaoer caught the silver ingot thrown by Master Xiang, put it in his mouth and took a bite. After finding that there was no problem, he shouted happily. Hey, that's great, I want to eat master, brother, come quickly. Luo Shixin grinned happily found an empty table and sat down. Okay, don't worry, take a break first. Master Zhang laughed too, and walked over.
Waiter, here are 10 kidney sashimis, 2 bottles of red wine, 3 heads of purple garlic, waiter.
Waiter! Anyone?
Xiao Ruoyu sat down at the table and shouted carelessly.
Brother, can I also eat the waiter?
Luo Shixin stuffed a finger into his mouth and looked at Xiao Ruoyu. The halotzi trickled down the corner of his mouth onto the table. Look at your ignorant appearance, don't embarrass me, just order whatever you want, don't save money for master. Xiao Ruoyu squinted at Luo Shixin.
Really? That's great. Shower. Give me 10 waiters.
Luo Shixin shouted excitedly when Xiao Ruoyu said that he wanted to eat whatever he wanted.
That's right, do you know what the scariest thing in the world is?
Xiao Ruoyu patted Luo Shixin teachably and asked.
Someone wants to grab our steamed buns?
Woohoo! Woof! Luo Shixin looked around vigilantly, and subconsciously let out bursts of sobs, ready to desperately at any time.
Guardian!
Xiao Ruoyu looked at Luo Shixin in shock.
Zhang, real person, what kind of things are these two? What should I do if I regret it? Waiting online, very urgent, Chapter 8 3 days later.
Immortal Zhang brought Xiao Ruoyu, Luo Shixin, and Li Yuanba, the angry bag, standing in front of Li Yuan's mansion.
Li Yuan and his family stood in front of the door to bid farewell to Zhang Jinren and Li Yuanba.
Old Taoist, I will take Yuanba away today, and I will have to go down the mountain in 3 years, so Duke Tang will bid farewell.
Master Zhang smiled and nodded at Li Yuan.
Wait a minute, real man. I have ordered people to fetch the horses.
The journey is far away. How can we do it without transportation?
As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, he saw a few servants leading 4 horses from the mansion. I'm ashamed to accept that old way. Master Zhang was not polite, he turned to the 3 apprentices and signaled each of them to choose a horse.
Li Yuanba directly picked a maroon horse.
Xiao Ruoyu chose a tall horse with a dark coat. Luo Shixin looked at the remaining 2 white war horses, pulled one at random and rode on it. Hey, drive! Li Yuanba turned on his horse with a smirk, and as soon as his legs clamped tightly on the horse's belly, the war horse under his crotch screamed and fell to the ground in an instant. Li Yuanba used the power of the fallen horse to roll over and dodge immediately, so that he was barely crushed by the fallen horse.
This? Li Yuan opened his mouth wide in surprise.
On the other side, Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu were also in the same situation. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin were also looking at the dead horses with blank faces. There was silence in the field for a while. Ahem, the 3 of you are extremely powerful, and ordinary horses cannot bear the force of your legs. I will find a good horse for you in the future. Master Zhang coughed twice and said with embarrassment. As soon as the words fell, Master Zhang noticed that there was something wrong with the expressions of the 3 people in the field. Li Yuanba stood there with his head bowed, his fists clenched and his body trembling slightly. Luo Shixin had a look of inferiority, thinking that he had caused trouble again, so he dared not speak. And Xiao Ruoyu looked up at the sky again, his eyes were empty and his thoughts diverged. Hey! Master Zhang sighed softly, and appeared behind Li Yuanba as soon as he moved. The old Taoist reached out and patted the back of Li Yuanba's head lightly, and then did the same to Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu. After the 3 of them were patted by Master Zhang, they all shook their bodies and looked up at the old Taoist priest. The 3 of you are all gifted. If you are stupid, you have a lot of thoughts, and you are constantly turning around every moment. I will give you a word today, saying Jing, I hope you will always comprehend, always reflect on yourself, and comprehend the purity of the world. After Zhang finished speaking, he turned to Luo Shixin and said again. Shiraxayan, you were displaced when you were young and mentally immature, and then you made a living helping others herd cattle, which developed your inferiority complex and lack of self-confidence. Today, my teacher bestows on you the word able. I hope you always remind yourself that you can do things that the world cannot do, and remember not to belittle yourself. Finally, Master Zhang looked at Li Yuanba, the youngest of the 3, and lovingly stretched out his hand to pat Li Yuanba's head and said, Yuanba, you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme get angry and lose your mind. You have hurt all the maidservants in your father's house. I give you the word empty as a teacher. I hope you will always keep your mind clear, control your anger, and keep your heart. From then on, you will always remember what the teacher said to you at that time, and you must never get angry and hurt others easily. After Master Zhang finished speaking, he cupped his hands to Li Yuan from a distance, turned around, walked to the only remaining white horse and got on the horse. I bid farewell. Master Zhang rode his horse and turned to leave, and the three of them followed the old Taoist priest on foot. Since then, a group of 4 masters and apprentices embarked on a journey to find a better life. Embarked on the road back to the Taoist temple. The white dragon horse, the camel bell, is in a hurry, carrying the old Taoist priest and 3 apprentices. It's not easy for Shifeng to go back to the mountain, and it's easy to fail to accomplish great achievements from Taiyuan City. Xiao Ruoyu felt that the painting style of these people was obviously wrong at this time. But I can't tell what's wrong. Li Yuanba was originally thin and small, like a monkey cub. Luo Shixin was unusually burly, a little fat man. Only myself is a little weird. Not bald. Xiao Ruoyu reached out and stroked his hair. At this time, a group of 4 people is ready. Master, I'll go ahead and see if there are any monsters. Xiao Ruoyu fully entered the role at this time, and spoke to Master Zhang. Ruoyu, you're being naughty again. Master Zhang shook his head and said with a wry smile. Eldest brother, I'm hungry. At this time, Luo Shixin walked to Xiao Ruoyu's side and pulled Xiao Ruoyu's sleeve. Idiot, look for third junior brother, he has steamed buns in his bag. Xiao Ruoyu poked his head and pretended to be a monkey to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way. At this moment, Li Yuanba kept in mind what Master Zhang had said to him, and followed at the end of the team without saying a word. That's it. This strange team went all the way west, heading towards Ziyang Mountain. In a wood. Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin sat on the ground. Eldest brother, second senior brother, I'm going to pick up some dry firewood and see if I can grab something to eat. Li Yuanba on the side spoke to Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin. Teenagers come and go quickly. Li Yuanba, who had been silent before, had become extremely harmonious with Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin. After all, now Li Yuanba, Luo Shixin, and Xiao Ruoyu see everyone other than themselves as careless. I'll go too, I'm the most accurate at shooting rabbits. Luo Shixin really beats rabbits and birds, no one can compare. He had no one to rely on since he was a child, and he made a living by herding cattle for others. Coupled with some stupidity, naturally there is no friend. When grazing cattle every day, I pick up some small stones to hit some tree stumps and birds to relieve boredom. It continues year after month, and it has become instinctively without realizing it. There are no mistakes in the shot room. Moreover, Luo Shixin walked in the mountains all year round. Plus your own talent. His pair of big feet is also practiced as a pair of swift legs. Running in the mountains as if walking on the ground is not hindered. In this forest and mountains, who among Li Yuanba, Luo Shixin, and Xiao Ruoyu is the most comfortable? Naturally, it was Luo Shixin, a wild boy who was born and raised in the mountains since he was a child. Then let's go together. Xiao Ruoyu stood up and said to Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin. That's great, let's go. Li Yuanba smirked, turned his head and ran into the depths of the woods. Junior brother, wait for me for a while. Luo Shixin watched Li Yuanba run into the woods and quickly followed. Master, wait for us. However, Xiao Ruoyu turned his head and glanced at Master Zhang, who was sitting cross-legged beside him, and then left after yelling. After entering the woods, Xiao Ruoyu could no longer see Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin. Xiao Ruoyu walked slowly to the depths. Soon. Then I heard a roar coming from the front. Come on. Hold it down. Xiao Ruoyu quickly walked over following the sound. At this time, Li Yuanba was hugging a waist-thick tree trunk and chasing a tiger with big eyes. Luo Shixin was on the other side to block the way of the panicking tiger. Mine, this is mine. Li Yuanba laughed frantically. I saw it first. There was also a hint of abnormality in Luo Shixin's yelling. Xiao Ruoyu, Ah, little thing, don't run away. Ah, no one can save you today, can be seen.
These two had a great time.
Xiao Ruoyu folded his arms around his chest and stared at it for a while without saying a word. He rolled up his sleeves. Then, here I come. Xiao Ruoyu stuck out his tongue, running wildly all the way. The panicked tiger that had been frightened by Ursha rushed over.
The tiger was wandering around in the woods looking for food.
After suddenly seeing such a thin monkey as Li Yuanba, he naturally refused to let it go, so he rushed towards Li Yuanba directly.
Can Li Yuanba get used to it?
He punched him with one punch, knocking the tiger to the ground. Luo Shixin, who followed after him, saw the tiger lying on the ground, so he also went up to mend a few feet.
The tiger struggled to get up from the ground and ran away. How could Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin agree?
Catch up. Li Yuanba pulled up a tree from nowhere and chased the tiger with a wild swing. Luo Shixin did not show weakness, he picked up rocks and chased the tiger to smash them all away. The more they played, the more excited they became. The tiger ran more and more flustered.
What the hell is this? Well, if you see me, it's fine if you don't run. How about I run? The more I run, the more excited you are. Why?
With the addition of Xiao Ruoyu, this tiger has also come to an end. Surrounded by 3 people in a siege. There is a saying that goes well, a trapped beast will still fight. The more desperate the beast, the more dangerous it is.
But this sentence is still reasonable for others.
For these 3 tiger things around the tiger, oh shit. The more you resist, the more excited we are. At this time, the tiger lowered its body cautiously, and retreated slowly step by step. Xiao Ruoyu and the others followed the tiger's footsteps step by step. Hey, kitty! Xiao Ruoyu rubbed his hands and licked his lips with a sinister smile.
Don't be afraid, just get it obediently. Luo Shixin couldn't stop laughing, and strode forward.
Ha! The shit is pouring on my head and I don't stir it myself.
Li Yuanba laughed wildly. Roar, go, roar, you, roar, roar, mother, roar. Fuck him.
Xiao Ruoyu shouted loudly.
Luo Shixin and Li Yuanba rushed forward as if they had received a signal.
The tiger became mad when he saw that the 3 of them refused to save him. A tiger and 3 people rushed to one place directly. Boom ba boom, the 3 of them swung their arms round and smashed wildly at the tiger. You must know that the 3 brothers may not be very strong. But the strength of those 2 arms can be called terrifying. The tiger who hammered 3 times, 5 divisions and 2 times can only breathe out but not breathe in.
Hey, there's something to eat. I can't resist being beaten, it's a disappointment.
I have to ask Master to make me a tiger skin skirt, ***. The 3 of them celebrated with the tiger on their shoulders.
Master, we are back, enough food for several days.
Luo Shixin shouted first with a loud voice.
Master, look at the tigers, my brothers and I are fighting. Li Yuanba showed off like a child.
Master, please sew me a tiger skin skirt. Xiao Ruoyu also looked forward to it. Immortal Xiang stamped his feet helplessly, creating a crime. Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin took the tiger to a small river and skinned it. Several people worked together to roast the tiger directly on the fire. Master, I'll bring you a tiger's paw to make up for it. Li Yuanba tore off a tiger claw from the tiger and handed it to Master Xiang. Wua Yu if every time Luo Shixin saw them stretching out their hands to pull their flesh, Luo Shixin would unconsciously whimper. The nature of protecting food is fully revealed.
Snapped! Xiao Ruoyu slapped Luo Shixin on the back of the head.
Shooting, Luo Shixin staggered.
Brother, why did you hit me?
Luo Shixin looked at Xiao Ruoyu innocently. Afraid of you biting? Xiao Ruoyu shook his head and continued to eat. Oh. Luo Shixin lowered his head to look at Xiao Ruoyu from the corner of his eye, hesitated for a moment, and continued to eat happily. Okay, pick out some of the tiger meat and take it with you, don't take the rest, we're almost there.
Master Xiang said after seeing that several people were full. Master, how many days will it take to arrive? Sitting on the side, Li Yuanba raised his head and looked at Master Xiang curiously. There are probably 2 more days left. Master Ziyang casually said to Li Yuanba while pressing the fire with earth. After some tidying up, several people set off on the road again. Flick 2 days. Several people had sufficient tiger meat and fresh water on their bodies. It didn't take too long. It took just 2 days to arrive at Ziyang Temple in Ziyang Mountain. This is where you will practice in the future. I will arrange your dormitories for the teacher first, and then each have a good rest. The teacher will start teaching you tomorrow morning.
Master Ziyang led the 3 apprentices back to the temple, and after allocating places to rest one by one, he went back to his room to rest. Along the way, he worried about these 3 apprentices. The brains of the 3 are not very good. Every day, new and unconstrained ideas emerge in an endless stream.
It broke his brain.
And although the talents of the 3 are top-notch, they also have different emphases. The 3 of them are actually suitable for taking the path of domineering and unparalleled.
One force breaks all laws, this is the eternal truth.
Such people are best suited to use a hammer or stick. There is a saying on the battlefield that is also common in martial arts. That is, the general of the hammer and stick is invincible. When Master Ziyang thought of this, he also had some calculations in his heart.
The next morning,
Xiao Ruoyu, Luo Shixin, and Li Yuanba stood in a row. Ruoyu, Shixin, Yuanba, I will teach you martial arts as my teacher from today on. Seeing the 3 people in front of him, Master Ziyang felt mixed emotions. These 3 people are all talented wizards, hate the sky, no ring, hate, and hate the 3 of them. It really expresses how powerful the 3 of them are.
Mountain 3 years. There is no sun and moon in the mountains.
It took the 3 of them 3 years to go up the mountain.
Brother, this old man has been beating us for 3 years, when did you say he became the boss?
Li Yuanba lay on the bed and vomited bitterness to Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu.
I think Master is very good, and he can eat enough every day.
Luo Shixin disagreed. For him, being able to eat was better than anything else.
This old man's attack is too dark.
I think he has no wife and nowhere to vent his energy. Xiao Ruoyu said thoughtfully. Hearing these words, Luo Shixin remembered them in his heart, and the stubborn Luo Shixin vowed to find a wife for Master, so he decided not to say anything about it.
Okay, don't be lazy, continue to practice, brother, you must not slack off the magical skills I taught you.
You have to practice at this time every day. Get ready. Xiao Ruoyu forced Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin to start. Scrape the eye sockets according to the temple chakra, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4 inch. Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin reluctantly followed Xiao Ruoyu to get up and do eye exercises.
And the other side. These 3 things are too delicious. No, I have to get rid of them today.
Old Ziyang paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, thinking wildly in his mind how to drive these 3 idiots down the mountain.
After morning class.
You have been on the mountain for 3 years, and I have nothing to teach you as a teacher.
In the end, I will give each of you a weapon. If you can pick it up, you can go down the mountain.
Master Ziyang twirled his beard and said to the 3 apprentices who were hard-working.
Master, what kind of weapon is it? When Li Yuanba heard that there were weapons, he immediately became energetic. Just follow me as a teacher.
Old Ziyang got up and walked out of the dining hall, leading the 3 of them to his bedroom. I saw dozens of various weapons displayed in this bedroom.
Swords, halberds, axes, hooks and forks. The 3 of you can choose one.
The old Taoist was quite attractive, and smiled at the 3 of them. As soon as Xiao Ruoyu entered the bedroom, he was attracted by a spear. I saw that the lion's head fire pattern on this gun was extremely powerful. Xiao Ruoyu hurriedly approached and took it into his hand. This spear is 1 foot 3 feet 8 inches 4 minutes long and weighs 160 pounds. It is the weapon used by Sun Tzu, the little overlord of the princes in the late Han dynasty. It is said that before Sun Bofu raised his troops, he asked the local famous craftsman to forge weapons from fine steel. At the end of the night, it was forged into a sharp spear with a lion's head and fire patterns, and it was named Overlord.
Master, this is it. I choose it. Xiao Ruoyu couldn't put it down even more after hearing Ziyang's experienced explanation behind him.
Luo Shixin, who was at the side, couldn't hold back after seeing Xiao Ruoyu's choice of weapon, and rushed into the bedroom.
Luo Shixin looked around after entering the room.
Finally, he stopped in front of a panlong iron rod. "Master, I want this stick." Luo Shixin stretched out his hand to grab the panlong stick and held it in his hand.
"Shixin, if you like it, I will give it to you. This stick is called the panlong stick.
It is made for my teacher and me by picking the heroes of hundreds of mountains and the iron from the sky.
It weighs 225 catties.
It can be called an absolute heavy soldier.
Divine power is not available." Taoist Xiang looked at Luo Shixin with a smile on his face and nodded slightly.
Master, give me these two things." Li Yuanba also ran into the bedroom at some point, and at this time he was holding two sledgehammers in his hands and dancing vigorously.
"Yuanba, this hammer doesn't matter. Since you like it, I'll give it to you, but you have to remember, with this hammer, don't think too much about killing, especially for people who use phoenix wings to make gold. When you fight against the enemy, you must not hurt his life. This hammer is called the Ligyu Wing Jin hammer. It is the weapon of the famous general Fu Bo Ma Yuan in the early Han dynasty. The two hammers weigh, catties in total and, catties in one hand." Seeing Li Yuanba picking up the pair of hammers, the Xiang old man said with some concern. "Master, then we have all picked up our weapons, can we go down the mountain?"
Li Yuanba stopped his movements and looked at the old Taoist priest with shining eyes.
"Go." Old Xiang waved his sleeves and turned to leave. "Oh. I'm going down the mountain."
Ha! Li Yuanba immediately cheered when he saw the old Taoist priest leave. "Brother, go quickly, the old man will regret it later, hurry up. Li Yuanba held the double hammers in his hands and ran out while shouting at Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin. Luo Shixin turned his head to look at Xiao Ruoyu and ran away as well. Only Xiao Ruoyu turned his head to look in the direction where the old Taoist left, put down the spear in his hand, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before leaving.
After the 3 left, old Xiang Taoist turned around from behind the door.
He looked at the direction where the 3 of them left with complicated eyes. He reached out and touched the tears in the corner of his eyes. "Ruoyu, the world's situation has been disturbed. I hope that the 3 of you can support each other.
The fate of Yuanba and Shixin.
I hope Ruoyu can help them change." Taoist Xiang had already figured out that Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin were not long-lived people, but because of Xiao Ruoyu's appearance, he found that the fate of the two had turned for the better. At this time, he looked at the backs of these people as they walked further and further away, and secretly sighed.
Let's say that the 3 of them went down the mountain.
Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin had nowhere to go, so they followed Li Yuanba to go back to Taiyuan.
But the direction of Taiyuan is in chaos at this time.
Since Meng Haigong brought his wife and servant back to Chaozhou, killed the guard and made himself queen, the world began to fight. The strongest of them all, Wat Gangcheng Bites Gold, the devil king of the world.
Xiangzhou Gao Tansheng, Bai Yuang. Shen Faxing of Suzhou, king of Shangliang. Lu Wuzhou behind the mountain, the king of Dingyang.
King Bo of Jining is the king who knows the world.
Jinan Tangbi, king of Jinan. Huguang Lei Dapeng, Zhujiang king.
Xiaogun of Jiangling, king of Daliang. Li Zitong of Hebei, king of Shozhou.
Su Yuanlang of Luzhou, king of Jingtai.
Wulin Li Ji, king of Dingliang. Gao Shida of Chuzhou, king of Chuiwe. Mingzhou Zhang called Jin, the king of Qi. Yuzhou Iron Fungus, king of the Northern Han Dynasty. Gao Shiwan of Shazhou, king Xiaming. Shachuoluo Yutudian, king of England.
Jinzhou, Wu Kushwan, king Yongnan.
Meng Haigong of Chaozhou, king of Songyi. There are a total of 64 anti-kings, smoke and dust. The leaders are Du Fuwei, Zhong Shanxiang, Shuiju, and the rest are not listed. There are countless protesters in the world, and it has entered a period of chaos.
Then, Yang Guang ordered Li Yuan to build a Jinyang palace within 3 months.
At the same time, the second son Yang Yu was left to guard Chang'an. He also appointed Yuan Qingdu as the escort general, and drove to Taiyuan with Empress Xiao, Sangong's 6th courtyard, Yuan Awaji and other phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme officials. This decree is obviously to make things difficult for us. It must be the treacherous scheme of Uwinawat and this dog thief.
3 months, 3 months will build a Jinyan palace. This palace will be built privately, and if it is not built, it will be against the decree. I think it's better to end up happy and just wait to die.
Li Yuan was full of anxiety at this time, and said to the 3 sons below.
Chapter 11. Let's talk.
After the 3 of them went down the mountain, they strolled all the way, unhurriedly.
This way.
The 3 of them chased dogs and chased rabbits, and teased cats and tigers. It lasted 15 days.
All the way from Xiang Mountain to the border of Taiyuan came a sound.
Brother Qin, hurry up, right in front. Li Ruhui was taken in front. Then there was a sound of hooves. The 3 of Xiao Ruoyu were walking in a forest at this time. Suddenly there was a commotion not far from the left.
Not for a while.
Then I saw a group of people galloping towards the position of the 3 of them on horseback. Li Yuanbai hit the ground with a boom with the hammer in both hands. The local people who were frightened by the horses that were running towards the 3 of them stood up, neighing continuously.
Hey! Who is blocking the way?
In the crowd, a big man who was also holding a pair of black hammers came out more and more. That pair of black sledgehammers was a full circle bigger than the golden hammer for beating drums and urns in Li Yuanbai's hand.
Li Yuanbai was overjoyed when he saw it. Hey, this fat guy's hammer is bigger than mine? Stop! Sudden.
There was a loud shout from behind the big man holding a giant hammer.
You too, do you still remember Qin?
I saw a yellow-faced man wearing a flag official uniform urging his horse forward and coming in front of the 3 of them.
Uncle Immortal. Qin? Ask the manner?
When the 3 of them saw this person, they spit out different names from their mouths. The person who came was none other than the big man surnamed Qin who had met Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin before.
Luo Shixin. Do you still remember me?
Suddenly another question came. I saw a man also in official uniform rushing out from the crowd.
Wang Yuanwai.
When Luo Shixin saw this man, he immediately cried out.
Humph, when I asked you to herd cattle, you actually threw the cattle away, but you disappeared without a trace. What, have you grown up in the past 3 years? The man asked Luo Shixin sharply.
Xiao Ruoyu on the side couldn't stand it anymore.
If you continue to scold my junior brother, do you believe that I killed you?
Xiao Ruoyu held the overlord spear in his hand and pointed at the people facing him. His eyes were instantly sharp.
Just because of you?
Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's rude words, the king was aroused and wanted to strike immediately.
Li Yuanbai quit. Except for Uncle Immortal, you are all farts, right? I saw Li Yuanbai raise the double hammer with a bang.
The 2 hammers collided in the air, like a thunderbolt, shaking all the horses to shake their heads. What nonsense with him, kill them all. Xiao Rua became so stupid that he raised the overlord's spear and rushed towards the opposite side.
Stop. Guys, is there some misunderstanding?
The man surnamed Qin saw that the 2 sides were about to fight, so he hurriedly stopped it. Li Yuanbai had already raised his hammers, and when he heard this man's words, he put down his hammers with unwillingness in his eyes.
Luo Shixin also didn't dare to move, and stood there stupidly without making a sound.
But others listened to him, but Xiao Ruoyu didn't. I saw Xiao Ruoyu picking up the gun and sweeping.
That Wang Yuanwai picked up his weapon to defend against Xiao Ruoyu's shot.
But the moment the weapons just met, it felt like being hit head-on by 10 cows. He was swept away by Xiao Ruoyu in an instant. Pang Puff Wang Yuanwai was swept away by Xiao Ruoyu and hit a nearby tree, after which a mouthful of blood sprayed out.
Obviously, he was seriously injured by Xiao Ruoyu's blow.
Xiao Ruoyu was so unreasonable that he followed up and wanted to shoot this Wang Yuanwai again and kill him directly.
Sudden. Be merciful. Brother, don't.
The man surnamed Qin and Luo Shixin spoke at the same time. Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about what the man surnamed Qin said, but he heard Luo Shixin's voice. He stopped and turned to look at Luo Shixin. Brother, don't kill him, he used to give me steamed buns when I was not full. Me, Luo Shixin couldn't go on. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were cold, making Luo Shixin's heart tremble.
Luo Shixin, I don't need your plea. I'm not as skilled as others. I have no complaints. Come on. Wang Yuanwei on the ground covered his chest, looked at Xiao Ruoyu and said.
At this time, the man surnamed Qin also came forward. This little brother, I hope that for the sake of the first meeting, I will let this brother go.
Qin Xiong is extremely grateful.
Qin Xiong clasped her fists and bowed to Xiao Ruoyu.
Humph.
Seeing the sincerity of what he said, Xiao Ruoyu didn't embarrass him, put away the overlord gun and turned back to Li Yuanba.
You too, give me an explanation. Standing in front of Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin, Xiao Ruoyu spoke coldly. Senior brother. That Qin Xiong is the savior of my family, my immortal uncle, he won't let me do it.
Li Yuanba lowered his head and did not dare to refute, like a child who has done something wrong.
Senior brother, Wang Yuanwei used to give me food for fear that I would not be full. He is right. I did lose the cow. Can you stop killing him? I won't protect the food in the future, okay? Luo Shixin also lowered his head and dared not speak.
This strong man, Mr. Qin can't afford to pay you. It was indeed us who spoke rudely before, so please don't bother with us. Qin Xiong stepped forward again and apologized to Xiao Ruoyu.
You are the fairy uncle of my third junior brother?
Xiao Ruoyu squinted at Qin Xiong and asked.
Uncle Immortal? Qin Xiong was confused by Xiao Ruoyu's question. Uncle Immortal, it's me. You saved me when I was a child.
Xiao Shulin, you were beaten away by those people. Li Yuanba suddenly became energetic at this time, and looked at Qin Xiong with shining eyes.
Are you that kid back then?
As if thinking of something suddenly, Qin Xiong stepped forward to hold Li Yuanba's shoulders with both hands and looked up and down.
Okay, I've grown into a young man, don't call me a fairy uncle, call me Big Brother Qin.
Qin Xiong looked at Li Yuanba with a smile on his face, feeling strange.
Brother? Master is indeed right. Master said that I can wait for my brother when I go down the mountain. Brother! Brother!
Luo Shixin burst into tears when he heard Qin Xiong's voice. Cooperating with this heartless I have never forgotten what the old Taoist said before, I can see my brother when I go down the mountain. Luo Shixin knelt down on his knees, hugged Qin Xiong's legs and never let go.
Woo woo! Brother! Brother! I miss you so much. Woo woo. Although kneeling on the ground, Luo Shixin has a sturdy body and a mighty height.
This kneeling still reaches the position of Qin Xiong's waist and abdomen. Luo Shixin buried his head in tears.
A snot and a tear.
It was all wiped on Qin Xiong's crotch. Qin Xiong was also very embarrassed.
Brother Qin, I think you should take him in. Shirek Xian is also a hard-working child.
His brother has been lost with him since he was a child. He has been waiting for his brother to come back all these years. We said that he ran away before, and we also suspected that we found him. I just left after I lost my brother. I didn't expect that it was you who were waiting. Wang Yuanwei, who was knocked out by Xiao Ruoyu before, was also holding his chest and was supported by the other people towards Luo Shixin and Qin Xiong. Forget it, it's my honor, Qin Xiong, to have such a brother who is unparalleled in power.
Get up quickly. From now on, you will be my real brother. Go home with brother to see our mother in a while.
Qin Xiong saw that Luo Shixin was holding her tightly and did not let go, and felt helpless for a while, so she agreed. I'm talking about brothers, let's talk about the relatives later, but Li Ruhui is still being held there.
At this time, the big man with the sledgehammer also reminded everyone.
Let me tell you, with the help of these three brothers this time, I wonder how long that bull-nosed man can last.
Hey, little brother, is your hammer real or fake? The man looked smug, but suddenly remembered the hammer in Li Yuanba's hand, and asked Li Yuanba in disbelief. There are fakes of this thing? Why don't you take it and try it?
Li Yuanba raised his right hand and threw a golden hammer for beating a drum and earned directly. He didn't mean to phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. It's just that the three brothers and sisters are all unparalleled in supernatural power, and those who pass the gun and hammer are usually just throwing it around for fun, so Li Yuanba didn't think too much about it for a while. Seeing that Li Yuanba threw it easily, the big man didn't care, and reached out to catch it. But suddenly he was pulled away by Wang Yuanhui next to him. I saw the giant hammer in the air fall to the ground. Boom! A deep hole was smashed. Gollum, winky face. The man who was about to reach out to catch the hammer had his eyes widened, and he almost couldn't swallow a mouthful of saliva, and he coughed so much that he choked. Why don't you take it? Li Yuanba looked confused. I will pick up your mother. Hee, let's go. My third brother, help me, my legs are weak. The man stumbled and supported Wang Yuanhui's shoulders, his legs dangling on the spot. Okay, Guayuan, don't make trouble, Ingdang, you stay here and take care of Bodong. I and a few other brothers will go and have a look. Guayuan, you phoneme alphabet equals IPA page equals lead / phoneme the way. Qin Xiong helped Luo Shirshin, who was still twitching, aside, and then gave instructions to the people behind him. When everyone heard Qin Xiong's arrangement, they had no objection. It's just that Li Yuanba and Luo Shirshin wanted to go with Qin Xiong, so Xiao Ruoyu had no choice but to follow. Under the guidance of Qi Guayuan. After a while, several people arrived at the gate of a temple. Qi Guayuan kicked open the temple door. Wunanyobi, let my brother go. Otherwise, your grandpa Qi Biao will demolish your ruined temple for you. Qi Guayuan shouted loudly as he walked in. But several people had already walked into the temple courtyard, and no one came out to talk to them. Brother Qin, this is it. Look, your image is still enshrined here. Qi Guayuan pointed to a statue in the main hall of the temple and said loudly to Qin Xiong. The god statue has a yellow face and closed eyes, holding a double mace, just like Qin Xiong. Everyone was curious and filed in. I saw that there was still a tablet standing under the statue. Letter to Zhong 5 great emperors, that's right. There are still a few brats, I'll go find them first, they're the ones who caught Li Ruhui. Qi Guayuan suddenly remembered something, turned around and ran out of the hall. After a while, he led a group of children back to the main hall. It's just a few of them. With a few gestures from Nyobi, they will form in formation and take Li Ruhui. Qi Guayuan acted as if he didn't believe you and asked them yourself. Qin Xiong squatted down and asked one of the children, little friend, tell me, where is the person we are looking for? The child was also frightened by this group of people and was afraid to speak. In the end, he said timidly to Qin Xiong, Official Chai took him and that Taoist to Tang Wagong's mansion. Official Chai? Tang Wagong? Qin Xiong chanted these two titles. My dad? Ha, let's go. I'll take you to phoneme alphabet equals IPA pH equals lead / phoneme them. Li Yuanba stretched his head to look at Qin Xiong and said with a smile. You mean, Tang Wagong is your father? Then. Qin Xiong looked at Li Yuanba with doubts. Hey, let's go, I'll take you guys there, my dad definitely wants to see you too. Li Yuanba held the two hammers together in one hand, and walked out as soon as he grabbed Qin Xiong. Poverty pays homage to Mr. Li. In Tang Wagong's mansion, a group of people bowed to the little old man Li Yuan. Oh, Daoist Su, you're finally here. I've finished repairing Jinyang Palace, so please help me, Taoist, what needs to be modified? Li Yuan also looked anxious when he saw the person coming. Adults don't have to worry about it. The poor don't need to look at it, they will know how to rectify it. Daoist Su smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said to Li Yuan, pretending to be mysterious. I also hope that the Taoist will give advice. Li Yuan looked attentive. The palace was rebuilt by a monastery, but don't forget, my lord, you just repaired the lacquer paintings inside, removed the Buddha statues, and changed it into a palace style, and rebuilt the layout outside, but ignored the most important point, nails. Daoist Su twisted his beard with his hands and said softly. Nail? What does that mean? Li Yuan was puzzled. My lord, if you don't replace all the iron nails will grow old and rusty. At that time, someone will say that you have planned for a long time to build a private palace. If you replace all the iron nails xin, if someone wants to plot against you, you can also pull out the nails on the spot to check the old and new, so that you can prove that this palace was built according to your order, not overstepped. Daoist Su had a look of color on his face, showing off his own ideas.
Oh. A word of empowerment.
If so, I will immediately send someone to replace it.
Thank you, Taoist, for your reminder. If it weren't for you, something big would have happened.
After listening to Su Taoist's words, Li Yuan also had a look of fear.
Exactly as he said.
At that time, Yuenhua and that old wretch will definitely play dirty tricks.
Have to prevent. Come on.
Quickly, tell Jiancheng and Shimon to take out all the iron nails immediately and replace them with new nails before driving them in. Li Yuan thought of this, and immediately ordered his family to inform his two sons to implement it.
Yes, sir. After Li Yuan finished his orders, someone immediately agreed.
There are distinguished guests. Daoist Su looked at this scene without saying a word, suddenly seemed to feel something in his heart, and turned his head to look at the gate of the Duke's mansion. After hearing his words, Chai Xiao walked towards the gate thoughtfully.
Really? Not long after, Chai Xiao led a group of people into Tang Wagon's residence. Wuliang Tianzuan, second brother Qin, how are you doing these days?
With a smile on his face, Daoist Su stepped up to meet him.
It's been a long time.
Qin Xiong also showed a smile, cupped his fists and said to Taoist Su.
Hey, brother Qin, it's this old-fashioned old man who captured Li Ruhui.
When Qi Guiyuan saw Daoist Su, he immediately complained. On the other hand, Li Yuan stared fiercely at Qin Xiong.
Benefactor?
Please accept my worship.
Li Yuan clasped his hands together as a gesture of salute. Tang Wagon doesn't need to be too polite.
Qin Xiong quickly supported Li Yuan with both hands to lift him up. Thank you to the strong man for saving that day, otherwise Li Yuan's family will be saved. Li Yuan showed sincerity, and looked at Qin Xiong eagerly.
Hey, Dad, let go of brother Qin's friend soon? What's his name, Li's Ashes?
At this time, Li Yuanba also ran to Li Yuan with the double hammer on his shoulders.
Yuanba? Why are you with your benefactor? Li's Ashes? Li Yuan was confused when he heard what Li Yuanba said. My lord, I have a friend. His name is Li Ruhui.
He was taken by brother Mao Gong in a temple not far from the city. It is said that he was brought to your house. I came here this time to find his. Qin Xiong immediately thought of Li Ruhui, and said to Li Yuan quickly.
Chapter 13 Master Su, this? Is there such a thing?
Li Yuan turned to look at Su Maogong and asked.
Immeasurable heavenly venerable, a misunderstanding. Su Maogong shook his hand and Fuchen nodded in recognition. Hurry up, order someone to bring Ngong's friends here immediately. If it wasn't for this misunderstanding, I would not be able to meet Ngong. Ha, what a misunderstanding.
Li Yuan turned to look at Chai Xiao and said eagerly.
Yes, I'll go right now.
Chai Xiao bowed and agreed, then turned his head and headed towards the backyard.
It's really flooding the Dragon King Temple. The temple that Ngong said should be the temple of Qiangwu Great Emperor, right?
Ngong left in a hurry that day, and I didn't have time to ask Ngong's name in the future. I only saw the Qiong character written on Ngong's waist card, and stretched out 5 fingers. I thought that Ngong was the Qiangwu Great Emperor who descended to earth, so I built the Qiangwu Great Emperor Temple for Ngong, thanking him for saving my life.
Li Yuan's words were sincere. Obviously he also sincerely thanked Qin Xiong for saving his life that day.
Okay, come here, tell the kitchen to set up a banquet quickly. Today, Benefactor came to the door, and Yuanba just returned home.
There are so many heroes here. It's really a blessing. Let's go, Benefactor, everyone, let's talk again in the hall. Li Yuan suddenly grabbed Qin Xiong's wrist and laughed heartily. At this time. Ouch, second brother Qin, brother Wang, Lao Qi, Lao Xia, woo, you guys are finally here, you scared me to death.
An indistinguishable voice suddenly came from the side. I saw that this person was also dressed the same as Qin Xiong and the others. They are all dressed up as flags. At this time, he was pinching the orchid finger and ran towards Qi Guiyuan, twisting and shaking. When Qi Guiyuan saw him coming out, he immediately stepped forward with his hands open. "Oh, my brother, you are suffering." Li Ruwei took advantage of the situation and plunged into Qi Guiyuan's arms. The two are in love with each other. Everyone who watched had goosebumps on their foreheads. After everyone entered the house, the host and guest are seated separately. "Engong, when you come to my house this time, you must stay for a few more days." Li Yuan warmly invited Qin Xiong. "Thank you, Tang Guogong, for your kindness, but Qin Xiong still has important things to do, and I really can't stay longer. This time, my brothers and I still need to escort a batch of birthday gifts to the Yu Palace. I will take my farewell in the end, and I hope the Duke and Lord Haihan." Qin Xiong twisted her body and cupped her fists and said to Li Yuan. Li Yuan nodded, knowing that Qin Xiong was not lying. So he turned around and looked at Li Yuanba and the three of them and asked, "Yuanba, you won't go back this time, will you? I still remember these two people. They are Ruoyu and Shixin, right? How is your master?" "Father, let's not go. The master said that there is nothing to teach us. He gave us each a weapon and let us go down the mountain." Li Yuanba put down the chicken leg in his hand, looked up at Li Yuan and said. Ram Luo Shixin was still stunned. "Master is in good health, but he lacks a wife." After hearing Li Yuan's words, Xiao Ruoyu put down the chicken legs, wiped the oil stains on his mouth with his hands and said, That's good, that's good." Li Yuan nodded, took a sip of tea from the teacup and said, "Everyone, Qin Xiong still has something to do, so I'm leaving. Take care, everyone." Qin Xiong got up at this time and looked around at the crowd in the hall, then said, "So, since Engong has something to do, let's get together at the mansion another day. It just so happens that the old man also has a birthday gift, and he needs to send it to Chang'an to the king of Yu together. Chai Xiao, you and Engong will go to Chang'an to walk together." One day, Li Yuan stood up and said politely to Qin Xiong, then turned to look at Chai Xiao. "Yes, father-in-law." Chai Xiao bowed to accept the order without any delay. "I'll go too, and I'll go with my brother too." Luo Shixin got up and was about to grab Qin Xiong with his oily hands. Qin Xiong immediately avoided. "Shixin, you are bothering Tang Guogong's house for a few days now, brother. I will come back to pick you up when I finish my work, and see your mother. Be obedient." After hearing Qin Xiong's words, Luo Shixin sat down on his seat with an aggrieved face, bowed his head and said nothing. "Okay, be obedient, elder brother really has something to do, and he will come back to pick you up when he finishes his work, and he will never break his promise, okay?" Qin Xiong felt a little sorry to see him like this, reached out and patted his shoulder and said, "Finally." After Qin Xiong's persuasion, Luo Shixin still gave up the idea of going with Qin Xiong. But the reluctance on his face also revealed his mood at this time. Qin Xiong and the others were sent away. Li Yuan sat in the hall and looked at Xiao Ruoyu, Luo Shixin, and Li Yuanba. "Since you are back, don't leave in a hurry, Yuanba. You have to take care of your two senior brothers more, don't neglect yourselves, you understand?" Li Yuan looked at the three of them, but he already had his own thoughts in his heart. Let's not say that his son is invincible. His two senior brothers also descended into the world like the Overlord. Each of these three people went out, and they were warriors who fought against 100 or 1,000 with one. Back then, when they hadn't gone to the mountains to learn art, these two people had already shown their astonishing divine power. Now I have been studying art on the mountain for 3 years. Li Yuan didn't care about their strength. But sure, it must be more terrifying than before. "Don't worry, Dad, hee. Li Yuanba agreed with a laugh. "Okay, go to bed early. I have ordered someone to arrange a room for you. Go to bed early after eating." After Li Yuan stood up and said something to the three of them, he turned around and left slowly. "Brother, let's go, I'll take you to the guest room." When Li Yuanba saw Li Yuan, he threw away the chicken leg and said to Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin, "Shake." Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu have lived in Li Yuan's residence for 2.5 months. During this period, Qin Xiong entrusted someone to send a letter to Luo Shixin. The letter stated that several of them had caused trouble in Chang'an, and they were temporarily unable to pick Luo Shixin home. I hope he can understand and stay in the Duke's mansion for a longer time.
This Yuan Chengdu dares to hit my brother? See if I won't screw his head off.
After the letter was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme, Luo Shixin stood up angrily and shouted. A pair of big hands clenched into fists, pounding his chest loudly.
As if King Kong is alive. Yuan Chengdu?
Brother, help you screw it up.
But can you stop knocking on Mimi?
Xiao Ruoyu now completely remembered what he was going to do.
Omega, Yuan Chengdu. Damn, I forgot. Screw him. Must screw him. No problem.
When Li Yuanba heard that the senior brother and the second senior brother were going to screw Yuan Chengdu, then he had to screw it too.
I twist too.
After twisting, press back, twist again. It's just for fun. Li Yuanba also stood up and expressed his opinion filled with righteous indignation. P.S. Brother Meng, I don't want to be born in the same year, the same month, and the same day, but I want to give it 5 stars.
Thank you, Dad, I bow to you.
Since Yang Guang ordered Li Yuan to build a Jinyang palace within 3 months. Li Jiancheng and Li Shimen worked hard day and night, not daring to slack off in the slightest.
Now March has passed, and Yang Guang also brought Empress Xiao, Yu Wenhua and Yuan Chengdu and others to Luoyang. In Jinyang Palace.
Li Yuan stood on top of the hall and bowed. I saw a man with a luxurious face and exquisite clothes sitting on the dragon chair.
This person is the lord of the country, the emperor of the Sui dynasty, Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang.
Beside Yang Guang, Empress Zhao's slender hand was picking up a lychee and sending it to Yang Guang's mouth. Yuan Awaji, who had a mother-in-law face on the side, also stood bowed, not daring to make any movements.
Under it. He is a mighty general with a burly figure and golden armor and golden crown.
It was the brave and invincible general, the great General Tian Bao, Yuan Chang.
Li Yuan, you are very good.
I ordered you to build a palace within 3 months.
You really did not disappoint me.
On the dragon chair, Yang Guan lazily spat out the lychee core and said to Li Yuan in a soft voice.
I don't dare to take credit for it.
It is your majesty who is so blessed that I was able to build this Jinyang palace within 3 months. After hearing Yang Guang's words, Li Yuan immediately lowered his body even more. Your majesty, I think our Tanghua Gong is probably not afraid to take credit, but has ulterior motives. Yu Wenhuan said sarcastically with a smile on his face.
Oh? What do Yu Wenqing's family say? Yang Guan looked at Yu Wenhuaji with an attitude full of interest.
Your majesty, you ordered to build a Jinyang palace within 3 months. Although the time is a bit rushed, there is still time to build a smaller palace, but look at this Jinyang palace now. At this point, Yu Wenhuaji pointed to the surrounding decorations and continued.
I won't talk about carved beams and painted buildings, pavilions, rockeries and ponds, but look at those waist-thick trees. I don't believe that they can grow so lush and strong in just 3 months. I'm afraid that this palace will. Don't let someone have evil intentions, it was built in advance, right? When Yu Wenhuaji said this, he raised his head, closed his eyes and put his hands into his sleeves, as if he had nothing to do with himself. Well, Li Yuan, how do you explain what Yu Wenqing's family said? Yang Guang was still downplaying, and he couldn't see any joy or anger from his face.
My majesty, no matter how courageous Li Yuan is, he would not dare to build a palace privately. The construction of the Jinyang palace is all in the hands of the elder and second sons of the minister.
If His Majesty doesn't believe it, you can call them to the palace to confront them. Li Yuan hurriedly knelt down and shouted for injustice. Oh? Aiqing's eldest and second sons alone? Li Yuan, how many sons do you have?
Yang Guang suddenly became interested in what Li Yuan said. My majesty, I have 4 sons, the eldest son Jian, the second Shermin, the third Yuanba, and the fourth Yuanji.
Li Yuan didn't think too much when he heard Yang Guang's question, and replied immediately. In terms of seniority, Yang Guang and Li Yuan are actually cousins. Li Yuan was 3 years older than Yang Guang. Li Yuan's mother was the sister of Empress Dugu, the wife of Sui Wendi Yang Jian, so Li Yuan and Yang Guang were cousins. And Li Yuan's son is naturally Yang Guan's nephew.
So, let's call all four of them, and let our nephew meet.
Yang Guang waved to Li Yuan with interest and said, "This time, Your Majesty, I dare not."
Li Yuan looked troubled. How do I say this?
Yang Guangming showed a look of surprise on his face.
Your Majesty, my third son, Yuanba, is born stupid, not only powerful but also moody. 3 years ago, he was taken as a disciple by Master Ziyang and brought to the mountain to learn martial arts. Now that he has completed his merits, he returned with his 2 senior brothers a few days ago. The 3 of them are reborn overlords with unparalleled powers, and I am afraid that he will disturb the holy driver, and no one will be able to surrender.
Li Yuan looked distressed, and thought, are you sick? If you want to see monkeys, go to the zoo.
Humph, mere child, why can't you surrender? Tang Guagong, just go, Chengdu is here, no one can hurt His Majesty at all.
Yuan Awaji couldn't wait to show off his son's bravery. Hearing Li Yuan tell Yang Guan how powerful his son is, what can he do?
That's right, with Yu Wencheng here, I don't think your 3 sons will be able to hurt me, so, you can also bring his 2 senior brothers to me to have a look. I want to see what you say the overlord is like when he is alive. Yang Guang impatiently waved to Li Yuan again to signal him not to be verbose. Li Yuan was helpless. After sighing, he turned and left Jinyang Palace.
Your Majesty, please eat another lychee.
Empress Xiao smiled like a flower, holding a lychee in her jade hand and sending it to Yang Guang's mouth.
He, well, Ifei has worked hard.
Yang Guang looked at Empress Xiao dotingly, stretched out his hand and patted the back of her hand, and swallowed the lychee in one gulp.
Not for a while. Li Yuan led a group of people back to Jinyang Palace.
Xiao Ruoyu, Luo Shixin, and Li Yuanba's weapons were forcibly removed before entering the gate. But because they are too heavy, they can only be piled at the gate of Jinyang Palace, and no one can move them. A group of people walked through the courtyard into the hall. Report to Your Majesty, Subject Li Yuan, phoneme alphabet equals IPH equals lead slash phoneme Quanzi Jiancheng, Shimen, Yuanba, Yuanji, and Quanzi's 2 senior brothers Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin. Long phoneme alphabet equals IPH equals live slash phoneme long phoneme alphabet equals IPH equals live slash phoneme long phoneme alphabet equals IPH equals live slash phoneme long phoneme alphabet equals IPH equals live slash phoneme. After Li Yuan walked to the middle of the hall, he knelt down on his knees and shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPH equals live slash phoneme 3 times.
Behind him, Li Jiancheng, Li Shimen, and Li Yuanji also knelt on their knees, and Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin also knelt down reluctantly under Li Shimen's pull.
Only Xiao Ruoyu was still standing there.
Who are you? Why don't you kneel when you see me?
Yang Guang spat out the lychee core in his mouth with a poof and asked Xiao Ruoyu.
Fuck? Pea shooter?
Xiao Ruoyu was astonished as a heavenly being. Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, this person is named Xiao Ruoyu, and his 3 sons, Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin, are all disciples of Master Ziyang. The 3 of them are exceptionally gifted people, and their divine power is unparalleled in the world, but their minds are not quite right.
Lingguang, I hope His Majesty will forgive me.
When Li Yuan saw Xiao Ruoyu committing a crime, he was also frightened.
Oh? Well, since that's the case, I won't blame him.
You guys wait here.
Where are Li Jiancheng and Li Shimen?
Yang Guan was very interested, and he didn't argue with Xiao Ruoyu. Instead, he turned his head and asked the kneeling people. Report to Your Majesty, Li Jiancheng and Li Shimen, pay your respects to Your Majesty. Li Jiancheng and Li Shimen immediately responded and kowtowed again. Come on, tell me, how can you prove that Jinyang Palace was built by you in these 3 months? Yang Guan leaned on the dragon chair and stared blankly.
Kazu, Your Majesty, this Jinyang Palace was indeed built according to His Majesty's will.
If Your Majesty doesn't believe it, you can send someone to remove the iron nails from any part of this hall. If it was built early, the iron nails must be rusted.
Ding must be very praiseworthy.
Li Shimen immediately clasped his fists in salute, and spoke out the arguments he had prepared earlier with reason and evidence.
Oh?
Okay, come here, go, find 3 different places, and take out 3 iron nails for inspection. After Yang Guang heard Li Shimon's words, he immediately summoned several people to pull out the iron nails for inspection. "Kizu, Your Majesty, the iron nail has been taken out, please check it, Your Majesty." After a while, a little eunuch ran into the hall with a tray and whispered, "Submit it quickly." Yang Guang stood up and waved to the little eunuch and said, "Yes." The little eunuch immediately lowered his head and walked slowly towards the dragon chair, lifting the tray above his head with both hands. "Yeah. It's really a new nail. Well, you guys have passed this level, let's go down." Yang Guang looked at the tray in the little eunuch's hand and fiddled with it twice. The iron nails on the tray were indeed brand new, as Li Shimon said, without any rust. "Okay, let's forget about this matter, you guys wait aside first." Yang Guang waved Li Yuan and his 3 sons to the side to wait. In a blink of an eye, he looked at Xiao Ruoyu, Luo Shixin, and Li Yuanba again. At this time, the 3 tigers were putting their heads together, murmuring about something. Li Yuanba, Xiao Ruoyu, Luo Shixin, Tang Guogong said that you are as powerful as gods, unparalleled, and I will test you today. If you satisfy me, then how about I reward each of you with a high official? Yang Guang smiled and looked at the 3 of them. But the joy in his heart was abnormal. The more Yang Guang looked at Li Yuanba's eyes, the rarer he was. I always hear that someone's child is lacking in heart, and someone's daughter has no nerve. Today I can be regarded as a fool, and all of a sudden, Omega, wife, the 3 of them ignored Yang Guang at all. Still whispering together. "Second, have you seen the old lady next to Wandor?" Xiao Ruoyu stared at Yuanhua and said to Luo Shixin, "The one standing there, brother?" Luo Shixin turned his head and took a sneak peek, then turned back and asked Xiao Ruoyu. "Yes, I will find a way to give him the whole family." Xiao Ruoyu nodded affirmatively, with a serious face. "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, what do you want that old lady for?" Li Yuanba looked at the 2 of them with a confused face. "Be a wife for master." Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu said in unison, looking at Li Yuanba with serious faces and saying, "3 people, you look at me and I look at you." Shi Qi nodded. "The P call, Your Majesty." Just as Xiao Ruoyu was about to speak, Li Yuan kicked him to the crook of his leg. "Ah? Oh, okay, what do you want to test us, Your Majesty?" Xiao Ruoyu turned his head to look at Li Yuan, whose face was flushed with anxiety, nodded and said, "Tang Guogong said that you are all overlords reincarnated, so why don't you compare your strength?" Yang Guang looked down at Xiao Ruoyu and said with interest, "Ro." Xiao Ruoyu readily agreed. Turning to look at Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin, "Go, let me bring in those 2 big lions at the door." Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin nodded at the same time, turned their heads and left in silence. After Xiao Ruoyu saw the 2 of them go out, he glanced left and right and saw Li Yuanji, who looked like a little chicken. "Take 2 steps." When he came to Li Yuanji's side, he stretched out his hand and carried Li Yuanji over. He took a copper basin and stuffed it into his arms. "Third brother, beat the drums for us." Li Yuanji dared not speak out. In the past 2 months, he has been beaten a lot. Shrinking his neck, Li Yuanji picked up a chopstick and held it in his hand as if resigned to his fate, ready to knock on the basin for a while. Not for a while. Luo Shixin and Li Yuanba walked back to the main hall with a stone lion on their shoulders. "Come on. Play the drums and pass the flowers, let's play ah ha 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 ha." Xiao Ruoyu laughed wildly and signaled Li Yuanji to start. Dang dang, there was a rhythmic sound. The 3 of them formed a circle, and the 2 stone lions moved quickly in the hands of the 3 of them like paper. "Hey, second child, catch it, ah, third brother, look at the second senior brother flying lions in the sky." "Ah, big brother, here I come, X, asterisk asterisk, X," the 3 played with the 2 stone lions in the hall. Everyone on the side was silent. Even Li Yuanji, who had been knocking on the basin, looked stupid at this moment. The copper basin in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Boom, the 3 threw the lion aside and turned to look in Yang Guang's direction. It's really a heaven, and a man descended from the earth. It is worthy of being called the reincarnation of the Overlord by Tang Guogong. I am afraid that the reincarnation of the Overlord is nothing more than that. Yang Guang muttered to himself with straight eyes.
What else do you want to take? Can you hurry up? Xiao Ruoyu squinted at Yang Guang. You guys. Can you master weapons?
Yang Guang glanced at Yuan Chengdu from the corner of his eye, and asked if he had any deep meaning.
It's at the door. They say they won't let you bring it in, so why don't you ask them to bring it in for me?
Luo Shixin spoke first. Li Yuanbot and Xiao Ruoyu also looked at Yang Guang expectantly at this time.
Go, ask someone to bring in the weapons of the three of them. Yang Guang immediately ordered the left and right to call for someone. The voice just fell. Then a little eunuch ran out. After a while, the little eunuch came back out of breath. Your Majesty, the weapons of the three of them are too heavy for us to carry. What? Can't hold it? What's the use of raising you bastards? Can't even lift a few weapons? Yang Guang was furious immediately.
He hurled insults at the little eunuch.
Your Majesty, Yuan Cheng is willing to go and help them get the weapons back.
At this time, Yuan Cheng, who had been watching the show, suddenly spoke up, turned around and clasped his fists and said to Yang Guang.
Yuan Chengdu? You hit my brother? Brain?
When the three of them heard the words Yuan Chengdu, their eyes lit up.
Son thief!
The three of us have been trying to catch you for a long time.
Are you cats here?
Yuan Cheng suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing from behind him.
Turn back.
I saw the three of Xiao Ruoyu standing in a row, staring at him with bright eyes.
Is it Yuan Chengdu? Did you hit my brother? Lend me your head to play with? Don't come here.
Yuan Cheng put his hands on his chest and looked at the three of them in horror.
Ahem, well, come here, come and declare my will.
Tang Guogong has made great achievements in building the Jinyang Palace. The eldest son Li Jiancheng of Tang Guogong, the second son Li Shimen, Qin Wangjia, the third son Li Yuanbajia Wangjia, and the fourth son Li Yuanjiki Wangjia, Xiao Ruoyu, and Luo Shixin are brave generals, escorting the generals. After seeing the horror of several people, Yang Guang was also full of pride at this time. Standing up and waving his hand, he began to award rewards.
I don't want Zhao Jiawang or anything like that, I want the card on his neck.
Li Yuanba had been thinking about twisting Yuan Cheng's head, and suddenly he saw the gold medal when he glanced down. He simply raised his finger and turned his head to look at Yang Guang and shouted. I don't want any generals, I want his clothes, the glittering gold ones look good. Xiao Ruoyu also pointed at Yuan Cheng and said with a mess of his head. Bastard! Those are the Imperial bestowed gold medal and the Imperial bestowed golden armor. They are honors that the world's #1 general deserves, and you deserve them too. Yuan Awaji scolded angrily. Her mother-in-law's face was flushed with anger, and she really had a bit of charm from a distance. Luo Shixin at the side saw that the brand and clothes were gone. After looking around, there was nothing to ask for, so I just wanted to say no. Hearing Yuan Awaji's voice, he suddenly remembered that the three of them were muttering about finding a wife for master.
One refers to Yuan Awaji. Hey, I want him.
Luo Shixin grinned foolishly.
Ha, fat man, your name is Luo Shixin, right? One of them wants to be #1 in the world, and the other wants to be bestowed with golden armor. Why do you only want such an old guy?
Yang Guang was amused by Luo Shixin's words, pointed at Yuanhua, who was flushed with anger, and asked Luo Shixin. Hey, I want him to go back and be my master's wife.
Luo Shixin grinned again, showing his white teeth. You are looking for death. How dare you insult my father?
Yuan Chengdu was also gnashing his teeth angrily at this time. All the teeth were bitten by him and creaked. What are you calling for?
Look at my amazing skills. Press the temple chakra to scrape the eye sockets.
I'll scrape you to death. Luo Shixin closed his eyes and pressed his temples with both hands. The index fingers of both hands frantically scratched the eyebrows and the sides of the nose. At the same time, his head gave Yuan Cheng a pause. P.S. Which of you has learned the magical skill of scraping the eye sockets by pressing the temple chakra? I take a look.
Chapter 16. Okay, if any one of you can beat Yuan Chengdu one-on-one, I will give you the brand and clothes, including this old product, and how about I make you a high official?
Yang Guang stretched out his hand and pressed down, and said to Xiao Ruoyu and the others. The three of them looked at each other, then turned and ran towards the door.
Eh?
Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Humph, the three jumping clowns all ran away when they heard that they were going to be one-on-one with my son.
Yuenwa showed disdain. Hey! That stupid big man, let's come out and fight?
Li Yuanba ran halfway, turned his head and shouted at Yu Wencheng. But Luo Shixin and Xiao Ruoyu continued to run dully. These two guys also know that they are at a disadvantage without weapons. Ran to the outside of the palace to get the guy's business.
Not for a while.
Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin came back with their weapons in hand, and brought Li Yuanba's hammer along the way.
Come here.
Convex Xiao Ruoyu threw the hammer to the ground and stretched out his hand to hook Yu Wencheng. When everyone in the hall saw that the three of them had weapons in hand, they also became curious. They all filed out of the hall and came to the courtyard.
At this time, Yuenawaji secretly ordered the left and right, telling them that when Yu Wencheng was defeated later, he would immediately phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme 500 knives and axes to attack and kill the three people. After obeying the left and right orders, step back. Yuenawaji quickly caught up with Yang Guang and the others, and stood in front of the palace to watch the competition. Luo Shixin retreated a distance holding the stick. Li Yuanba also silently picked up the hammer and walked a long way.
Xiao Ruoyu stood on the spot. The overlord's spear in his hand pointed at the ground obliquely, his eyes were instantly sharp. Yu Wencheng is not polite when he sees Xiao Ruoyu like this. Lifting the phoenix wings in his hand to gilt the gold, he rushed forward. Xiao Ruoyu picked up the gun and smashed it. Yu Wencheng raised both hands to hold the gun, but his body was shaken and he took 3 steps back. He secretly tightened the weapon in his hand. At this time, no one found out. Yuan Chengdu's tiger's mouth has been shattered by Xiao Ruoyu's shot. Yuan Chengdu stepped forward again. This time Xiao Ruoyu didn't give him another chance to defend. I saw Xiao Ruoyu pointing the spear in his hand. The tip of the gun poured down like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. The spear in his hand was like a white dragon crossing a stream, turning into a white chain and swaying into the void. Puff puff, a series of sounds came out. In an instant, more than a dozen streaks of blood appeared on Yu Wencheng's body. Second brother, come on, don't play to death, the third child hasn't fought yet, or he won't be a high official, that's it?
It's nothing.
Xiao Ruoyu hadn't been afraid that Luo Shixin and Li Yuanba would have nothing to play with. This Yuan Chengdu might have been directly stabbed to death by him. Xiao Ruoyu turned to Luo Shixin.
Clap sound.
The two reached out for a high-five relay in the air.
Hey, I'll screw your head off.
Luo Shixin walked up to Yu Wencheng in front of Yuan Chengdu with a pan-long stick in his hand and looked at him with a smile.
Sudden. 500 generals sprang out from all around.
The 3 people surrounding the field attacked and killed them.
Hey, one can't help beating, and another group of scapegoats came.
Luo Shixin was not surprised but happy to see this group of people. That Yu Wencheng had already been beaten by his elder brother and had no strength to fight back, so it was meaningless for him to hit him. It happened that these hundreds of people tried their sticks. And Li Yuanba on the side also grinned, ha, I thought it wouldn't be my turn today.
Say it.
Luo Shixin, Li Yuanba, and Xiao Ruoyu raised their weapons and rushed into the crowd. Li Yuanba swung his hammers and killed more than 10 people. Luo Shixin's coiling dragon stick swept across the area, and in an instant, figures flew into the sky and sprinkled blood.
Xiao Ruoyu stabbed from left to right.
At this time, there were 4 or 5 dead bodies hanging on the spear. He didn't bother to shake it off, and started smashing it like a hammer.
These 3 men showed their ferocity.
Killed a large family of generals in just one round. There were only less than 100 people left, and when they saw the scene, they were frightened and ran away without a trace.
Trash is trash, and we all ran away before we got enough of it? Li Yuanba put his hammers in his waist and looked around.
Hey, don't move, I'm going to screw your head. Luo Shixin squatted beside Yuan Qingdu and said to Yuan Qingdu, who was on the ground.
Your Majesty, save Qingdu quickly, that little fat man is going to kill someone.
Seeing Luo Shixin squatting next to Yuan Qingdu, Yuanhua was also scared to death. Turning around, he begged Yang Guang, crying and howling. Okay. I know what you are capable of, so stop. After pondering for a while, Yang Guang quietly spoke to the people below. Ha! I haven't screwed his head yet. Luo Shixin looked aggrieved. Second senior brother, let's beat him after he recovers. Block his house and beat him. Li Yuanba was much smarter at this time, and he comforted Luo Shixin. Puff Yuanchang was already seriously injured, but after hearing Li Yuanba's words, he was even more furious. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, his neck twisted and he fell into a coma. Okay. Li Yuanba, Luo Shixin, and Xiao Ruoyu stepped forward to accept the letter.
Yang Guangda said loudly to the three of them.
Today, Xiao Ruoyu is unparalleled in combat power, and Luo Shixin Li Yuanba is invincible in supernatural power. The three of you are now named the world's most brave and invincible generals. In no particular order, Xiao Ruoyu is named King of Chu, Luo Shixin is named King of Han, and Li Yuanba is named King of Zhao, guarding Taiyuan. Give Xiao Ruoyu, Li Yuanba, Luo Shixin a set of gold armor and gold medals, Luo Shixin plus 3 old women, and the 3 of them will be named escort generals.
They will not listen to the announcement, but only obey my orders.
Yang Guang saw the horror of the 3 of them this time, and who did not hesitate to seal the circle of kings.
In fact, Yang Guang was not appointed king at will.
Including Li Jianqing's 3 brothers, and the titles of these 3 senior brothers.
Qi, Chu, Han, Zhao, Wei, Yan, Xin. This is the collective name of the 7 heroes of the Warring States period.
Now Yang Guang has not distributed the other 6 king titles except King Wei.
In fact, Yang Guang was telling the world.
The 7 heroes of the Warring States period must accept his canonization, and he is the ruler of the world. And these 3 fierce men are now their escort generals. You see. All the 7 heroes of the Warring States period have to escort me.
What, am I not the co-lord of the world? After some rewards,
Xiao Ruoyu and Li Yuanba returned home happily. But Luo Shixin was a little unhappy. At this time, Luo Shixin was followed by 3 old ladies who followed suit. The 3 old ladies, Luo Shixin, didn't like any of them. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme missing teeth or not much hair.
Don't mention the rest.
You are 60 years old and you still put on 2 face powders. He set his sights on Yuan-Awaji.
Luo Shixin looked melancholy.
Looking at Yuanhua affectionately and leaving reluctantly.
Yuan-Awaji, damn it, does this little turtle really want to give me to his master as his wife?
The 3 left Jinyang Palace with their weapons in hand.
Li Yuan stayed in Jinyang Palace to accompany him and wait on him.
Li Jiancheng, Li Shimen, and Li Yuanji followed the 3 animals in front of them on the way home with numb eyes.
This day's encounter was too exciting.
Even now, Li Jianqing's eyes are still straight and his legs are weak. If it weren't for the 3 brothers who had seen the world, I'm afraid they would have pissed out on the spot.
What are these 3 things? What a tiger! But speechless is speechless. This day can be regarded as passing without any danger. Chapter 17. The following few days, Yang Guang has been living in Jinyang Palace. Since Li Yuan has been accompanying the driver in Jinyang Palace, Li Shimen has also been running to Jinyang Palace these days. I ran a lot.
Yang Guang saw that Li Shimen was handsome and well. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. He also developed a love of talent. So he accepted Li Shimen as his son. And Li Shimen is extremely intelligent.
After recognizing Yang Guang as his father, he also coaxed Yang Guang into joy. The relationship between the 2 is also gradually warming up.
But Xiao Ruoyu and the 3 brothers who have been idle at home for the past few days have nothing to do. Every day, there is nothing to do in the street and swim in the river.
Sigma, Sigma.
At this time, the 3 people were squatting on the side of the road watching the excitement. vs asterisk Q, I saw two yellow dogs crossing the road barking at each other but not talking. Luo Shixin was so anxious that he had to go up to help break the fight. Xiao Ruoyu and Li Yuanba persuaded those who talked badly. That's why I didn't go up and argue with those two yellow dogs. To be frank, Xiao Ruoyu didn't know what Li Yuanba was thinking. But Xiao Ruoyu was really afraid that Luo Shixin would go up and bite the two dogs. Winky face. While the three were watching with gusto. Suddenly, a fast horse galloped past the three of them and headed straight for Jinyang Palace. The smoke and dust brought up by the fast horse also frightened the two scolding yellow dogs with their tails between their legs and ran away without a trace. The three brothers looked at each other. Come on. Didn't watch it. He stood up, patted his butt, and went home. Let's talk about the other end. The fast horse ran straight to the gate of Jinyang Palace. Before and after the gate, jump off the sergeant with the yellow flag on his back. Report. Duke Xia has something to announce. A shout of urgency spread throughout the main hall of Jinyang Palace. Shen. Yang Guang gently opened Jinko and said in a low voice. Long phoneme alphabet equals IP at page equals live live slash phoneme cheeswa xiagua gong dojienda has something to come to play. The dragon boat is finished. Come to revise the order. Please long phoneme alphabet equals IP at page equals live live slash phoneme to move to Jiangdu. I saw the sergeant with the flag going up to the temple to pay homage, holding a memorial in his hand and bowing his head and saying, "Oh. Good good. Dojienda really did not disappoint me, come here." When Yang Guang heard that the dragon boat had been built, he was immediately delighted. Decree. Order all the guests and concubines of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards to stay in Jinyang Palace in Taiyuan except Empress Xiao, concubine Hua, and concubine Rong. Li Yuan and Li Yuanba are ordered to guard Taiyuan together, and King Qin Shimen will follow me to Jiangdu. After Li Yuan heard Yang Guang's words, he immediately walked out of the crowd of officials and knelt down to receive the order to thank him. Done. Yang Guang ordered people to prepare the dragon chariot immediately and prepare to set off. Get on the chariot. Yang Guang laughed with Empress Xiao and several concubines. The same chariot behind them was like a dragon, pulling up a long convoy. Suddenly, Yang Guang stood up on the chariot and looked forward. I saw 4 behemoths quietly displayed on the big river. The carved beams and painted buildings are extremely exquisite, and there are many figures on it, which is a spectacular scene. The 4 dragon boats are all made of brocade sails, and there are thousands of boats guarding them on both sides. Okay, that's great. Come here, order all the officials to board the ship. Yang Guang led Empress Xiao and a group of concubines to the leading dragon boat. These 4 dragon boats are the first magnificent. Women are the ones who pull the boats. They are each wearing multicolored gauze clothes. Yang Guang looked at these women holding brocade collars and wearing colorful gauze clothes, and he was very happy in his heart. The second boat was taken by Li Shimen alone, which shows that Yang Guang attaches great importance to it. The third ship, Yuanwat and He Yuanqingdu father and son boarded on it. The fourth ship, where all the civil and military officials are crowded, is here. With a horn sounded. The women in charge of pulling the dragon boats on both sides of the strait worked hard at the same time. The dragon boat moved forward slowly. The escort ships on both sides also tightly surrounded the dragon boat and went forward together. To say that Yang Guang's ostentation is not insignificant. Song Yiwang Meng Haigong, who was in Chaozhou, had already received the news of Yang Guang's tour. Meng Haigong has a dark complexion and a short stature. A big mouth that eats all directions compared with a rosacea, the ugly is shocking. As soon as Meng Haigong heard that Yang Guang, the stupid king, was coming to visit Jiangdu, his eyes immediately lit up. I thought that if Yang Guang came to Jiangdu this time, he must pass by Siming Mountain. He simply issued 18 edicts in a hurry, and ordered his subordinates to send officials to the hands of the vassal kings everywhere. The specific content is that Yang Guang is coming to Jiangdu soon. Hurry up and send people to wait on Siming Mountain, we will be arrested by this stupid king, so we can study big things. After the 18 edicts were issued, anti-kings from all walks of life responded one after another.
None of the 18th phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme anti-kings was absent. At the same time, Dufue, Zheng Shanxiang, Li Furong, and Shueju, headed by Dufue, Zheng Shanxiang, and Shueju, also received the news. Leading 22 troops, including generals, went to Siming Mountain. But Yang Lin, the king of the mountain, was shocked when he got the news that Yang Guan was going to Jiangdu and Dengzhou. He quickly ordered his 4 empresses to guard Dengzhou, while he caught up with Yang Guang and his party all night and escorted him personally. Yang Guang and his fleet passed through several big mansions for a rest. This game is more than a month. And also at this time, Yang Guang and his group happened to be near Siming Mountain. Report. It's not good. A spy rushed to Yang Guang under the dragon boat and shouted loudly. What's the noise? A pumpkin warrior asked aloud. Exploring the horse to report, today there are 18 rebels against the king, and 64 roads of smoke and dust gathered in Siming Mountain to block the way. There are now 3 vanguards calling for an array. Please make a decision. Tanma raised his head and reported for duty. Just wait. The pumpkin warrior broke out in a cold sweat when he heard Tan Ma's words. He turned his head and ran into the dragon boat to explain to Yang Guang and others. Yuan Qingdu, I ordered you to fight back immediately, are you confident? Yang Guan was taken aback when he heard that, and immediately summoned Yuan Qing to come forward. Don't worry, your majesty, Qingdu will surely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to your holy hope. Yuan Qingdu simply and neatly ordered all the soldiers and horses to meet the enemy. I saw the phoenix wings in Yuan Qingdu's palm painted with gold, and the red charcoal fire dragon horse under his crotch. The golden armor is shining brightly, and the end is majestic. The nameless bandit. How dare you stop the holy driver? Yuan Chang let out a yell, and looked at the 3 people blocking the way in front of him. I saw that the 3 people on the opposite side were all thick-backed. At first glance, it is not easy for people. The 3 of them were furious when they saw Yuan Qingdu. Traitor! Get off the horse and die, lest Grandpa do it. Wu Yunzhao pointed at Yuan Chang and gnashed his teeth and shouted. Rebel Wu Yunzhao! Are you here to die again today? Yuan Qingdu naturally knew Wu Yunzhao. Before Wu Yunzhao was trapped, it was Yuan Qingdu who personally led people to encircle and suppress Wu Yunzhao. Wu Yunzhao wasn't talking nonsense. Raised the gun and urged the horse. Coming to Yuan Qingdu to kill the generals, Wu Yunzhao quickly stabbed forward with the long spear in his hand, and Yuan Chang raised the gold boring machine in his hand. The 2 fought jingling for more than 10 rounds. At this time, Wu Tianqi also joined the battle group holding the double bell. 3 people fought in a group. You came and I fought for more than 30 rounds without winning or losing. Wahahaha, Yuan Qingdu, Grandpa Xiong is going to punch out your shit today and feed you to eat it. If you can't punch it out, you've done it. Xiong Kuahai entered the battle circle with a cooked copper stick. The 4 of them fought for more than rounds without winning or losing. This fight. The battle between the 4 lasted for 6 or 7 hours. Yang Lin stood behind and watched the 4 fighting in silence. In Yang Lin's opinion, Yuan Awaji has always been disobedient. With the help of his son Yuan Chenggu Wushuan, he is used to domineering all day long. At this moment, old man Yang Lin thought that it would be better to take this opportunity to kill his son. Think of this. Old man Yang Lin not only didn't order his sergeant to withdraw his troops, but he even beat the drums to cheer for Yuan Qingdu. Come on, and Yuan Chang, who was in the melee, was furious when he saw that the 3 of them refused to retreat. After more than 40 rounds of fighting with them, they finally gained the upper hand. Although the 3 are brave, they really can't beat Yuan Qingdu. Well, I'm in a hurry to pee. I'm going first. The first to withdraw from the battle circle was the bearded Xiong Kuahai who yelled the loudest. The brothers Wu Yunzhao and Wu Tianqi also wanted to quit seeing Xiong Kuahai run away. Let's withdraw today, and come to him tomorrow. Wu Tianqi yelled at Wu Yunzhao and turned around and ran away. I hate you. No, what the hell? Your grandma is also my grandma. Wu Yunzhao opened his mouth and was about to swear,
but he felt wrong after half of the swearing, so he took it back. Seeing that all three of them had run away, Yuancheng urged his horse to chase after them. The four ran for a long distance, and they were chasing each other halfway up the mountain.
Sudden. Hey, are you surprised? Are you surprised?
I saw Pei Yuanqing coming down the mountain halfway up the mountain with a pair of hammers in his hand. Yuancheng was also shocked when he saw Pei Yuanqing smashing down with two hammers. Immediately lifted the golden boring in his palm to hold Pei Yuanqing's double hammers.
Dang sounded.
Pei Yuanqing used the momentum to charge down the mountain, and then smashed from the top down. Yuancheng was so dazed by this blow that he couldn't hold back. After returning to the horse, he fled.
Oh? You run away from your mother. Pei Yuanqing is unforgiving.
Pegasus chased madly. Yuan watched anxiously from behind. Your Majesty, since we fought in Chengdu this morning, I haven't eaten all day. How can I still have the strength to fight?
I hope your Majesty will be merciful, your Majesty will be merciful.
He hurriedly ran to Yang Guang, who was standing on the top of the dragon boat watching the battle, and said. Yang Guang felt reasonable after listening to Yuan words, so he ordered Ming Jin to withdraw his troops. It counts your life as a little turtle. Yang Lin heaved a long sigh after hearing Yang Guang's will, but called gold helplessly. Pei Yuanqing chased the dragon boat and saw that Yuan Chengdu had returned to the formation, and Yang Lin was ready to go. At the same time, it was dark, so he turned back to Siming Mountain helplessly.
Yuan returned from defeat in Chengdu.
As soon as I got on the dragon boat, I fell to the ground with a bang and passed out. Yuan Awaji's heart skipped a beat, tears burst into tears, and he burst into tears. Your Majesty, now that Chengdu is exhausted and passed out, who can retreat from the enemy?
Yuan turned around and asked Yang Guang with tears in his eyes.
Hey, come here, order the dragon boat to retreat 50 miles, and make a long-term plan. After Yang Guang finished his orders, he turned his head and asked the ministers. My dear friends, now that the army is blocking the way, how can we defeat this group of rebellious officials and thieves, at this time? Xiaoguagong Dojianda took a step forward, bowed and played long phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live/phoneme. Do you still remember the three most brave and invincible generals you personally appointed? When Yang Guang heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Hurry up.
Declare the decree. Hurry up to Taiyuan and call my three escorting generals, get the will.
A school lieutenant flew to Taiyuan overnight to ask for help. Yang Guang traveled for more than a month, and he arrived in Taiyuan in less than a day.
Li Yuan was humming a song while listening to a little song in the courtyard of his home.
This sudden decree also caught him off guard. But after reading the content, Li Yuan hurriedly asked Xiao Ruoyu, Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin to be called. Yuanba, Ruoyu and Shixin, the three of you are going to rescue Siming Mountain this time. Remember one thing. When Li Yuan said this, he suddenly closed his mouth again. Forget it, if I say so, it means that I don't distinguish between public and private, so you go.
Li Yuan waved his hand, turned and entered the room.
At this time, Yuanba, it's hard for your father to say, but I'll say it. If you go to Siming Mountain, you will definitely meet Mr. Un. He went to Wagong village after he went to Chang'an to present a gift last time. Now, it's even from Wagong village. Marshal, you must remember that anyone can be killed, but you cannot kill him. Li Yuanba's mother, Li Shi, came here in style. He came to the front of the three and spoke. Mother, don't worry, I know Big Brother Qin, and the senior brothers all know each other too, it won't happen. Li Yuanba agreed without hesitation, turned around and asked the general to prepare the carriage. Due to the amazing leg strength of the three of them, the war horses could not be ridden. At this time, all three of them are listed as gold crowns, gold armors, and gold medals. Except for their different weapons and body shapes, the three of them were dressed almost the same. Pulling out one alone is majestic and murderous. But with such a gathering, it is a bit like the golden saint protecting Athena. Bad street. The three boarded the carriage. The carriage creaked and moved slowly. Xiao Ruoyu was playing with the spear in his hand, with a bloodthirsty light in his eyes. Li Yuanba leaned on the carport and closed his eyes to doze off. Luo Shixin was the only one who gurgled and didn't know what he was busy with.
Second senior brother, what are you playing there? Are you busy talking? Li Yuanba opened his eyes and looked at Luo Shixin.
Senior brother taught me, he said I don't spit out phlegm, I just swallow it back and forth, this is called a must explode company. Hey, it's just for fun. Luo Shixin temporarily stopped his movements and looked at Li Yuanba. Okay, this time we go, we have to kill that stupid Yu Wenqing, P-shooter will definitely not let him, we have to recruit.
Xiao Ruoyu looked at Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin and said. Yes.
I still have to rob his father. Last time P was given to my 3 old ladies, but master didn't like it. Luo Shixin stopped playing immediately, and quickly joined Xiao Ruoyu.
We can't kill him directly. P will definitely not let him go. Or, when we were fighting, we secretly screwed his head?
Li Yuanba became interested immediately when he heard it, and moved his head closer to Xiao Ruoyu and Luo Shixin. The 3 muttered and studied again. At this time, Yu Wenqing was still unconscious on the dragon boat in Siming Mountain. But in a coma, he suddenly shivered and shuddered. On the side, Yuan Awaji immediately stepped forward to check after seeing it. Oh, Chengdu, what's the matter with you, son? After speaking, as if thinking of something, he suddenly looked at Yu Wenqing's pants with deep eyes. TSK, the child has grown up. Xiao Ruoyu and the 3 rode in the carriage without rest.
Finally arrived at Siming Mountain just before dawn.
As soon as Yang Guang heard that someone had come to report, Li Yuanba and the 3 of them arrived. Immediately beaming with joy, Yan Xian announced that the 3 of them met each other.
The 3 came to the dragon boat. I saw Yang Guangduan sitting at the main seat in the middle.
On the left is an old man with white beard and hair, who is the backer King Yang Lin.
On the right is Yu Wenhua and the mother-in-law's face.
Luo Shixin saw him as soon as he got on the boat, and his eyes never left Yu Waji.
The 3 lovers have finally arrived. Uncle Wang, do you know who these 3 are?
Yang Guang's face was full of spring breeze, and he asked the old man Yang Lin beside him. I don't know, but your majesty, from my point of view, the 3 of them are warriors of tigers and wolves. I'm afraid they have extraordinary martial arts skills, but with the difficulties of Siming Mountain, is there any special use for these 3 warriors? Yang Lin had already guessed in his heart that Xiao Ruoyu and the other 3 were no worse than Yu Wenqing. Because the imperial gold armor and gold medals are all on him. Most people can't get what they want, unless they are really capable. Yang Guang will pay so much attention to it. But this honor was once only obtained by Yu Wenqing.
Now there are 3 identical ones.
For a while, Yang Lin felt that Yang Guang was joking. Uncle Huang doesn't know something, these 3 people are all born with supernatural powers, and they are very powerful. Look, Uncle Huang, the one with the long spear is called Xiao Ruoyu, who single-handedly defeated Yu Wenqing in 3 rounds. Yang Guang pointed at Xiao Ruoyu and showed off to Yang Lin with a smug face. The one holding the stick is his second junior brother named Luo Shixin, who is so brave that he can lift mountains. Then he pointed to Luo Shixin. The one with the double hammers is no wonder. It's their third junior brother Li Yuanba. A pair of golden hammers weighs, caddies, and they are extremely brave. They are the 3rd sons of Tang Guogan Li Yuan. These 3 people are inherited by one teacher, which is rare in the world. The fierce general. Finally, Yang Guang introduced Li Yuanba and continued. These 3 people once killed 500 soldiers outside the Jinyang Palace. They were not injured at all, but they became more and more courageous in their killing.
Uncle Emperor, I am going to launch an attack tomorrow morning. With these 3 as the vanguard and you as the commander, what do you think?
Yang Guang introduced the 3 of them one by one, and Yang Lin, who was listening, also had bright eyes. Okay. If it's true, as His Majesty said, these 3 people have the unworthy courage, needless to say retreating from the enemy, even if they wipe out all the rogue officials and thieves, the veteran will also have confidence. The more Yang Lin saw these 3 people, the more he liked them.
Yang Lin has always been fond of brave men.
He once took in 13 fake sons, collectively known as the 13 Taibao. Seeing the 3 of Xiao Ruoyu now is even more delightful. Hey, old man, you're looking at me, I'll beat you. Li Yuanba felt uncomfortable being watched by Yang Lin, raised his hammer and pointed at Yang Lin and threatened. Ah, good boy, let me ask you, tomorrow I will send troops to hunt for thieves, what do you need? Not only did Yang Lin not get angry when he was scolded by Li Yuanba, but he laughed and asked if they had any needs. That fighting is nothing, but is there any reward? At this moment, Luo Shixin reluctantly turned his eyes away from Yuenawaji and asked Yang Lin. What reward do you want? Yang Lin looked at Luo Shixin with a smile on his face. Luo Shixin glanced at Yang Guang and continued. I still want him. Last time Wan Duier said to give him to me, but in the end he gave it to my 3 old ladies. It's a lie. Luo Shixin pursed his lips, pointed at Yuenawa and remained silent. He obviously remembered Yang Guang's unkindness before. Yang Guang also lost his temper when he was resented by Luo Shixin's words. And Yuenawa at the side saw Luo Shixin pointing at himself. Immediately, his face became ugly as if he had eaten shit. Ha ha ha, that's a person. People can't be regarded as rewards. How about a different request? Why don't I give each of you a BMW? Yang Lin stroked his beard and said to the 3 with smiles. Really? Can your horse be pinched? If so, we won't want it. When Li Yuanba heard this, he immediately regained his spirits. You'll know if you try it? Someone, go and bring my 3 BMWs to the 3 generals. With a big wave of his hand, Yang Lin ordered people to fetch horses from his army. After a while, someone led the 3 horses back to the dragon boat. I saw that 2 of the 3 horses were BMWs at first glance. The fur is shiny, the physique is strong, and the figure is well proportioned. At first glance, it is a first-class horse. But there was only one black skinny horse, which was not round at all. There is still a bit of disdain and cynicism in the eyes. Moreover, the mane on the back of its neck is also very long, and it has been thrown in front of the horse's head. From a distance, it looked as if the mangy horse had lost its middle part. These 3 horses are all good horses in my collection. The white horse is called Zhouye Jade Lion. Produced in the western regions, it is the best of the best. That pure black horse, like black satin all over its body, shines brightly, only the 4 hooves of the horse are as white as snow, so it is called Kicking Snow Wuzhou. It is a famous horse born in Dewan. A rare BMW horse. And in the end, this horse was inconspicuous, none of the old man's 13 imperial guards could subdue this horse. Because his ribs are long dead, a complete bone plate, the old man named him Single Rib Lai Qilin. You 3 should each choose one. Yang Lin introduced each of the 3 BMWs, and then indicated to the 3 of them to choose by themselves. Xiao Ruoyu was not in a hurry, but let Luo Shixin and Li Yuanba choose first. Li Yuanba fell in love with that one-sided Lai Qilin at first sight. A Gaoer jumped on the horse. The horse's temper exploded, and Li Yuanba ran up behind it, and it began to kick continuously trying to throw Li Yuanba off. Li Yuanba tried his best to control his balance, trying to tame this fierce horse. One person and one horse tossed for a long time, and finally Li Yuanba had a fit of madness. He threw the lame horse to the ground, and he was beaten wildly when he rode on it. 3 times, 5 divisions and 2 divisions, this horse is actually so obedient, and Luo Shixin took a fancy to the black steed treading Snow Wuzhou. This horse was extremely docile, and when Luo Shixin got on the horse, he just snorted twice and shook his head twice, but he didn't show anything. And these 2 horses really did not feel ashamed of the word BMW in Yang Lin's mouth. No matter how Li Yuanba and Luo Shixin get caught up, nothing will happen. Brother, this horse is good, it won't kill you. He. Li Yuanba giggled, his face full of happiness. Hey, I also have a horse. It's still a horse that can't be killed. Luo Shixin was also grinning silly. Xiao Ruoyu turned to look at the remaining Zhaoyu lion. Slowly walking up to the horse, he stretched out his hand and touched the horse's head. I saw that the Zhouye Jade Lion actually took the initiative to rub against Xiao Ruoyu's hand. The performance is extremely intimacy. Chapter 20. The next morning, Yang Lin led the army to lay out the chariots and horses. Signing Mountain's anti-kings also lined up and waited. Immediately, the 2 armies opened up, and the chariots and horses were clearly distinguished. Xiao Ruoyu, Luo Shixin, Li Yuanba, and Yuan, who had awakened, all got off the dragon boat and rode their horses to the front of the army. "Hey! Who dares to fight your grandpa Luo for rounds?" Luo Shixin was shocked, and the panlong stick in his hand was the first to call out. "Ha ha ha, where did the unknown come from? Let's see how your grandpa Xiong captured you." I saw Xiong Kuai, who was also holding a cooked copper stick on the opposite side, leaped out and rushed towards Luo Shixin. When Luo Shixin saw Xiong Kuai going into battle, he pinched the horse's belly with both legs, and ran up to meet Xiong Kuai. The two lifted their sticks at the same time and handed over with a clang. Winky face. What the hell? This fight. Xiong Kuai was startled. Out of nowhere, this little fat man is even more difficult than Yu Wencheng. Xiong Kuai was obviously weaker than Luo Shixin at this time. Seeing that he couldn't beat him, Xiong Kuai went the same way again. "I'm in a hurry to urinate. Little fat man, I'll hit you after I finish peeing." After speaking, he turned his head and rode his horse to flee. Omega, when Luo Shixin saw Xiong Kuai escaped, what could he do? He finally met someone who could fight him, and I can let you run away? After thinking about it, he hurriedly chased him away. At this time, Pei Yuanqing came to welcome the horse, missed Xiong Kuai's hammer, and rushed to smash Luo Shixin. Luo Shixin hastily raised his panlong stick. "Good guy. Besides my senior brother and my third junior brother, you are the strongest." Luo Shixin was a little caught off guard by Pei Yuanqing's hammer, but he was carried by Luo Shixin with brute strength. "You're not bad." Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals either/phoneme. Pei Yuanqing also yelled and enjoyed it. "Second senior brother, let me do the one with the hammer." At this time Li Yuanba leaped out, straddled Luo Shixin and rushed towards Pei Yuanqing. Li Yuanba raised his hammer and smashed it. But seeing Li Yuanba's sledgehammer was terrifying. It was the first time that Pei Yuanqing saw such a big pair of sledgehammers. At this time, Pei Yuanqing was also terrified. He didn't know if he could hold the hammer down. But the sledgehammer is already in front of him, and he has to touch it if he doesn't touch it. If you think about it, put the double hammers together and shout Wanama. Boom, a loud bang. Double hammers intersect. I saw Pei Yuanqing sitting down on his warhorse and Shi Lulu kept retreating. Li Yuanba swung the second hammer and struck again. Pei Yuanqing fought for the second time and shouted, "Good guy." The horse under the crotch retreated again and again. When Li Yuanba gained power, he was relentless, and he hit him with another blow. Pei Yuanqing put on the pose of the overlord holding the tripod again. Boom, it fell with a hammer. Blood was bleeding from the corner of Pei Yuanqing's mouth, and his jaws burst open. Ouch, my mother! The front hooves of the warhorse under his crotch couldn't bear the strain, so he knelt down and threw Pei Yuanqing far away. "Ha, good brother, apart from my two senior brothers, there is no one in the world who can take me with one hammer. If you can connect with me with 3 hammers, you are considered a hero. Please forgive me." Li Yuanba lifted his hammers and carried them on his shoulders, looked at Pei Yuanqing on the ground and smiled. At this time, Luo Shixin, who was chasing Xiong Kuai, had already fought with Wu Yunzhou and Wu Tianxi, who came to meet Xiong Kuai. The 3 surrounded Luo Shixin, and Luo Shixin swiped left and right with a coiling dragon stick. Annoyed by them, he clasped his arms and made a whoosh. The coiling dragon cudgel hit the 3 men's weapons in an instant. Just heard a loud bang. The mouths of the 3 were shattered, and Luo Shixin swept all their weapons off their horses with a single stick. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 3 turned their heads and fled back to the formation. Luo Shixin and Li Yuanba became so mad that they just ignored them and rushed into the enemy's formation. Seeing the bravery of the 2 at the rear, Yang Lin waved his hands and ordered the soldiers to attack and kill them. Since then, the 2 armies officially fought fiercely on the spot. I saw Luo Shixin and Li Yuanba sweeping with single sticks and double hammers. Corpses were scattered all over the field, and blood flowed like rivers. It is true that you will die when you knock, and you will die when you touch it. Seeing this scene, our morale was greatly boosted.
Seeing the bravery of the two, all the anti-kings ran away with their lives. The rise of duo killing. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme. One hammer will sweep down a group, and one stick will kill a group. Surrounding the two of them, figures were flying all over the sky, and blood seemed to cover the sky as if they didn't want money, dyeing everything around them bloody. In this fierce and abnormal situation, Xiao Ruoyu, who hadn't made a move all this time, sneaked up to Yu Wenqing's side. Omega, hi bro. Xiao Ruoyu greeted Yu Wenqing cordially. What? Yu Wenqing turned his head and looked at Xiao Ruoyu in a daze. Xiao Ruoyu raised his spear and stabbed. What are you going to do? Yu Wenqing hastily raised the gilt boring to block the stabbing spear. Did you? Xiao Ruoyu spit out 3 words lightly, and stabbed the overlord spear in his hand again. With a sound of clang, the two men fought hand to hand. Death to me. Xiao Ruoyu took back the overlord spear and smashed it down. Yu Wenqing once again caught Xiao Ruoyu's spear with the gilt boring. When the two were fighting each other, they also missed each other while sitting on their horses. I saw the moment when Xiao Ruoyu's Zheya Jade Lion intersected with the red charcoal fire dragon horse under Xiao Ruoyu's crotch. A back leg lift. With a poof, it kicked the Chitan fire dragon horse's hind legs. This kick kicked the red charcoal fire dragon horse trembling. Sitting on the horse, Yu Wenqing also clearly felt that the Huolongju's hind leg was injured. Xiao Ruoyu hit the horse and turned his head, the long spear in his hand turned into dots of white light, aiming at Yu Wenqing and stabbing at him quickly. I saw Yu Wenqing retreating while blocking, barely parrying Xiao Ruoyu's offensive. Suddenly, the red charcoal fire dragon horse gave a soft heel and almost fell to the ground. Xiao Ruoyu seized the opportunity to raise his gun and give it away. It directly pierced Yu Wenqing's neck, and as Xiao Ruoyu raised his spear, he lifted Yu Wenqing from the horse and threw it to the ground. Go at ease, your father will be taken care of by my master. Xiao Ruoyu drew back the overlord spear, left a word coolly, turned around and rode away. Only Yu Wenqing, who was lying on the ground and didn't know what happened, was left. Hey, what are you doing? What's wrong? My neck hurts. Ho ho ho. Since then, a generation of fierce General Yu Wenqing die, mission completed. Xiao Ruoyu wiped the overlord spear in his hand and stood on the spot. In the chaotic battlefield around, no one dared to approach Xiao Ruoyu at all. You killed the Hangyang invincible General Tianbao, Yu Wenqing. The selected person completes the main mission, kill Hangyang invincible General Tianbao, Yu Wenqing. Main quest difficulty LV-6, world difficulty LV-6. The hunter will return to the main god space within 10 seconds, please prepare for the chosen one. 128910. Xiao Ruoyu only felt his eyes go dark. When he regained his vision again, he had already appeared in a ward. The return is successful, the selected person returns to the exclusive room, which is privately owned by the selected person, and no one can enter unless the selected person allows it. The selected ones return to the main god space, complete the trial mission, are eligible to enter the main god space, and start to settle the task rewards. Mission World, Heroes of the Sui and Tang Dynasties. Difficulty, LV-6, Hell difficulty, main task, kill Yu Wenqing. Side quests, none. Overall rating, IS, score, E to S+, overall rating is based on performance in the world. Since the world level is higher than the selected level LV-6, it is Hell level difficulty, and the rewards are doubled. Settlement in progress. Settlement completed. Rewards, attribute points x4, because the selected person's intelligence attribute is abnormal, it is recommended to increase the intelligence attribute first, 30,000 main god coins, the selected person's level +1, currently LV2, overlord gun x1, because the task level is S level, special item rewards. After the settlement is completed, the reward has been stored in the chest brand of the selected person, please check it yourself. Xiao Ruoyu opened the spear-like mark in the void to check. Attribute points? This thing. What if I don't have intelligence points? Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand and touched his chin with a pensive expression. Thought here. Xiao Ruoyu directly added attribute points to luck. Xiao Ruoyu opened his personal information.
Chosen by Xiao Ruoyu, number 0213, level, LV2, 1 stage, every 10 levels is 1 stage, there is no attribute bonus for leveling up, and it is only related to the host's participation in the world difficulty and task difficulty. Health, 100%, changes according to injury, internal force value, 20, intelligence x 10, current recovery speed, 4 points per hour. Strength, 23, related to attack power and weight, dexterity, sex, movement, attack speed related, stamina, 10, related to health, defense, and resistance to abnormal states, intelligence, 2, inner strength, skill damage, perception related, charisma, 2, social, summoning, etc. Lucky, 4, related to lottery, forging, etc., rare attributes, note, adult male standard familiarity is 5 points, lucky 1 point. Physical talent, natural power, personal information is for reference only, and has nothing to do with the host's real combat power. The attribute value can affect the host's physical fitness, but there are many factors that can affect the battle. The host should be cautious. Natural power, with the acquired exercise and training of the chosen one, it will continue to increase. This talent alone world can increase up to 10 points. After returning, Xiao Ruoyu's strength attribute increased not to be terrifying, but it also affected his physical strength and skyrocketed for a while. From the original 5 points to 10 points. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, obviously feeling that his strength had increased again. Then he ran and jumped a few times in place, and his explosive power, speed, and strength all increased. The sudden addition of so many attributes also made him temporarily unable to perfectly control his body. These require him to get used to and adapt through fighting in a certain amount of time. After Xiao Ruoyu got used to his body for a while, he stood up and opened the door, and walked out of the room. There was only a loud noise.
The appearance of the main god's space finally appeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu's eyes.
The streets extend in all directions, and buildings stand on both sides of the streets. Xiao Ruoyu looked up at the sky.
A layer of photomask envelopes the entire space like a pot lid.
The ground under his feet is a rubber-like substance, soft and flat. There are also stop signs on the side of each road, indicating the direction and destination.
Trading floor. Information hall. Practice field. Arena. Equipment reinforcement hall. And many more. Pedestrians are in a hurry on the street, crowded with people.
There are also various costumes, including ancient costumes, Republic of China, modern times, armor and Confucian robes. However, everyone wears a mask on their face, and the masks are also strange.
Some people have beasts, evil spirits, and nightshades. People can't see the other person's face clearly.
What Xiao Ruoyu didn't know was that he was also wearing a mask on his face at this time, which looked like Peppa Pig.
This is also the protection mechanism of the main god space for everyone.
Of course, you can also choose not to wear a mask, and the main god will not interfere. But those who dare to do this are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme xiaobai who doesn't understand anything, or a perverted boss who no one dares to provoke.
Hey, bro, are you new? Need information?
At this time, a person wearing an Ultraman mask came over and said to Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu turned to look at him without saying a word.
Brother, how about as long as 10 main god coins? Altman was still chattering. How'd he give you?
Xiao Ruoyu tilted his head to look at Altman and then asked.
Here, it's the same as the POS machine, you just need to put your hand on it.
Altman took out a machine and put it in Xiao Ruoyu's hands. Then as Xiao Ruoyu put his hand on the machine, a prompt appeared. The selected person 0213 is not required to pay 10 main god coins, please confirm.
After Xiao Ruoyu chose to confirm, the prompt sound appeared again.
The selected person 0213 successfully paid 10 main god coins, and the remaining main god coins are 29,990 main god coins.
It's in the account, brother, are you not afraid that I will lie to you?
Xiao Ruoyu's overlord spear instantly appeared in his hand, and he looked at Ultraman calmly. Cheat me, go in through the mouth, and the chrysanthemum comes out.
Winky face. Altman took a step back subconsciously.
Brother, in the main god space, except for the arena, it is not allowed to attack each other.
This is our rest point every time we return from the mission world. It is absolutely safe. Altman spoke as if thinking of something.
Oh? It's okay, I believe, sooner or later I will meet you in the mission world, and then I will give you some meat, so I can see through my eyes. Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about being cheated or not at all, she was persistent in letting Ultraman breathe.
Well, I didn't lie to you, I just reminded you. Xiao Ruoyu's calm gaze made Altman feel chills behind him. This guy is definitely a freak, he must have killed a lot. Okay, I was just joking. Here, this is the notarized information of the main god space, it is absolutely genuine, everything you need to know is on it. Here is all the information that the main god space can be known. I will go first. Gone.
Altman took out a piece of parchment and handed it to Xiao Ruoyu, then turned his head and disappeared into the crowd.
Xiao Ruoyu looked at the parchment in his hand and silently checked it. Following Xiao Ruoyu's inspection, he also understood a little about the situation in the main god space.
The scope of the main god space is very large. There is no specific statistics on the population that exists here, but it is probably around 10 people. And the population fluctuates greatly, because when the contractor completes the task, the chance of death is very high.
Here, Xiao Ruoyu noticed a word, contractor.
And I was clearly told by the main god that I was the chosen one, so there might be some secrets in it.
Xiao Ruoyu continued to look down.
After the contractor enters the mission world, the mortality rate can reach 90% in the first mission, 80% in the second world, and 60% in the third. And it's all multiplayer missions. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu also had great doubts in his heart. His previous mission was only for one person, and there was no phenomenon that many people participated at the same time. And the death rate is really terribly high. But Xiao Ruoyu didn't care, and continued to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme. In the main god space, all the shops are set up by the main god paradise.
It was the trading hall that Xiao Ruoyu saw on the side of the road before.
These places are places where contractors are provided with news transactions, item transactions, or some other needs on a daily basis. After completing a mission, the contractor can stay in the main god space for 3 days as a buffer.
After 3 days, you will return to the real world and take a week off in the real world. Enter the next mission world in a week.
After Xiao Ruoyu finished reading it, he casually put the parchment into his portable space, and walked towards the training ground. Walking on the road of the main god space, Xiao Ruoyu found that he was actually very suitable for this place, and he liked it very much. The people here are very similar to the people in the second courtyard. Everyone is the truest self, there is no need to hide, tear off the most hypocritical masks of human beings, and restore the truest self, greedy, evil, or pathological. Although this exposes the ugliness of the human heart more nakedly, it is simpler. Here, don't trust anyone except yourself. Xiao Ruoyu is intermittently severely mentally ill, but he is not a fool.
He actually understands some things.
Here, grudges are life and death.
In the arena of the arena, there will be life and death situations every day.
This is normal in the space of the main god.
Xiao Ruoyu walked slowly on the road.
After a while, they came to the door of the practice field. Stepping in, Xiao Ruoyu only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and entered a separate room. Welcome to the practice field, please use 100 main god coins to activate the function.
Xiao Ruoyu simply paid.
A message instantly flashed on the screen in front of him. Welcome to the practice function of the driving range, please select the type.
Actual combat mirroring.
Xiao Ruoyu thought about it, and chose the mirror function. 3 options appeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu: primary mirror image, 100 main god coins per hour, intermediate mirror image, 1000 main god coins per hour, advanced mirror image, 10,000 main god coins per hour. Xiao Ruoyu thought about it, and chose the intermediate mirror image. After all, it was the first time he used this function, so he had to try the water first. Xiao Ruoyu decisively paid 1000 main god coins and used the intermediate mirror function for 1 hour. In an instant, a handsome young man in iron armor and holding a spear appeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu. And the surrounding environment has also turned into a martial arts arena. Mirror image summoned, character, Yang Zixing, strength has been upgraded to the same level as the user.
Good at, Yang family spear.
Deeds, leading 100 riders in a bloody battle with the golden soldiers on the Shaoxing Bridge, beheading more than golden soldiers, one shot at a time, more than golden generals in an hour, and then the golden soldiers shot like locusts. Yang Zixing hit everyone, just break the shaft of the arrow and continue to kill the enemy, just like a heavenly man descending into the world, with awe-inspiring power. Finally, the horse fell into the mud and died heroically. The Jin soldiers burned his body and burned more than 2 liters of iron arrows. Xiao Ruoyu didn't know about Yang Zixing at first, but after reading the deeds and descriptions, Xiao Ruoyu only had deep admiration and respect. "Hi, I'm Yang Zixing, let's start." After Yang Zixing appeared, his voice was gentle and his expression was natural. "This is actually just an imitated mirror image, not the real person." Xiao Ruoyu nodded. After all, 1,000 main god coins an hour is really not cheap. Xiao Ruoyu took out the Overlord spear and raised his posture. On the other hand, Yang Zixing looked at Xiao Ruoyu with great interest, without any movement at all, as if he didn't see Xiao Ruoyu in his eyes. Xiao Ruoyu stabbed out with a spear, going straight to Yang Zixing's throat. But what happened next surprised Xiao Ruoyu. I saw Yang Zixing gently swung the spear in his hand, and then swung away the spear that Xiao Ruoyu stabbed. Xiao Ruoyu only felt that the spear in his hand slid sideways along Yang Zixing's body uncontrollably, and Xiao Ruoyu staggered a few steps to the side because of too much force. "Your strength is terrifying. If I hadn't been promoted to the same level of strength as yours, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to dodge the shot, but your skills are wide open, and you defeat the enemy entirely by strength, which is stronger than mine. It's much worse than expected." Yang Zixing's words made Xiao Ruoyu a little distracted. The fighting power he was proud of in the Sui and Tang dynasties seemed to be worthless in his mouth. Thinking about it, he was invincible, relying entirely on his divine power. In fact, when it comes to skills or tricks, Xiao Ruoyu really has nothing to show for it. What's more, all the techniques I practice are in the army, and I pay attention to opening and closing, and I can drop 10 times on the battlefield. I have never been exposed to any traditional, systematic, organized and inherited combat skills. So what do I need to do? Xiao Ruoyu asked simply. Your strength is a talent that others don't have. This is your advantage. What you lack is just tempering and learning. So, how do you view the weapon in your hand? Yang Zixing looked at the spear in his hand gently, and asked Xiao Ruoyu without looking back. Weapon. A tool for killing people. Xiao Ruoyu blurted out without thinking. Those who practice weapons must first turn the weapon in their hands into an extension of their own limbs, such as an arm drive, so that they can be handy in battle, and they can also do many things that others cannot. Yang Zixing's words made Xiao Ruoyu very confused. He didn't understand why a gun could become an extension of his body. Now, I will teach you how to feel the weapon in your hand, and use your heart and body to feel his sense of holding and existence. Yang Zixing gave Xiao Ruoyu detailed instructions, and at the same time told Xiao Ruoyu some experiences and insights. As time passed by every minute and every second, Xiao Ruoyu was completely immersed in this miraculous practice. The word cultivation is too important to Xiao Ruoyu. The theory he had insisted on for so many years was confirmed after entering the main god space. So he puts extra effort into cultivation. What should be taught to you, I have already taught you. The rest is to practice constantly, turning all your main conscious actions into subconscious actions. Before your brain responds, your body, the most correct action has been made in the first time. This is a process of practice makes perfect. Everything depends on your body memory and muscle memory, as well as the accumulation of experience in actual combat. Well, the time is up. I hope we can see you again. Yang Zixing is very satisfied with Xiao Ruoyu's attitude and talent. Xiao Ruoyu's fighting talent and cultivation talent are both very good, but after some guidance and teaching by himself, he has understood his accumulated experience over the years. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was still immersed in continuous practice. Once, twice, countless times he stabbed out the Overlord spear in his hand. He didn't even notice when Yang Zixing disappeared. Xiao Ruoyu was completely immersed in his own world at this time. Under the guidance of the old Taoist Ziyang, he still knew some spear skills, but the old Taoist priests have always been helping them to strengthen their bodies and refine their foundations. He didn't really teach them any combat skills, and the Overlord's marksmanship that he had taught him before was only a method suitable for fighting on the battlefield. The little Overlord's son Bofu was exceptionally brave back then, but it was also because of his years of fighting in the battlefield, the accumulation of time and experience that made him brave. As a result, his comprehension of guns and moves far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he gradually evolved a set of marksmanship unique to him from fighting on the battlefield.
To put it bluntly, it still depends on time and actual combat to hone it. Practice makes perfect.
These 4 words are easy to say, but difficult to do. For example, Xiao Ruoyu's spear is 1 foot 3 feet 8 inches long and weighs 160 pounds. At what distance and at what angle can Xiao Ruoyu make the strongest and most precise attack? It's like when you reach for an object, you know you can get it without thinking ahead, because your hand is something you were born with, and you use it every day in your life, which also causes you not to use it. Judgment, you can directly press your fingers to a very small point precisely. But if it is replaced by a long gun, most people may not be able to hit it accurately in an instant, and it is still under the condition that the brain does not deliberately think about it. This requires constant familiarization and practice to achieve. Wanting to reach the level of being driven by arms is not something that can be achieved overnight. Xiao Ruoyu woke up from the state of ecstasy at this time, and he clearly felt that the spear in his hand was completely different from before. This gun is different from before. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes lit up, and just 1,000 main god coins increased his strength a lot. Xiao Ruoyu felt that he had begun to like the mirror image function of this training ground. Xiao Ruoyu looked at the balance of the main god coins, and there were 28,890 main god coins left. Quick, summon Yang Zixing again. Now Xiao Ruoyu doesn't care at all whether the main god coin is the main god coin or not. It is not possible to specify to summon a mirror image of a character. The selected person's privilege is on, please choose the summoning time. Xiao Ruoyu grinned loudly, the chosen one was indeed different from the contracted one. Omega, Network Administrator, here, open. Package. Accommodation. Yang Zixing is in the process of mirror image summoning. If the summoning is successful, 12,000 main god coins will be deducted. Yang Zixing has been summoned for 12 hours, and the remaining main god coins are 16890. With a hazy white beam of light flickering, Yang Zixing appeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu again. We meet again. What I told you before, I think you have already made a deep impression. Then the next step, let's start the actual battle. Yang Zixing seems to have his own unique memory, he still remembers Xiao Ruoyu. Now Xiao Ruoyu understood why Yang Zixing could not be summoned before. It turns out that in the main god space, the mirror image actually has its own memory. But for Xiao Ruoyu who has privileges, this is a great thing. I saw Yang Zixing took out his weapon. An iron gun. And as Yang Zixing started with the iron gun, Xiao Ruoyu felt his aura completely changed in an instant. Terror. A sense of crisis. And death threat. Where Xiao Ruoyu grew rapidly under Yang Zixing's guidance. Originally, Xiao Ruoyu's physical fitness was abnormal, and Yang Zixing deliberately cooperated with Xiao Ruoyu. As a result, Xiao Ruoyu was like a dry sponge, quickly absorbing all the skills that could be absorbed. And Yang Zixing is a mirror image, and Xiao Ruoyu is a guy with a terrifying physique. During these 12 hours, Xiao Ruoyu took 5 breaks. Although Xiao Ruoyu's physique is strong, there are limits. But the rest time was not wasted. Every time Xiao Ruoyu rested, Yang Zixing would explain to Xiao Ruoyu the shortcomings in the previous battle. At this time, Yang Zixing didn't hide anything. It may be because he is currently in the mirror image, he has no secrets at all, and he has taught Xiao Ruoyu everything he knows. It's time, see you later. Yang Zixing slowly disappeared again. Although Xiao Ruoyu still wanted to summon him again, the 12 hours of practice really made him exhausted. Not only physical fatigue, but also mental fatigue. Yang's gun? It's really different. Xiao Ruoyu recalled the set of marksmanship that Yang Zixing taught him. Yang's gun. This is a true set of marksmanship with both skill and strength. After Xiao Ruoyu adjusted his state, he resolutely quit the training ground and returned to his exclusive space to rest. And for the next 2 days, Xiao Ruoyu didn't waste it in vain, going back and forth between the training ground and the rest space. During these 2 days, he summoned Yang Zixing again, and it was also 12 hours. And as a price, Xiao Ruoyu has completely grasped the essence of the young family gun at this time.
What is lacking is only the accumulation of experience and some key points that can be experienced in real fighting. In the blink of an eye,
Xiao Ruoyu has been in the main god space for 3 days.
And the reminder from the main god space also came as promised.
The stay time of the selected person has reached the maximum limit. Please prepare to return to the real world. After the return, please remember that the selected ones must remember that one.
Do not reveal the existence of the main god space.
2. After returning to reality, the digitalized body of the selected person will recover the real physique for a short time, and cannot use space equipment and skills, except for personal attributes and learned exercises.
Recover after returning to the main god space. Hey, what's the difference between the chosen one and the contractor? I know you can hear me, don't pretend you can't hear me.
Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about the warnings and notices issued by the Lord God space. Instead, he sat quietly on the bed and waited for the Lord God's reply.
Long silence.
The difference between the chosen one and the contractor is that the contractor is forcibly selected by the main god space and cannot resist, while the chosen one is forcibly placed in the main god space by a higher existence. The main god cannot refuse, and the chosen one enjoys part of the privileges. Specific privileges you still need to explore by yourself, but you also need to pay a price while enjoying the privileges. That is, in the next task, you will be responsible for helping the main god to eliminate some contractors who violated the space treaty of the main god. The specific matters are next. You will be notified before the world mission. Please be prepared to return.
Really? A higher, irresistible being. What?
Little turtle, if you want to give your father and me privileges, you can give it to me, but I'm too embarrassed to say so. Forget it, Papa cooperates with you.
Okay, I understand, Papa loves you.
The return to the real world has begun, please get ready.
Teleportation starts, target, the real world.
A familiar sense of teleportation. When Xiao Ruoyu opened his eyes again, he felt that he was in a very small place at this time, and the temperature here was also very low. Xiao Ruoyu managed to break free from here, only then did he realize where he was.
Morgue. Freezing temperatures. Rows of cabinets are filled with cabinets.
Xiao Ruoyu knew that he should have been in this cabinet before.
I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Have I been visited by many people? I have to ask them to make up the ticket. Xiao Ruoyu was a little annoyed when he saw how naked he was.
The most urgent thing is to find some clothes to put on, otherwise people will have to look at them all. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu kicked open the door of the morgue and walked out.
Boom!
The door flew out. The doctor in the duty room trembled from the sudden noise.
What's going on? What's the sound? A female doctor in a white coat was clearly frightened. It should be that the family members of the patient accidentally knocked over something?
A male doctor next to him said disapprovingly.
Very coincidentally.
These two were the two doctors who rescued Xiao Ruoyu at that time.
There was another sound of footsteps.
No, this is the sound coming from the direction of the morgue. The female doctor's face was pale, and her words had become incomplete because of fear.
It's late at night, don't be scary, it won't be so evil, will it?
The male doctor was also frightened by her appearance. Although he still didn't believe it, he already had fear in his heart. As the footsteps get closer, the two of them had already hid in the corner of the duty room, not daring to make a sound. Clatter, 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 sudden. The doorknob of the duty room was turned from the outside.
What?
A high-pitched scream came from the duty room.
Sigma, a Xiao Ruoyu was also taken aback.
He's just looking for someone to ask for a suit of clothes. What's the situation?
Why are you howling in the middle of the night?
Xiao Ruoyu, who was frightened, immediately let go of the hand that was twisted on the doorknob, and walked towards the next duty room.
Listening to the sound of footsteps gradually going away,
the two people in the duty room bravely opened the door and looked out.
I saw Xiao Ruoyu walking blindly in the corridor on the first floor of the hospital.
He walked very slowly, and at the same time kept looking at the rooms on both sides slowly.
After seeing this scene, the female doctor rolled her eyes instantly and passed out.
The male doctor at the side also turned pale with fright at this time, trembling uncontrollably. But he still stretched out a hand to cover his mouth, not daring to make any sound. Because they all saw the sign hanging on Xiao Ruoyu's wrist. That is a sign that only the dead will be hung, so that the hospital staff can distinguish the dead. When Xiao Ruoyu reached the second duty room, he naturally opened the door of the duty room. There was only one female doctor dozing off on the table. Xiao Ruoyu walked in casually, tore off a white coat from the hanger and put it on. Then he casually walked out of the duty room. Straight out of the hospital, disappeared into the vast night than my mental illness in the dark night. Xiao Ruoyu ran down the road wearing a white coat with a vacuum inside. Because this white coat is obviously a lady's. So Xiao Ruoyu could only barely put on 2 sleeves, but the button on his chest could not be fastened. Then, a miraculous scene happened. I saw a naked man wearing a white windbreaker running in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. Because the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme is too noisy tonight. Fluttering the white coat and making noise in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. At this time, a car just passed by Xiao Ruoyu. The driver was a girl with long hair. She looked at Xiao Ruoyu's figure and the exposed white buttocks in a daze. With the sound of music in the car, she seemed to see the man's lost youth. Running with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and freedom is the direction chasing the power of thunder and lightning. Xiao Ruoyu ran all the way through the mountains and ridges, and finally ran back outside the wall of the second courtyard. He picked up a clod, aimed at the window of his former ward, and threw it over. With a sound of dang, it hit precisely, leaving a khaki mark on the glass. Soon, Sun Daji's face appeared on the window. Since Xiao Ruoyu was declared dead, he lived in this ward by himself. Sun Daji was sleeping soundly. A sudden noise woke him up. He went to the window and looked out. I saw the pure white moonlight shining down, rendering everything in sight white. A naked pervert wearing a white coat was standing outside the wall of the second courtyard. The moat outside the wall isolated this dangerous man from the wall, and it was considered safe for the time being. Sun Daji stared at the exhibitionist suspiciously, and the exhibitionist also made a move at this moment. Seeing Sun Daji standing behind the window, Xiao Ruoyu also wanted to communicate with him, but he didn't dare to shout out, so he could only express himself with body language. Xiao Ruoyu pointed at Sun Daji, then at the sky, then at the wall, then at himself, and then made an OK gesture. It means, look, it's getting dark, can you climb over the wall and come out to find me, okay? But in Sun Daji's eyes, it was a different scene. Sun Daji saw the exposed man pointing to himself, then to the sky, then to the wall, and finally the pervert pointed to himself, and finally made an OK sign. This is clearly telling myself, you wait, it's getting dark, I'll climb over the wall and go in to play with you right away, you wait for me, okay? Sun Daji almost cried in fright. He stared straight at the perverted man without daring to make any moves. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was a little helpless. Seeing that Sun Daji didn't respond, he thought it might be because Sun Daji didn't understand. So he waved his hands at Sun Daji again, then pointed to Sun Daji, then pointed to the wall, then pointed to the moat outside the wall and made a swimming motion, then pointed to himself, and then putting his hands around his waist again, he straightened his hips. Meaning, can you see it? You, come out over the wall, then swim over, find me, we can escape from here, oi. But Sun Daji was almost crying with fright at this time. I saw the perverted man outside the wall waving his hand at me, then pointing at the wall, then pointing at the moat river and making a swimming motion, and finally the perverted pointing at the perverted man, the man himself, then retracted his hands and shrugged his hips. It means, you don't have to come out, you wait for me, climb over the wall in a while, swim over, I will kill you to death. My mother. Help. It's disgusting. He's going to kill me. Sun Daji burst into tears when he saw this. Wow. Then he turned and ran, shouting loudly. For an instant, the entire second courtyard is brightly lit. All lights are turned on. All the doctors on duty were dispatched, and they chased after Sun Daji, who was running wildly. Sun Daji. Stop.
The doctors rushed towards Sun Daji. But who knew, Sun Daji didn't want to run away at all. He cried and hugged these doctors as if he sought his relatives and didn't let go. What's the matter? Sun Daji, you don't sleep in the middle of the night, what are you doing? Dr. Zhang asked Sun Daji sharply. Whoa, come in and fuck me to death. Ah, my god, this is scarier than mental illness, Sun Daji burst into tears, crying terribly. The doctors all looked at each other after hearing Sun Daji's words. What's going on? Exhibitionist? Psychopath? Mentally ill? Look at him, I'll go and see. Dr. Zhang got up and said something to the other doctors, then ran towards Sun Daji's ward. After Dr. Zhang entered the ward, he went straight to the window and checked. Really? There were marks from being hit by clods of earth on the windows. Dr. Zhang looked out the window. Where is there any trace of a perverted exhibitionist? But although Sun Daji was mentally ill, he wouldn't scare himself in the middle of the night, not to mention the traces on the window were real. Moreover, Sun Daji's condition has improved a lot recently, otherwise he wouldn't have opened the welded window again. So Sun Daji will not lie, that is to say, all this is true. At this time, Dr. Zhang also felt that Sun Daji was trustworthy. But think of the scene described by Sun Daji. Dr. Zhang also shivered involuntarily. The picture is so beautiful, so frightening. So Dr. Zhang immediately left the ward, and went back to the corridor to tell Sun Daji again. Daji, it's all right. That person ran away. Go back to sleep later and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the curtains. Don't worry about any noises. I'll contact the security department immediately and go out to patrol. We must catch this pervert. When Sun Daji heard Dr. Zhang's assurance, he also stopped crying for a while. Well, that doctor, I'm going back to sleep, I'm applying for a patient to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme with me, I'm so insane, I want to attack my mental illness, I want to fuck me to death. At this point, Sun Daji twitched again. Okay, darling, go back, be obedient, I'll check the monitoring right now. Dr. Zhang patted Sun Daji on the back to comfort him. Xiao Ruoyu, who saw all the lights turned on, ran away immediately. After all, he is already dead now. And I don't want to go back to the second hospital phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. If he disappears, appears, and disappears in the second courtyard from time to time. Shuttling back and forth between the main god space and the real world. I'm afraid it doesn't have to be sliced myself. Even the Lord God dimension will destroy itself directly. After all, the space of the Lord God is not allowed to be leaked. As Sun Daji went back to his room to rest, the second hospital fell silent again. This time Xiao Ruoyu did not choose to communicate with Sun Daji again. After all, if the scene just now happened again, Sun Daji would probably go crazy with fright. Just now. Cleanup task: detect that there are contractors who violate the space treaty of the main god within 300 meters to the east of the selected person. Please clear the selected person as soon as possible. After clearing, rewards will be issued according to the performance of the selected person. 359:593:59:57 Xiao Ruoyu was shocked. Under what circumstances, the contractor who violated the main god's contract? Virus? I now belong to antivirus software? Forget it. Xiao Ruoyu didn't continue to think about it, but followed the main god's prompt to search for the trace of the defaulter. Boom! A gunshot sounded, accompanied by a burst of maniacal laughter, resounding all around. Ha ha, now I know I'm afraid? Ha ha ha, this time I escaped death and survived to take revenge on you. Do you know why I came back to life after death? It's because I want to take revenge on you. Ha ha ha. I saw a young man with yellow hair and earrings shouting wantonly in front of a residential building near the second courtyard. Su Tingting, I will give you one last chance today. If you don't agree to come with me, I will kill your parents. You should die, Zhang Wei. Even if I die, I will not marry you, a piece of trash, scum, pervert. A pretty girl with long hair stood in front of the two middle-aged men. Her face was pale and frightened,
but her footsteps did not move at all. Back when I fell in love with you, your immortal father obstructed in every possible way, otherwise our children would have gone to elementary school now. I have to take you away today, and I will kill whoever stops me. Jesus can't keep him, I said. The yellow-haired man roared hysterically, venting, and at the same time as he spoke, a flame burst out from his right hand. The bullet hit the girl's feet, punching a bullet hole in the ground, and the falling stone chips flew past the girl's leg, wiping out wounds one after another. Xiao Ruoyu hid aside and understood the situation. This yellow-haired boy is probably also the contractor who returns after the end of the first world. I don't know which world he was sent to, but he survived by luck. After getting the gun, he came back to seek revenge from his ex-girlfriend's family. Saying, "Is this person mentally handicapped? Psychiatric, do you think you are invincible if you have a gun?" Xiao Ruoyu lowered his head and looked at the surrounding ground, picked up a brick, then closed one eye, and aimed at the yellow hair. "Let's go!" Bricks flew out. With a bang, it hit the target accurately. Perfect. The moment brick hit the back of Huang Mao's head, Huang Mao rolled his eyes and fell directly to the ground. In the night, Xiao Ruoyu walked out of the darkness, naked inside, wearing a white coat. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the back of the yellow hare's neck on the ground, carried it on his shoulder, then turned and left again. During this process, there was no sound. Everyone stared at Xiao Ruoyu's white buttocks for a long time without saying a word. A gust of cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blew by, rolling up the white coat behind Xiao Ruoyu, exposing Xiao Ruoyu's majestic white buttocks. I seem to have seen him before. The girl guarding in front of her parents looked at Xiao Ruoyu's leading figure and murmured. Running with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and freedom is the direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning. A BGM that seemed to only resound in the girl's mind sounded leisurely at this time. Just find a place where no one is there. Xiao Ruoyu first took off all Huang Mao's clothes and put them on himself. Then he opened his bow left and right, and gave a big mouth. Woke Huang Mao from his coma. "Ah, my face," hiss, "it hurts so much." "Stop yelling, I ask," "You answer. If you make a mistake, your head will be screwed off." Xiao Ruoyu looked at Huang Mao with his face phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to his. "Brother, what are you doing?" The yellow hare who found that his clothes had been stripped off was taken aback. Huang Mao tremblingly stretched out one hand to cover his chest, one hand to cover his buttocks, his legs curled up, clamping his own vitals, trying not to expose them to Xiao Ruoyu's sight. The main god's space came back? Xiao Ruoyu looked down at Huang Mao and asked. You too? Huang Mao was very surprised, looking at Xiao Ruoyu's face in surprise. Where did you go in the first world? Xiao Ruoyu asked again. Ancient, young, and dangerous. Huang Mao didn't dare not answer, just because Xiao Ruoyu was playing with a pistol at this moment. According to Xiao Ruoyu and Huang Mao's question and answer, Xiao Ruoyu learned about some other people's situation. Looks like it's not just the ancient world. In other words, if he is in another world in the future, he may be attacked by thermal weapons. This made Xiao Ruoyu alert immediately. Okay, I know what I should know, goodbye. Xiao Ruoyu casually placed the pistol on Huang Mao's forehead, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom! A gunshot ends the battle. The clearing task is completed, and the reward is being settled. Because the contractor has died in the real world, he appeared directly in front of the crowd without disguise after this return, resulting in the potential exposure of the main god's space threat, and the system judged and cleared it. The reward settlement is completed. Kill level LV1 contractor 97,410, get a reward of 30 cash, and get a new identity, Xiao Ruoyu, which has been rationalized, and the rewards have been issued. Suddenly, 2 more cards appeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu, floating in the air. And the body of Huang Mao, who was killed by Xiao Ruoyu, suddenly disappeared. He stretched out his hand to catch the floating card and checked it. An ID card, a bank card. The name on the ID card is still Xiao Ruoyu, but the ID number and home address have been changed. There is also a string of numbers written on the back of the bank card, which should be the password of this card. Xiao Ruoyu looked up and looked around, then scratched the back of his head. Identity card, bank card. I'm alive again? This yellow hair is not a benefit specially arranged for me by my son of the Lord God. Detect the existence of the selected person who slanders the main god, and punish him, and if the selected person leaks the existence of the main god's space without reason, he will be obliterated. At the moment when Xiao Ruoyu was cursing, the notification sounded again. Xiao Ruoyu only felt a burst of electricity rushing from his forehead to his crotch. Xiao Ruoyu shivered. And the crotch is also numb at this time, and I don't feel anything. Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about the content of the reminder at all. He quickly opened the waistband of his trousers to check. Hi, who still scared me to death. Xiao Ruoyu let out a breath, his head was already covered with fine sweat. The following few days, Xiao Ruoyu used his new identity and the money rewarded by the Lord God to rent a house, bought some sets of clothes, although I can't go back to the second courtyard. But Xiao Ruoyu still missed Sun Daji all the time. That night, Sun Daji might have been really frightened by himself. Although I don't know the exact reason. After finishing the work in hand, Xiao Ruoyu started his own practice again. The way of understanding that Yang Zixing taught him was not achieved overnight, so Xiao Ruoyu also worked extra hard. Time flies for 7 days. The new world quest has been launched, and those selected will return to the main god space within 30 seconds. Please confirm that there are no other witnesses around you. The teleportation is turned on during the return, and the teleportation is complete. Xiao Ruoyu felt the familiar dizziness come again. When the darkness in front of him disappeared and Xiao Ruoyu opened his eyes again, a familiar picture came into view. Exclusive space. The New World mission has started. Xiao Ruoyu is looking forward to it. What kind of world is the New World? But if his current combat power is not in the world of hot weapons, there should be no problem. Baba's big boy, what world is this time? Why don't you talk? The selected person is level LV2, and will be notified 10 minutes before the opening of the new world. Please wait patiently for the selected person, and the world will open an hour later. Okay, got it, let's go do our homework. Xiao Ruoyu stepped out of the private space and walked to the trading floor. Xiao Ruoyu didn't choose to wear a mask this time. After all, he has nothing to worry about now, and there is no one to implicate, so he doesn't care. Take a look, the spirit charm produced by Zombie Taoist World is absolutely top-notch. Don't miss it when you pass by. The underwear worn by Chu Runmei, an old corpse in the mountain village, is definitely valuable for collection. It is said that the original owner paid a lot of money to get it. Fuck you, it's clearly written as a flowery apron. Who the hell are you trying to deceive? On the well-planned booths, there are a wide variety of commodities. Xiao Ruoyu walked aimlessly. Suddenly a voice came over, which caught Xiao Ruoyu's attention. The pissing cow pills produced in the God of Cookery world have the effect of restoring physical strength. Everyone, come and take a look. Xiao Ruoyu stepped forward to check. I saw several recovery props on the booth. Pissing cowball's origin, God of Cookery type, restoration items, food special items, effect, after taking it, restore part of the physical strength in a short time. Sadly ecstasy rice origin, God of Cookery type, restoration items, food special items, effect, after taking it, gain 10% health recovery effect in a short time. How much are these two? Xiao Ruoyu picked, and found out these two kinds that he needed most, and actually wanted to taste them. Pissing cowball, 100 main god coins, desolate ecstasy rice, 200 main god coins, a total of 300 main god coins. Brother, restoration products are very rare. The stall owner looked at Xiao Ruoyu and gestured with 3 fingers. It's too expensive, you can buy it cheaper, and I'll buy more. After some haggling, Xiao Ruoyu purchased these props at a price of pissing cow pills, X5, ecstasy rice, X2, a total of 900 main god coins. Brother, come back alive, hope to see you next time. When Xiao Ruoyu was about to leave, the stall owner yelled at Xiao Ruoyu. Don't worry, my son doesn't want me to die. Xiao Ruoyu waved his right hand in the air, and continued walking forward without looking back. The chosen one will enter the new mission world in 10 minutes, loyal General Yang, please be prepared. With the announcement of the Lord God Paradise, Xiao Ruoyu noticed that the expressions of many people around him changed. If it is correct, the mission time of the main god space should be almost the same, and a large number of contractors enter each world at the same time. I'm going to die, but the world of the old corpse in the mountain village is over.
Who can save me? I'll give him all my belongings. Is there anyone willing to form a temporary adventure group with me? I'll give him all my belongings. A female contractor wearing a mask of a big-headed sun broke down and shouted to the surroundings. People passing by all around showed mocking eyes. In this world, no one can save you. Self-protection is a problem. Save you? It's just a dream.
Some of the mission worlds in the main god space are very scary, and the old corpse in the mountain village is one of them. There are also ghosts fighting ghosts, zombie priests, and some worlds of high martial arts, such as Feng Yun Xianxiangxia and Shushan Legend. It is said that someone once passed on the world in Shushan and happened to meet the time when the blood demon Yuquan came out of the mountain and was directly swallowed up by the monstrous sea of blood, leaving no bones left. The contractors around showed no mercy at all, and some even laughed gloatingly, without shy away from it. The law of the jungle is so prey to the strong in the main god space, no one will share the danger for you except yourself.
Unless there is a stable adventure group.
Xiao Ruoyu also noticed the adventurous group that the collapsed woman mentioned just now. Xiao Ruoyu asked the main god directly. According to the news of the main god, the adventure group exists in two forms. One is a temporary adventure group, which means a team formed temporarily by some people. In some trading squares, many people will release some recruitment information. As long as they are in the same world, they can temporarily form an adventure group to enter the world together. The permanent adventure group is a special existence. The way to establish a permanent adventure group is to register an official adventure group in the adventure group hall and complete the adventure group formation task set by the main god space before the official adventure group can be established. After an adventure group is established, people with similar levels in the group can form a team and enter the same world, which undoubtedly gives many people a chance to survive. The requirements for establishing an adventure group can only be applied after level 10. And there are also requirements for joining other people's adventure groups. The specific requirements are set by the group leader, and the requirements of each adventure group are different. Xiao Ruoyu thought about whether he should set up an adventure group of Ningqing's second hospital, so that he could feel the warmth of home. At this time, Mission World, Zheng Liayang's family will open. Please prepare for teleportation. Transmission is on. Transmission ends. Entering the world, the Loyal Young Family General World Difficulty, LV3, Difficult, World Introduction. During the Northern Song Dynasty, under the leadership of Yuluyuan, the soldiers and horses of the Liao Kingdom invaded the Central Plains on a large scale. Today, the two important ministers of the Holy Spirit, Yang Yi and Pan Runmei, sent troops to fight against the Liao dynasty. Unexpectedly, Pan Runmei avenged her personal revenge and withdrew her troops in the Battle of Jinshaiten, causing Yang Yi to be surrounded and trapped in Liang Langshan City. The Yang family has 7 sons, in order: Yanping, Yending, Yenguan, Yenhui, Yenda, Yenjiao, and Yanxi. Although the road ahead is full of dangers, the 7 members of the Yang family still ventured out to rescue their father. World Identity: Xiao Ruoyu, Lieutenant General of the Yang family army. Main task: help Yang Yanjiao stop the enemy and let him bring back Yang Yi's body. Side mission: because the actual combat power of the Chosen One is too high, the rest of the contractors will be assigned to the Liao camp, and the rewards will increase after killing one person and returning. Warning: please choose 0213 to carry out the task with normal thinking, and not allow the existence of the system to be disclosed. If you ignore the warning, it will be forcibly erased. The plot: let's begin. The words slowly fade away. Himself a mom? Inside a spacious martial arts arena, 2 shirtless teenagers knelt on the ground. 30 armored sergeants behind him stood with their hands behind their backs, and 5 young men stood in front of them. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was standing among the 30 people. Xiao Ruoyu didn't move, and secretly watched the development of the situation. On the stage directly in front of the martial arts arena, a lieutenant phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme aloud with a document in his hand. Yang Yanjiao violated the family rules, disregarded the orders of the patriarch, entered the arena of recruiting relatives without authorization, and did not fulfill his brother's responsibility to connive Yang Yanxi to act recklessly. Yang Yanxi violated military discipline and disregarded the patriarch's orders. He fought in the arena, was so brave, and completely reckless of the consequences. What the two of them have done has damaged the reputation of the Yang family.
Stand upright.
Yes. As the last two words were uttered, the 30 sergeants at the scene stood upright in unison.
Xiao Ruoyu subconsciously followed their movements and stood upright.
At this time, a long-bearded veteran came down from the stage, and the veteran walked to the side of Yang Yanxi and Yang Yanzhao, who were kneeling in the field, closed their eyes and sighed. Immediately, someone among the sergeants walked out with a cane in hand, and handed the cane to the veteran. Boom! At this time, there was a thunder in the sky. Seeing dark clouds cover the sky. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was full of slander.
This old man knows how to play.
He beats the children on rainy days, and he is idle when he is idle. The old general took the cane from the sergeant and turned around to beat him.
The backs of Yang Yanxi and Yang Yanzhao were bloody.
Crack, clap every time it hits the two of them, it makes the two of them moan.
After 30 lashes, Yang Yanxi and Yang Yanzhao didn't have a trace of good flesh on their backs.
Your Majesty, Madam asked me to bring you the court dress. At this time, a little girl with a steamed bun face walked over with a tray. A set of dark blue court clothes was placed on the tray, which was neatly organized.
Okay, I see, you tell Madam, I will go to meet the Holy One later. You too, come with me to the palace to meet the Holy One. Come here, tie me up.
Yang Yi threw away the cane in his hand, looked at the two sons kneeling on the ground, scolded, and left with the court clothes.
Following Yang Ye's instructions, a sergeant immediately stepped forward to bind the two of them tightly.
After a while, Yang Yi finished changing his court clothes and led the two of them away towards the palace. Let's go, Lieutenant General Xiao, come with me. After Yang Yi left, the deputy general with the documents in his hand yelled at Xiao Ruoyu, then turned and left. Xiao Ruoyu didn't know why, so he simply ran after the lieutenant general. Deputy General Xiao, Lord Ling ordered me to tell you that this time, Lord Ling will meet with the Holy Majesty. If there is a crisis in the Yang family, I hope you can take good care of the orphans of the Yang family and the soldiers in the army. The male tiger talisman, you can enter and leave the city gate at will, everything is up to you. The deputy general took out a tiger talisman from his body and handed it to Xiao Ruoyu, and asked Xiao Ruoyu what Yang Yi ordered him.
What the hell happened? Xiao Ruoyu and the second monk couldn't figure it out.
It's not that the seventh young master fought for the sixth young master, and accidentally beat Pan Bao to death in the ring of the princess. Hey, Pan Runmei is a high-ranking and powerful woman, and her daughter is His Majesty's favorite queen. This time, the Yang family may be in trouble. This time all our generals have already communicated. You are young, we have been in the army for half our lives, and we are reluctant to give orders.
If something happens, we will die together.
Lieutenant General Xiao, from now on, my wife and children, I also ask you to take care of me. I have to go back to rectify the sergeants, and you don't have to go back to the camp in the near future to hide yourself. The deputy general sighed, stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Ruoyu's shoulder, then turned and left. Xiao Ruoyu stayed where he was, very confused.
Asterisk, what are you doing? You gave me all your daughter-in-law and children when I came here?
Hey!
Big idiot.
Just when Xiao Ruoyu was confused. Suddenly a hand stretched out from behind Xiao Ruoyu, and patted Xiao Ruoyu's back.
Xiao Ruoyu turned around and looked.
I saw the little girl with the bun face from before standing behind Xiao Ruoyu and looking at him with a smile.
Ah? Why are you pulling?
Xiao Ruoyu was confused again.
What's the matter?
Here, I stole it in the kitchen, and you will eat it secretly later. Also, remember not to tell others. By the way, Madam said a few days to choose a day, just, let us I'm going to leave after the wedding. After the little girl took out a chicken leg from behind and stuffed it to Xiao Ruoyu, she coyly talked about their marriage to Xiao Ruoyu, and finally she couldn't bear the shyness and turned her head and ran away. Only the chicken leg was left in one hand and the tiger amulet in the other, and he stood there with a confused, bewildered, and helpless expression on his face. Oh, son, you are awesome, and you even found yourself a mother. Xiao Ruoyu looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. Let's say that after Yang Yi came to the palace, he was led to the secret pavilion of the palace by the eunuch who had been waiting for a long time. Yang Yi entered the secret pavilion and found that Pan Runmei and Empress Pan were there early. Your Majesty, Yang Yi's son murdered the uncle of the present country. His crime is extremely heinous. My concubine implores the emperor to sentence the entire Yang family to be beheaded, so as to comfort the spirit of my younger brother in heaven. Empress Pan was crying to Emperor Zhao Guangyi, who was reading a book on the high platform. Pan Bao fell to his death by himself.
How could he behead my Yang family indiscriminately? When Yang Yanci heard Queen Pan's complaint, he opened his mouth to refute.
Shut up! Yang Yi scolded, and immediately bowed to the emperor to apologize. My lord, Leopard has been inseparable from my concubine since childhood. He is my concubine's favorite younger brother. He is young and has great ambitions.
But now, he was killed by Yang Yanci and died of injustice. I hope the emperor will uphold justice for this concubine.
Empress Pan continued to cry and complain, but the emperor seemed to turn a deaf ear to him, only focusing on reading, ignoring Empress Pan's words. Your Majesty, Pan Bao's death was purely accidental. At this time, a female voice came from outside the secret pavilion. Everyone in the secret pavilion turned around to look, only to see a dignified woman in a fine attire walking into the secret pavilion. When they passed by Yang Yanzhao's side, the two looked at each other, their eyes full of deep affection and worry.
Please ask Your Majesty to observe clearly.
The woman walked up to Empress Pan and stood still, looked up at the emperor on the high platform and said softly.
The princess was not there that day. How do you know that my brother's death was an accident?
Empty words are unfounded.
I'm afraid they deliberately favored the Yang family?
Seeing that she was speaking for the Yang family, Empress Pan couldn't suppress her anger and questioned her.
In the ring competition, life and death depend on one's fate. Only you, Pan Bao, have no luck to become the prince's son-in-law.
Master Cheshire looked disdainful. She didn't even look at Pan Bao.
Report. Just when Empress Pan still opened her mouth to refute.
Suddenly a burst of urgent news came. Report to Your Majesty, Liao soldiers are marching south, and the beacon tower 300 miles north of the capital is billowing with smoke.
Chapter 28 Liao Kingdom. How dare you invade the south again? I want to go down.
The emperor, who had been acting carelessly all this time, was immediately furious when he heard the urgent report. The eunuchs on both sides immediately helped the emperor down from the high platform.
Then several people came outside the secret pavilion.
Since the secret pavilion was originally built at a very high place, the emperor took Yang Yi, Pan Runmei and others to stand outside the secret pavilion, and could clearly see the beacon fire in the distance.
But I saw rows of mountains in the distance, all lit up with smoke.
From far to near, it all shows that the Liao kingdom has really invaded on a large scale. My lord, judging by the momentum of the wolf smoke, there are tens of thousands of Liao troops outside the Great Wall, and the Liao soldiers are coming fiercely.
Yang Yi stood behind the emperor showing a worried look. Who will the Liao kingdom send to fight this time?
The emperor stared intently at the billowing wolf smoke raging with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/win/phoneme, and asked without turning his head. Report to Your Majesty, report from the front, Yaluyuan, a major general of the Liao kingdom. The messenger who came to report before immediately bowed and answered. I remember that there was General Yalu, Yang Yi, more than 10 years ago.
Didn't he die under your sword? Then who is this Yaluyuan today? The emperor asked Yang Yi, with obvious dissatisfaction on his face. My lord, this Yaluyuan is the son of General Yalu. This man is good at fighting and brave. He can be called the most powerful commander in the Liao kingdom. At this time, the 8 sage kings stood behind the emperor and explained aloud. Yang Yi listens to the order. I order you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, elite troops to fight immediately to prevent the Liao army from invading. When the emperor heard it, well, my son is dead, and the ancestors beat me to Song dynasty, right? Immediately, he was furious and roared and ordered Yang Yi to send troops to attack. My lord, Yang Yi is not the only one who can fight in Song dynasty, right? Empress Pan said in a sharp voice beside the emperor. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the commander-in-chief and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the army to go to war, which can be regarded as fulfilling my son's last wish and being loyal to the country. Pan Runmei interjected at the right time,
which surprised the emperor. Okay, Pan Runmei obeys the order. I will make you the official commander. I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme an army of, dash, to meet the enemy. Yang Yi obeys the order. I order you to be the vanguard and assist Pan Guozheng to defeat the Liao army. The emperor turned around and looked at Yang Yi and Pan Runmei. He always felt that something was wrong with this matter, but he didn't care too much about other matters when he thought of the invasion of Liao. The minister leads the order. The minister leads the order. Pan Runmei and Yang Yi knelt down to accept the decree and shouted long phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme 3 times. Since then, Yang Yi and Pan Runmei left the sergeants and went home to put on their armor and prepare for the attack. As for Xiao Ruoyu, because the Yang family survived the crisis this time, he returned the tiger talisman and prepared to go out with the army. 3 days later. During this time, Xiao Ruoyu was extremely happy. That little girl with a steamed bun face turned out to be Yang Paifeng, the fire-burning girl of Yang's mansion. That is, Huo Shuai, one of the female generals of the Yang family, who was called by later generations. Xiao Ruoyu's happiness is not that she wants to marry Yang Paifeng, but that this girl can really fight. He also gave a lot of pointers to Xiao Ruoyu's Yang family marksmanship. Although he couldn't defeat Xiao Ruoyu in actual combat, he helped Xiao Ruoyu point out a lot of problems in terms of technique. Big fool, you hurt me. Yang Paifeng puffed his face and looked angrily at Xiao Ruoyu, who was fighting with him with a long stick. Ah? Didn't you tell me to attack you casually? I haven't used my strength yet. Xiao Ruoyu scratched his head and looked at Yang Paifeng with a puzzled expression. Then I didn't let you hit me phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either slash phoneme. Yang Paifeng threw away the stick in his hand and left angrily. This bitch has a big temper and big tits, what did you say? Yang Paifeng blushed when he heard Xiao Ruoyu's words, turned around and looked at Xiao Ruoyu, gritted his teeth and asked. Ahem, I said I'm going to war, that, I won't come to practice guns with you tomorrow. Xiao Ruoyu took a step back subconsciously, and explained with a smile. This expedition, I heard from my wife that it is extremely dangerous, you have to pay more attention to safety, Yalu Yuan, the enemy, and Pan Runmei, the ally, are not good things. Yang Paifeng stepped forward to help Xiao Ruoyu straighten his armor, and said worriedly. Don't worry, I have to come back to eat the chicken legs you stole from me, I'm leaving. Xiao Ruoyu shaved Yang Paifeng's nose and turned to leave with a big smile. Only Yang Paifeng with a worried face was left standing there for a long time. Xiao Ruoyu, who had returned to the barracks, was being stopped by several lieutenants and kept joking. Boy, how are you, gentle and comfortable? You kid is out of shit luck, the girl from the Yang family is so slick, let you go first. Boy Xiao, come back without leaving a seed? Xiao Ruoyu was still coping with it with a smile on his face, but the last sentence made Xiao Ruoyu angry. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the speaker and brought him to the front. If you spray dung all over your mouth again, believe it or not, I'll break off your legs and stick them in your asshole to sell as roast chicken? Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was really in a hurry, the big guys also rushed away, and ran back to the camp they belonged to, laughing and joking, woo-hoo, a horn sounded. The whole army is ready to go. The roar spread throughout the barracks, and everyone put on their armor and stood in line to wait. Follow me to fight against the Liao dynasty. In this battle, I am invincible. Yang Yi straddled his horse with a golden sword, dressed in military uniform, stood in front of the 3 armies, raised his sword and shouted. I am invincible. I am invincible. I am invincible. Set off. The 3 armies advanced slowly and went straight to the battlefield. Xiao Ruoyu followed in the army and walked on horseback, holding the overlord spear in his hand. He knows. This time, what they really have to face is not only the tens of thousands of troops of the Liao army, but also those unknown contractors. The first confrontation with other contractors. Xiao Ruoyu was also uncertain. And if a hot weapon appears, it's easy to hide when you're bright, but it's hard to guard against lowliness. March 3 days. The 2 armies of Song and Liao met in Jinshaiten. I saw that the 2 armies had distinct chariots and horses, lined up in a plain.
There is a towering stone platform on each side of the plain.
Song Fong Pan Runmei stationed, elite soldiers in Gaotai, and Yang Yi led, soldiers to confront the enemy on Jinshaten.
Same.
Yaluyuan, one of the Liao army, sat on a high platform, watching the soldiers of both sides confront each other in silence.
At this time, following Yang Yi raised the golden knife in his hand.
All the soldiers behind them bent down with their guns pressed, ready to charge forward at any time, kill.
Yang Yi shouted loudly. 20,000 sergeants roared and roared behind them. Both sides rushed towards each other in an instant. Thick smoke billowed in the battlefield, and evil spirits soared into the sky.
Ah, the familiar formula, the familiar taste, the one in the old altar, take my life, I want to kill my money. Xiao Ruoyu was wearing armor and carrying a long spear.
At this moment, the Zhaoyu lion neighed continuously.
After a maniacal laugh, Ichi Juechen went straight to the Liao army formation to hide and kill him. Wherever it passed, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Chapter 29. When the two armies are at war, it is an eternal truth that one force will reduce 10. Xiao Ruoyu is invincible. As long as he encounters Xiao Ruoyu's enemy army, there is no other enemy. On Yang Yi's side, there are also golden swords, and everyone he meets is cut off by the horse. Yang Yi is so old, and he can still play so well. Let's start. Yaluyuan, who was standing on the high platform, gave orders to the people around him softly. I saw a person behind Yaluyuan suddenly raise a black flag, the flag fluttering in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme is very eye-catching. Boom! There was only a sound of horseshoes raging. Pan Runmei and the army who were watching the battle on the high platform suddenly rushed out a group of cavalry and went straight to them.
There is an ambush, immediately withdraw the troops. Pan Runmei issued the military order with a gloomy expression. Then Yang Xianfeng, a lieutenant, asked Pan Runmei hesitantly.
Withdraw to Huanzhou, regroup the troops, and fight again in another day.
Pan Runmei decided to retreat regardless of disregard, retreat.
As the commander-in-chief, no one dared to refute the military order he issued. The deputy general behind him had no choice but to announce the military order loudly. But his retreat put the army led by Yang Yi, who was attacked from two sides, in danger. In the front there was Yaluyuan and his army, and in the back there were cavalry who came in a surprise attack.
Dilemma.
Xiao Ruoyu was enjoying killing right now, and he didn't care whether it was dangerous or not.
No grass grows wherever it goes. Hey, ha, let's go kill.
Xiao Ruoyu looked like he was insane, and looked at everything with a long spear, but there were no bones left for those who hindered him.
Pan Runmei has withdrawn her troops.
The generals following behind Yang Yi saw all the sergeants led by Pan Runmei back away from the corner of their eyes when they were facing the enemy.
Immediately shouted loudly, wanting Yang Yi to know.
Yang Yi also noticed Pan Runmei's withdrawal at this time, and his face was extremely solemn. At this time, Pan Runmei, who led the large army to leave, had a smile of success on her face.
Xiao Feng, go, let the old man suffer.
At this time, there were dozens of generals standing behind Yaluyuan. Yaluyuan said calmly to a warrior with a longbow behind him.
Ah.
Xiao Feng nodded heavily, took the longbow from his body, and aimed at Yang Yi with an arrow. With the sound of, a long arrow went straight to Yang Yi, who was still fighting the enemy bravely.
Ling Gong.
There are back arrows. A lieutenant behind Yang Yi noticed Xiao Feng's backstabbing and immediately reminded him.
But the arrow was tricky and extremely fast.
Before Yang Yi could react, he directly hit Yang Yi's heart. Yang Yi was directly shot off his horse by this arrow.
Followed.
The cavalry behind also rushed to the battlefield at this time, and surrounded all the troops led by Yang Yi in the Golden Beach.
Save Lord.
Seeing that Yang Yi fell off his horse, a group of lieutenants immediately called for the soldiers around him to rescue Yang Yi.
This matter will not be mentioned for the time being.
Let's talk about Xiao Ruoyu, who enjoyed killing so much. Xiao Ruoyu urged the horse to go forward, killing wildly all the way. Anyone who stands in the way will be shot dead without any suspense. Along the way, Xiao Ruoyu seemed to subconsciously shoot in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme his guns. Until he shot through the air. Fuck? Where's the person? Xiao Ruoyu took a closer look. Is there anyone else? This guy killed so wildly that he completely pierced through the enemy army with his own power. At this time, he was already under the high platform of Yuluyuan. Yuluyuan had already noticed Xiao Ruoyu. This man killed tens of thousands of troops with his own strength, which shows the horror of his combat power. Seeing him coming to his feet at this time, he stuck his head out to look at Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu had just recovered from his bewildered state, and when he looked up, the two of them met eyes instantly. The two looked at each other for a long time without saying a word. Who are you? Yuluyuan opened his mouth first to ask. I am your father. Xiao Ruoyu went to the barrel with the spear in hand. But due to the height of the platform and the ground, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't reach Yuluyuan at all, but Yuluyuan was taken aback. Mustache, you wait for me. Xiao Ruoyu pointed at Yuluyuan with the overlord gun and opened his mouth to drink. Then he turned around and went around the path next to him to rush up to the high platform to deal with Yuluyuan. I have to say that Xiao Ruoyu is too stupid. At least, troops lined up on the platform. Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about it at all, and rushed up with all his strength, directly charging towards the army formation. Yuluyuan immediately ordered the people around him to act according to the plan, retreated immediately, and let Yang Yi enter Lianglang Mountain. Wu, the sound of the horn resounded throughout the battlefield, and the Liao army quickly returned to the direction of the Gaotai army formation like the water receding from the sea. But Xiao Ruoyu is sitting on wax at this time. There are, troops in front, and there are cavalry and retreating troops in the rear. This. Xiao Ruoyu was besieged by the three-party army at this time, which was a bit vain. The Liao army has withdrawn, hurry up, rectify the sergeants, and immediately withdraw to Lianglang Mountain, the road back to Huanzhou is cut off. The captain next to Yang Yi immediately ordered his generals to rectify and the soldiers retreated in an orderly manner. Why did the Liao army retreat? Hey! Who is that? Before retreating, Yang Yi took a deep look at Yuluyuan's location, but suddenly he found Xiao Ruoyu's figure. Surrounded by tens of thousands of troops alone, he didn't panic at all. Boy Xiao? Deputy General Xiao. At this time, many people saw Xiao Ruoyu standing proudly alone among an army of tens of thousands, like a god descending from the earth. Many people were so engrossed that they forgot that the army was retreating, so they just stared blankly. At this time, Yuluyuan shouted hoarsely, "Kill him!" In an instant, an army of tens of thousands was mobilized. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that he would have been overwhelmed by this huge momentum at this time. But in Xiao Ruoyu's view, these guys are no different from living pigs, it's just a little more. Xiao Ruoyu snorted coldly, raised the spear in his hand, and shouted kill. Xiao Ruoyu went straight to Yuluyuan's place and shot straight in, killing all those who blocked him to the ground. The 10 or so generals behind Yuluyuan also responded at this time. One of them was Xiao Feng, who plotted against Yang Yi before. Xiao Feng took out his long bow and took aim again. The long arrow went straight to Xiao Ruoyu's face. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was holding the rein with his left hand, and the long spear in his right hand kept sticking out, picking and killing all those who blocked his way, and he didn't pay attention to the hidden arrows. With a smile on the corner of Xiao Feng's mouth, he looked at Xiao Ruoyu with confidence. And the people watching from Disong's side also gasped when they saw the scene, thinking that Xiao Ruo's foolishness was more than auspicious. Just when the long arrow was about to stab Xiao Ruoyu's long spear quickly swung a spear in the air between lightning and flint. With a sound of clang, the long arrow that was shot was knocked away by Xiao Ruoyu. Court death. Xiao Ruoyu was very angry. His eyes were full of anger and he stared at the direction of the dark arrow, making the hearts of a dozen generals including Yi Luyuan feel terrified. The Liao soldiers around him kept rushing towards him. Xiao Ruoyu was very angry at this time. He swung the overlord spear round with both hands, and swept it with all his might. Bang bang bang, a series of collision sounds sounded. With Xiao Ruoyu as the center, a vacuum area appeared in an instant. For Xiao Ruoyu now, there are no moves or routines.
He just kept rounding the spear in his hand and pulling it out. Countless Liao soldiers were knocked into the air, shattered, and killed.
This person is peerless. Yalu Yuan looked at Xiao Ruoyu and murmured.
World Xiao Ruoyu's operation not only made Yilu Yuan look stupid.
Song Jun's side also stared blankly at Xiao Ruoyu's majestic figure fighting hundreds of thousands of Liao troops alone.
Deputy General Zhao's divine power. Oh my god, General Xiao and Changshan Zhaozilong are nothing more than that? Under Song Junshan's tsunami-like cheers, Yang Yi regained his composure. Deputy General Xiao, it's really the rebirth of the Overlord. Ling Gong, let's retreat first. You still have arrow wounds on your body. Let's retreat to Lianlang Mountain and wait for Pan Renmei's rescue before it's too late.
At this time, Yang Yi was supported by several lieutenants, and he was forced to get on his horse and follow the main force to leave the Golden Beach. When Yang Yi left, he still turned his head to look at the figure of Xiao Ruoyu fighting alone with tens of thousands of Liao troops, and refused to look back for a long time. But at this time, 9 of the more than 10 warriors behind Yalu Yuan secretly moved closer together.
This person should be the contractor, right? It should be, it looks too strong. What should I do?
This mission is to kill Yang Yi and prevent the Song army from bringing his body back to the end, this man.
Who has a hot weapon? Kill it.
Several people are all the contractors of this mission world.
Because Xiao Ruoyu's actual combat power was too strong before, these 9 people were forcibly assigned to the Liao army.
At this time, discovering Xiao Ruoyu's strength, he also felt the pressure personally. Let me come, I have a sand eagle, try to kill him, but I need your cover, the range of this thing is not that far. At this time, a big man with a long beard took out a white phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals desert/phoneme eagle pistol from his body and said to everyone. Okay, let's do this. The white cat and I are responsible for covering you. If you seize the opportunity, you must kill it with one blow, otherwise we are all in danger. At this time, an old man spoke to Lian Mao Beard and a pale young man, Bai Mao.
It is good.
After the white cat nodded in agreement, it didn't do anything else. The 3 of them came out more and more, and walked slowly towards Xiao Ruoyu who was still killing. Dark Crow, be careful, the white cat and I will make a sneak attack, you have to seize the opportunity. After the old man whispered something to Lian Maozi, he exchanged a glance with the white cat and rushed into Xiao Ruoyu's battle circle. Hey, vulture, don't worry. Raven grinned grimly, and raised the pistol in his hand to signal that he was ready. After the white cat rushed near Xiao Ruoyu's battle circle, it took out 3 throwing knives and threw them directly at Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu, who was still killing, suddenly felt the danger and stepped aside. Whoosh whoosh 3 throwing knives flew past his cheeks. Okay? Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were cold, and after staring deeply at the figure of the white cat, he continued to kill wildly. Ding Xiao Ruoyu suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from the direction behind him again. Raising the gun and sweeping across, a silver needle was swept off by Xiao Ruoyu with a clear sound. Just when Xiao Ruoyu turned around. Boom! A shot went off. Xiao Ruoyu's left shoulder suddenly burst into a flower. Damn! Where has Xiao Ruoyu suffered such a loss? Kill! With a flick of the gun, Xiao Ruoyu killed the sneak attacker like a god of war. After he shouted loudly, the Liao soldiers who had already been killed quickly backed away in a large circle, exposing the sneak attacker in front of Xiao Ruoyu's eyes. Die! The spear in Xiao Ruoyu's hand was thrown out with a whoosh. In an instant, the vulture who couldn't avoid it was nailed to death on the spot. The selected person 0213 kills the contractor 10256, and the reward is returned after settlement. Xiao Ruoyu urged the horse forward, quickly pulled out the spear, and charged in the direction of the white cat again. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu, who was covered in blood, looked like a ghost. It actually scared some timid Liao soldiers into hesitation, and some even chose to avoid Xiao Ruoyu on purpose. You guys, damn it! Xiao Ruoyu charged forward, picked and killed a Liao soldier who couldn't dodge, and let out a loud shout. The overlord's spear in his hand was powerful, flying up and down, like a black dragon going out to sea, unstoppable, turning the people killed by the Liao soldiers on their backs. Almost every thrust of a gun can take away a slice of human life. At this time, there were not 3,000 or 2,000 Liao soldiers who died under Xiao Ruoyu's hands. Although he was born with supernatural power, he was panting like a cow after this charge. Xiao Ruoyu took the opportunity to take out the pissing cow ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling the recovery of physical strength a little bit, he raised his gun and rushed to kill again. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu's bravery and combat power had already begun to make the Liao soldiers terrified. Boom! Brush, another gunshot came towards Xiao Ruoyu accompanied by 3 flying knives. Xiao Ruoyu turned sideways and got off the horse to avoid these 2 surprise attacks and then got back on the horse again. This time Xiao Ruoyu did not choose to be tough. Instead, when he got off his horse, he picked up a spear in the hands of a dead Liao soldier. Throw it with all your strength in the direction of the shooter. Puff! The spear penetrated the bodies of the 3 of them, directly piercing the raven to death. The selected person 0213 kills the contractor 91823, and the reward is returned after settlement. Xiao Ruoyu didn't even look at it, and urged the horse to charge towards the cavalry army behind him. I want to see it. Who dares to stop me today? Xiao Ruoyu looked like a madman, and with a roar, all the Liao soldiers in front were startled back. I saw that the group of cavalry were frightened by Xiao Ruoyu's voice and dodged to the sides, giving him a way out of nowhere. Ha ha ha, that little beard, wait for your father to take your life, remember, my name is Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu galloped on his horse and rushed out of the battle circle. For a while, no one dared to stop him. Watching Xiao Ruoyu run farther and farther, more than 100,000 people fell silent endlessly. This man's bravery can be said to be invincible in the world, and he must not stay. Yuluyuan narrowed his eyes to look at Xiao Ruoyu's back, and slowly uttered a word. Follow the plan and lure the 7 sons of the Yang family to save the old man. None of them will be let go. I want to avenge my father. After Yuluyuan turned around and gave instructions to the generals behind him, he stared straight at the direction where Yang Yi and the others left, Lianlang Mountain. Damn, I seem to be lost. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu, who escaped from the encirclement of the army, unexpectedly found that he was lost. Looking at the weeds and rocks in front of him, there is no sign of people at all. P.S. Wu Dao's health is really not very good recently. I just had a stomach flu and started to have a fever and headache. I took medicine at noon today. I just woke up and started updating immediately. I'm really sorry, cough cough, that cheeky beggar reminder in 5-star, thank you, pity the poor child, the child is suffering. Chapter 31 Yang Yi led the army to retreat behind Lianlang Mountain. Yuluyuan stared at the direction of Lianlang Mountain where Yang Yi led the soldiers to retreat for a long time without saying a word, and the many spies Yang Yi sent out were also intentionally let go by Yuluyuan's order to the Liao soldiers. Why don't you just kill Yang Yi and the others all at once? The military master of the Liao kingdom stroked the mustache on his fat face, and asked Yuluyuan suspiciously. Someone has to go out and report it. Yuluyuan had an indifferent expression on his face, and now he only had Yang Yi in his eyes. Maybe. Before long, he will realize the obsession that has been deeply buried in his heart since he was a child. Avenge my father. Click of thunder resounded through the sky. The mistresses of the Yang mansion, Shi Taijun and Shi Saihua, who were far away in Tianbo mansion, were awakened from a nightmare. Ma'am, are you having nightmares again? Yang Paifeng trotted all the way to Shi Saihua's bed and asked. Exhaust, hurry up, follow me to see Mr. Gigu. Shi Saihua got up from the bed and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead due to the nightmare. The two carried the lantern all the way to Mr. Gigu's residence. Here, the mountain is high and the road is narrow, and Shi Saihua, with the support of Yang Paifeng, walked hard towards the mountain without stopping. With the shaking of the lantern in his hand, it flickered on and off. From a distance, the two saw a figure waiting at the mountain gate ahead. The old man with white beard and hair was waiting in front of the mountain gate with his hands behind his back. It was Mr. Gigu whom Shi Saihua and Yang Paifeng were looking for this time. Shi Saihua and Yang Paifeng hurriedly quickened their pace after seeing Mr. Gigu. Madam, please stay. Mr. Gigu stretched out his palm to stop him. Sir, I have something to ask. Shi Saihua stopped immediately, and said to Mr. Gigu with her hands praying for blessings. The Yang family has no choice but to protect the family and the country, but all living beings are equal, and life is life after all. Mr. Gigo said slowly to Shisai-hwa, who was begging. Whether this battle is a disaster or a blessing, sir, please speak clearly. Shisai-hwa had already heard the meaning of seeing off the guests in Mr. Gigo's words, but she still asked Mr. Gigo with a begging face. Hey, war is the root of disaster, Yang family, where does the blessing come from, ma'am, please go back. Mr. Gigo sighed, stretched out his hand and shook it, with hope on his face. He turned around and wanted to leave after speaking. Sir, is there a way to accumulate blessings? Seeing that Mr. Gigo was about to leave, Shisai-hwa asked again anxiously. Mr. Gigo turned his head to look at Shisai-hwa with an eager face and was speechless for a long time, then walked slowly into the mountain gate. Seeing Mr. Gigo's reluctance to say more, Shisai-hwa felt extremely depressed, but she had no choice but to walk down the mountain slowly and leave with Yang Paifeng's support. Ma'am, let's go back and find out. Yang Paifeng looked at Shisai-hwa, who was beside him, with a worried face, and said as if angry. Sir, he doesn't want to reveal the mystery. We don't want to force others to make things difficult for us. Shisai-hwa staggered, her face was obviously worried and uneasy, but she still didn't want to embarrass others. Sudden. Ma'am, stay. A childish voice sounded. Shisai-hwa's body obviously paused. Yang Paifeng turned his head to look up the mountain with a happy face. I saw a Taoist boy with 2 buns running down the mountain road, standing in front of Shisai-hwa and handing her a note in his hand. This is given to you by your husband. After Daotong handed the note to Shisai-hwa, he turned around and ran back to the mountain. Shisai-hwa hurriedly opened the note in her hand, and after seeing the contents, she was stunned. Ma'am, what did sir say? Yang Paifeng on the side stretched his neck and looked curiously, but he didn't see what was going on, so he simply asked Shisai-hwa directly. Wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Shisai-hwa slowly stretched out her hand to stop Yang Paifeng from asking. At this time, Shisai-hwa's speech was not quite crisp, and she was obviously surprised by the content of the note. Yes, Yang Paifeng agreed silently, then walked down the mountain silently. Seeing Shisai-hwa like this, she actually knew in her heart that the contents of the note sent by Mr. Gigo might not be good news. After Yang Paifeng left, Shisai-hwa stood there for a long time. A face of worry, fear, helplessness, sadness, speechless for a long time. In order not to let the tears flow out, she looked up at the dark clouded sky, hoping that the tears would be able to fight back. Yang Yi was not at home at this time. As the mistress, Shisai-hwa is the heaven of the Yang family. If people see their weak side, then the sky of the Yang family will collapse. She could only bear the grief in silence. A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme blows. Slowly blow and unfold the note in Shisai-hwa's hand. You should know that destiny is hard to break. 7 suns go and 6 suns return. There were only a few words on the note, but the heroine of the female school who accompanied Yang Yi and had never been afraid in his life was so shocked that he couldn't stop crying. After easing the pain in her heart, Shisai-hwa walked down the mountain slowly. After ordering the impatient Yang Paifeng, who had been waiting for a long time, the two walked back home slowly, following the flickering of the lantern in Yang Paifeng's hand. The two of them had walked a long way before they knew it. At this time, the two had just turned back to Yang's mansion. When Shisai-hwa and Yang Paifeng were far away, they heard a burst of sobbing. What wow! A burst of sobs came from the hall of the Yang mansion. The two looked at each other and hurried forward. Lady! Lady! The sergeant and servants in the hall opened their mouths when they saw Shisai-hwa came back. Blood all over the place. All eyes are red. At this time, a servant was squatting on the ground holding a sackcloth, constantly diluting the blood that was submerged deep in the feet. Some tattered armors were randomly piled up beside the door and no one cared about them. Dozens of wounded sergeants were lying on the floor of the hall. At this time, doctors are treating them. At this time, the 7 major generals of the Yang family stood in a row in the hall and looked at everything in front of them. These people were the spies that Yi Lu Yuan had deliberately released to deliver the letter. And this time, everyone in the Yang family also knew the whole story from the mouths of these spies who rushed out of the encirclement to deliver the letter.
Pan Runmei withdrew her troops for no reason, and Yang Yi was trapped in Lianglang Mountain.
Everything goes without saying. Shi Saihua did not speak. Silently walked past these people. Lady! Lady! The wounded soldiers struggled to get up from the ground and shouted at Shi Saihua. But Shi Saihua ignored it. Just walked into the inner hall silently. Mother! Mother! The 7 sons were already waiting before the sand table. The sand table was where Yang Yi was trapped this time. 2. Wolf, Mountain. Chapter 32. Shi Saihua looked at the 7 sons beside her, with reluctance flashing in her eyes. But she didn't speak. She knew that her son had to go, and she had to go. Then Pan Runmei avenged her personal revenge. If the sons didn't save Yang Yi, I'm afraid the only thing left is death. Yanping, come here, mother has something to tell you. Shi Saihua tightened the note in her hand and called out to her eldest son Yang Yanping. Say it. Shi Saihua turned and left. Yang Yanping looked around at the younger brothers, then turned and caught up with Shi Saihua. The two came to the inner room. Mother! Yang Yanping yelled, and he also saw that Shi Saihua was a little different at this time, but he couldn't tell what was different. After Shi Saihua handed the note to her son, she turned and looked out the window. At this time, Shi Saihua couldn't bear it. Her actions this time are undoubtedly choosing to let her eldest son Yang Yanping make a choice. But Yang Yanping looked at the note in his hand, but he thought about it. Mother, my child knows that this trip is different from the past. Please rest assured, Mother, I will definitely rescue my father and ensure the safe return of all brothers. Yang Yanping walked to Shi Saihua's side, looked at her mother's face and said seriously. Shi Saihua also nodded hurriedly, but looked worriedly at the note in Yang Yanping's hand. Meet the mother's gaze. Yang Yanping opened the note in his hand again. If Mr. Gigu's words are true, the 7 of us must die, then let me come. He knew his mother was in trouble, but as the elder brother, his father was not around, so the elder brother was like a father. He has the responsibility and obligation to protect his younger brothers. Speaking of this, Yang Yanping knelt on both knees and promised Shi Saihua that he would protect the younger brothers behind him. Shi Saihua also hurriedly knelt down to support her son. Mother, I believe in you. The mother and son looked at each other for a long time, and finally nodded heavily, as if they had great confidence in the words in their mouths. Mother, please issue an order. Let's rescue Dad immediately. Yang Yanping knelt in front of Shi Saihua and begged her to give orders. And Shi Saihua once again showed a worried look on her face, and she refused to speak for a long time. I can't avoid the crime of bullying the emperor. If I want to get the emperor's permission, I will go to the palace to face the saint in person as a mother. Shi Saihua spoke slowly, and said to Yang Yanping. Subsequently, Shi Saihua got up and left, and ordered Yang Paifeng to find out who was in a hurry to enter the palace to face the saint. In the middle of the night, Shi Saihua came slowly to the gate of the imperial city in a carriage. Because she is dressed in imperial clothes, and she is the mother of the Yang family. The disciples did not stay in trouble, but sent people into the palace in advance to inform the people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the Holy Majesty, and with the emperor's permission, Shi Saihua was allowed to enter the palace on foot. Deep Palace Inner Garden. Under the embellishment of the night, the long stone steps look so gloomy. Shi Saihua walked on it step by step, step by step. Every step is firm. She knows. If the emperor does not allow the 7 sons to send troops to save their father, then they can only resist. Time passed little by little. With a creak, the gate of the palace was opened from the inside. Shi Saihua, dressed in imperial uniform, walked out of the door. Go home. Mother. Has your majesty agreed? When Yang Yanhui saw his mother coming back, he immediately stepped forward to inquire. Shi Saihua looked at the 7 sons rushing in front of her, with reluctance and worry in her eyes. Dalan Yan Yanping, Erlang Yan Yending, Sanlang Yan Yanguan, Sailang Yan Yanhui, Wulan Yan Yenda, Lulang Yan Yanzhao, Jilan Yan Yansi. Her eyes swept over the faces of the 7 people one by one.
The 7 sons are all dragons and phoenixes, heroic and extraordinary.
Save your father back, she Saihua reluctantly stretched out her hands to stroke the cheeks of each of her sons. As a mother, this time, she doesn't know which son will never return.
Maybe more, 2, 3. Even none of them came back.
Yes, mother, don't worry. The 7 spoke in unison, turned around and ran towards the stables. Saihua held onto the doorframe and choked silently. Underscore, I'm starving to death. Xiao Ruoyu has never found the right way since he got lost. In other words, this tiger thing doesn't know where it should go at all. Flickering suddenly there was a sound of flapping wings.
Xiao Ruoyu looked up.
I saw a pigeon landing at a pool not far in front of me to drink water.
Whoosh, Omega, leave you.
Xiao Ruoyu picked up a stone and threw it at it.
Crack sound.
The pigeon died at the sound.
But the stone is too big. Pigeons don't just die.
And it's in one step, it directly becomes a pigeon cake. Looking at the pigeon completely covered by stones, Xiao Ruoyu almost collapsed. With expectations. After Xiao Ruoyu carefully removed the stone, okay.
Give up.
Sorry. The Zhaoyu lion who was eating grass leisurely at the side suddenly came into Xiao Ruoyu's eyes. Xiao Bai, come here, I'll tell you a secret. Xiao Ruoyu yelled at Zhao Yeyu lion in a gentle tone. It seemed to feel Xiao Ruoyu's malicious intentions. The Zhaya jade lion ignored Xiao Ruoyu at all, and pointed its heels at Xiao Ruoyu vigilantly. Judging from his posture, if it is really dangerous, the possibility of being ready to kick him at any time cannot be ruled out. Xiao Ruoyu gave up the idea of eating the Zhaya jade lion, and sat on the ground decadently.
Hey, are you here to shit?
Suddenly a childish voice came from behind. Xiao Ruoyu turned his head to look.
I saw a young boy standing not far away looking at Xiao Ruoyu.
Ha!
Someone?
Xiao Ruoyu was very pleasantly surprised.
Are you from Song Dynasty?
The boy also asked in surprise after hearing what Xiao Ruoyu said and seeing the armor on Xiao Ruoyu's body.
Ha! I don't know.
Xiao Ruoyu scratched his head, expressing that he was not clear.
You are such an idiot. You don't even know how to speak Song dialect. I think you are also a member of the army, right?
Come with me, and I will take you to see my grandfather. The boy waved at Xiao Ruoyu, turned his head and walked towards a path.
Xiao Ruoyu stood up and pulled Zhaya Yusher to follow the little boy's pace. Not a long way.
Xiao Ruoyu then saw an old man in Song Dynasty military uniform sitting under a tree, smoking a pipe with a pipe in his mouth.
Grandpa, look.
The little boy ran to the old man and pointed in Xiao Ruoyu's direction. The old man turned his head to look at Xiao Ruoyu, and immediately stood up and looked at Xiao Ruoyu vigilantly.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
The old man took out a long knife from behind and pointed at Xiao Ruoyu and asked sharply.
Me? Me.
Ah. I just beat Liao people together with old man Yang, and I killed them terribly. There was also a little beard who was flying with me. I wanted to kill him, but there were too many of them, so I ran away.
Yes, he brought me here.
Xiao Ruoyu said to the old man in a daze. What proof do you have for beating the Liao people? You say you are a songman, what proof do you have? The old man is still vigilant. Xiao Ruoyu scratched his head, and suddenly remembered that the things in his arms might prove his identity. After reaching out his hand to touch his bosom, Xiao Ruoyu pulled out an iron plate. I saw a big song written on it, followed by the word Deputy General.
Ah. Refer to the general for a humble position.
When the old man saw the token, he knelt down and kowtowed to Xiao Ruoyu immediately. Chapter 33. Get up, old man, where is this place?
Who are you?
Xiao Ruoyu quickly helped the kneeling old man up, and asked again. The old man's name is Zhao Debao. He is a messenger from the great Song dynasty. He is in charge of a beacon tower nearby. He has been guarding here for 10 years. He is my grandson, and his name is Gooden. Zhao Debao replied to Xiao Ruoyu.
Well, Uncle Zhao, do you have anything to eat?
I'm hungry.
Xiao Ruoyu scratched his head embarrassedly and asked Zhao Debao. Don't dare, you can just call me Zhao Debao, what about food?
Yes, the general will follow me, son of a bitch, let's go and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the way for the general. Zhao Debao enthusiastically grabbed Xiao Ruoyu's wrist and led him towards the forest.
Go back to the beacon tower. General, this place is remote and there is nothing to eat. Gooden and I found these in the mountains during our free time. You can just eat it.
Zhao Debao was holding two bowls, one bowl was filled with cornmeal steamed buns, and the other bowl was filled with eggs of unknown animals.
Then I'm welcome.
Under the warm hospitality of Zhao Debao and Gooden, Xiao Ruoyu finally had a warm meal.
Save Xiao Ruoyu was so full that he put down the bowl in his hand and sighed with emotion.
General, I see that you are injured, why don't you just rest here for a few days, and it won't be too late to think of a way to go back after the injury is healed. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu's appearance and the blood on his shoulder, Zhao Debao suggested to Xiao Ruoyu.
Okay, I'm fine anyway. By the way, do you know where the necessary place to go back to the capital from Golden Beach is?
Xiao Ruoyu suddenly remembered his mission this time, and opened his mouth to ask Zhao Debao. If you want to go back to Kyoto, you have to go through our beacon tower if you go from Golden Beach.
This is the only way back. Gooden said to Xiao Ruoyu before Zhao Debao. Really? That's great.
In this case, I'll wait for them here. Xiao Ruoyu clapped his hands and decisively decided to stay.
Great, brother Xiao, can you teach me martial arts?
Gooden looked at Xiao Ruoyu with bright eyes, and asked expectantly.
Of course.
Xiao Ruoyu nodded in agreement.
Gooden jumped up happily when he heard it. Not big or small. Call the general.
At this time, Zhao Debao reprimanded the overjoyed Gooden with a serious face.
It's okay, call me big brother, kind.
Xiao Ruoyu grinned, and didn't care about the title Gooden, but felt that big brother was more to his liking.
Gooden nodded hurriedly.
In this way, Xiao Ruoyu stayed at the residence of his grandfather and grandson.
Night.
Zhao Debao took off Xiao Ruoyu's armor, and simply treated the wound on Xiao Ruoyu's shoulder. Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about this injury at all, but Zhao Debao insisted on treating him.
He didn't resist phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme.
Zhao Debao carefully helped Xiao Ruoyu apply the medicine-wrapped gauze. And Xiao Ruoyu fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Xiao Ruoyu woke up early. Seeing that the grandpa and grandson were sleeping soundly beside him, Xiao Ruoyu didn't disturb them phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Instead, he climbed up lightly and walked out of the beacon tower.
An hour later. Gooden opened his eyes sleepily.
Where did brother Xiao go? He saw that the place where Xiao Ruoyu slept last night was empty, and he immediately became refreshed.
Get up and walk out of the beacon tower slowly.
I saw Xiao Ruoyu standing outside alone at this time, lowering his head as if thinking about something.
Gooden tiptoed to Xiao Ruoyu.
On the ground in front of Xiao Ruoyu, the word forbearance formed by a huge water stain was written on the ground. To be exact, it is the word nin that is missing. The blade of the character for ninja is missing a dot, leaving only the character for sword. So it should not be counted as a word for the time being.
Brother Xiao, what are you doing here?
Gooden looked at it for a long time but didn't understand it, so he squatted directly next to the word forbearance, and by the way stretched out his fingers to touch the water stains and asked Xiao Ruoyu.
Oh, I'm practicing calligraphy. Xiao Ruoyu replied in a low voice. I know this word. Grandpa said, Nianrun, but brother Xiao, why is there a missing stroke in the word nin you wrote? Gooden looked up at Xiao Ruoyu curiously and asked.
Because, as I write this, I haven't peed.
Xiao Ruoyu looked at Gooden's hand and said in a low voice. Underscore. Gooden looked down at his fingers, speechless for a long time.
In the next few days, Xiao Ruoyu taught Gooden exercises as promised, but they were all basic knowledge. Such as squatting, running in big circles, somersaulting, lifting stone blocks, etc., and I have to write the word forbearance with Xiao Ruoyu in my spare time.
I can't do it, Xiao, brother Xiao, I can't run anymore.
Gooden sat on the ground panting and looked at Xiao Ruoyu, who was standing aside. Continue for me, don't rest. Practice hard, and when you become more capable and promising in the future, let's give your grandpa a knife in the ass, let him open his eyes. Xiao Ruoyu held a branch in his hand and yelled at Gooden, who was sitting on the ground. Gooden struggled to get up from the ground after hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words. Yes. Brother Xiao, I understand. Gooden gritted his teeth and insisted, and replied to Xiao Ruoyu with a serious face. Hey hey hey, a series of somersaults came out. Gooden is training very seriously. Very good. Gooden, you must know that you must not be lazy when practicing martial arts, otherwise everything will be in vain. In the future, even without my supervision, you have to practice 3 times in winter and 3 times in summer. Yes. I see, Hohu, Brother Xiao, shall we practice running next? That's right, good physical strength is the foundation of everything. Let's go, run with Big Brother. 1 2 1, 1 2 1, 1 2 3 4. The voices of the two spread around the beacon tower. Since Xiao Ruoyu came, Gooden's smiles have obviously increased. The dog egg was picked up by Zhao Debeo when he first arrived here 10 years ago. At that time, the dog egg was still young, and it seemed that it hadn't been weaned. Just like that, he was thrown on the side of the road, crying miserably. Just when Zhao Debeo was passing by, he heard Gooden crying, so he picked it up. In order to keep Gooden from starving to death, he purposely took the risk to go to the mountains to catch a mountain fox and come back, milking it for the dog's eggs every day. The old and the young have lived in this beacon tower for 10 years. It's a remote place with no homes. Gooden has no friends since he was a child, and his personality is extremely withdrawn. But Xiao Ruoyu's arrival has brought changes to Gooden. Zhao Debeo, who was smoking a pipe beside him, also smiled in relief. P.S. I thought I wrote it yesterday. I didn't. I'm going. I'm really confused. Today I haven't eaten for another day. My body is really too weak, and I feel like my body is being hollowed out. A round of scorching sun was in the sky. 7 horses run side by side. At this time, the 7 sons of the Yang family were wearing armor, each holding their own weapons in their hands. Followed by 300 dead soldiers in the Yang family army. Everyone's face showed a solemn look of death. And under his feet, there were extremely muddy dark red mud and countless corpses. 300 knights and the 7 major generals of the Yang family rushed to the Golden Beach day and night. However, the scene after arriving made everyone's heart cold. The entire Golden Beach has been stained red with blood. Spears, arrows, broken knives, stumps. Numerous corpses were nailed to spears and hung, gently swaying with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. The corpses of the soldiers of the Song army and the Liao army were all displayed together, and some of them could not even tell whether they were friends or enemies. A tragic picture caught everyone's eyes. Yang Yinping urged the horse forward slowly, trying to find the figure of his father. The 6 younger brothers and the 300 sergeants behind him also looked around to see if there were any survivors. The horse's hoof stepped into the pool of blood, stirring up the blood that remained in the mud puddle. The surrounding Gobi was stained dark red with blood. The entire Golden Beach has now become a sea of blood. Flies buzzed all over the sky around the corpse. Everywhere shows how tragic the battle experienced here was. Follow me. At this time, Yang Yinping found that the arrangement of the corpses of the soldiers of the Song army was a bit strange. It spreads all the way to an exit of Golden Beach. After shouting at the sergeants behind him, he took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead/phoneme and riding his horse and rushed towards the direction where the corpses spread. But Sanlang Yang Yenguan, who followed closely behind, saw the military flag of his father's army, which was soaking in a muddy pool of blood. He bent down and lifted the battle flag from the pool of blood. The strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind-wine/phoneme raged, whistling the battle flag filled with blood. With the fluttering of the flag, blood flowers are flying all over the sky. A huge young character flutters in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind-wine/phoneme. This used to be a banner that the people of Liao Kingdom were frightened by. Now it is alone and soaked in a pool of blood. Yang Yenguang carried the banner on his shoulders, and the bloody young character was particularly dazzling in the fast-moving army formation.
Sudden.
The rushing team stopped. I saw a large Liao army suddenly appearing not far ahead.
Boundless.
Tens of thousands of sergeants from the Liao kingdom had already been silently waiting for their arrival in place. Yang Yanzhao slowly turned his head to look at Erlang, and Yang Yending nodded slightly. Yang Yending immediately turned his horse's head and hid among the 300 soldiers. Because Yang Yending is a well-known sharpshooter in the army, the 7 brothers had already discussed the countermeasures before setting off. Yang Yanping slowly raised his hand, and everyone behind him followed closely.
300 pairs of tens of thousands.
There was no panic at all, everyone was silent. Just closely following Yang Yanping's footsteps, marching firmly towards the Liao army. 1 step, 2 steps, the horse under the crotch is getting faster and faster. In the end, everyone followed Yang Yanping and charged towards the boundless Liao army. The rumbling sound of horseshoes was like a war drum.
Fully inspire the momentum of the 300 people.
As Yang Yanping took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in charging, everyone turned their spears.
Kill! 300 people shouted angrily.
The leading member of the Liao army on the opposite side was holding a tomahawk, and the general was not afraid of seeing the 300 horsemen, but charged towards him instead. He also raised the tomahawk in his hand to indicate that he was ready for phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme combat. Immediately, countless infantry sergeants armed with carbine-rejecting guns walked out of the army behind them, waiting for 300 cavalry to charge at the front of the army. But who would have thought that the 300 iron cavalry of the Young family turned their long spears around and picked up the oil bag tied to the horse's crotch? Just when the two armies were about to come into contact, 300 people collectively threw the oil bag on the head of the Liao army. Immediately after that, he took a bow and shot an arrow, and shot through all the oil bags before they hit the ground.
The sky is full of fire oil.
Yang Yending instantly shot out the rocket that had been prepared in his hand.
Boom!
After the rocket touched the floating kerosene in the air, it instantly turned into a sea of flames and fell into the Liao army's formation. The fire raged. The Liao army panicked suddenly, and some sergeants had already been scorched black by the raging fire. Screams, howls, and sounds spread across the sky. The raging fire raged like a fire dragon, forcibly burning a hole among the tens of thousands of Liao troops. Yang Yending took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and rushed into tens of thousands of enemy troops. The 300 riders behind him followed closely without hesitation. These people are not willing to fight, they will kill anyone they see, just to clear the obstacles in front of them. Charged all the way, the Liao army also suffered more than 200 casualties at this time.
But Yang Jejun didn't care.
Their goal is the death place behind the tens of thousands of Liao troops, Lianglang Mountain. The 307 people pierced directly into the Liao army's army like an arrow, pierced through it, and then sped away.
But even so,
they also paid the price of 200 lives before rushing out of the encirclement of the Liao army.
On the side of the mountain, Yeluyuan was gently peeling an apple with a dagger. General Yelu, if I'm not wrong, you saved Yang Ye's life just to lure the 7 sons of the Yang family, right? But now?
The 7 sons are all out of danger. If the Empress Dowager Xiao finds out about this, she will definitely investigate.
Standing beside Yeluyuan, the fat military advisor with a mustache said in a shrill voice. Using 200 soldiers and horses to test the abilities of the 7 sons of the Yang family, it's worth it.
Yeluyuan didn't care, as if human life was nothing more than worthless in his eyes. General, you have to understand that our 5 troops have already confronted the Song army in Huanzhou City, but at this moment, we should phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the army to attack the city, instead of entangled with the Yang family again and again. The fat military master was still chattering endlessly at Yeluyuan, and even began to criticize Yeluyuan's actions in his words. Destroying the Yang family is tantamount to getting rid of a confidant of my Daliao.
To destroy the Song dynasty. Point. Son. Yes. Wait.
With a look of disdain on his face, Yeluyuan slowly stood up and turned to the military advisor, put his face phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to that of the fat military advisor, and spoke slowly.
Say it.
Yi Lu Yuan threw the apple in his hand into the hands of the army commander next to him, and left without looking back. Only the military division, who was frightened and dared not move, remained in place and did not dare to speak out.
In Huanzhou City. As I heard, the vanguard Yang Yedu and the Lone Army fell into a strong enemy and were trapped in Liang Langshan City.
The 7 sons of the Yang family have been sent to rescue. Today, Pan Runmei is specially ordered to send elite soldiers to help.
There is no delay.
An imperial envoy held the imperial decree in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme it to Pan Runmei, who was kneeling in front of her.
The minister leads the order.
After hearing this, Pan Runmei remained calm, but she was already very angry in her heart. The revenge of murder. The imperial envoy handed over the imperial decree to Pan Runmei, turned around and left.
Many people knew about Pan Runmei's enmity with the Yang family, and this imperial envoy naturally knew about it too.
He didn't want to participate in the struggle between the two families, so he simply left Huanzhou City without saying a word.
After the imperial envoy left,
Pan Runmei held the imperial decree in one hand and remained silent for a long time. The lieutenant at the side also looked at Pan Runmei cautiously at this time, not daring to make any sound.
Chapter 35. How is the military situation outside the city? Pan Runmei suddenly asked the lieutenant behind her.
Return to the commander. The Liao soldiers outside the city are facing off against my army. After hearing Pan Runmei's words, the deputy general immediately blurted out the general's feelings.
Pan Runmei nodded with some hesitation on her face.
Not long afterward, Pan Runmei gritted her teeth as if she had made a decision, and gave orders to the lieutenant behind her. I will serve you with pen and ink, and I will immediately report back to the Holy Majesty.
Yes. The lieutenant bowed in response, turned and left. 2 Wolf Mountain City.
A big red flag is waving in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme.
The huge young character roared and danced on the flag.
The place got its name because the 2 high mountains face each other, and because the 2 high mountains look like 2 wolves howling up to the sky. Between the 2 mountains there is a small deserted city called 2 Wolf Mountain City. At this time, the vanguard army led by Yang Yi was being forced to defend the city of Lianglang Mountain. Holding a golden knife, Yang Yi stood on the edge of the cliff and looked up. Behind them are the remnants of the defeated soldiers who were killed by the Liao army and abandoned their armor, supporting each other.
Hurry up and fix the weapon.
Yes.
How's the injury? You can fight again.
Block the door firmly, and find more logs.
Yes.
The lieutenant shuttled among the wounded soldiers with 2 donuts in his hand. The soldiers near the city gate were also busy putting logs on the city gate to prevent the Liao army from raiding the city gate. The uninjured sergeants are rushing to repair their weapons. Some soldiers even sharpened wooden sticks with portable daggers and used them instead of arrows. Just because the food is about to run out, the supplies are basically running out.
Along the way, the adjutant looked complicated.
At this time, only 500 of the vanguard remained. If the Liao army attacked again, even if they occupied the territory of Lianglangshan City, they might not be able to hold on for long. Yang Yi was raising his eyes to wait and see, and there seemed to be 2 figures interlaced near the beacon tower not far away. Zheng Zhang wondered why there were still people missing here. The deputy general walked to Yang Yi's side, looked at the half of the arrow behind Yang Yi that was still undrawn, and handed out the bread in his hand.
Mr. Ling, can you eat some?
Give it to the soldiers. Yang Yi turned his head to look at the lieutenant general, and smiled palely. The lieutenant looked hesitant.
They've eaten all of this.
The bread in his hand was still held in front of Yang Yi.
You have followed me for so many years. You can't talk about wars. You are not good at lying. Don't think I don't know.
These days, there is not much water and food. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled, looked at the lieutenant general, and then looked at the jagged gobi in front of him again. Ling Gong, I have fought with you for many years, and I have never seen such a tragic battle. The deputy general talked with Yang Yi with some emotion. But he didn't know that these words made Yang Yi feel a little flustered. Maybe, I'm really old. There are so many Liao soldiers ambushing around, how could I not notice it? Why didn't Yuluyuan attack the city? After hearing the lieutenant general's unintentional words, Yang Yi was in a daze for a while and murmured. The Yang family army is here. The Yang family army is here. The Yang family army is here. The sergeants suddenly burst into cheers of excitement. A blood-colored yang-shaped flag was the first to catch everyone's eyes, and it was particularly conspicuous in this desolate Gobi. Boom, the hoofbeats raged. I saw Yang Yanping coming first. Behind him, the 6 sons of the Yang family and 100 knights galloped forward. The sound of horseshoes broke the oppressive atmosphere in Lianglangshan city, giving everyone hope to continue living. Yang Yi stared blankly at the men and horses roaring down the mountain, with complex expressions, with relief, panic, and deep fear in his eyes. The moment he saw his son, Yang Yi felt that he was being calculated. It was surrounded by tens of thousands of Liao troops and driven away by cavalry. It turned out to be a trap. It's no wonder that the Liao army suddenly withdrew its troops when it had the upper hand, and only left the road leading to Lianglang Mountain. Following the troops, they entered the city of Lianglangshan. The sergeants closed the gates again. Father! The baby is late. I made my father suffer. The first 7 people got off their horses and rushed to Yang Yi's side and knelt down on their knees. The city of Lianglangshan has been surrounded by the Liao army. How did you break in? Yang Yi looked worriedly at the 7 sons kneeling on the ground in front of him. Father, we just changed our position a little and broke through the blockade of the Liao army.
Sanlang Yang Yanguan was very proud, and said to Yang Yi with a little complacency and pretentiousness on his face.
It was as he guessed. Yang Yi was anxious and angry when he heard his son's words. At this time, Sailang Yang Yanhui, who was kneeling beside Yang Yi, discovered the left hand that Yang Yi placed beside him. Nails were black and trembling.
This is obviously a manifestation of being deeply poisoned. Yang Yanhui just wanted to speak. Puff!
Yang Yi spat out a mouthful of black blood from his mouth.
Mr. Ling!
Father! 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 The deputy general and the 7 sons of the Yang family immediately supported Yang Yi and shouted worriedly. It's a trick! With a look of despair on his face, Yang Yi stretched out his hand and waved it slowly, signaling them to be calm. After seeing Yang Yi's actions, everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, waiting for Yang Yi's next words. 10 years ago, my Song army defeated the 30 troops of the Liao kingdom, and none of the troops led by General Yalu survived. Now, his son Yuluyuan spared my life to lure you to come to revenge.
Father, you must pull out the arrow now. Sailang Yang Yanhui looked at the broken arrow behind Yang Yi and said hesitantly.
Yanping, take your brothers and leave Lianglang Mountain immediately. Yang Yi waved his big hand to stop his son's movements and words.
Father, don't you leave?
Yang Yanping took a step forward with a worried expression on his face. I have been on the battlefield for so many years, and I have never been afraid.
Do I want to be a deserter now?
Yang Yi stubbornly refused to leave. In fact, he knew in his heart that if he stayed, his sons might still have the hope of surviving. If I also leave with everyone, I am afraid that Yuluyuan will kill the generals by any means and will not let anyone leave. Father!
Pan Renmei's reinforcements will arrive before sunset. Let's defend the city first.
When the reinforcements arrive, we brothers will fight out together. Saburo Yang Yanguang naively thought that Pan Renmei would really come to the rescue, but he didn't know that Yang Yi had already given up the hope of reinforcements. If we want to be rescued, we will not fail to save him in Jinshaiten. If he is willing to send troops, we will not be where we are today. Now that his troops have withdrawn, how could he come back to die? Seeing Yang Yanguang's naivety, the deputy general at the side couldn't help explaining angrily. Pan Renmei is an old thief. Unless someone forces him with a knife on his neck, he will never take any risks. The adjutant continued to speak indignantly. When the 7 people heard the adjutant's words, they all had complicated expressions. Father, this trip is authorized by the Holy One. Yang Yanping spoke to Yang Yi, who had a complex expression on the side, but no one cared. Yang Yanci, the eldest son of the Yang family who had been silent all this time, had a complex expression at this time. He felt that everything today was caused by him. If it wasn't that he couldn't resist going to the ring, if it wasn't that he accidentally killed Pan Bao, if it wasn't him. Yang Yanci was secretly angry and sad in his heart. This also caused him to have some thoughts in his heart, but he didn't show the slightest. It's rare that the Holy Majesty remembers me, Yang Yi. I blame Yang Yi for being incompetent and failing to defend the territory for the Holy Majesty. At this time, Yang Yi heard Yang Yanping say that the aid was actually the Emperor's will, and immediately knelt down and looked at Dongfang Xian with tears in his eyes. Chapter 36 General Huyen, is there another way to return to Kyoto? Yang Yanping spoke to Vice General Yang Yi and asked. Yes, but that's not a road at all. The Golden Beach was blocked by the Liao army. If you want to go back, there is only one road, and it is the only way to go. That is the Beacon Tower. The Beacon Tower has been built on the highest place since ancient times, and the mountain road is rugged. General Huyen showed embarrassment. Please also show me. Yang Yanping insisted on going to have a look, but General Huyen had no choice but nodded in agreement. After Yang Yanping and General Huyen left, only Sailang Yang Yanhui, Lulang Yang Yanzhao, and Qilong Yang Yanci remained. Yang Yanhui looked at the broken arrow behind Yang Yi, lit the oil lamp and smoked a dagger for a while. Father, I'll help you take out the broken arrow. Yang Yi just wanted to refuse, but the faces of the three sons were determined, which made Yang Yi give up the rebuttal. The broken arrow was pulled out from Yang Yi's back. Black blood gushed out from the wound like a trickle. Don't move, there is poison on the arrow, Dad, the poison has penetrated into the bones, I will scrape the bones to remove the poison for you. Yang Yanhui threw the broken arrow aside. Yang Yanzhao just wanted to reach for it but was stopped by Yang Yanhui, then he said to Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded slowly and did not refuse. Yang Yanhui inserted the smoked dagger into the wound on Yang Yi's back, dug out the rotten flesh, and began to slowly scrape the poison off the bone. On the other hand, Yang Yanci's complexion was complicated, and annoyance welled up in his heart. Seeing his father's pale complexion, black blood continuously flowed from the armor. Yang Yanci really couldn't stand it. He hid by the wall and gritted his teeth secretly. Father, it's all my fault. I'm going to Huanzhou City to force Pan Runmei to send troops. Hearing his father's groaning in pain because of the carrion and bone scraping, Yang Yanci knelt on his knees and his eyes were red. Say it. Yang Yanci picked up the long spear beside him, turned his head and ran out of Lianglang Mountain. Father, don't move, sixth brother. Go after him. Just as Yang Yi wanted to get up, he was held down by Yang Yanhui, and he turned his head and told Lulang Yang Yanzhao to go after him. Lulang Yang Yanzhao got up and chased after hearing the order from the fourth brother. But there is nowhere to be found Yang Yanci. Seventh brother, seventh brother. Yang Yanzhao kept calling, but did not get any response. Yang Yanci had already left Lianglang Mountain at this time, and single-handedly returned along the original road, heading straight for Huanzhou City all the way. And the other side. Following the leadership of General Huyen, Yang Yanping came to a small road. Mr. Ling has pity on us, let us escape this way, and don't have to wait to die with him in Lianglangshan City, but no one wants to leave, you see, this is here. General Huyen pointed to the path in front of him and said to Yang Yanping and others. Who suddenly? A huge boulder roared through the air. It directly smashed a low wall beside Yang Yanping. Boom boom boom, boulders flew down one after another. Some sergeants who were too late to evade were killed or injured, and some were directly smashed into flesh. Go back and protect Dad. Hurry up. Yang Yanping immediately shouted to the younger brothers behind him. At this time, it was within the city of Lianglangshan. Huge boulders kept falling from the sky, catching a group of soldiers by surprise and panicking. Regardless of the danger, Yang Yanping ran towards Yang Ye's location. Put. Whoosh whoosh, the Liao army came to attack. A row of siege vehicles kept throwing boulders towards the city of Lianglang Mountain. Kill. 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 Yaluyuan held a strangely shaped long-handled strange knife and shouted angrily.
The joy and excitement of revenge are on the face.
A row of soldiers from the Liao kingdom threw their grappling hooks with ropes across the low wall of Lianglang Mountain.
The war is about to start.
At this time, Yang Yinping and the others had returned to Yang Yi's side.
Where is the seventh brother?
Yang Yinping looked at the 5 younger brothers around him and asked.
The seventh brother went to Huanzhou City to find Pan Runmei and sent troops. Lu Lang Yang Yanzhao said. You can't stop him?
Yang Yinping punched Yang Yanzhao in the face and shouted loudly.
Yang Yanzhao said nothing. Report. The Liao army has rushed into the city.
A sergeant suddenly rushed over and shouted loudly. General Huyen, you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme people to escort my father. Everyone breaks out separately and gather at the gate of the city. After hearing the sergeant's words, Yang Yinping didn't bother to teach his younger brother a lesson and turned around to give instructions to the sergeant beside him.
Everyone was ordered to break through separately.
The 6 brothers of the Yang family each held their own weapons and charged towards the Liao soldiers who rushed into the city.
At the beacon tower on the opposite mountain,
Xiao Ruoyu was currently training Gooden to somersault.
Very good, stop it, dog. Next, I will teach you a set of marksmanship. You have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme it carefully.
This set of marksmanship is called Yang Spear. Xiao Ruoyu was very satisfied looking at the sweaty dog in front of him.
Just now, ho-hoo, there was a whistling sound.
Xiao Ruoyu turned his head to look in the direction of the voice.
I saw boulders flying across the mountain.
A large number of Liao troops rushed up the mountain like ants.
Ha! That's old man Yang?
Xiao Ruoyu also recognized where Yang Yi was when he saw the blood-colored Yang flag roaring against the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme on the city wall on the opposite mountain.
Brother Xiao. It's the Liao army. It's the Liao army.
The Liao army at the foot of the opposite mountain that Gooden was looking at this time also shouted anxiously.
I know, Gaud, I'm afraid I don't have time to teach you marksmanship. Thank you for your care these days, I should leave.
Xiao Ruoyu stared at everything in front of him without turning his eyes, and said to Gooden without turning his head.
I know, brother Xiao, you go, I'll be right here watching you, you have to come back alive.
With tears in Gooden's eyes, he knew that Xiao Ruoyu might not be able to come back after going out this time. Regardless of whether Xiao Ruoyu is dead or alive, maybe this is the last time they meet. God, originally you should have the surname of Zhao with your grandfather, but the elder brother is selfish.
Let me give you a name, Yang Yanshun. I will give you a drill of the Yang family's marksmanship. You must remember and practice a lot. Kill more Liao people in the future, can you do it? Xiao Ruoyu looked down at Gooden beside him and said meaningfully. Thank you big brother for giving me the name.
I, Yang Yanshun, will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme up to my big brother's expectations.
I will kill more Liao people and overcome obstacles for my Song dynasty. Gooden had a firm face and looked at Xiao Ruoyu with firm eyes. Okay. Watch it.
Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand and called out the Overlord Spear. Press, pick, stab, sweep, smash, collapse, drag, pump. A set of marksmanship was used in Xiao Ruoyu's hands. As the pace moved, a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme and sand was brought up. Everyone has their own special skills. Some people strategize and win from thousands of miles away. As for me, I only know how to shoot. The Yang family's marksmanship began with the mighty grace of heaven to open up the borders for the country, and to kill Fanbang under the spear.
The world is unparalleled. This time I leave, you must remember to study hard, and I will go.
After Xiao Ruoyu finished practicing a set of marksmanship, Hulai Zhao Yi Yushir turned over and urged the horse to go straight down the mountain to the rear of the Liao army. Only Xiao Ruoyu's voice was left in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win slash phoneme, faintly transmitted to Yang Yanshuan's ears.
Chapter 37 Xiao Ruoyu rushed down the mountain on Juechen.
Yang Yanshun stood by the mountain wall and looked at the battlefield below him.
I see.
Xiao Ruoyu is holding the Overlord Spear, and his crotch is shining on the Yeu lion. The silver vice-general's armor turned into a golden battle armor at some point. Silver spear and white horse, cloak roaring. In this way, one man and one horse crashed into the Liao army formation alone, like a hungry tiger rushing at a sheep. The momentum was like a broken bamboo, and no one could stop it. A silver spear in his hand was like a god of war descending into the world, and when he swung it like a white dragon coming out of a ravine, pieces of corpses of Liao soldiers fell at his feet. After rushing down, they were less than 1,000 meters away from Yuluyuan.
Really a hero. This action also made Zhao Debao, who didn't know when he was standing beside Gooden, exclaimed.
After hearing Zhao Debao's words, Gooden blinked his eyes hard, turned his head to Zhao Debao and asked, "Grandpa, is General Jin Zhao really brother Xiao?"
Hearing Gooden's words, Zhao Debao nodded.
It should be true. Although the battle armor has been changed, the horse under the crotch and the silver gun in the hand must be your brother Xiao. Gooden, who was far away on the top of the beacon tower, was also staring at and caring about the figure on the battlefield at this moment. And Xiao Ruoyu charged all the way with the Overlord spear in his hand. He was heroic, brave and invincible, and in an instant, Gooden had a sense of yearning. Before leaving, Xiao Ruoyu told him to let him fight for the Song dynasty in the future. At this moment, he saw Xiao Ruoyu riding alone and fighting in the Liao army without hesitation. It also made Gooden Yang Yenshun secretly swear in his heart, "Brother Xiao, Gooden will definitely phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to your expectations." The other side. In the city of Lianglangshan. Seeing the Liao army rushing in, Yang Yanping and others fought bravely. It barely stopped the pace of the Liao army. And Xiao Ruoyu rode alone, as if he had entered an uninhabited land among his tens of thousands of troops. The excitement on Yuluyuan's face disappeared, and he became faintly gloomy. Behind Yuluyuan, 7 people saw Xiao Ruoyu's figure, and their faces were extremely gloomy. At this moment, suddenly one of the people holding a giant hammer yelled, and went straight to kill Xiao Ruoyu.
"Giant tower! Calm down!"
Seeing the giant tower rushing towards Xiao Ruoyu recklessly, the white cat just wanted to stop it, but it didn't have time at all. At this time, the giant tower had already rushed in front of Xiao Ruoyu. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were already red-eyed, and no matter who came, they were all enemies anyway, so it would be right to kill anyone he saw. Just when Xiao Ruoyu pushed forward for a distance of meters again, a big man with a giant hammer appeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu, and the hammer fell towards Xiao Ruoyu's head. Xiao Ruoyu didn't raise his head, and turned his body slightly. The Overlord spear in his hand pierced out with a speed like a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme. Just one trick. Xiao Ruoyu stabbed the giant tower through the throat, and the corpse was trampled into mud by the surrounding Liao soldiers. One move. Killing the enemy will be off the horse. Seeing this action, Gooden and Zhao Debao's grandfather and grandson cheered unceasingly, while Yuluyuan and the remaining 6 people behind him looked pale. The selected person 0213 kills the contractor 30251, and the reward is returned after settlement. The reminder of the main god space may be late, but it will never be absent. The momentum of the Liao army, which was originally like a rainbow, fell directly to freezing point at this time. Although it was not as brave as before to surround and kill Xiao Ruoyu, but it still surrounded him firmly. Standing on the top of the mountain, the grandpa and grandson of Gooden looked at the golden figure surrounded by the endless ant-sized Liao army, feeling sad from their hearts for a moment. "Master, can brother Xiao come back alive?" Looking at the boundless Liao army, Gooden unconsciously shed tears in his eyes. When Zhao Debao heard his grandson's words, he also took 2 puffs of cigarettes, but said nothing. Suddenly, Gooden seemed to remember something. "Master, lend me your old drum, I want to cheer for brother Xiao." Gooden wiped his tears with his sleeve, looked up at Zhao Debao. "Go get it." Zhao Debao was silent for a while, although it was right for his grandson to beat the drums to cheer Xiao Ruoyu, but it might attract the prying eyes of the Liao army. But seeing the look in his grandson's eyes at this time, Zhao Debao's heart suddenly trembled. That look is like that of his son who was killed by the Liao people. After getting Zhao Debao's affirmation, Gooden turned and ran down the dilapidated beacon tower. An old drum with many scars and mottled marks was rolled out by Gooden with great difficulty. The drum is very big, and it is very difficult for Gooden to push. Zhao Debao stretched out his wrinkled hands to rest on the side of the drum. My son, I don't have a good life for a few years. You, Brother Xiao, are right. You have to make achievements, and you have to open your eyes. You can't be like you. I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme on this broken table for the rest of my life. Gooden looked at Zhao Debao in surprise, and tears flowed out again. Zhao Debao grinned, revealing 3 yellow teeth. Come on, my master will join you in cheering for Brother Xiao. We are Song Dynasty. We are Han people. We are not afraid of death. With the efforts of the grandfather and grandson, the war drum was finally erected. Zhao Debao waved a big red flag in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Gooden is also holding a pair of drumsticks and waving his thin arms vigorously. Boom! 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 Heavy, one after another, the sound of war drums spread across the battlefield. He wanted Xiao Ruoyu to know that this time, he was no longer fighting alone. The grandpa and grandson would accompany him to kill the enemy together. One time, another time, the sound of war drums continued. The battle flag in his hand was also waved by Zhao Debao without stopping. Even if the tiger's mouth was worn out, he didn't stop fluttering the battle flag. Even if he exhausted his strength, the battle drum didn't stop. At this time Xiao Ruoyu, who was surrounded by countless Liao troops, heard the sound of the drum and looked up. I saw the battle flag waving on the top of the mountain and the war drum rumbling. He knew that it was Zhao Debao and Gooden who were cheering him on. At this time, the few Song troops left in Lianglang Mountain also heard the sound of drums and the waving battle flags. The big Song characters flutter in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. The soldiers on the city wall stopped and looked at the opposite mountain. 2 thin figures were beating the war drums and waving the battle flags. At the foot of the mountain, the general in the golden armor was surrounded by the boundless Liao people at this time, and he was still fighting the enemy bravely with unparalleled bravery. Brothers, today, with such majestic war drums and our great Song army flag as our majesty, we will die with no regrets. When Yang Yi saw this scene, with tears in his eyes, he turned around and roared loudly at the few soldiers behind him. We are willing to follow in the footsteps of the general and swear to the death to defend the land of the Song dynasty, even if we die. Never retreat an inch. The sergeants of Song dynasty were infected by this atmosphere, and everyone's faces showed a look of death. Crazy, angry, mad, desperate, many emotions surfaced on their faces. But only, no fear. Boys, follow me. Kill the 2 wolves. Chapter 38 and the other side. When the Liao army saw that the giant tower of their own general was chopped off by his horse, they all stared in disbelief. The most unacceptable performance was that there were only 6 people left behind Yiluyuan. They know the combat power of the giant tower. I thought that in this era of cold weapons, the giant tower should be one of the best combat powers. But in less than 1 round, he died a miserable death. No! It can't be like this. Otherwise we will all die. Let's do it together. At this time, the expression on the white cat's face became extremely distorted because of fear. After seeing Xiao Ruoyu's strength, the rest of the people didn't get any better. Let's go together, kill. Kill this person. While the 6 were discussing secretly, Yiluyuan's angry voice came over. The 6 people looked at each other for a while, shouted loudly, swung their weapons and killed Xiao Ruoyu. White Cat, you are in charge of harassment. None of us have the ability to consume from a distance. We can only fight in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme combat. You should seize the opportunity. A strong man in the rush turned and said to the white cat beside him. I see, Guka, be careful yourself. After the white cat agreed, it secretly hid among a group of Liao soldiers and waited for the opportunity. The other 4 people rushed on horseback and went straight to Xiao Ruoyu. I saw the strong man named Guka who was talking to the white cat before, shouting in his mouth, and the huge saber in his hand was also slashing towards Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were focused, and the overlord's spear in his hand was like a sharp sword. With one shot, he pierced straight into the heart of the heart. In front of Xiao Ruoyu's enormous strength, the overlord's spear in his hand passed through his body directly.
Throw your pistols. Guko was killed by Xiao Ruoyu in an instant.
The selected person 0213 kills the contractor 33695, and the reward is returned after settlement. Then, Xiao Ruoyu pulled out the overlord's spear from the ground on his horse and slammed it on the head. The body of Guko was thrown out by Xiao Ruoyu and smashed directly into the Liao army formation.
At this time,
suddenly, a Fong Tian painted halberd came straight to Xiao Ruoyu's back heart. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were fixed, and he poured all his strength between his arms. The overlord's spear, which weighed more than 100 kilograms, was turned like a grass stick in his hand, and it collided with Fong Tian's painting halberd, which was coming from a sneak attack.
Place. Boom! With a loud noise, the two weapons collided, and sparks flew everywhere in an instant. Immediately,
I saw that Fong Tian's painted halberd that came in a sneak attack was directly bombarded by the overlord's spear in Xiao Ruoyu's hand and changed its shape. Then with a whoosh, it flew out directly, and flew directly to the direction of Yiluyuan at an extremely fast speed, deeply inserted into the ground, and the long halberd shaft was still shaking unstoppably.
The sudden weapon made Yiluyuan back 3 or 4 steps in fright.
But at this time, the person who attacked Xiao Ruoyu suddenly had his hands and fingers severed, and his bones were all sticking out from the joints. But how could he care about the pain? His life was almost gone. After the weapon in his hand was knocked away, he immediately turned his horse's head and prepared to escape. It was almost a subconscious reaction, and he ran directly to the place with the most people. But how could Xiao Ruoyu give him a chance to escape? I saw Xiao Ruoyu repeating his old trick, grabbing a dead Liao soldier's weapon, and threw it at the fleeing man. With the sound of Su, the long knife carried the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme and thunder, and pierced towards the back of the fleeing man with a whistling sound. The horror of power pierced through the entire blade. The man screamed, fell off his horse, and died. The selected person 0213 kills the contractor 74698, and the reward is returned after settlement.
Another name.
After seeing Xiao Ruoyu beheading one more person, the remaining 4 people also panicked at this time. They didn't think they could fight against Xiao Ruoyu with only 4 people.
However, they didn't think Xiao Ruoyu would let them go.
Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's bravery, Yang Jejun, who rushed all the way down from Lianlang Mountain, cheered and continued to charge. On the other hand, the Liao army has no intention of fighting at this time. Yiluyuan's face was also livid, but there was nothing he could do. Just such a person beheaded half of the 10 newly acquired generals under his command, and killed countless sergeants.
Huge shame.
Kill, leave him alone, kill Yang Yi first. Yiluyuan ignored Xiao Ruoyu with red eyes, and ordered his soldiers to directly attack Yang Yi, who rushed out from Lianlang Mountain.
The remaining 4 also fled back to Yiluyuan at this time. After hearing Yiluyuan's words, he also nodded. Their task was to kill Yang Yi and ensure that his body would not be brought back to Song.
If they killed Yang Yi and cut his body up, then the task should be considered complete, as long as they can't take it away. Thinking of this, everyone gave up on beheading Xiao Ruoyu, and rushed towards Yang Yi and the others instead. As for Xiao Ruoyu, Yelu's principle was to use people to kill him. No matter how brave a person is, there are times when he is exhausted. What's more, Xiao Ruoyu already had several wounds on his body at this time. On the other hand, look at where Yang Yi is. At this moment, his 6 sons were guarding Yang Yi and charged towards Xiao Ruoyu all the way, wanting to meet Xiao Ruoyu. But with the addition of the 4 contractors, their pressure increased significantly. Yang Yanping was the first to encounter the white cat, and was secretly attacked by the white cat with a flying knife, which was stabbed twice in the shoulder blade. At this time, he could no longer hold a gun with both hands.
Death to me.
Following a sweeping blow by a long-haired man holding a spear, Yang Yanping was swept off his horse by this powerful blow, and then the man made another shot, which directly pierced Yang Yanping's chest and lifted it directly on the head, beating the horse to show off, disturbing the morale of the Yang family army. Big brother! Big brother!
Yanping. Seeing this scene, Yang Yi and his remaining sons were furiously charged towards the man holding the spear.
Whoosh whoosh, another 3 swords. The white cat seized the opportunity, and when Yang Yanhui was distracted, he grabbed its throat.
Yang Yanhui, Die. Yan Hui.
Elder brother.
Yan Hui.
Several people were furious, and Yang Yi was so angry that he sprayed out a mouthful of black blood. The members of the Yang family were originally few and weak, but now that Yang Yi had become poisonous again, the already unoptimistic battle situation fell to freezing point again.
Seeing the sky getting late,
Yang Yangguang raised the banner and led the remaining troops to continue the fierce battle. But as the sergeants of the Song army died little by little, the number decreased. In the Yang family, only Yang Yi and his 4 sons are still struggling.
At this time, Yang Yanci, the Qilong of the Yang family who went to Huanzhou City alone, was standing under Huanzhou City. Marshal Pan.
I am Yang Yanci of the Yang family. I implore you to send troops to save my father. Yang Yanci looked up at the soldiers on the city wall and shouted loudly.
I don't know if you are from the Liao Kingdom. It's your purpose to come here to cheat the city, right?
Pan Runmei looked at Yang Yanci outside the city gate with great interest and replied.
Marshal Pan, look clearly, I am Yang Yanci.
Yang Yanci took off his helmet and shouted at Pan Runmei again. Seeing that it was indeed Yang Yanci, Pan Runmei became even more angry, and said to herself, when you killed my son, did you think that today would still be possible? Ask me to send troops to save your father?
Dreaming.
Today, I will let you die here too.
I advise you to go back. The Liao army is confronting our army not far away. I see that you have not acted excessively. I will let you go back for now. If you dare to cheat again, be careful of your dog's life.
After Pan Runmei thought of this, she resolutely rejected Yang Yanci's request, emphasizing again that she did not know him.
Marshal Pan.
Your son was killed by me. If you want me to pay you back, as long as you send troops, I, Yang Yanci, will never pray for mercy. Yang Yanci's teeth were itching with hatred, but he had no choice but to kneel down on his knees and shout to Pan Runmei.
Presumptuous. Come on, prepare your bow and arrow.
If this person dares to disturb the army's morale again and cheat the city to use tricks, he will serve me with random arrows. Pan Runmei gritted her teeth angrily when she heard him mention her dead son.
Dog thief. Die.
Seeing that Pan Runmei refused to send troops, Yang Yanci threw the spear in his hand directly on the city wall in a panic, and went straight to Pan Runmei's face.
Whoosh sound. The spear brushed against Pan Runmei's cheek. Ah! Shoot me arrows.
Pan Runmei was so frightened that she almost sat down on the ground, and immediately snarled when she realized it. Brush with the bows and arrows in the hands of the sergeants let go.
Bows and arrows all over the sky rushed directly towards Yang Yanci. With a plop, Yang Yanci fell straight on the ground. On the side are densely packed arrows stuck in the soil.
Yang Yanci, who fell on the ground, was hit by 72 arrows, of which pierced his chest and died.
Chapter 39, The Trick. Share and eat at this time on the battlefield.
Xiao Ruoyu saw that everyone in the Yang family was dead and injured, only the dying Yang Yi and his 4 sons were still struggling. The remaining 4 contractors on the periphery continued to attack them.
Forcing me to come up with a trick.
The veins on Xiao Ruoyu's forehead swelled. A silver light flashed, and there was something extra in Xiao Ruoyu's hand. He raised the extra thing in his hand and pointed it at the white cat that was still waiting for an opportunity to attack.
Boom! A loud bang. The white cat fell to the ground. Underscore, he has a gun. Boom! Another shot went off.
The contractor holding a spear who had picked Yang Yanping to death before was also shot under the horse. Oh, Xiao Ruoyu blew on the muzzle of the gun, the next one. The selected person 0213 kills the contractor 25412, and the reward is returned after settlement. The selected person 0213 kills the contractor 33215, and the reward is returned after settlement. At this time, the pistol in Xiao Ruoyu's hand was the one that Huang Mao took back from the world of Young and Dangerous in the real world. Xiao Ruoyu had been hiding it in the space before and did not use it.
This time it finally came in handy at a critical moment. Fuck you. Hien. Run.
Seeing the pistol in Xiao Ruoyu's hand, the only 2 remaining contractors in the field turned around and ran, rushing directly into the crowd. Xiao Ruoyu put away the pistol, and the overlord's spear in his hand was raised again. Feel free to stuff a pissing cowball into the mouth. Xiao Ruoyu charged into the crowd like a mad tiger again. General, let him continue to kill like this. I'm afraid the morale of the army will be unstable. It's better for us. Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was unparalleled in courage and strength, the fat military master was also afraid that he would really kill them, so he simply walked up to Yiluyuan and whispered a few words in Yiluyuan's ear. Yiluyuan took a deep look at Xiao Ruoyu after hearing what the fat military division said. Then he called someone, and after whispering some instructions, he continued to watch Xiao Ruoyu charge and kill in the army formation. After a while, Xiao Ruoyu didn't know how many people he had killed. But when Xiao Ruoyu killed nearly 1,000 people again, Xiao Ruoyu, who was tired and out of breath, found that no one around him dared to step forward. At this time, the Liao army was terrified of being killed by Xiao Ruoyu. Whenever Xiao Ruoyu passed by, the Liao soldiers automatically sensed to give way. Countless soldiers of the Liao kingdom holding sharp knives and long spears held their weapons carefully, backed away slowly, not daring to leave Xiao Ruoyu's eyes for a moment, as if they would run away immediately if Xiao Ruoyu committed murder violently the next moment. Xiao Ruoyu urges the horse to come to Yang Yi's side, and escorts Yang Yi and others to leave together. Along the way, the soldiers of the Liao kingdom were silent, and the only remaining 4 sons of the Yang family looked vigilantly at the fearful Liao soldiers around them. On the mountain, the drums of war remain the same, and the flags of war remain the same. But there was no sound at the foot of the mountain. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely strange. Numerous Liao soldiers watched Xiao Ruoyu and the 5 members of the Yang family leave, further and further away. 1 zhang, 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 30 zhang, just as a few people walked to the narrow place between the 2 mountains of Lianlang Mountain. There are steep cliffs on both sides, only one road runs through the north and south, and there is only a thin line of sky above the sky. Just now. Shoot arrows! Yiluyuan shouted loudly. The soldiers of the Liao kingdom who had been prepared for a long time shot countless arrows towards Xiao Ruoyu and the others. Cover the sky. You go! Xiao Ruoyu hung the cloak behind him with the spear in his hand, and kept waving it in front of him, trying to block the incoming arrows. Although this action effectively prevented some of the arrows shooting towards him, dozens of arrows pierced his body. Arms, thighs, abdomen. The Zhuya jade lion under him was also hit by several arrows at this time. Xiao Ruoyu hastily took out the ecstasy rice and ate it. This was the only way to stop the declining blood volume. After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words to tell them to leave quickly, the 5 members of the Yang family immediately hit their horses and galloped. Only Sanlang Yang Yenguang stayed behind to die with Xiao Ruoyu. Kill! Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was covered in arrow wounds, the soldiers of the Liao kingdom also overcame the fear in their hearts, roaring and charged towards Xiao Ruoyu. Lieutenant General Xiao, you are seriously injured, leave quickly, my 3rd brother and I are separated. Just at this time, Wolong Yang Yende came back from riding his horse, and seeing Xiao Ruoyu covered in blood, he also felt ashamed. You can't resist. Xiao Ruoyu's face was calm. At this time, his injuries only seemed to be serious. After taking the ecstasy meal, most of his injuries have recovered, and the arrows on his body were not pulled out, otherwise the wounds would have almost scabbed. General Xiao, you'd better leave, otherwise it will be too late. We 2 brothers will fight to buy time for you, and I hope you can escort my father and 6th brother home safely, please. That's right, General Xiao, this place is narrow, and it happens that my 2 brothers are guarding it, and it can hinder them for a while, so don't shirk it. The love of helping us will be repaid in the next life of our Yang family. Yan Yenda and Yang Yenguan looked at Xiao Ruoyu sincerely, as if they ignored the charging Liao army. Xiao Ruoyu knew that the 2 brothers had made up their minds to die, so they simply nodded in agreement. Xiao Ruoyu beat his horse and left, chasing Yang Yi and others, leaving only Yang Yenguang and Yang Yenda brothers behind. 3rd brother, are you afraid? Hee, the only thing left is death. The 2 brothers looked at the flood of Liao soldiers in front of them and smiled at each other. Kill. Explosive drink. Both of them were holding a shield in one hand and a knife in the other, and fought with the Liao army that was rushing forward. Xiao Ruoyu, who was not far away, paused when he heard the sound of fighting behind him. He knew that at this time the young family brothers had already fought together with the Liao army, and there was no need to speculate too much about the outcome. There was only one outcome: die. But he didn't look back. Still beating the horse and running wildly, chasing after Yang Yanzhao's footsteps. Yang Yanzhao, who ran all the way, tied Yang Yi with a cloak on his back, followed by Erlang Yang Yending with a bow and arrow. After some running, the two had reached the beacon tower where Zhao Debao and Gooden were. Before leaving, they ordered Zhao Debao to ignite the flames of the beacon tower, and then leave quickly with the dog eggs. After Zhao Debao did so, he hid in the woods with his dog eggs to avoid meeting the Liao soldiers who followed him. Yang Yanzhao and others ran down the mountain again. But what they didn't notice was that when they fled past Li Lingbei, Yang Yi, who was carried by Yang Yanzhao, had already lost his breath due to excessive blood loss and severe poisoning. A generation of loyal ministers has just fallen. The two people who didn't know the inside story still ran wildly, and Huanzhou City was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme at hand. Whoosh! Sudden. A long arrow came straight to Yang Yending. Yang Yending dodged the stab in the back and rolled off the horse with a roll. But the war horse under his crotch was not so lucky. It was directly hit by the dark arrow on the horse's head, fell to the ground, and was about to die. Yang Yending drew a dark arrow from the horse's head and took a look. Yang Yending, who was just about to throw away the hidden arrow, was furious when he saw the shape of the hidden arrow in his hand. That's right. This is the person who attacked Yang Yi earlier. The same arrow, with Xiao character engraved on it, is also highly poisonous. Sixth brother, you take father away first, and I will come later. Yang Yending looked around, and said to Yang Yanzhao without looking back. Second brother. After Yang Yanzhao heard Yang Yending's words, he reined in his horse and turned to look at Yang Yending. Go! Yang Yending still looked around, showing no intention of leaving. Then be careful. Yang Yanzhao had no choice but to turn the horse's head and leave again. Chapter 40. Yang Yending stood in place at this time, calmly listening to the footsteps around him. This is a patch of reeds overgrown with weeds. Crash! At this moment, Yang Yending took a bow and shot an arrow. An arrow shot in the direction of the sound. And the same arrow flew towards Yang Yending from that direction. The two quickly adjusted their positions and tried not to be locked by the other party. Arrows shot out quickly. When they couldn't see each other, both of them judged each other's position by their voices. Tossing and moving, not only dodged the opponent's lock, but also avoid the arrows shot by the opponent. It can be said that the current two shooters should be among the best marksmen in this era. Sudden. The two stopped at the same time. Just because at this time the two of them only have one arrow left. But they didn't know that the opponent had only one arrow left. Their thinking at this time is that the last arrow missed the other party, and then the next one may be the other party's world. Both of them have already locked the existence of each other. The only difference is to see whose arrows are faster and whose arrows are more accurate. Whoosh! Shoot arrows at the same time. Yang Yending turned around like a kite and took the initiative to meet Xiao Feng's arrow. Xiao Feng's arrow directly hit Yang Yending's abdomen. But Yang Yending's arrow just shot through Xiao Feng's ear. Just when Xiao Feng thought he had the chance to win, Yang Yending pulled out the arrow in his abdomen and rushed directly in front of Xiao Feng. The arrow in his hand directly hit Xiao Feng's face. No! Puff! Before the desperate Xiao Feng could yell out, Yang Yending decisively let go of the arrow in his hand and nailed Xiao Feng to death on the spot. Yang Yending covered the arrow wound in his abdomen and just wanted to get up and leave. The spear directly pierced Yang Yan's heart and nailed him to the ground. I saw Yilu Yuan single-handedly killing the general. Behind the crotch horse, 5 weapons, 1 golden knife and 4 long spears were tied with ropes. Yilu Yuan got off his horse, tied Yang Yending's weapon to the back of the horse with a rope, clinked it all the way, and continued in the direction of Huanzhou City. Not long after Yilu Yuan left, Xiao Ruoyu rushed to the scene. After he saw the corpses of Xiao Feng and Yang Yending on the ground, his heart was also terrified. He had a bad secret, and immediately chased after him. At this moment, Yang Yanzhao saw Huanzhou City in front of him, but he suddenly remembered General Hu Yan's words. If you want to save it on the battlefield. Yang Yanzhao just wanted to turn his horse's head and run towards Tianbo Mansion, but there was a sound of hooves behind him. Yang Yanzhao thought it was his second brother Yang Yinding who had returned, but when he looked back, where was Yang Yinding? I saw Yuluyuan's red eyes rushing towards Yang Yanzhao to kill the general, and the weapons behind him were dragged on the ground and clanged together. Are you the sixth child or the seventh child? It's just the two of you. Yuluyuan asked Yang Yanzhao softly. There was a sense of ridicule in his words. What? From the moment Yang Yanzhao saw Yuluyuan, he knew that everyone except him would never come back. Recalling the past scenes in his mind, Yang Yanzhao roared in despair. But he can't work hard, he still wants to send his father back, which is the promise he made to his mother. Yang Yanzhao turned around and ran with tears in his eyes. Hey, seeing that Yang Yanzhao was still sensible, Yuluyuan shook his head and sighed, and continued to chase. Your Yang family is really not as good as one. The first 5 are dead and frank. When it's your turn, you will only run away? Ha! While chasing, Yuluyuan stimulated Yang Yanzhao with words. Drive! Yang Yanzhao didn't say a word, and tried his best to urge his horse to sit down and continue galloping. Seeing that he didn't respond, Yuluyuan took out a long whip from behind his back. The long whip in his hand was whirled by the dancer, and it was drawn towards Yang Yi, who was carried on Yang Yanzhao's back. Yang Yanzhao heard the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme behind him, afraid that Yang Yi would be hurt by him, so he turned around to avoid it, but threw himself off the horse. You can't take the corpse away. I want your father to end up with my father. This is my promise to my mother. Yuluyuan pulled the weapon tied behind the horse and threw it in front of Yang Yanzhao. The promises on my back are more and heavier than yours. Yang Yanzhao untied the cloak tied to his body, and gently put Yang Yi's body aside. Yuluyuan also jumped off his horse at this time, and drew out his scimitar. After Yang Yanzhao put Yang Yi away, he rolled over and picked up the spear on the ground and stabbed Yuluyuan straight. Yuluyuan also raised his saber to meet Yang Yanzhao, and the two of them fought together. Fight for 3 to 5 rounds. Yang Yanzhao was no match for Yuluyuan, and was kicked away by him. Yang Yanzhao gritted his teeth and looked at Yuluyuan, pointed the spear in his hand to the ground below him, supported his body and attacked again. Yuluyuan raised his knife to block Yang Yanzhao's blow, and kicked him down with his back kick. He slashed out with the scimitar in his hand, directly cutting a huge wound on Yang Yanzhao's back. The two fought fiercely again. At this time, Yang Yanzhao knew that he was not an opponent, and he used the style of fighting with his life. And Yelu's principle is to ignore the injury, and exchange injuries with Yang Yanzhao. Just now, there was the sound of hoofs. I saw the 2 contractors who had escaped before rushing out from nowhere at this time, and rushed straight to Yang Yi's body, which was put aside by Yang Yanzhao. Ha ha ha, Haiyan, let me see how he can complete the mission this time. The mission failed. Without the deduction of Lord God coins, we can only wait to die. Ah, Cardinal, you are smart enough to know that he will definitely run here with the old man's body on his back, so let that pervert find us in the Liao Kingdom. This time, we will dismember Yang Yi and feed it to the wild dogs. Let me see how he gathers the corpses and brings them back. The two looked crazy at this time, and the weapons in their hands went straight to Yang Yi's corpse. When Yang Yanzhao saw the 2 people who were killed suddenly running towards his father's body, he was also furious from the guts. He held Yuluyuan's knife on his shoulder without any resistance, and rushed towards the 2 who had sneaked up on the corpse. Seeing that the long knife in Haiyan's hand was about to approach Yang Yi's body, Yang Yanzhao threw himself on Yang Yi's body, using his back to block the blow for his father. A scar with deep visible bone appeared on Yang Yanzhao's back. Hey, you still dare to resist? Ha ha ha, then I will kill you together. Cardinal laughed loudly, and raised the long knife in his hand to mend it again. Whoosh! A cracking sound came. A silver lion-head fire-patterned spear came through the air, directly piercing Cardinal's body, leading him to fly back from the horse, and nailing him to a stone wall. Put! You! Cardinal sprayed blood, raised his finger with difficulty and pointed to a figure in the distance, then his arms drooped and he died on the spot. The selected person 0213 kills the contractor 54105, and the reward is returned after settlement.
Red Sparrow. You are a demon. Don't come here.
He Yan glanced at the cardinal who was crucified on the stone wall, then turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu. At this moment he was about to collapse. This is a pervert. In this world, Xiao Ruoyu has always been the one who takes the initiative to attack. There were a total of 10 people, and those who were abruptly influenced by him assigned 9 of them to one camp. And of these 9 people, 8 of them have died in his hands.
You don't come here.
No, don't kill me. I am willing to exchange my life with the main god coin.
Don't come here, don't.
I will increase the price. I will issue another invitation card from the heavenly people. He Yan knelt down on his knees, and following Xiao Ruoyu's approaching footsteps, he moved back little by little, praying.
An invitation card from the heavens?
After hearing these words, Xiao Ruoyu stopped in his tracks, and looked suspiciously at Haiyan who was kneeling on the ground.
Yes.
I'm willing to give you 20,000 main god coins.
I only have 5,000.
Leave me, to save my life.
I'll give you the rest.
Also, I'll give you the invitation card of the heavenly people. Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was interested in what he said, He Yan immediately continued talking to Xiao Ruoyu.
Oh, just wait a minute.
Xiao Ruoyu nodded and ignored him, but went to the dead cardinal to take back his overlord spear, and then walked to Yiluyuan.
Mustache, I told you to wait, I didn't expect you to deliver it to your door?
Xiao Ruoyu looked at Yiluyuan with interest, and Xiao Ruoyu held the spear in his hand, ready to go at any time.
General Xiao. Kill him. Avenge my father.
Yang Yanzhao, who was seriously injured and covered in blood, gritted his teeth and looked at Yiluyuan and roared.
Dang bang puff.
Xiao Ruoyu sent forward the long spear in his hand, and Yelu was able to block it with the knife. But his strength is no match for Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu directly knocked the scimitar in his hand into the air, pierced Yiluyuan's throat with a single shot, and directly ended the youngest young commander of the Liao Kingdom.
You can continue talking, heavenly people, what is it?
Xiao Ruoyu drew back his spear, turned to look at He Yan and asked.
Heavenly people.
Heavenly people. Haiyan's eyeballs were rolling around in their sockets, and he couldn't tell what the heavens were.
Xiao Ruoyu knew what He Yan meant.
Yang Yanzhao's existence made it impossible for him to expose the existence of the main god space, and he didn't dare to mention the words main god space, otherwise he would definitely be obliterated. Xiao Ruoyu turned around and stunned Yang Yanzhao, then looked at Haiyan again. I'll ask you one last time, what is the heavenly congregation? 3 numbers, if you can't tell the shit, I'll poke it out for you. Oh, he also directly raised the overlord spear in his hand against Haiyan's throat. After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, He Yan collapsed directly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He is really afraid that Xiao Ruoyu will feed him shit. Don't, Dad. Dear Dad. I knew that Tianzhong is a very strong organization. There are only 12 invitation cards in total, but there are only 13 official members. Who gets the invitation card? You can challenge one of them and take his place as a full member. Afterwards, the card of the person who was killed will be thrown away casually by them. Whoever gets it can challenge it again, but if the challenge fails, the end will be death. They are a group of lunatics. According to outside rumors, the 12 of them do not know each other, and they only communicate through the chat function of the team. If someone is killed, they won't care. As long as you are strong enough and willing to join the Celestial Clan, they are willing to accept you into the organization. It is said that they once had a collective mission, only 12 people killed a large mercenary group opposite, a total of people of the same level as them, and they killed none left. And there are only 3 benefits of joining them, that is, intelligence sharing, item trading, and team action, because this organization is full of powerful lunatics. Therefore, it is much easier to obtain props than ordinary contractors, and the task digging will be deeper, so the transaction between the strong is actually beneficial to everyone.
And the last point is team action.
Once these lunatics decide to act as a team, most of the contractors in the mission world they are in will voluntarily give up the mission, otherwise they will have no place to cry when they are killed. Only those extremely strong teams dare to compete with Tianzhong for some resources, and they dare not do too much. After all, they are elusive, and it is too difficult to deal with.
That's all I know, and this is only my second quest world. I bought the news with Lord God coins in the trading hall after I got the card, so you can do it, just treat me like a fart. Hei Yin knelt on the ground at this moment, kowed out to Xiao Ruoyu begging for mercy while crying with tears in his eyes. After hearing Hei Yan's description, Xiao Ruoyu probably understood the situation of this organization. They usually play their own games, but if one person is about to enter the large world, then you can contact the other 11 people to go in with you to grab the resources in the world, and if you sign the main god contract before entering, you don't have to be afraid of them. Shame on you. You can trust them with your back, which is equivalent to a temporarily formed team with the most loyal partners. And these 11 companions are all extremely strong and outrageous existences. When there is no mission, there is no one who can restrict your freedom. Neither of them knows the identity of the other, and the personnel change, only the winner is recognized. This is in line with Xiao Ruoyu's interests. Turn the main god coin over. Xiao Ruoyu looked at Haiyan on the ground without changing his expression and said coldly. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu didn't feel soft because of Hei Yan's appearance. After all, in the main god's space, no one could trust him except himself, and he knew this for a long time. Okay, boss, let's sign the main god contract. I will transfer the invitation card in 2000 main god coins to you. You let me go. The main god contract is issued by the main god and has the nature of a contract recognized by the main god. Whoever breaks the contract will be punished by the Lord God, you see? Hei Yan immediately smiled when he heard Xiao Ruoyu's words. Xiao Ruoyu nodded in agreement, but he already had other considerations in his heart. As long as you press your thumbprint on this, we can reach a contract, and the responsibilities we need to fulfill are marked on it. This is protected by the Lord God. You can take a look. Under Xiao Ruoyu's eyes, Hei Yan took out a sheepskin scroll from his body. Xiao Ruoyu looked at the sheepskin scroll in Haiyan's hand, and saw that it was covered with densely packed small characters. It roughly means that a contract can be reached when both parties agree, and the party who violates the rules will be directly obliterated by the main god. Haiyan needs to pay 2000 main god coins and an invitation card to Xiao Ruoyu, and Xiao Ruoyu can't attack Haiyan actively until the end of this world. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu's eyes moved slightly, indicating that Hei Yan was quite sensible. It is true that Hei Yan still has self-knowledge on this point, and did not remove the keyword of active attack, otherwise Xiao Ruoyu would definitely kill him directly. After probably reading the content of the contract, Xiao Ruoyu didn't notice any traps, and pressed his fingerprints happily. After Xiao Ruoyu and Hei Yan pressed their fingerprints, the parchment instantly turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. Seeing this scene, Haiyan breathed a sigh of relief on the spot. After taking the initiative to transfer 2000 main god coins to Xiao Ruoyu, he handed over the invitation card of the heavenly crowd to Xiao Ruoyu. Brother, although you are very strong, I still suggest that you do not easily try to challenge the people of the heavens. They are too terrifying. I don't think you have a great chance of winning. I will trouble you to send them back later. In a safe place, our mission is over. Hei Yan looked at Xiao Ruoyu cautiously. At this time Hei Yan had no intention of completing the task. Xiao Ruoyu really made him despair. He has never met the people of Tianzhong, but from the information he bought, he can see that Tianzhong is definitely the scariest person he knows so far. Although Xiao Ruoyu gave him a terrifying feeling, he didn't think Xiao Ruoyu could be compared with the heavenly crowd. I don't need to bother you, you just wait here, I will complete the task now. After returning, I don't want today's things to be spread, otherwise, you understand. Xiao Ruoyu squinted at Haiyan on the ground, turned around and woke Yang Yanzhou up. Lieutenant General Xiao? Why did you knock me out? Yang Yanzhou was woken up by Xiao Ruoyu's two big mouths. He didn't have time to take care of his aching cheeks, but looked at Xiao Ruoyu with vigilance. Nothing, let's go. Xiao Ruoyu saw that Yang Yanzhou had woken up, and he didn't talk nonsense. This world was finished for him, and the only thing he had to do now was to bring Yang Ye's body back and wait for his return. Just after Yang Yanzhou returned to Tianbo Mansion with Yang Ye's body on his back, and handed the body to Shisaihua, Xiao Ruoyu silently walked to a corner where no one was around. Following Xiao Ruoyu's murmur, the surrounding space began to surge, and he felt a stick on his head, his eyes went dark, and his mission world ended.
The return is successful. The selected person returns to the exclusive room, which is privately owned by the selected person, and no one can enter unless the selected person allows it. The chosen one returns to the main god space and begins to settle the task rewards.
Mission World, Loyal Young Family General.
Difficulty, LV3, difficult, main task, help Yang Yanjiao stop the enemy and let him bring back Yang Ya's body.
Side task, kill the hostile contractor. Current degree of completion, X9.
Overall rating, S, score, E to S+, overall rating based on performance in the world.
Settlement in progress. Settlement completed.
Rewards issued, attribute points X12, main god coins 50,000, level of the chosen person +3, currently LV5, silver treasure box X1, because the task level is S level, special item reward, treasure box level bronze, silver, gold, diamonds, kill the hostile contractor X9, reward the bronze medal X1, increase the storage space by 5 square meters. After the settlement is completed, the reward has been stored in the chest brand of the selected person, please check it yourself. After returning, Xiao Ruoyu sat in his exclusive space and checked the rewards in the storage space of the brand on his chest.
Recover your injuries first. Although Xiao Ruoyu's injury from the arrow had almost recovered, he hadn't completely recovered.
It is also a good choice to pay some Lord God coins to let the Lord God help him recover. Detect the injury of the selected person.
The detection is completed. To repair the injury, you need to pay 300 main god coins. May I ask whether to pay? So expensive? Forget it. Pay it. After Xiao Ruoyu's selection was completed,
I only felt a burst of tearing pain from all over my body after a green ray of light sprinkled down.
Fuck. Are you going to murder your own father?
Xiao Ruoyu gritted his teeth and grunted. The pain came from not only the arrow wound. Pain was felt all over the body. The selected person has been helped to recover all trauma and hidden injuries, and the repair has been completed.
After the main god's reminder was displayed, Xiao Ruoyu, who was in pain and sweating profusely, finally relaxed.
At this time, Xiao Ruoyu, who had been recovered from his injuries by the main god, felt much lighter. After resting for a while, after Xiao Ruoyu calmed down, he resolutely checked the gains brought by this mission world. Silver treasure box X1, rare items can be obtained randomly after opening. The higher the level of the treasure box, the more precious the items obtained.
Treasure box?
Xiao Ruoyu looked curiously at the gorgeous silver-white treasure box held in his hands.
Turn on.
As Xiao Ruoyu stopped drinking, the treasure box opened.
A burst of dazzling golden light flashed from the treasure box. Golden light. Should have won the grand prize. Ha ha ha! Seeing the golden light overflowing from the treasure box, Xiao Ruoyu laughed from ear to ear. After the golden light dissipated,
Xiao Ruoyu looked closely. I saw a fist-sized dark purple stone quietly placed in the treasure box. Looking closely, a row of handwriting emerged.
Name, Spellbreaker Gem. Category, Mosaic Gemstones.
Efficacy, after inlaid on the weapon, it can obtain the magic breaking effect. It has a significant effect on supernatural targets. Grade, S-, maybe because Xiao Ruoyu's previous attribute points were all added to luck. The items from the treasure chest this time are extremely precious. After seeing the properties of the stone, Xiao Ruoyu didn't think it was so awesome at all. But everyone knows that demon-breaking props are actually very precious in the main god's space. In the main god's space, props that can break spells are collectively called magic tools.
Some supernatural worlds, if there are no special means, many people never return.
The props given out this time actually gave Xiao Ruoyu a chance to survive in the high-risk spiritual world. Xiao Ruoyu put the stone back into the storage space for the time being. He checked again the second item he got this time, the bronze medal.
Name, bronze medal. Category, exchange category. Efficacy, it can be exchanged for one-time use permission in any institution in the main god space.
Grade, a Xiao Ruoyu was very happy after checking the attributes of the medal.
This stuff saves a lot of money.
If you go to exchange for the highest mirror image yourself, you don't need to spend money to use this thing. Putting away the medal, Xiao Ruoyu called out the attribute panel. Chosen by Xiao Ruoyu, number 0213, level, LV5, 1 stage, every 10 levels is 1 stage, there is no attribute bonus for leveling up, and it is only related to the host's participation in the world difficulty and task difficulty. Health, 100%, changes according to injury, internal force value, 30, intelligence x 10, current recovery speed, 4 points per hour. Strength, 23, related to attack power and weight, dexterity, sex, movement, attack speed related, stamina, 10, related to health, defense, and resistance to abnormal states, intelligence, 2, inner strength, skill damage, perception related, charisma, 2, social, summoning, etc. Lucky, 4, related to lottery, forging, etc., rare attributes, note, adult male standard familiarity is 5 points, lucky 1 point. Physical talent, natural power, personal information is for reference only, and has nothing to do with the host's real combat power. The attribute value can affect the host's physical fitness, but there are many factors that can affect the battle. The host should be cautious. This time, he gained 14 attribute points in the Young Family General World. Still going his own way, Xiao Ruoyu allocated the attribute points to 7 points of luck attribute and 7 points of strength attribute. But when adding the lucky attribute, I got a prompt that it cannot be added. Luck attribute has reached the highest value of 10 points in the current segment, please add it after the next segment. Xiao Ruoyu had no choice but to click intellectually. The final attributes are as follows. Chosen by Xiao Ruoyu, number 0213, level, LV5, 1 stage, every 10 levels is 1 stage, there is no attribute bonus for leveling up, and it is only related to the host's participation in the world difficulty and task difficulty. Health, 100%, changes according to injury, internal force value, 20, intelligence x 10, current recovery speed, 4 points per hour. Strength, 30, related to attack power and weight, dexterity, sex, movement, attack speed related, stamina, 10, related to health, defense, and resistance to abnormal states, intelligence, 3, inner strength, skill damage, perception related, charisma, 2, social, summoning, etc. Lucky, 10, related to lottery, forging, etc., rare attributes, note, the standard attribute of an adult male is 5 points, and luck is 1 point. Physical talent, natural power, personal information is for reference only, and has nothing to do with the host's real combat power. The attribute value can affect the host's physical fitness, but there are many factors that can affect the battle. The host should be cautious. After adding attributes, the only thing left is to consume the obtained main god coins and convert them into strength to arm yourself. And the stones and metals obtained just now also need to be used by Xiao Ruoyu. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu stood up and walked out of the exclusive space. Chapter 43, 55,890 main god coins. Xiao Ruoyu now needs to convert these main god coins and the props on his body into his own strength. For this return, 3 days can still be reserved in the space of the main god, and then they will be sent back to the real world. And after Xiao Ruoyu stepped out of the exclusive space, a burst of noise came over. Xiao Ruoyu walked through various strange buildings familiarly, and slowly came to the forging hall. I saw people surging in the hall. Machines with weird shapes were placed on the walls around the hall, and there was a long queue in front of each machine. Go! 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 Damn! The weapon is broken again. What should I do in the next world? This is all my wealth. Haha, +6 tomahawk. It's done! All kinds of voices came from the noisy crowd, and people's expressions also had their own characteristics. Some people are ecstatic, some are deeply saddened, some have calm faces, and some are devastated. Xiao Ruoyu walked to a machine in charge of inlaying and was about to start inlaying. Compared with the machines that upgrade the weapon level, there are very few people here. After all, inlays are really extremely rare. And as Xiao Ruoyu stopped in front of the mosaic machine, it also attracted the attention of many people. When Xiao Ruoyu took out the gemstone in the portable space, some people even started to walk towards Xiao Ruoyu. Brother, wait a minute. What is the attribute of your stone? Will you sell it? My friend. No matter what type of stone it is, as long as you sell it, the price is negotiable. Xiao Ruoyu acted as if he had never heard of it, and still threw the magic-breaking gem into the machine. You. Humph. Let's see if you can successfully mosaic.
Little San. Find a few brothers to keep an eye on him.
If you meet him in the mission world, remember to notify me. Man 2, take a picture of his face. You dare to show off like this without wearing a mask. If he succeeds in enchanting in a while, tell your brothers to kill him.
This weapon must be obtained.
Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu ignored them at all, these people gritted their teeth angrily.
But some people are more calm.
Xiao Ruoyu didn't wear a mask at this time, and he dared to make inlaid enchantments in a big way, as if he didn't take them seriously. This also made some people think that Xiao Ruoyu was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme a fool or too strong. As Xiao Ruoyu put the magic breaking gem in his hand into the machine, there was a rumbling sound of the machine. The prompt interface was instantly displayed in front of Xiao Ruoyu. Spell breaking gem, it can be inlaid into the position of the weapon, please put it into the corresponding weapon.
Xiao Ruoyu followed the prompts and put the Overlord gun into the machine. Please pay 20,000 main god coins to enable the mosaic. The mosaic success rate is 50%.
If the mosaic fails, the gemstone will be broken, but the weapon will not wear out. Please choose carefully. Before Xiao Ruoyu could react, another prompt suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu. Detected that the selected person 0213 is trying to use the main god space facility, and the bronze medal can be exchanged for access rights, yes no to use? After Xiao Ruoyu saw the price of 20,000 main god coins, he was naturally willing to choose to exchange them with medals. Although these 20,000 main god coins are not a lot to Xiao Ruoyu at this time, they are not a small amount. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. And although there is only a 50% chance of success in inlaying and enchanting, Xiao Ruoyu is willing to take a gamble. Use. Xiao Ruoyu slightly opened his lips. As these two words were spit out by Xiao Ruoyu, a roar came from the machine. A burst of purple light shone.
Ding! Mosaic enchanting success. Trigger the lucky mechanism and improve the quality of props.
Fuck! Purple. This can only be produced with two special attributes.
Damn! Quick! Find out who this kid is. Little San. Report to the boss immediately. A purple weapon has been released.
Xiao Ruoyu ignored the riot of the group of people behind him, but stretched out his hand and took out the Overlord gun from the machine to check it.
Following the moment when Xiao Ruoyu's hand touched the Overlord spear, a piece of attribute information suddenly appeared.
Name, Demon Breaking Overlord Gun, Purple, Grade, A+, White, Blue, Yellow, Green, Purple, Orange, Perfect, Legendary, Category, Weapons Attack, 100 to 255 Strength, plus 30. The first feature, Penetration, has a great penetration effect on physical defense. The second feature, Demon Breaking, has a strong penetrating effect against supernatural ghosts and magical defenses, etc. At this time, the Overlord Spear was not only extremely powerful, but also changed in appearance. I saw that the silver-white Overlord Spear with the lion's head in fire pattern before, now has wisps of purple aura entwined and slowly swimming around it. From a distance, it seemed that the spear in Xiao Ruoyu's hand had a halo effect.
Brother! Can you sell this gun? I will offer 80 god coins.
Brother, don't listen to him, sell it to me, and I'll give you 100 million main god coins. Boy, I advise you to sell it to us, otherwise. Hee, my friend, our Guns N' Roses Legion is willing to exchange 120 million Lord God coins, plus a green spear with you, what do you think? After seeing the demon-breaking Overlord Spear in Xiao Ruoyu's hand, everyone went crazy.
The faint purple halo reminded this group of people all the time that this was a weapon above a rank.
In this space of the main god, only those extremely powerful people will have purple equipment, and this equipment itself is an extremely precious weapon-type role. After Xiao Ruoyu uttered a word coldly, he turned and left the forging hall. But Xiao Ruoyu, who had just walked a few steps, stopped again and turned to look at the crowd behind him.
I know what you're thinking.
If you think you can snatch him away from me, I welcome you at any time. Oh, by the way, if there are any people here in the heavenly crowd, remember to look for me later. After Xiao Ruoyu uttered these words coldly, he turned and left again. The crowd, who were still about to move, calmed down instantly after hearing the word Tianzhong.
Damn it! People from heaven? I don't see it, there are no iconic clothes of Tianzhong. Don't guess, no matter whether he is a member of the celestial congregation or not, who of you would dare to touch him rashly now? Regardless of his strength, he is qualified to contact the existence of the celestial congregation, and we cannot afford to offend him. With Xiao Ruoyu's departure, the forging hall became lively again. But these were obviously absent-minded at this time, some were shocked by the heavenly crowd, and some were shocked by Xiao Ruoyu's demon-breaking overlord spear. P.S. Tomorrow is full of words, and I am going to start working hard on May stay the day after tomorrow. Brothers, I will give you a little reminder and 5 stars for Wudao. Thank you again, Dad, I will give you another hug. Chapter 44. After Xiao Ruoyu left the forging hall, he turned to the trading hall again. There are obviously more en Messier people here than in the forging hall. Suddenly bursts of cries came. Roasted yam belly, sweet roasted yam mom, I want to eat roasted yam. Who the hell buys millet? Old Scar's secret little hamburger. Watermelon sweeter than first love, eat my melon. Forget about him. What's the situation at this time? Xiao Ruoyu felt as if he had returned to the real world. All kinds of food and the flow of people walking leisurely in front of the stalls. But think about it. Contractors are also human beings, and they also need to eat. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu felt relieved. Stepping into the crowd, Xiao Ruoyu looked around with interest. Boss, bring me a box of stinky tofu. I want half a portion. I've lost weight recently, so I need to eat less. Suddenly a female voice came from Xiao Ruoyu's side. Winky face. What? Girl, how many years have I been doing this? Is your request not smelly enough? I've heard of chili and sauce, but this is the first time I've heard of manure. You can't lose weight like this. Ah. Besides, I can't pull it out now, can't you pull it out? The boss who sold stinky tofu was stunned for a long time, and he hesitated for a long time before he could utter a word. Hearing what the boss said, Xiao Ruoyu and the girl who bought stinky tofu were speechless. Goddamn shit. Xiao Ruoyu shook his head, and went straight to the props area. Sure enough, the contractors are actually transformed by ordinary people. It is the various mission worlds that force them to make changes. If they do not change, they will die. But no matter how it changes, it doesn't matter whether it's evil, greedy, bloodthirsty, abnormal, or mentally ill. In fact, the essence and bones are still the same as before. The Lord God's space just exposes the deepest evil hidden in people's hearts. That's all. After Xiao Ruoyu walked to the prop area, all kinds of cries changed completely. A product from the martial arts world, Li Dazue's black iron kitchen knife cuts iron like mud. The devil fruit from pirate world only needs 20,000 main god coins. Get out. This is a pineapple dyed purple. You pay back the money. Xiao Ruoyu walked slowly on the road in front of the booth. Xiao Ruoyu was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of products and various lights. Boss, how do you sell this book? Xiao Ruoyu stopped at a booth. This book? I stole this book from Shaolin Temple at the risk of my life. The price is 100,000 Lord God coins. The stall owner pointed to an ancient paper-covered book on the stall and said seriously, 10,000, whether to sell or not. Xiao Ruoyu directly set the price, leaning his body slightly, which means that if you don't sell it, I will leave. This price is too ruthless. The stall owner looked at Xiao Ruoyu with a troubled expression and muttered. Oh. Xiao Ruoyu turned his head and left without giving the stall owner a chance to complain. Hey, don't go, brother, sell it? Seeing Xiao Ruoyu leave, the stall owner immediately chased him a few steps, and finally yelled helplessly, transfer. After Xiao Ruoyu transferred the 10,000 main god coins to the stall owner neatly, he picked up the ancient book and turned to leave. The 13th Taibao practiced the golden bell cover. Looking at the book in his hand, Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were full of enthusiasm. Name, 13 Taibao Hanglian Golden Bell Cover Grade, B Category, Martial Arts, External Kung Fu,
Features: enhanced defense, 13 layers in total. The highest layer is invulnerable to swords and guns. The muscles, bones, and flesh of the whole body are like cast steel. All the orifices are sealed. There is only one door. The diamond is not broken. Water and fire are not invaded. Cheat book skills can only be practiced by oneself. You can try to practice in the skill hall. Xiao Ruoyu couldn't be more suitable for the 13 Taibao's horizontal training golden bell cover.
Xiao Ruoyu's divine power was already amazing, plus the bonus of the demon-breaking overlord spear. The power attribute can already reach a terrifying level of 60 points. You could put it that way. If Xiao Ruoyu exploded with all his strength, he could even set off a tank. It is no exaggeration for the current Xiao Ruoyu to be called a humanoid beast. With pure physical strength, Xiao Ruoyu can even be said to be at the current level. He can be called number 1. After Xiao Ruoyu put away the cheat books, he continued to browse the booth. Coincidentally, Xiao Ruoyu met the stall owner who sold him recovery items again. "Brother, are you lucky? Are you back?" The stall owner was very enthusiastic after seeing Xiao Ruoyu. "Yeah, I'm back. I'm lucky. This time, give me some more pissing beef balls and depressed ecstasy rice." Xiao Ruoyu squatted down and looked at the props on the booth, flipping through them casually. "Okay, old customer, pissing cowball will cost you 90 main god coins, and desolate ecstasy rice will cost you 190 main god coins. How much do you want?" The stall owner readily lowered the price and said to Xiao Ruoyu with a smile, "Give me 10 of desolate ecstasy rice and 30 of pissing beef balls." "You can count how many main god coins?" Xiao Ruoyu reported the quantity without looking up, and was still checking other props at the booth. "Okay, let me do the math. The total is 4,600 main god coins. What else do you want?" After the stall owner skillfully equipped Xiao Ruoyu with props, he continued to ask, "Boss, how do you sell this Buddha jumps over the wall?" Among the many recovery items, Xiao Ruoyu found something he needed very much. Buddha jumps over the wall origin, God of Cookery type, restoration items, food special items, effect. After taking it, it will provide the user with high spirits, physical strength, and agility in a short period of time, and slowly recover 20% of the health value. Is this? It stands to reason that this should be sold for 1,500 main god coins, but since you bought a lot this time, if you want it, you can give me 1,400 main god coins, make up the whole, plus the previous 6,000. The main god coin will be fine. The stall owner waved his hand and said very frankly, "One is definitely not enough. I will cover all the ones at your booth." Xiao Ruoyu said to the stall owner very eagerly, "Okay, I still have 10 here, all of them are 1,400 for you, then I will calculate the price." The stall owner was shocked. It was also the first time he met such a wealthy guy. "Okay, brother, the total is 18,600 main god coins, come on, you take the things." The stall owner packed all the things Xiao Ruoyu bought and handed them to Xiao Ruoyu. "Okay, thank you so much, bro, I'll pass it on to you." After Xiao Ruoyu took the package from the stall owner, he put it into the storage space. "Brother, I will contact you next time I have something good, and add a contact number to each other?" The stall owner looked at Xiao Ruoyu very eagerly, his eyes full of hospitality. "Okay, you apply." After Xiao Ruoyu told the stall owner his name, he received a reminder shortly after. "Fire Tiger applied to add your friend, yes no agree?" After Xiao Ruoyu passed this communication friend named Huohu, he waved at him and turned to leave. Just when Xiao Ruoyu had just walked out a few steps, sudden, a hand patted Xiao Ruoyu's shoulder. "Brother, aren't you looking for someone from our heavenly congregation?" "I'm here, find a place to talk?" Chapter 45. Xiao Ruoyu turned around and looked. I saw a man standing behind Xiao Ruoyu. This person was wearing a bamboo hat, but his face was not covered, but exposed to the air openly. The man has a resolute face, but his complexion is a little pale. He is wearing a knee-length white robe, and a big is printed on the front of the robe. "Are you a member of the Celestial Congregation? If you kill you, you can join the Celestial Congregation, right?" Xiao Ruoyu turned around and stood still, and asked the man suspiciously. "Yes, as long as you kill me, you can take my place, how? Want to try?"
The man looked at Xiao Ruoyu with great interest, and there was a strong sense of madness in his eyes.
Okay, let's kill you then?
Xiao Ruoyu grinned, and said a word flatly.
He, I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time. Let's go.
Fighting is not allowed in the space of the main god. Let's go to the duel field. The man was very interested in Xiao Ruoyu's morbid smile, and he smelled something similar. After the two made an agreement, they walked towards the duel hall together.
As the two moved forward,
many people spontaneously followed behind them and walked towards the duel hall together. It's just because the clothes on this man are too eye-catching.
This is the uniform dress of heaven and earth. Look! People of heaven! Damn! Is this someone who wants to challenge the members of the heavenly congregation? How many minutes do you think you can last? I bet on a green boot, this kid will definitely lose.
The crowd gathered more and more, and the scene became chaotic, and the voices of discussion became chaotic. Come on, this is a contract of life and death.
You are not allowed to admit defeat in the duel field.
Only after one of the two parties is confirmed dead, the battle will end. Otherwise, the surrounding barriers will not be opened. That is to say, as long as you sign it, one of us will definitely die here.
After coming to the duel hall, the man took the initiative to apply for the right to use the duel field, and took out a life and death contract and said to Xiao Ruoyu.
Oh. Xiao Ruoyu didn't care, stretched out his right thumb and took a bite in his mouth calmly. Blood flowed down the corner of Xiao Ruoyu's mouth. After Xiao Ruoyu spat lightly, he pressed his bloody right thumb on the contract. After the man saw Xiao Ruoyu's actions, his face became serious again.
It's your turn.
Xiao Ruoyu looked up at the man.
Let's go on stage.
After the man also signed his name on the contract, he turned and walked towards the duel arena.
Xiao Ruoyu followed behind him and also walked into the duel arena.
The two stood at both ends of the duel field, and a circle of transparent beams of light covered them respectively.
The battle is imminent.
The arena of life and death is open, please be prepared for both sides.
Countdown, 321 starts. With the countdown timer gone, the beam of light covering the two of them disappeared in an instant.
Kill! The two shouted loudly at the same time, and rushed towards the counter.
Boom! A white figure flew upside down in an instant.
Xiao Ruoyu won the first collision.
After summoning the demon-breaking overlord spear, Xiao Ruoyu's strength has reached a terrifying 60 points.
As soon as the two collided, the white-clothed man felt as if he had been hit head-on by an armored vehicle when he was completely unprepared, and flew out in an instant involuntarily.
It's fun, it's really fun.
You have the right to know my name, remember my boy, my name is Ma Shan, and my code name is Hikue. When I get down here, I will know who killed you. In a puff of smoke, Ma Shan's frantic voice came. As the smoke slowly dissipated, I saw Ma Shan standing there unscathed, his face full of madness.
Ha, come on. Ha.
Ma Shan laughed like crazy, and then disappeared from the spot in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already at Xiao Ruoyu's side, and its face was also terribly distorted at this time. At some point, Ma Shan also had a long spear in his hand, and the long spear swept across, heading straight for Xiao Ruoyu's throat. Xiao Ruoyu greeted him with a gun, and the two of them fought together in an instant. I saw the two men's figures were sharp, and there were bursts of roaring sounds between the interlacing of long spears.
This is riding a horse. Voodoo. These two things are too strong.
Look, the people of the heavenly crowd won't lose so easily, around the arena. The people who watched the excitement were already shocked by the battle between the two.
Very good. You are very strong. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you.
Ma Shan, who was fighting with Xiao Ruoyu, suddenly spoke out at this moment. I saw that the speed of the spear in his hand suddenly accelerated, and the shadow of the spear filled the sky for a moment, enveloping Xiao Ruoyu in it. As Ma Shan swung his arm, the spear in his hand made piercing sounds. Xiao Ruoyu knew how powerful he was, so he didn't dare to take it head-on, and stepped back slightly to avoid the sharp edge, but even so, Xiao Ruoyu was stabbed more than 10 times by Ma Shan before he escaped from his attack range. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was covered in blood, with more than a dozen blood-colored holes all over his chest, but luckily none of them were pierced very deep. But Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about these injuries at all, raised the devil-breaking overlord spear, and unleashed a set of young family's marksmanship, attacking and killing Ma Shan.
Good come.
Seeing that the previous offensive did not cause too much damage to Xiao Ruoyu, Ma Shan picked up his spear again to meet Xiao Ruoyu.
Dang!
The two of them put their spears together, and Xiao Ruoyu's strength advantage at this moment became obvious instantly.
Let me go! Following Xiao Ruoyu's loud shout.
I saw that Ma Shan's spear was bent by the huge force the moment it collided with Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu seized the opening and kicked it out. This kick directly sent Ma Shan flying, and Xiao Ruoyu knocked the spear out of his hand. Smoke and dust filled the air, and gravel splashed. Ma Shan was sent flying again by Xiao Ruoyu, causing a burst of smoke and dust.
Whoosh!
Suddenly, a white figure rushed out of the smoke at an extremely fast speed and came straight to Xiao Ruoyu.
Xiao Ruoyu couldn't react in time, and Ma Shan punched him on the face, and then another burst of fast punches hit him, hitting Xiao Ruoyu to the flesh, and also sent Xiao Ruoyu flying far away. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was caught off guard by Ma Shan's quick punches. The devil-breaking overlord spear in his hand was also thrown far away.
Xiao Ruoyu got up from the ground, his eyes were terrifying.
Boy, don't you want to replace me? Come on, let me enjoy the thrill of fighting, hee hee ha ha ha.
Ma Shan laughed wildly, his right arm swelled instantly, and then smashed fiercely towards Xiao Ruoyu's chest.
Boom!
Xiao Ruoyu crossed his arms and forcibly held Ma Shan's punch, but even though he held the punch, his whole body was thrown backwards by the force of the exploding punch, and ravines were dragged on the ground, coming. Ma Shan's old power has just gone, and the new power has not been born. Xiao Ruoyu seized the gap and rushed forward. Ma Shan, who had just repelled Xiao Ruoyu, exhaled the turbid air he had been holding, before he could take his second breath. An extremely dangerous and terrifying feeling appeared out of thin air, and Ma Shan was startled. Ma Shan just wanted to raise his arms to protect his vitals. A puff.
A fist strikes instantly.
The terrifying force, accompanied by Xiao Ruoyu's iron fist, directly hit Ma Shan's throat.
Cough. You. Ho.
Ma Shanku vomited blood and looked at Xiao Ruoyu eagerly with his eyes. Even if a big mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, it still couldn't cover his face with a distorted smile.
Xiao Ruoyu ignored Ma Shan at all.
Grasping the gap when Ma Shan was dying, Xiao Ruoyu rushed forward directly and bombarded Ma Shan's face with his fists like raindrops.
Boom! 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 Boom!
With each punch of Xiao Ruoyu, there was a huge roar, and the arena was also shaken by Xiao Ruoyu's boom. This dual field usage authority is over, please leave the field as soon as possible. 1 punch, 10 punches, 100 punches. After Xiao Ruoyu didn't know how many punches he had punched, the belated notification sound awakened the crazy Xiao Ruoyu from the state of ecstasy. After waking up, Xiao Ruoyu was out of breath, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. This indiscriminate bombardment exhausted his physical strength a lot.
God! Really strong.
Any one person has this level, 12 people no wonder.
Make people talk about it.
Chapter 46. Congratulations to the selected person for killing the members of the Tianzhong Legion and obtaining the qualification to join the Tianzhong Legion.
May I ask if the selected person chooses to join in?
Xiao Ruoyu muttered silently, brush ding. Just after Xiao Ruoyu chose to join the celestial congregation, a voice of conversion came, followed by a notification sound.
Joining the Legion successfully.
Legion announcement. Tianzhong does not belong to any type of legion, there is no manager, no one interferes with the freedom of all members, no mandatory missions and access to the mission world, any transaction is done privately, except for large-scale mission worlds and resource-plundering worlds, and the Legion communicator waiting is not allowed to speak. Xiao Ruoyu saw that no one spoke in the Legion communicator at all, so he simply stopped paying attention to these. What he needs to pay attention to now is the prompt that just popped up. Congratulations to the selected ones for joining the Legion and get props. Legion Clothing X1, Hakue Code X1, Ring, Invitation Card X1, please check the attributes by yourself. Name, Philia Suit Category, Legion Apparel Effect. The uniform issued by the Legion does not have any special effects, it can only prove your identity. Name, Hikue Category, Ring Effect. When you are in the same world with a companion who also wears the ring, you can communicate through the ring. Name, Invitation Card, 24 hours, Category, Legion Invitation Card Effect. After obtaining the invitation card, you can challenge the members of the Legion through the challenge method, and you can join the Legion after winning. The invitation card must be sent within 24 hours, otherwise the invitation card will automatically fly to a random location. After checking the 3 items obtained, Xiao Ruoyu put on all the rings and clothes, got up and picked up his weapon. As for Ma Shan's body and weapon, the main god had already disposed of them automatically.
I am not wrong, right? Win or win? This is too scary. After retracting the demon-breaking Overlord Spear into the space, Xiao Ruoyu walked off the duel arena. The user leaves the duel field, is whether the injury is recovered? Recover. Please pay 100 main god coins. Pay. After Xiao Ruoyu paid 100 main god coins, a green ray of light covered Xiao Ruoyu's injury at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the injury healed, Xiao Ruoyu twisted his neck and shook his wrist. After realizing that he was fine, he continued to walk down the arena of the dueling arena. When the people watching the battle saw Xiao Ruoyu approaching, they all took a few steps back unconsciously. Some people have complicated eyes, and some people have bright eyes. Some people looked terrified, while others lowered their heads and said something to the communicator. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was dressed in a white robe, with a big black sky covering his chest to his knees. A ring engraved with the word Hakue was brought to his left index finger. This attire combined with Xiao Ruoyu's fairly delicate facial features and burly figure, but it added a bit of momentum and elegance invisibly. Leaving the duel hall amidst the discussion among the crowd, he turned around and came to the door of the skill upgrade hall that was said to turn people's faces. As for why it makes people talk about it, it is because it is very expensive to upgrade skills here. Come to the door of the exclusive room for skill upgrades. Xiao Ruoyu stepped closer to the exclusive room. Please select the skills that need to be upgraded. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu only had one skill, so he naturally chose to upgrade the 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover. Upgrading the 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover skill requires payment of 1,000 main god coins, yes no to pay. Seeing the increase in the price of the 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover, Xiao Ruoyu thought to himself that it was very expensive. No wonder the other contractors' expressions changed during the meeting. Promote. After deducting 1,000 main god coins, Xiao Ruoyu felt that the surroundings became dark, and the scene changed suddenly. A waterfall appeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu followed the guidance and walked to the waterfall, letting the water rushing down from the waterfall hit him. From the initial incompatibility, to slowly getting used to it. Until the last feeling of no impact, the 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover has been upgraded to LVU1. Xiao Ruoyu didn't notice any special changes. Continue to improve your skills, and the feeling of being in the dark reappears. The 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover has been upgraded to LV2. The 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover has been upgraded to LV5. Until the 5th level of 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover, the prompt appears again. Since the 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover has been upgraded to LVE5, the upgrade fee has been increased to 20,000 main god coins. Xiao Ruoyu felt a pain in his heart when he saw the upgrade fee, but he could only grit his teeth and persist. The 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover has been upgraded to LV6. The 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover has been upgraded to LV7. The 13 Taibao Horizontal Training Golden Bell Cover has been upgraded to LV13. Name, 13 Taibao Hanglian Golden Bell Cover, Max, Effect 1, greatly enhances physical defense and visceral defense, effectively resisting 65% of physical attacks. Effect 2, the acupoints of the whole body are grouped into one place and turned into a door, tongue. Effect 3, self-generated internal force, low level. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu obviously felt the difference.
Not only was his body perfectly round and unhindered while walking, but he also clearly felt a finger-thick aura wandering endlessly in his body. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. With a click sound, Xiao Ruoyu clearly felt that his body was stronger than before. But now his whole body is like pouring steel, except for the tongue, there is no change. Even obviously made Xiao Ruoyu feel different. Xiao Ruoyu summoned the devil-breaking overlord spear, and pierced his palm with a squeak. There was a sound of gold and iron clattering. A white mark was left in Xiao Ruoyu's palm. Other than that, he was not injured. Powerful. Xiao Ruoyu could clearly feel it. If I let my current self fight Ma Shan, even if I stand there and let him fight at will, I won't get any injuries. This main god coin is not in vain. Xiao Ruoyu was in a daze, looking at the mark on his palm and muttering. After upgrading skills, Xiao Ruoyu returned to the exclusive space and had a good night's rest. In the next 2 days, I also wandered around in the main god's space at will, but I didn't find any other props that I needed. And according to Xiao Ruoyu's inquiry, he also knew how precious the skill book he bought before was. Skills, unless they can be learned in the mission world, are rarely brought back to the main god's space. Every exercise book brought back will be bought at sky-high prices. And what Xiao Ruoyu bought was external skills, so it would not be so popular, but it was still a very good item. At the same time, Xiao Ruoyu also knew something. That is, not everyone obtains the main god coins as easily as he does.
On average, Xiao Ruoyu obtained more than 80,000 main god coins after only 2 missions.
And other people return from a mission world, which is about 10,000 main god coins.
This is the normal state of most ordinary contractors, except for a few perverts.
After learning about the value of the main god coins and skills, Xiao Ruoyu clearly understood why Hua Hu looked at him so enthusiastically.
3 days passed in a blink of an eye.
The stay time of the selected person has reached the maximum limit, please prepare to return to the real world. After the return, please remember that the selected ones must remember that one. Do not reveal the existence of the main god space. 2. After returning to reality, the digitalized body of the selected person will recover the real physique for a short time, and cannot use space equipment and skills, except for personal attributes and learned exercises. Recover after returning to the main god space. P.S. Brother Meng, a lot of people came outside the window. It seems that someone's gas leaked. After coding this chapter, I just took a break. I smoked a cigarette and went out to watch the excitement. I will come back and continue coding. Tomorrow, say it's the first show, Chong Duck Chapter 47. Still a familiar feeling of dizziness, and the feeling of being hit hard on the head. When the feeling disappeared, Xiao Ruoyu opened his eyes. Familiar arrangement. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu had already returned to his rental house. Phew, I miss Daji so much. I don't know if Daji would be lonely without my company. Looking at the familiar picture in front of him, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly remembered his only good friend, with a trace of nostalgia on his face. And the other side. Ningcheng's second hospital. Sun Daji. Stop for me. Dr. Zhang chased Sun Daji in the courtyard of the second hospital furiously. Dr. Zhang, why are you chasing me? While running, Sun Daji shouted to Dr. Zhang behind him. You still dare to ask me why I chased you? What happened to Fatty Chin in the next ward? Dr. Zhang kept walking, questioning Sun Daji loudly. I saw that he was coughing all the time, so I went to the duty room to get some medicine for him, nothing to do. Stop chasing him. There was a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme under Sun Daji's feet, and he flew all the way, pulling Dr. Zhang behind him far away. Stop. Sun Daji. Fatty Chin just has a little cold, and coughing is normal. What the hell are you giving him laxatives? Laxatives. That's not for coughing. Dr. Zhang stopped panting, pointed at Sun Daji who was hiding behind a big tree with half of his head exposed, and said. Then let me ask you, is he still coughing? Sun Daji reasoned to Dr. Zhang with a face of dissatisfaction. Nonsense. Does he dare to cough? When he coughs, he sprays shit in his crotch.
The nurse can't wash his pants now. Seeing Sun Daji's appearance, Dr. Zhang was instantly enraged. Then do you think his cough is cured now? I didn't take the wrong medicine. It's just you returning the doctor. I think it's just right for us to change. Sun Daji looked at Dr. Zhang proudly, his words were full of pride. You little bastard. I have to ask you to apply for a straitjacket today. Dr. Zhang pointed at Sun Daji and said in a muffled voice, gnashing his teeth. Hearing the word straitjacket, Sun Daji instantly took a step back in fright. Sudden. What is this? Sun Daji, who retreated, only felt that something tripped under his feet. After that, Sun Daji bent down and picked it up and held it in his hand. Brick. When Dr. Zhang saw the brick in Sun Daji's hand, he panicked. Son, put it down, you, don't come here. Seeing the brick in Sun Daji's hand, Dr. Zhang suddenly felt that something was wrong. What's the matter? Do you want wow? Sun Daji raised his head suspiciously to look at Dr. Zhang with a tense face, then stretched out his hand holding brick and pointed it in Dr. Zhang's direction, meaning that he wanted to hand brick to him. But Dr. Zhang, who was already nervous, was shocked when he saw Sun Daji's actions. He thought Sun Daji wanted to hit him with a brick, so he turned his head and ran away in fright. OAO winky face equals 3 is equal to 3 fuck. Security. Help. When Sun Daji saw Dr. Zhang's panicked look, he immediately became interested. Hey, are you playing games? I'm coming. Sun Daji, who was very excited, took a step forward and ran towards Dr. Zhang with big strides. I saw that Dr. Zhang, who had been chasing Sun Daji before, was being chased all the way by Sun Daji, who was holding a brick. The two raced all the way around the playground of the second hospital. After half an hour. Go to your grandma. Grandma is a leg. I won't run away, you smash me to death. Dr. Zhang, who had been chased for half an hour, sat down on the ground, smashed the pot, and stopped running. But Sun Daji, who was chasing after him, couldn't hide the excitement on his face after seeing this scene. Sun Daji stepped forward quickly and walked in front of Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang, your health is not good, you are panting? Look at my body, I am not panting at all, do you think I am hanging? Sun Daji grinned and asked Dr. Zhang. I don't look at it. Dr. Zhang opened his mouth and panted heavily, while replying to Sun Daji. Which one of us is crazy? Forget it, come on, let's continue. Sun Daji stared at Dr. Zhang speechlessly for a while, then handed the brick in front of Dr. Zhang. Here, it's your turn to chase me this time, ha, come on. Sun Daji stuffed the bricks into Dr. Zhang's hands, turned his head and ran away, and turned around to urge Dr. Zhang from time to time while running. 3 is equal to 3, come on, chase me, come on, what am I? Dr. Zhang looked at Sun Daji's back with tears in his eyes, and suddenly he felt that his current job made him a little difficult to do. Standing for a long time, speechless. Hey, security department? Call some people to the playground. By the way, bring another set of restraint uniforms. Dr. Zhang squeezed the brick in his hand vigorously, suddenly took out a mobile phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and then gave instructions to the person on the phone. Not for a while. There were 5 big men with big arms and round waists gathered around Dr. Zhang. At this time, these people were standing in a row waiting for Dr. Zhang's order. Hey, Sunda. Ji. Playing with my mind? Let's see who can play with whom. Dr. Zhang looked at the big men in front of him, and unconsciously showed a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Come on, it's your turn to catch me. In the distance, Sun Daji, who didn't know it, was still grinning and waving his arms, waiting for Dr. Zhang to catch him. Dr. Zhang pointed at Sun Daji. See that alluring thing? Dr. Zhang unconsciously squeezed the brick in his hand again, then turned to look at the people in front of him. Saw several people looked at me and I looked at you, and then nodded together. No matter what method I used to catch him, Jesus can't keep him today, as I said. Please be good to me. Got it. Several people looked at Sun Daji's arrogant appearance and felt that he deserved to be beaten. Simply showing his arms and rolling up his sleeves, he rushed towards Sun Daji. After a lot of flying and jumping, finally.
With the strong cooperation of 3 security guards, 2 nurses, and Dr. Zhang, Sun Daji was captured alive and was given a set of restraint uniforms. Sun Daji, who was locked in the room, was lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling speechlessly, and silently shed 2 lines of tears. Playing around, throwing sand as soon as you play a game, no, it's a game that catches my eyeballs if you can't play it.
It's better to be Ruayu. When he's around, I won't be alone at all, he will play with me on the other side. Cheesy. Ah, have a cold?
It shouldn't be, it must be some coquettish bitch scolding me behind my back. A sneeze came out, Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand and wiped his nose and muttered to himself. Mr. Zombie Xiao Ruoyu, who returned this time, stayed in the room and returned to the space of the main god. During this period, Xiao Ruoyu never went out of the house, except for practicing the skills of the young family's marksmanship and the internal strength attached to the 13 Taibao horizontal training golden bell cover.
Even eating is done by takeaway. Ended with the last Sunday walk.
Xiao Ruoyu slowly opened his eyes.
Tick-tock. The clock ticked every second. Xiao Ruoyu raised his head to look at the clock hanging on the wall. 543210. Following the number phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme up by Xiao Ruoyu. The reminder from the Lord God space came as scheduled. The new world quest has been opened, and those selected will return to the main god space within 30 seconds. Please confirm that there are no other witnesses around you. The teleportation is turned on during the return, and the teleportation is complete.
The familiar dizziness of being hit on the back of the head with a stick struck again. When the darkness in front of Xiao Ruoyu disappeared, the familiar picture reappeared in front of his eyes. Xiao Ruoyu had already appeared in his exclusive space at this time.
The selected person is at level LVU5, and will be notified 10 minutes before the opening of the new world.
Please wait patiently for the selected person, and the world will open an hour later.
Xiao Ruoyu stood up and walked out of the exclusive space.
Casually walked into a bar opened by the contractor, and after paying the 2 main god coins, Xiao Ruoyu held a bottle of beer and drank slowly, quietly waiting for the arrival of the next world.
I really hope I can enter the world of Yupu Tuan this time, looking at your prospects, I still like Ling Pingmei, I really have no idea, let me tell you, in fact, the happiest world is Tale of the Deer and Ding Ding.
Xiao Ruoyu listened to the swear words of the contractors in the bar, and was also thinking about when he would meet such a happy world. The current Xiao Ruoyu didn't wear the uniform of the celestial beings on his body. Otherwise, this group of idlers might dare to discuss the happiness of men in front of Xiao Ruoyu so unscrupulously.
Time passed little by little. The time has also come to the moment when the mission world opens.
The chosen one will enter the mission world 10 minutes later, Mr. Zombie.
Damn it! It's developed. The little master of China.
The restorative food is waiting for me all over the world. There was a loud roar, followed by wild laughter.
Step on shit? You envy him? It's the forbidden martial arts world. Who wants to go there and run around the world with a kid, and then fight with dark food like a joke? Are you out of your mind? And that world is continuous.
The world of low-level martial arts can only be entered by those with a D rating and 3 missions. Take your time, brother, I wish you a pass in egg fried rice.
Don't tell me, I've been there. There are a lot of beautiful female characters in the world, but if you dare to do anything wrong,
If you can come out alive, I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast Lashiang and eat it myself. Listening to the noisy conversations around, Xiao Ruoyu was thoughtful.
Own world is Mr. Zombie. And I'm afraid it's not just a simple Mr. Zombie world, it's probably a comprehensive zombie world. Zombies are easy to deal with. It doesn't matter if the body is hard.
When I get anxious, I go in through my mouth and the chrysanthemum comes out.
Dad will string him through. But I remember that there seems to be ghosts in the zombie world. I don't know how to touch it. No fight or no fight.
Xiao Ruoyu held his left hand in front of his chest and rubbed his chin with his right hand, thinking.
Time is up, mission world, Mr. Zombie opens. Familiar routine.
Into the world, Mr. Zombie, comprehensive, world difficulty, LV7, difficult, world introduction, zombie Taoist, Maoshan, zombies, ghosts, Renjiazan. World status, Hikue, Xiaoruoyu, main task, successfully enter Yizhuang, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with Uncle Gio, and help Uncle Gio solve a series of incidents. Subtasks, clean up the violator number 17452 contractor, clean up the violator no. 10256 contractor, clean up the violator number 13690 contractor, and other 3 violators. When the selected person enters within 1 kilometer of the violator, the marking function is automatically turned on. Warning: please do not mention everything about the Lord God space in this world. If the warning is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals invalid/phoneme, it will be forcibly obliterated. Reminder: the main mission of this world is a free mission, and it is up to the selected person to decide whether to cooperate with other contractors. World, go! After reading the side quest, Xiaoruoyu was a little confused. Why did the Lord God Space arrange for him the task of cleaning up violators this time? And he also arranged for 3 violators to be cleaned up. Fortunately, there is no punishment even if he cannot complete the side mission. Xiaoruoyu didn't take care of the side missions first. Don't think about it now, you will be prompted by the main God Space if you encounter a violator. Xiaoruoyu opened the task interface to view the details of the main task. Main task: the disaster of Renjia Town. Difficulty level: LV is 7. Task introduction: successfully enter Yizhuang, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme with Uncle Gio, and help Uncle Gio solve a series of incidents. Task information: please pay attention to those who choose. This world is a comprehensive world, and anything can happen, please be careful. Task duration: 30 days. Task rewards: according to the performance of the selected person in the world, the specific rewards will be settled after the return. Mission penalty: none. Xiaoruoyu closed the interface after reading the specific tasks. I looked around in a circle. He found himself in an alley now. At the entrance of the alley, a man and a woman were arguing. I only need 2 copper coins for a haircut, and this dog raised by my master has only been trimmed. You want me for a big ocean? The man's voice was a little unbelievable, and anger was clearly heard in his tone. It dares to eat shit, do you dare? A woman's dismissive voice came. Although the voice was frivolous, it was also pleasant. Then what if I say I dare? The man's voice was a little hysterical at this time, and now he obviously felt that the woman was a little unreasonable. Hee, then you will have a lot of trouble cutting your hair in the future. The woman's voice was brisk, as if there was laughter mixed in with her speech. You! Xiaoruoyu chuckled when he heard this, and stepped out of the alley. At the entrance of the alley, I saw a slim and handsome curly-haired girl in a foreign dress standing on the side of the road with her hands folded in front of her chest. Opposite her was standing a simple and honest man in common clothes. The man's face was flushed, and he was holding a white Pomeranian in his arms. He stared angrily at the woman in front of him without saying a word. Okay, you can go now. I'm unlucky this time. I won't charge you. Next time I beg you don't come to me again. I teach girls to do makeup, not pets. Helping you get a haircut is just trying to help men do their hair. The girl said to the man in front of her. Her voice was clear and sweet, which made Xiaoruoyu stunned for a moment. Mansion with high interest, have you heard? Master Tan's house has been haunted by ghosts recently, and now they are posting notices all over the city, offering huge rewards for the master of ghost hunting. No, I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read/phoneme the notice. It didn't say that you must be a monk or a mage. It just means that you can catch ghosts and subdue demons. It seems that Master Tan's family has been tortured enough. But don't say it, I feel chilly now, hey. Just when Xiaoruoyu was fascinated by watching. The conversation between several people at a tea stand not far away caught Xiaoruoyu's attention. Ghost? I haven't seen such a thing since I grew up. Xiaoruoyu's eyes lit up, and he was attracted by the content of the words of several people. Hey, brothers, tell me, where is that Mr. Tan's house? I'll go and see. Xiaoruoyu quickly walked up to several people and asked. Hey, do you see the road ahead? Go to the end and turn left.
The most magnificent place is Mr. Tan's house.
One of the chubby young men glanced at Xiao Ruoyu, pointed to a road and said to Xiao Ruoyu,
Okay, thank you.
Xiao Ruoyu clasped his fists in thanks, turned his head and walked towards the direction the man pointed. They were also very curious when they saw that Xiao Ruoyu was really walking towards Master Tan's house.
Hey, tell me, can this person do it?
Who knows, but it doesn't look like someone who can catch ghosts.
I think it's more like an official.
Fart. Didn't you see that his feet are strong, his arms are thick, and he looks like a Lianjiazi?
I think he really has some skills. Why don't we go and see?
Together, they quickly drank the tea in the bowl, put down a few copper coins, and quickly ran in the direction Xiao Ruoyu left. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu had arrived at the door of Master Tan's house according to the guidance.
This is a very grand house.
The vermilion door was open, and there was a servant standing in front of the door, who seemed to be waiting for the mage and Taoist priest who came to catch ghosts after reading the notice.
Xiao Ruoyu stretched his neck and looked into the yard.
Although it was daytime, Xiao Ruoyu could clearly feel that the temperature in the yard was much lower than outside, and a trace of coolness seeped out from the door. Xiao Ruoyu stepped forward. The servant saw Xiao Ruoyu walking towards him and immediately greeted him. Little gentleman, Yu Jia Ding looked at Xiao Ruoyu's young face, didn't bring anything with him, and didn't look like a Taoist or monk, so he murmured in his heart.
Didn't you say that you are haunted by ghosts, and a huge reward is offered?
Xiao Ruoyu turned around suspiciously and asked the servant who stopped him. May I ask what sect you studied under, sir?
Several Taoist priests came here before.
Not only did they not catch ghosts, listen to my advice. If you just want to cheat money, I advise you to leave. Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was young, the servant couldn't bear to let him in, so he tried hard to persuade him.
At this time, you said you came to catch ghosts?
A voice from inside the door broke the conversation between the two. It was Tan Wanwan, the boss who offered a bounty to catch ghosts this time, who spoke. Xiao Ruoyu turned his head to look.
Why not catch ghosts? Hide and seek?
Xiao Ruoyu looked at Tan Wanwan, who came out of the door like a fool, and said, Okay, if you are really capable, I'm not afraid of you going in, but there have been too many scammers recently. How about I hope Mr. Xiao will show his skills? There was obvious disbelief and joking in Tan Wanwan's eyes. He felt that Xiao Ruoyu was a liar who came to cheat food, drink and money.
Show me a hand? All right, now. It's over.
After Xiao Ruoyu heard Tan Wanwan's words, he stretched out his palm and placed his right hand in front of Tan Wanwan.
Tan Wanwan and his servant watched Xiao Ruoyu's operation and was speechless.
Little brother, can you show your ghost-catching skills, instead of asking you to reach out? Oh, I should have said it earlier, just watch. After Xiao Ruoyu finished speaking, there was only a swipe. I saw a silver-white lion head fire pattern, and a mighty spear with purple lingering around it suddenly appeared in Xiao Ruoyu's outstretched palm. Such a long spear was suddenly taken out by Xiao Ruoyu, and most people knew that he was capable. And this long spear is so powerful that it is not ordinary at first glance.
Oh, looks like a tall man. God, hey! It seems to be really capable.
The people watching the excitement by the roadside in front of the gate, as well as Tan Wanwan and the servants in front of Xiao Ruoyu, were all directly shocked by Xiao Ruoyu's hand.
Ouch! Look at me, Mr. Xiao, please come in quickly, please come in quickly.
At this time, Tan Wanwan's face immediately changed into a flattering smile, and he bowed and stretched out his hand to ask Xiao Ruoyu to enter the mansion. Little mister, to be honest, my whole family has been tossed a lot lately. Every morning after we wake up, we will be moved out of bed to sleep on the floor. Now we don't dare to sleep on the bed anymore. Please help my family, sir. Tan Wanwan bowed with fear on his face, and kept pleading to Xiao Ruoyu.
Moving people out of bed?
Xiao Ruoyu stopped, rubbed his chin with his hands and looked thoughtful.
I understand, sir, look.
Seeing Xiao Ruoyu stop, Tan Wanwan thought that Xiao Ruoyu was asking for money on purpose, so he simply took out a stack of banknotes from his bosom and then took out a red envelope that couldn't be smaller and handed it to Xiao Ruoyu from the large stack of banknotes. A small reward, and I hope that Mr. Xiao will not be polite. Xiao Ruoyu looked at the red envelope Tan Wanwan handed over, and curled her lips in disdain.
It's too little. There's number 100 yuan in it, right?
Xiao Ruoyu habitually uses the modern concept of money. But Tan Wanwan opened his mouth in shock when he heard the words in his ears.
100 yuan. Blackmail me?
There is only one piece of ocean in this red envelope. You just open your mouth and you get 100 yuan.
Sir, isn't this a bit too expensive?
Tan Wanwan had a sad face, his fat face was almost wrinkled together.
Expensive? You won't even give me 100 yuan?
Xiao Ruoyu looked at Tan Wanwan dangerously, and the demon-breaking overlord spear in his hand creaked and rattled when Xiao Ruoyu squeezed it.
Give it. As long as you can help me solve this matter, I will give you 100 yuan.
Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was a little angry, Tan Wanwan felt sweat on his forehead. You must know that Xiao Ruoyu probably killed more people during this period than Tan Wanwan, a rich man in a small town, has ever seen.
How could Tan Wanwan bear the murderous intent?
At this moment, Tan Wanwan's clothes were already soaked in sweat, and he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of disobeying Xiao Ruoyu. Let's go, take me to a haunted place. I want to see what kind of wicked thing it is, moving people out of bed in the middle of the night. I don't think it's a serious thing. If you can, take it back and give it to Daji, a companion.
Son Daji. Thank you so much for the 18 generations of your ancestors.
Seeing that Tan Wanwan compromised, Xiao Ruoyu didn't make things difficult for him anymore. Instead he became interested in that ghost again, and once Xiao Ruoyu became interested in something.
Chapter 50. Xiao Ruoyu followed Tan Wanwan to the courtyard.
Quick, come and open the door for Mr.
Yes, under Tan Wanwan's order, several servants reluctantly walked to the door of the house, and opened the door carefully. Look, sir, this is the mansion. You are already the 9th gentleman who came to catch ghosts. Don't mention the previous 8.
After Tan Wanwan ordered his servants to open the door of the house, he turned and said to Xiao Ruoyu. With the door being opened, Xiao Ruoyu obviously felt a cold breath rushing out of the door.
It's a bit tricky. If you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme here in summer, don't you need to turn on the air conditioner? Save electricity.
Xiao Ruoyu's eyes lit up immediately, he liked the temperature here very much.
I'll go in and see.
Xiao Ruoyu impatiently walked towards the room. Boom! As Xiao Ruoyu stepped into the room, the door behind him was instantly shut and locked from the outside. But Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about these. It's just a door. If you want to go out, the house will be taken away for you.
Look around.
This is a spacious hall. There are some chairs around a large table of 8 immortals, and there is nothing around it except some vases.
Hey! Someone! Ah! Is there a ghost?
Come out to pick up the guests. Looking at the empty hall, Xiao Ruoyu folded his arms and shouted into the hall with great interest.
Hoo as soon as Xiao Ruoyu's words fell.
A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind / phoneme howled, accompanied by lightning and thunder, and the hall was instantly filled with white smoke. Xiao Ruoyu watched all this with gusto.
The special effects are good. Xiao Ruoyu secretly slandered. If you have something to say, just say it.
Just when Xiao Ruoyu was still expecting something new to appear, suddenly a woman's voice came faintly. Xiao Ruoyu turned around and looked, only to see a woman with her back facing him, wearing a white gauze. Half of her face was turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu.
Are you a ghost? I heard that you always move people out of bed. I said that you are quite energetic as a little girl. You have the energy to go to the construction site and do some work? Why do you always move people? You move some bricks. And make money.
When Xiao Ruoyu saw the woman appear, he scolded her head and face without any politeness.
That's because he built the house on top of our family's cemetery. You said, how can you feel comfortable being always pressed down?
After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, the woman didn't show too excited, but continued to speak quietly.
Always being pushed down? TSK, but being pushed down by that fat man is really a bit hard for you.
After Xiao Ruoyu heard the woman's words, he sized her up and down with gossip, but suddenly Tan Wanwan's face appeared in Xiao Ruoyu's mind, and he lost the mood to continue thinking. It's not just me who is oppressed by him, but also my grandfather, my grandmother, father, mother, my brother, and my sister. As the words in the woman's mouth were spoken, every time a character was spoken, a strangely dressed figure appeared in the room. Men are uniformly dressed in official uniforms of the Qing dynasty, while women are dressed in fujin or gij. After they appeared, they all stared at Xiao Ruoyu tightly. And Xiao Ruoyu watched all this with bright eyes. Good guy. One is coming. One is coming. Accompanied by the sound of Papa Papa, Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hands and applauded vigorously. While watching happily, Xiao Ruoyu didn't forget to put his hand in his mouth and whistle a few times to set off the atmosphere. You! Damn! Smelly Taoist priest! Suffer death! When the woman saw Xiao Ruoyu's performance as if she was watching a play, she was instantly furious. And as the woman's words fell, the group of people who appeared suddenly raised their hands together, revealing their long black nails, and ran towards Xiao Ruoyu to grab them. Dang dang, a series of clashing sounds of gold and iron came. I saw these 7 figures surrounding Xiao Ruoyu in the middle, their nails piercing Xiao Ruoyu's body. But no matter how hard they tried, they still couldn't break through the defense of Xiao Ruoyu's physical body. Fuck? Are you actually ghosts? Wasn't it a performance just now? Looking at the circle of hideous figures, Xiao Ruoyu reacted belatedly. Sudden. Ah! Ah! Ha! A series of screams. Xiao Ruoyu summoned the demon-breaking overlord spear to sweep across, and when the demon-breaking effect was activated, all the figures that swooped over in this circle were swept away. I saw this family of ghosts flying up again and rushing towards Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu shot out. But there was no tactile sensation of touching anything. It turned out that when Xiao Ruoyu fired his gun, the flying ghost disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, it was already far away from Xiao Ruoyu. Ha! Xiao Ruoyu was stunned by the tiger's eyes. Dang dang, there was another sound of gold and iron. Xiao Ruoyu only felt that the position of the chrysanthemum was attacked. Look down. A little ghost about 6 or 7 years old was clasping his hands at this time, and his long nails were inserted between Xiao Ruoyu's buttocks. What? Xiao Ruoyu stabbed with a gun. The little ghost suddenly screamed and was sent flying. Halfway through, after the little ghost was picked up by the female ghost in white, both ghosts looked at Xiao Ruoyu with apprehension on their faces. This person is too scary. What should I do if I can't even break through there? No way, try again. After discussing for a while, the ghosts stretched out their hands towards Xiao Ruoyu again. The arms of each ghost became long in an instant, and they went straight to Xiao Ruoyu to catch them. Xiao Ruoyu picked up the spear and stabbed left and right, hitting all the ghost hands back. After that, he stepped forward to fight back, but found that the group of ghosts actually flew to the beams of the house, stood firm, and reached out to grab them again. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was already smoked from the 7 orifices of anger, raised his spear and stabbed left and right, hitting the ghost hand back again. But the feeling of not being able to hit him, and being unable to chase after him really made him very helpless. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu felt very powerless. At this time, the ghosts also knew that they could not break through Xiao Ruoyu's defense. At the same time, they also saw that Xiao Ruoyu did not have any abilities such as Taoism, and everything depended on the weird weapon in his hand. The two sides looked at each other for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion. No one can beat anyone, why don't we talk about peace? The female ghost spoke first, and spoke to Xiao Ruoyu. No. I don't believe that I can't kill you. Xiao Ruoyu twisted his head, gritted his teeth and looked at the ghosts, large and small, on the beams. Humph. I don't know what to do. Since you have no magic power, there is nothing you can do about us. Although your physical body is strong, we just don't want to fight you. If you have the ability, just wait here. After the female ghost finished speaking, she waved her long sleeves, and all the ghosts disappeared with a whoosh. Xiao Ruoyu was the only one left in the room at this time. Aha! Xiao Ruoyu yelled wildly, but there was nothing he could do to them, so he could only give up. Those who move people to the table are done by evil people.
Those who move people out of bed are done by evil spirits. You can be afraid of evil people, but don't be afraid of evil spirits, because I am here. The room was extremely quiet at this time, and a burst of voices suddenly came from outside the door. Xiao Ruoyu looked around. He was the only one left in the room. It was useless to stay, so he turned around and wanted to go out. Xiao Ruoyu put away the devil-breaking overlord spear, turned around, walked to the door and pushed it lightly, and found that the door was locked from the outside. Xiao Ruoyu was so angry that he immediately kicked the two doors away. Just hear a boom. The door burst. Everyone in the yard was shocked. Xiao Ruoyu walked out of the room, only to see that there was another person in the yard at this time. This person is wearing a yellow Taoist robe, and the mustache on the shoehorn's face is particularly conspicuous. P.S. Hey, 2000 today, more than 100 people less than 2001 yesterday, with an income of 16 yuan, Kaisen. Laugh. Chapter 51. Xiao Ruo walked out of the room angrily. Who is this? Seeing Xiao Ruoyu walking out of the haunted room, the mustache wearing a yellow Taoist robe was a little dazed for a while, and turned to Tan Wanwan and asked. Oh. Master Mao, this gentleman is also here to catch ghosts. When Tan Wanwan saw Mustache ask him, he immediately explained. I haven't asked where this fellow Taoist practiced, but Mao Shanming is the third-generation disciple of Mao Shan number 30. When Mao Shanming heard that Xiao Ruoyu was also here to catch ghosts, he immediately made a polite question. Roll. Xiao Ruoyu was in a fit of anger. How could he pay any attention to him? He just uttered a curse word and went straight to the door of the Tan mansion. When the two staggered, Xiao Ruoyu accidentally bumped into Mao Shanming with his shoulder, and directly knocked Mao Shanming into a somersault. But Xiao Ruoyu acted as if he had never heard of it, and walked towards the door as usual. This little gentleman, the ghost in that house, seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was about to leave, Tan Wanwan immediately ran after him. Bah! What the hell? Mao Shanming, who was hit, got up from the ground, and his anger rose in his heart. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu's back, he spat lightly, and cursed thoughtfully. Little Mr. Tan Wanwan chased after a few steps, and saw Xiao Ruoyu walking like a tiger, walking extremely fast, and disappeared outside the gate in a blink of an eye. Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Xiao Ruoyu, Tan Wanwan thought that there was still a Taoist priest at home anyway, and he claimed to be the authentic Ma Shan sect, so he didn't continue to chase Xiao Ruoyu, but turned around and turned back. And Xiao Ruoyu, who left the Tan mansion, was penniless and had no destination. He casually walked along the side of the road, walked out of the city all the way, and walked along the path outside the city, wanting to go into the mountains to grab something to eat. Sudden. There was a clack-cluck chicken crowing. Xiao Ruoyu was hungry right now, so naturally he would not let go of a chicken. Following the crowing of the rooster, Xiao Ruoyu walked through the grass and found a thatched cottage not far away. There was a small yard surrounded by a fence in front of the thatched cottage. In the yard inside the fence, several old hens were clucking non-stop, digging on the ground with their paws from time to time, looking for food leisurely. Ah ha ha! Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruoyu burst into cheers, overjoyed. Straight away, he ran for the fence. But when the hens who had been very leisurely before saw Xiao Ruoyu approaching, they immediately scattered and did not go to the fence at all. Xiao Ruoyu was also embarrassed to break into other people's yard without authorization, and scratched his head anxiously. Ah! This little brother, I don't know what to do in this poor country like mine. At this moment, a young and beautiful woman walked out of the thatched cottage. She let out a coquettish cry when she saw Xiao Ruoyu, and then she acted extraordinarily shy. Ha! I'm hungry. Xiao Ruoyu was a little embarrassed. He was found out just as he was trying to steal someone's chicken, and he also showed a little embarrassment. It's okay, if you don't mind my little brother, you can go to the humble house to rest for a while. How about I make some food for my little brother? The woman is still infinitely charming, pretending to wink at Xiao Ruoyu inadvertently while speaking. Then he opened the wooden door in front of the fence, signaling Xiao Ruoyu to come in. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoyu immediately walked into the courtyard, and followed the woman's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme to the room. Brother, take a break first, and the servant will cook some food for you. The woman bowed slightly, then left the room, leaving Xiao Ruoyu sitting alone in the room.
But when the woman turned around, Xiao Ruoyu clearly smelled a foul smell, and after entering this house, he felt the same cold atmosphere as that in the Tan family's house.
Oomph, Grandma, here comes another bully.
What a bully! Xiao Ruoyu's fire rose from his heart, and his anger grew from his gallbladder, his silver teeth creaked loudly. Help! Help! Suddenly, a cry for help came from outside the door, and there was a miserable cry.
Xiao Ruoyu immediately got up and walked to the door.
Whoa! A gloomy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blows. I saw a woman running out of the kitchen in disheveled clothes, and threw herself into Xiao Ruoyu's arms. Brother, save me quickly, the woman cried pear blossoms with rain, and kept wiping away her tears.
Snapped. What, at this time?
Accompanied by the woman's scream, a big hand suddenly appeared on the woman's face, blowing the woman away.
Brother, woo, why are you beating the servant's house?
The woman prostrated herself on the ground, looking at Xiao Ruoyu with her beautiful eyes.
Bah, you're so coquettish, I can tell at a glance that you are not human.
Xiao Ruoyu pouted, and looked at the woman on the ground with disdain.
Humph. Now that you've seen it, forget it, I'm lucky today, I met a little virgin, ha ha ha.
Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu had seen through her, the woman simply stopped pretending and laughed wildly. After sweeping away her previous obsession, she transformed into a black animal head, and her tender hands turned into two black-haired beasts.
Class pause. Damn it! What the hell? Big black mouse? Sigma, winky face.
Xiao Ruoyu was taken aback by the prototype that the woman suddenly transformed into.
My old lady is a fox.
After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, the vixen screamed angrily, and rushed towards Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu, who was still in shock, didn't resist, and let the black vixen pounce on him. Tear, scratch, bite, scratch crunch. Accompanied by a piercing noise, bursts of sparks shot out from the nails of Xiao Ruoyu and the vixen.
My mother, this big black mouse can talk.
Xiao Ruoyu remained unmoved, allowing the vixen to do whatever he wanted.
Fufufu, you are absolutely not human. What kind of thing are you? Aha. So hard. Your fucking body is definitely a bastard.
The vixen was panting tiredly, but still failed to break through Xiao Ruoyu's defense, but left white scratches and shredded clothes on Xiao Ruoyu's body.
Mom! The big black mouse is talking again.
Xiao Ruoyu stood on the spot and muttered to himself stupidly, not caring what the vixen opposite said or did. Seeing this thing for the first time, he was indeed a little hard to accept for a while. This seriously impacted his worldview. In his world, there are only three kinds of things that can talk. One is the normal people like himself and Sun Daji, the other is the idiots outside, and the other is the parrot and Mina. But today, he unexpectedly met a big black mouse that could talk black clothes.
Why don't you have any evil spirit? What the hell are you? The vixen looked at Xiao Ruoyu vigilantly and asked. Mom, the big black mouse is talking again. Hello? I ask you something. Is your body a bastard? Mom, big black mouse speaks more standard Mandarin than me.
Bastard. Old bastard.
Just wait for me.
The vixen was completely angry, flicked his long sleeves, and transformed into a beautiful woman again in an instant, then disappeared the thatched cottage and the yard together, turned around, and flew directly into the distance.
Mom! The big black mouse has flown. Xiao Ruoyu looked up at the vixen going away expressionlessly and muttered to himself.
I do not know how long it has been. The sky was getting darker. But Xiao Ruoyu is still in the midst of doubting his life.
Guodi gang, straight, bang. Guodi gang, straight, guodi gang.
There was a sound of horseshoes and wheels approaching from far to near. Due to the dark sky, the people driving the carriage didn't see Xiao Ruoyu's figure.
They knocked Xiao Ruoyu down, pressed Xiao Ruoyu's body, and left directly. Yeah? What's on the ground? Is it a stone? It's late at night, so it's not normal to see it.
Oh, a burst of surprised voices and conversations came from the carriage, and gradually disappeared as the carriage left. Xiao Ruoyu lay on the ground in a daze, looking at the carriage going away, muttering something in his mouth. At this time, footsteps came again.
Damn it, it's unlucky, I met a real ghost, this village can't be fished anymore, go to another village to try your luck. I saw Mao Shanming appearing at the end of the path with curses in his mouth, walking towards Xiao Ruoyu's direction.
Oh! What the hell? Mao Shanming kept his head down while arranging his backpack and clothes that had become very messy due to his escape. He accidentally stepped on Xiao Ruoyu, who was lying on the ground, and almost tripped himself.
Eh? This isn't the one during the day, what are you doing here?
Mao Shanming saw Xiao Ruoyu muttering to himself with a dull face. He squatted down carefully and poked Xiao Ruoyu with his hands. 2 white horses were pulling a golden carriage, and an old man was driving it. I only heard Xiao Ruoyu muttering and still muttering. When Mao Shanming heard Xiao Ruoyu's words, he immediately put his ears on the ground, but he didn't hear anything. There should be 2 women, one big and one small, in the carriage, and the old man is wearing a black dress. After Mao Shanming heard Xiao Ruoyu's words, he immediately stood up and looked around, but he didn't find any trace of the carriage.
Brother, what kind of magical skill is this? So powerful? You can tell the age and clothes of the people in the car? It's amazing.
Mao Shanming's eyes widened, and he exclaimed to Xiao Ruoyu with a look of surprise. Don't be so noisy, you just pressed over my waist, you help me quickly. Xiao Ruoyu was expressionless, lying on the ground motionless, and said to Mao Shanming.
Oh, with a dazed expression on his face, Mao Shanming immediately helped Xiao Ruoyu up.
Accompanied by the barking of wild dogs from the mountain from time to time, Mao Shanming helped Xiao Ruoyu limp to the other side of the path. Little brother, Baohe village is in front of us. When we get to the village, let's find a medical center to have a look. Mao Shanming turned his head and whispered to Xiao Ruoyu, who was supported by him.
No, I just twisted my waist. It will be fine in a while, and I didn't hurt.
Xiao Ruoyu shook his head, rejected Mao Shanming's proposal, saying that he was fine now. That's good, but why is this village so gloomy?
No one is there.
What happened? Mao Shanming looked at the village in front of him with a cautious expression, and looked around while supporting Xiao Ruoyu to walk forward. Traveling all over the country, he clearly felt that the village in front of him was not simple. Such a big village was brightly lit, but he couldn't see a single person, all of which showed that it was not simple.
Hey! There is an inn here, let's go in and have a look. Mao Shanming suddenly saw a pair of lanterns hanging in front of a baohe inn not far away.
There must be someone here, so he directly helped Xiao Ruoyu to the inn. I saw the door of the inn was closed, and there was no sound inside. After Mao Shanming signaled Xiao Ruoyu to stand up, he reached out and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. Following Mao Shanming's hand knocking on the door a few times, the door of the inn was knocked open by him. Mao Shanming looked in through the crack of the door, but it was still pitch black. Little brother, it seems that there is no one here, let's just settle here first. Mao Shanming turned around to support Xiao Ruoyu, and the two stepped over the threshold and walked into the inn. Call. As the two walked into the inn, there was a sudden whistling sound. Suddenly the inn was brightly lit. I saw a few strong men appearing around, all of them holding steel knives and torches, illuminating the living room extremely brightly. At the same time, several strong men rushed out from the backyard of the inn, also holding torches, and surrounded Xiao Ruoyu and Mao Shanming in the middle. I saw a fat man with a pair of glasses walking out from the crowd. As soon as the man appeared, he grabbed Mao Shanming's neck, strangled him in his arms and clamped him with his arms. It's so dark, what are you doing in our village? Are you a bad person? Say it. If you don't say it, then you are. Are you members of the horse thieves gang? Say it. If you don't say it, then you are. Did you come to this village to find out the truth? Tell me. If you don't say it, then you are. The man kept asking questions like a cannonball, and the steel knife was also placed at Mao Shanming's throat. Mao Shanming's throat was strangled by the man, and his tongue was so long that he couldn't speak, so he kept waving his hands to signal. Captain, if you continue to strangle him like this, he will die. At this time, another fat man stepped out from the man's side and said to him. Say it.
Is it true that if I continue to pinch you, you will die? If you don't say it, you will. Forget it. Don't ask, and the FA rectification will be done on the spot. The man known as the captain pushed Mao Shanming away from his arms, and raised the steel knife in his hand to chop Mao Shanming. Just at this juncture. Crack! A long spear directly smashed the long knife in the hand of the man called the captain. Then Xiao Ruoyu swept across with his long spear, and after pulling a spear, he was ready to kill into the crowd. Squeak! The door of the inn was pushed open again. I saw a 40-year-old man with gray hair, wearing a blue gown, and a pair of eyebrows connected together, looking extraordinarily mighty, walking in. Chapter 53 Xiaoqiang, you are preparing to rectify the FA on the spot without proof, isn't it too outrageous? As soon as the man entered the room, he said to the captain Xiaoqiang wearing glasses. Uncle 9. Uncle 9. Ninth uncle, you are here. When all the people saw the man coming in, they all greeted him. Master, Xiaoqiang just wanted to reply, but Xiao Ruoyu quit. Fuck your grandma. I have been bullied for a day, and you are bullying me too. Xiao Ruoyu yelled, and the pomobong spear in his hand went straight to Xiaoqiang's throat. Little brother, be merciful. When Uncle Jiu saw Xiao Ruoyu stabbing with a spear, his face changed drastically, and the long knife in his hand slashed diagonally from bottom to top, trying to block Xiao Ruoyu's spear. But Xiao Ruoyu's terrifying divine power is something that Uncle Jiu can't stand in contempt for. The long knife slashed at the demon-breaking overlord spear, only to hear a dang. The blade shattered, but the long spear continued unabated and was not affected at all. When Uncle Jiu saw this, he threw away the long knife in his hand, leaned back instantly, pressed his hands on the ground, and kicked his feet upwards. Only then did Xiao Ruoyu's spear be kicked away, preventing Xiaoqiang from being stabbed to death. Little brother, for a misunderstanding, it would be too cruel to attack, right? Uncle Jiu stood up, looked at Xiao Ruoyu and said. Ha! Cruel? If I hadn't made the move just now, Mao Shanming would have been beheaded by him. Am I ruthless? Your own apprentice can't manage well. I don't mind killing you directly to save trouble. If you don't accept it, you can go up together. The veins on Xiao Ruoyu's forehead burst out, and his teeth were almost crushed by him. The spear in his hand casually pointed at the bluestone ground, and the spear plunged into the ground in an instant. What a terrifying Julie! Who the hell is he? After Uncle Jiu saw Xiao Ruoyu's move, his pupils shrank rapidly. At this time, Uncle 9, those bandits have already crossed the mountains and rivers, and are about to enter the big forest. A villager broke into the door and said to Uncle Jiu with a nervous expression. Little brother, all this is a misunderstanding. I will explain it to you when I come back. Now you stay here to hide. We are going to fight against the horse bandits. Take care. Uncle Jiu's expression changed when he heard this. He turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu and Mao Shanming, clasped his fists and said eagerly. You old man is still a good person. Forget it, horse bandit? I'll go with you. I just don't have a place to vent my anger. Seeing that Uncle Jiu looked sincere, Xiao Ruoyu's anger subsided a little. Thank you so much, little brother, let's go, let's go. Uncle Jiu didn't refuse after seeing Xiao Ruoyu's skills, but waved his hand to signal the villagers to set off together and walked into the night. Big woods. The villagers hid their bodies and waited quietly for the horse bandits to pass by. Pump, lump, lump, there was an eager sound of hoofbeats. Under the dim moonlight, a group of 7 people, each wearing a black cloak and a big horse with a high head on his crotch, was full of viciousness, action. Seeing the 7 people getting closer, Uncle Jiu suddenly waved his hand to stop drinking. Brush. When the villagers heard Uncle Jiu's order, they immediately pulled the hemp rope in their hands and pulled the horse repelling stakes that had been set up from the floating soil. Retreat. Retreat. The horse bandits immediately reined in their horses when they saw the horse rejecting posts suddenly jumping out of the soil, turned their horses' heads and prepared to break out from the road. But as they retreated towards the original road, they saw that there were also horse rejecting posts on the road when they came, which directly cut off the path. For a while, the lights were brightly lit and there was a lot of voices. Dozens of villagers poured out of the surrounding area holding torches.
Seeing that the escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme was blocked, the horse bandits had no choice but to rush out of the woods on the other side, leaping and galloping, trying to escape quickly. But how did they know that Xiaoqiang had brought people here to ambush and wait early? Seeing that the horse bandits were in a panic, they stood up directly from the grass where they were hiding their figures. Kill! As Xiaoqiang yelled, the villagers behind him rushed straight to the 7 horse bandits holding long poles, trying to knock them off their horses with their long poles. Drink! The horse bandits were caught off guard by this chaotic attack, and seeing that the pursuers had arrived, they didn't hesitate any longer. He took out 2 projectiles from his body and crushed them directly. A bunch of white lenses were exposed from the crushed bullets, and as the bandit waved his hands, the white lenses were thrown directly at the villagers. Sparks flew in an instant. I saw that the bodies of the villagers who were hit exploded suddenly. Back! Back! At this time, Uncle Gio had already run to the side of the villagers who were attacked, stretched out his hand to pull them away, and motioned for everyone to back off. Say it! The torch in his hand went straight to the ground. Call sound. As soon as the torch touches the ground, the pre-sprinkled kerosene is instantly ignited. The flames expanded rapidly, surrounding the horse bandits. Just when the horse bandits panicked, Brush the log that had been tied to the tree in advance was thrown down, and 3 of the horse bandits were shot down from their horses. The remaining 4 horse bandits kept wandering within the circle of fire, trying to find an opportunity to break out. Sorry, just as the villagers looked at the horse bandits through the firewall, I saw a magnificent white horse rushing out from behind and heading straight for the ring of fire. After the white horse reaches the vicinity of the fire circle, the leaping horse rushes forward, directly across the flames and into the circle. This is... Uncle Gio stared at the person on the horse with his eyes wide open. It was Xiao Ruoyu, who had never had any sense of existence. I saw Xiao Ruoyu holding a spear in his hand, and his horse on his crotch, charging directly towards the 7 horse bandits. When the horse bandit saw someone rushing in, he also turned his horse's head and rushed towards Xiao Ruoyu. For a time, the 2 sides fought hand to hand. I saw Xiao Ruoyu's spear directly piercing a horse bandit's throat. When? The sound of gold and iron. Then there was the sound of a sharp weapon piercing the skin. Blood spurted. What? Impossible. We are invulnerable. That gun is weird. The horse bandits immediately showed disbelief when they saw this scene. What's impossible? You are still invulnerable with your 3-legged cat skills? I will show you what invulnerability is. Xiao Ruoyu continued to gallop forward, throwing the spear in his hand back the person he stabbed to death. Oh my god! The corpse fell outside the circle of fire, and directly hit Xiaoqiang's feet, making Xiaoqiang sit on the ground with a scream of fright. Dang! Following 3 crisp sounds, everyone turned their heads to look again. Oops! My god! At this moment, 3 sharp axes were chopping at Xiao Ruoyu's neck, left waist, and forehead. The villagers exclaimed. But... that's all it takes? Didn't you eat? Use more strength, you can make a miracle. Xiao Ruoyu was indifferent, and didn't pay attention to the attacks of the few people at all. Dang, sparks fly. The horse bandits swung their axes and continued to slash wildly, but Xiao Ruoyu remained motionless. Forget it. The few chops you have made are not as powerful as the big black mouse. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out her little finger to pick her ear, put it in front of her and blew lightly, then said quietly. Put it on, and take it off again. You're actually invulnerable? Do you dare to throw away that weird spear of yours? Let's use this. One of the male horse bandits handed Xiao Ruoyu the axe in his hand, and motioned him to use it to strike at himself. Bring it! Xiao Ruoyu retracted the spear in a twitch, and reached out to take the axe. You first, or me first? Xiao Ruoyu reached out and touched the blade of the axe in his hand, then raised his head and asked. I come! The horse bandit swung the axe with all his strength, and slashed at Xiao Ruoyu's forehead. When? A burst of countershock force made the horse bandit retreat 3 steps in a row. On the other hand, Xiao Ruoyu was also a little dizzy from this blow. Shaking his head, Xiao Ruoyu's expression instantly changed slightly. But no one found this out.
Hey, it's my turn?
Xiao Ruoyu grinned, smiling evilly, and raised the axe in his hand to signal the bandit to stand still.
Horse bandits are real.
After walking a few steps towards Xiao Ruoyu, he stood still, closed his eyes, raised his forehead and waited for Xiao Ruoyu to chop him.
Hey, take the axe.
Xiao Ruoyu let out a cheap laugh and swung the axe in his hand.
It hit directly between the horse bandit's legs. Crack. Next person.
With the sound of chicken flying and eggs beating, the horse bandit passed out on the spot, and he didn't even have time to let out a scream.
Fuck. A series of shit came out.
The horse bandits present and the villagers collectively clamped their legs and covered their crotch with their hands at the same time. According to the strength of Xiao Ruoyu's blow, even after waking up, that person might face the end of doing it himself.
Do you still compare?
Xiao Ruoyu looked at the other male horse bandits with a smile, and aimed maliciously at their position. The horse bandits covered their crotches with their hands, daring not to speak.
Just now. Kill it.
It turned out that the surrounding flames had been extinguished, and the villagers rushed towards the horse bandits following Xiaoqiang's roar.
See this scene.
The leading female horse bandit directly took off the black cloak she was wearing, revealing the strong outfit she was wearing underneath. At this moment, everyone saw her face clearly. Dark gray skin with black lips, weird hairstyle and unattractive face.
Too much deceit, today I will show you how powerful my wife is. Ah!
Wang Po let out a roar, and stretched her hands behind her back to lift up her black cloak.
Ha! Girl? What are you doing undressing? Shit?
After seeing his movements, Xiao Ruoyu said with a question mark on his face.
Following Xiao Ruoyu's words fell.
I saw 2 black ropes vacated. The rope swept in like a long snake, and went straight to Xiaoqiang's neck behind Xiao Ruoyu. Xiaoqiang took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme and rushed to the front of everyone, and was directly entangled by the sudden rope. His face turned pale with fright. Master, save me, master.
Xiaoqiang opened his mouth and shouted miserably at Uncle Joe. Ha, die. Wang Po moved her hands backwards, pulled Xiaoqiang up with the rope, and flew towards her.
Whoosh! Xiao Ruoyu threw the axe directly in his hand, breaking Wang Po's rope. The broken rope instantly turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared without a trace.
Xiaoqiang also fell directly to the ground because the rope was cut off.
Oh my god, I fell to my death, brother, thank you. Xiaoqiang stood up from the ground with his waist supported, his face was still in shock.
Little brother, be careful, this woman is a heretical person.
At this time, Uncle Gio's voice came from behind. Uncle Gio was holding the head of a male horse bandit. With a smear of blood on the long knife, he cut the horse bandit's throat and beheaded him with one blow.
What?
When Wang Po saw that her companions were all beheaded, she was furious for a while. She spit out 2 white maggots from her mouth and held them in her hands, and then wiped them directly at the wounds of the 2 closest companions whose throats were cut to death. But seeing the 2 of them miraculously stood up after following Wang Po's manipulation. Fuck. Xiaoqiang was stunned when he saw this scene, and flew out with his mouth full.
Sure enough, it's sorcery. Everyone back off.
Seeing this scene, Uncle Gio immediately opened his arms to block everyone and backed away slowly. When the villagers saw Uncle Gio speak, they retreated obediently.
Ah Chang, hurry up, some boy.
Uncle Gio stared at Wang Po and the others, and said to Xiaoqiang without looking back.
Master, on a stormy night, I lost my virginity.
Xiaoqiang said to Uncle Gio helplessly with a downcast look on his face.
Oh. Forget it, let's use mine.
With a helpless expression on his face, Uncle Gio turned around and walked behind a tree and began to turn on the water.
But at this time, Wang Po and the other 2 horse bandits rescued by her had already killed Xiaoqiang and others.
Xiao Ruoyu summoned the devil-breaking overlord spear and went up to fight with the 3 of them. Seeing Xiao Ruoyu summoning that weird long spear again, Wang Pa flew back fearfully and landed on the tree, but the other two were not so alert, and Xiao Ruoyu shot one by one and strangled them to death again on the spot.
Damn! Damn! Kid, you are looking for death.
Wang Pa squatted on the tree and saw this scene, and smoke came out of her 7 orifices. With a wave of her hands, she disappeared.
What about people?
Xiao Ruoyu looked around, but found no trace of Wang Pa at all. Little brother, you can use this to wipe your eyes, and you can see his traces. At this time, Uncle Gio walked up to Xiao Ruoyu with a bamboo tube, took out 2 leaves from his bosom and handed them to Xiao Ruoyu and said,
What is this? Xiao Ruoyu didn't understand why. This is the willow leaf that I cast a spell on. It can temporarily open the sky eye for you.
Uncle Gio looked at Xiao Ruoyu and explained. He saw Xiao Ruoyu's miraculousness. That weird long spear could be taken and collected at will, and it could destroy evil spells directly. I'm afraid it was not a simple thing, and it also had a Vajra indestructible body and terrifying divine power.
All these actions have already made Uncle Gio regard Xiao Ruoyu as a fellow.
Xiao Ruoyu took the leaf and tried it on his eyes. It really works. I saw Wang Pa was hiding on a tree and peeking at this side. Xiao Ruoyu removed the leaves, and Wang Pa was no longer visible in an instant.
This is fun.
Xiao Ruoyu's eyes lit up, as if discovering a new continent.
Omega, remove Omega, put on Omega, remove Omega, put on Omega, take off both, Omega, huh?
What about the girls? Xiao Ruoyu had a great time playing, but when he put the leaves on his eyes again, he suddenly found that Wang Pa had already disappeared.
P.S. Is this small picture magical?
Chapter 55. Forget it, run away and run away. This time, killing so many of her companions is a failure.
I think she will come again.
Uncle Gio looked in the direction of the branch where Wang Pa was before, patted Xiao Ruoyu on the shoulder and said,
Master, who are they? They can't even be cut with a knife. Xiao Qiang walked up to Uncle Gio at this time and asked curiously.
If my predictions are correct, they should be charlatans. Uncle Gio replied with a flat face.
Master, what is a warlock? Xiao Qiang looked downcast and continued to ask like a curious baby. Just like you. An ignorant person. Uncle Gio gave Xiao Qiang an angry sideways glance, expressing his dissatisfaction with this apprentice's ignorance. Then I'm a warlock too? Xiao Qiang looked curious, and continued to question Uncle Gio desperately. I think your skin is itchy.
Uncle Gio gritted his teeth and looked at the idiot apprentice, and said with a cold snort. Hey, what master said is right, that makes my skin itch. I'll go rub against the tree at this moment. Xiao Qiang finally realized that the master's face was not right, so he hid in the crowd with a smirk and dared not ask any more questions. Seeing this, Uncle Gio sighed helplessly, shook his head and said nothing. In this battle, the villagers suffered heavy losses. However, the horse bandits who attacked were also killed 6 of them, and only 1 escaped. After ordering the villagers to carry the injured and the dead back, Uncle Gio also walked towards the village with the rest of the people. Little brother, tomorrow is my birthday. If you don't mind, let's sit down together at that time. Thanks to you this time, otherwise there may be more deaths and injuries among the villagers. After returning to the village, Uncle Gio suddenly stopped and invited Xiao Ruoyu behind him. Aren't you taking me home? Xiao Ruoyu looked at Uncle Gio with an innocent face, tears were about to burst out of his eyes. Come home with me? You. Uncle Gio looked puzzled. You're such an adult, you cry every now and then? Open your mouth and come home with me? What operation? I'm hungry. Since I got here, I haven't eaten at all, and I've been bullied by a female ghost and a big black mouse several times. Woohoo, I quit, I'm going home with you. With tears in his eyes, Xiao Ruoyu cried to Uncle Gio with his mouth held back. Uncle Gio looked at Xiao Ruoyu speechless for a long time. I just invite you to sit on my birthday tomorrow, are you relying on me? Forget it, then you can go back with me, what about your friend? Uncle Gio suddenly thought of Mao Shanming, and asked Xiao Ruoyu. I don't know him. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals IR either slash phoneme. I was hit by a carriage before, and he helped me here.
Woohoo, I'm so old.
The female ghost's family can fly, but I can't beat it, and I met a big black the mouse bit me, woo woo woo, and the carriage hit me too. The more Xiao Ruoyu talked, the sadder he became, and the more he talked, the more he felt wronged. In the end, the tears really couldn't stop flowing down from his eyes. Okay, don't cry, come home with me, and I'll take you to eat. Now Uncle Gio can see through and through that there seems to be something wrong with Xiao Ruoyu's IQ. Straight face, winky face, I seem to be in trouble. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu in front of him, Uncle Gio recalled the scene where he and those quack warlocks used axes to fight each other. Uncle Gio had the vicissitudes of life on his face.
Ah, that's great, Uncle, you are a good person.
When Xiao Ruoyu heard that Uncle Gio was going to take him back, he burst into tears and laughed, jumping on the spot excitedly.
Hey, let's go.
Uncle Gio shook his head, turned around and left. Xiao Ruoyu grinned and followed Uncle Gio, not leaving a single step.
Master, are you back?
Back in Yizhuang, Xiaoqiang was the first to see Uncle Gio and ran to the door to greet him.
Well, Chang, go and tidy up a room.
This little brother will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here from now on. He is not in the right condition now.
You have to take care of him more, you know?
Uncle Gio nodded, gave Xiaoqiang an order, then turned around and went to the kitchen to fetch food for Xiao Ruoyu.
You want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here?
I said, boy, you'd better be sensible and leave by yourself, otherwise. Xiaoqiang looked at Xiao Ruoyu with an unkind expression, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist and threatened. Boom! Xiao Ruoyu ignored Xiaoqiang's provocation, but casually stomped towards the ground under his feet, and then smiled and chased in the direction where Uncle Gio left. Xiaoqiang looked at Xiao Ruoyu's back in confusion, and when he turned his head again to look at the position where Xiao Ruoyu was standing before, he almost let out a breath of cold air. I saw a deep footprint appearing impressively on the stone slab.
Sigma, LLL, my.
Damn, if this is stepping on me, good at thinking of this. Xiaoqiang swallowed hard, turned his head to look in the direction Xiao Ruoyu left, and dared not move for a long time.
Bald Lulu, well, it's so loud, Lulu, hiccup, Lulu.
Xiao Ruoyu dealt with the noodles in the bowl in a turbulent manner, and while eating, he did not forget to raise his head and praise Uncle Gio.
If it's delicious, eat more. If it's not enough, there's still in the pot.
Eat slowly. Uncle Gio looked at Xiao Ruoyu kindly. Whether it was Xiao Ruoyu's innocence or innocence, Uncle Gio liked Xiao Ruoyu very much. And Uncle Gio can also see that Xiao Ruoyu is indeed very talented. If he can practice spells with him, his achievements will not be so bad.
Little brother, what's your name? Where is your home?
Why are you living here? Uncle Gio sat across from Xiao Ruoyu, and took a rag to wipe his hands.
Ha! Me, Lulu, my name is Xiao Ruoyu, and I don't know where my home is, ha!
Lulu hiccup, I don't know the way.
Some people say that Tan Wanwan's house is haunted, so I just want to see it.
In the end, I couldn't beat them, so I left. Later, I met a woman in the woods and said she would give me something delicious, but she turned into a big black mouse and bit me, but he couldn't bite me, and called me a bastard. Then she ran away, and then later, a carriage hit me, and I was picked up by that mustache. Xiao Ruoyu quickly finished the noodles in the bowl, and explained to Uncle Gio. It's also a poor child. In this way, you stay here first, and when you remember where your home is, you can leave.
I asked Achan to clean up the room for you. After dinner, you should have a good rest. Get up tomorrow and go to the restaurant with me.
After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, Uncle Gio probably understood his situation, so he simply took Xiao Ruoyu in and invited him to go to the restaurant for dinner with him tomorrow.
Didn't an hashtag 039 T send your letter? Early the next morning,
Xiao Ruoyu followed Uncle Gio and Xiaoqiang to the restaurant early on. Xiaoqiang took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme and ran into the restaurant first. As he was going up the stairs, he bumped into Mao Shanming, who was about to go downstairs for dinner. The two staggered left and right, each wanting to give way to the other, but in the end they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme avoided the same direction at the same time, which made it impossible for the two to make way for the other.
Oh. It's so annoying.
Xiaoqiang stopped Mao Shanming against the wall, and turned to look at Uncle Gio behind him. Master, please. Xiaoqiang grinned and said to Uncle Gio. Uncle Gio and Xiao Ruoyu hadn't waited to step upstairs.
Ah! Xiaoqiang suddenly slipped and almost fell downstairs. Xiao Ruoyu quickly supported Xiaoqiang with his eyesight and hands. Are you okay?
It's okay, thank you. Hearing Xiaoqiang said it was okay, Xiao Ruoyu subconsciously let go of his hand, which made Xiaoqiang fall down again before he had time to stand still. At this time, Uncle Gio grabbed Xiaoqiang by the collar and carried him back to his front, reaching out to support him.
Xiaoqiang also learned the lesson from before and immediately stood firm. You, sleazy hands and feet.
Uncle Gio glanced at Xiaoqiang in front of him and shook his head helplessly. Hey, thank you, Master. Humph, the one who helped me is my brother, the only one who can help me is my master. Xiaoqiang gave a cheap laugh, looked at Xiao Ruoyu and snorted disdainfully, and then looked at Uncle Gio flatteringly.
Mao Shanming. Xiao Ruoyu.
Uncle Gio has long been used to this apprentice's idiot, and has been completely immune to his usual coquettish operations. Regarding what Xiaoqiang said just now, Uncle Gio also pretended not to hear it at this time, and walked upstairs as usual. After coming to the private room, a huge table is full of dishes. Around the table sat some gentry merchants with decent reputation and status in the village.
Ninth uncle. Here comes Uncle Nine. Uncle Gio, sit down quickly.
When the group saw Uncle Gio coming, they all stood up and greeted Uncle Gio with smiles.
Thank you for your honor, sit.
When Uncle Gio saw this scene, he showed a rare smile, and he was not used to greeting this group of people.
Uncle Nine, hi P-post, happy birthday, Uncle Nine.
After several people were seated, a fat man in overalls walked in from the door. The fat man was holding a birthday cake on the table, and was muttering in foreign languages that no one could understand.
But if everyone doesn't understand, it doesn't mean that Xiao Ruoyu doesn't understand.
Hearing Fatty's not-so-standard English, Xiao Ruoyu immediately felt like a family member.
What's up with what AU?
Xiao Ruoyu spoke to the fat man excitedly. What? The fat man was confused by Xiao Ruoyu's all of a sudden, and he stood there stupidly, at a loss as to what to do. He really didn't expect that there are people who can understand foreign language today. Moreover, he used foreign language to chat with himself on the spot. Fatty learned this sentence of foreign language, and he specially asked the foreign pastor in the town to teach him. How could he understand what Xiao Ruoyu said? That hey Pipost.
Nothing.
The fat man bit the bullet and replied. Okay, sit down and talk. Uncle Gio also saw Fatty's embarrassment, so he stretched out his hand and patted Xiao Ruoyu to relieve Fatty. What is this? Xiaoqiang didn't notice the embarrassment of the atmosphere, he looked curiously at the cake that the fat man put on the table.
Ah!
This is Western mooncake, Uncle Gio, blow out the candles.
Fatty explained to Xiaoqiang with a proud face. Ah?
So many candles?
Are you asking my master to make wax?
Xiaoqiang looked at the candles on the cake and asked with a smile.
Hey no, this is a good omen.
Once the candle is extinguished, there will be a son and a daughter-in-law. Fatty was also afraid that Uncle Gio would misunderstand, so he hurriedly explained. My master doesn't have a son. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, ha ha ha. When Xiaoqiang heard this, he quickly answered, and then turned to look at Uncle Gio. I saw Uncle Gio's face was drawn, and he stared straight at him. Aha, that, my master treats me like a son, ha ha ha. Xiaoqiang had an idea, hugged Uncle Gio and said with a smirk. Uncle Gio shook his head, stood up and lay down in front of the candle, call. With one breath, the candle went out. Okay. I wish you good luck and longevity, I wish you a happy birthday. As Uncle Gio blew out the candles, the people at the table sang birthday songs together. Xiao Ruoyu watched this operation, opened his mouth slightly, he was so stupid that he couldn't be any more stupid. After a song was sung, everyone raised their glasses and drank together. Xiao Ruoyu finally got excited when he could eat. The people at the table toasted to Uncle Gio in turn, while Xiao Ruoyu ate hard. Master, a birthday present for you. At this time Xiaoqiang suddenly made a sound, took out a small red bag from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Gio. Well, you still have a heart. Uncle Gio showed satisfaction, and after giving Xiaoqiang a deep look, he took the bag and was about to open it. Go back and take it apart, go back and take it apart, master. Seeing Uncle Gio's actions, Xiaoqiang smiled awkwardly and whispered beside Uncle Gio. It's okay, let me take a look. Uncle Gio opened the bag and took a look, only to see a 1 yuan coin neatly placed in the bag. Seeing this scene, Uncle Gio looked at Xiaoqiang meaningfully, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Hey, come on, Uncle Gio, what did Ah Chang give you? I guess it's so small, it should be jade. When everyone saw Xiaoqiang giving Uncle Gio a gift, they booed curiously. Anything is fine. Uncle Gio replied casually, and glanced at Xiaoqiang again. But when he turned around, he saw another exquisitely packaged gift box under Xiaoqiang's body. Xiaoqiang followed Uncle Gio's gaze and immediately took the opportunity to step down. Oh. The small one is the foreplay, and this one is the gift, hee, for master. Xiaoqiang picked up the gift box he snatched from his companion and handed it to Uncle Gio. You are still a little filial. Uncle Gio has a childlike face. What do you think this box is? I guess the small one just now is jade, but the big one is amazing. I guess it should be gold. Seeing that Xiaoqiang gave Uncle Gio 2 gifts, everyone guessed again out of curiosity. With everyone guessing, Uncle Gio also opened the gift box at this time. I saw the gift box opened. A huge wooden fist rests quietly at the bottom of the gift box. Before Uncle Gio could respond, Duong the fist flew out like flying. Hit Uncle Gio directly in the face. For an instant, the audience was silent. Xiaoqiang, master, didn't I say this letter from you? Uncle Gio, hee, we are chatting at home at night, guessed, Uncle Gio laughed. Fatty, the last time Uncle Gio laughed, dozens of people died in the village. Like a god or a man? Hi, I'm full, Uncle Gio, eat slowly, I'll go to the latrine. After Xiao Ruoyu buried his head and ate hard, he patted his stomach and got up and said to Uncle Gio, it is good. After Uncle Gio agreed, he continued to greet everyone at the table. With Uncle Gio's approval, Xiao Ruoyu passed the chair, turned around and walked downstairs. After inquiring about the exact location of the toilet with the restaurant staff, Xiao Ruoyu walked towards the back door of the restaurant alone, and came to the backyard after a while. The moon is bright. There are no lights in the backyard, only a bright moon shining softly on the ground. Xiao Ruoyu groped in the direction of the hut with 1 deep foot and 1 shallow foot. Just as Xiao Ruoyu walked near the toilet. My hometown, my hometown. Xiao Ruoyu was startled by the sudden and miserable voice accompanied by a burst of disgust. By moonlight. Xiao Ruoyu turned around and looked in the direction where the voice came from. I saw a black figure squatting under the big wall next to the hut at this moment, looking straight at Xiao Ruoyu with 2 crimson eyes. My fellow, do you think I look like a god? Or do I look like a man? Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu didn't speak, that thing asked again, and at the same time walked his body out of the shadow of the wall. Xiao Ruoyu took a closer look. It is a big yellow leather child wearing a straw hat. I saw that the hair on the tip of the yellow-skinned man's tail had turned from yellow to white, which showed the profoundness of his practice. My fellow, do you think I look like a god? Or a man? At this time, Huang Pizzi was landing on the ground with his 2 hind legs, his front paws were held in front of his chest like a human being, and he looked straight at Xiao Ruoyu with his head up. But with the lessons learned from the black-haired fox before, Xiao Ruoyu was mentally prepared for the talking yellow skin. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu looked at the yellow man standing up in front of him, and suddenly remembered the black-haired fox lying to him. Come on, come here again. Xiao Ruoyu showed a row of small white teeth, smiled and stretched out his hand to Huang Pizzi to beckon. Okay? Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was not only not afraid of him, but even let him get closer, the yellow man didn't think much, so he hurried forward and took a few steps forward. Clap sound. I think you look like your grandma's grandson, get lost. Xiao Ruoyu slapped him when he went up. Winky face. What's the situation?
What are you doing? I'm sick and you hit me?
Huang Pizzi was a little confused by Xiao Ruoyu's mouth, stretched out his front paws to cover his face, stared at Xiao Ruoyu for a long time without making a sound. Xiao Ruoyu, who finished beating the yellow skin, ignored him and went straight to the next hut and walked in. After a while, I heard the sound of water flowing in the hut. What the fuck? After a while, Huang Pizzi came to his senses, gave Xiao Ruoyu a vicious look, turned his head and ran into the night. In fact, Huang Pizzi didn't have any bad intentions when he found Xiao Ruoyu. It was just that he had reached the limit of his cultivation and wanted to ask someone to seal him up. So he ran to the village to see if he could meet someone to seal him up. But he deserved it because he was unlucky enough to meet Xiao Ruoyu. It is said that after Huang Pizzi left the village, he turned around and ran back to the mountains. Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu appeared in the backyard of the restaurant, smelling of alcohol and vegetables, he thought that Xiao Ruoyu should have come out to relieve himself while eating in the restaurant. So, with the intention of getting revenge on Xiao Ruoyu, he picked a large bundle of senna leaves in the mountains. Senna leaf, sweet, bitter and cold in nature, has the effect of purging heat and laxative. The anthraquinone derivatives contained in it have a purging effect, and it is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme accompanied by abdominal pain after taking it. Generally, it can be purged several times within 3 hours after taking it.
Boy! I have to let you have a good time today.
Looking at these senna leaves, there was a little excitement and madness in Huang Pizzi's eyes. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu came out of the hut, looked at the place where Huang Pizzi hid his figure before, and found that there was no trace of Huang Pizzi, then returned to the restaurant, and walked away along the front door.
And walked towards Zhuang.
Hey, Fatty Chui, your daughter-in-law is about to give birth.
Go home and have a look.
In the restaurant, the cook who was busy cooking noodles was interrupted by a soft drink. Fatty Chui turned his head to look, and saw his neighbor standing at the door of the back kitchen looking at him panting.
What? Okay, I'll go back right away.
Fatty Chui immediately took off his apron when he heard neighbors say that his daughter-in-law was about to give birth, turned around and ran out of the restaurant towards his home. After Fatty Chui left, the neighbor who was talking to Fatty Chui suddenly turned around, and with a poof, a big yellow skin appeared.
Hey, boy, I let you hit me. Today I will make you so happy.
After finishing speaking, he threw all the senna leaves he brought into the pot, and then disappeared into the night with a whoosh.
Is Uncle Joe's longevity noodles good? We'll finish eating them in a while.
In the private room on the second floor, the fat man stretched out his head and shouted towards the downstairs.
Okay, come right away.
The owner of the restaurant, Lao Sun, yelled at Fatty, and hurried into the back kitchen.
I said, Old Chui, what's your situation?
Lao Sun hurriedly walked into the back kitchen, only to find that the cook, Lao Chui, had gone there without knowing what to do. Old Chui, I can't even cook some noodles, and the vegetables are not even cooked. Seeing the noodles boiled in the pot covered with a piece of green vegetable leaves, Lao Sun immediately lost his temper. Muttering, he picked up the spoon and stuffed all the vegetable leaves under the noodles, then picked up a large bowl and started to serve the noodles. Hey, come here, Uncle Joe's birthday is today, this is a little thought from our restaurant, come, Uncle Joe, longevity noodles, I also specially added some vegetables in it, I wish Uncle Joe a long life years old, haha. After Lao Sun filled the noodles, he walked up to the second floor carrying the noodles with a smile on his face. Before anyone entered the private room, his voice came in first. I said, grandson, if you are later, we will finish eating.
Come on, serve it up quickly.
We will also take advantage of Uncle Joe to eat one bite each, and we will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live / phoneme a long life, ha. Seeing Lao Sun walking into the private room with longevity noodles, Boss Chen of the pawn shop stood up with a full stomach and was about to scoop some longevity noodles into his bowl. Yes, Uncle Joe, you go first, and we will share the rest.
With the help of Uncle Joe, we can also be happy. When everyone saw Boss Qian's actions, they all stood up and congratulated Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joe stood up with a smile on his face, stretched out his chopsticks towards the changsho noodles and filled himself with a small bowl of changsho noodles. When everyone saw that Uncle Joe had finished serving the noodles, they also stretched out their chopsticks and took away all the remaining longevity noodles. Chapter 58. The satiated crowd came out of the private room while chatting.
Shall we take a bath? Okay, I haven't washed for a long time.
Walk, I also got sticky when I dealt with the horse bandits yesterday. I need to take a good soak today.
I think it's better to go back and wash it. It's not like there are no ones at home.
Hey, Uncle Gio, the shower at home is only comfortable after soaking in it.
Cannot help but say.
Everyone said something to each other, put Gio's shoe on his shoulders, who wanted to say goodbye and go home, and walked out of the restaurant.
The bathhouse in the village is actually a public bath.
A large stove in the backyard burns wood to heat the water in the pool inside the house.
None of them drank less. Staggering all the way, they came to the only bathing pool in the village. Phew, it's better to take a soak. Yeah, it's been a long time since I took a good bath. Oh, fat man, why do you have a tattoo on your chest?
You know what a fart, this is called Peppa Pig, who hangs around outside, who doesn't have a story about him. After a few people came to the bathhouse drunk, they sat in the pool in a daze and chatted without saying a word. Uncle Gio didn't drink less today, and now his face was flushed with a look of enjoyment. Xiaoqian, on the other hand, didn't go into the water because the water temperature was too hot, and sat on the side smilingly watching his brother chatting.
But right now.
Uncle Gio frowned, and opened his eyes suddenly. I saw a yellow jet of water swish from Jioshu's buttocks and sprayed out. Then a yellow bubble gushed out of the water in front of Uncle Gio with a gurgle.
Xiaoqian opened his eyes wide and looked at Uncle Gio in disbelief.
Uncle Gio raised his head to look at Xiaoqian with difficulty, bit his lip hard, and slowly shook his head at Xiaoqian, signaling him to keep quiet.
Then Uncle Gio looked around.
I found that the brothers were all soaking in the water and taking a nap with their eyes closed, and they didn't notice this scene at all. Uncle Gio stood up with difficulty, grasping the edge of the pool with both hands, his body tensed, resisting the urge to squirm, and slowly wanted to climb to the shore.
Whoa! Uncle Gio, what are you doing here? Let's soak for a while.
At this moment, Boss Qian, who was sitting near Uncle Gio, heard the sound of water, opened his eyes and saw Uncle Gio's movements, and then spoke to Uncle Gio.
Uncle Gio was silent and didn't dare to say anything.
But Uncle Gio really couldn't bear the sudden loss of this delay.
A string of yellow liquid baiu was sprayed out.
Before Boss Qian could shut up, he was headshot by Uncle Gio. Xiaoqian on the side saw the scene and almost cried in fright.
Squeeze, shake, shake. What is this? What's coming out?
Boss Qian, who was directly headshot, stretched out his hand and wiped his face in a daze, and almost lost his breath.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Uncle Gio didn't hide anymore at this time, and rushed out of the pool with a groan.
But due to slippery bare feet, Uncle Gio fell to the ground with a pop. But Uncle Gio didn't care about the pain, and covered his butt with his hands to prevent the uncontrollable heat from being thrown. I saw streams of yellow liquid spraying out continuously from between Uncle Gio's fingers, swaying in all directions with full force.
At this time,
the pool also started to get lively. The fat man was the first to react, and he squirted thousands of miles into the pool, and the pool was quickly dyed yellow by puffs of yellow water mist.
Boss Qian and Lao Ma, who were left in the pool, rushed out of the pool with a big jump.
Sitting by the pool, Xiaoqian was dumbfounded, his mouth was so wide that he could stuff a fist into it. At this time, the fat man who was still in the pool was spraying yellow water jets while running out of the pool. After Boss Qian and Lao Ma looked at each other, they looked away with complicated expressions. There were only two sounds. Boss Qian and Lao Ma also started to react, and when they replaced each other, they sprayed farther away.
In the bathroom, the pot was completely boiled.
The four brothers who were lying, standing, running, and jumping were all in great pain. All of a sudden, there was a sound of poof, and the spray continued. There was yellow liquid all over the walls, ground, pool, and door. The scene can be described as spectacular.
The noise in the bathhouse also alarmed the owner of the bathhouse outside.
After the boss opened the door, he was so shocked by the shocking scene that he almost died on the spot. But at this moment, Boss Qian performed another difficult move in front of the owner of the bathhouse.
It can only be said that Boss Qian ate too many longevity noodles and was too energetic. Leave me alone.
I saw Boss Chen lying on the ground roaring angrily, and then shot out under the terrified eyes of the bathhouse owner.
Put.
A stream of yellow heat shot straight into the sky, and sprayed onto the 3-meter-high ceiling with a puff.
Hey, Chow.
Seeing this scene, the owner of the bathhouse shouted loudly.
Quick eyes and hands.
After an instant reaction, he immediately closed the bathroom door. But the bathhouse owner who closed the door had tears in his eyes.
Thinking of the scene in the bathhouse owner almost cried out.
It can be seen that what Boss Chen did just now shocked the owner of the bathhouse.
Damn it! A few of you inside. What are you doing?
The owner of the bathhouse was on the verge of collapse, screaming in despair. At this time, the few people in the bathhouse were already exhausted, and it felt like a great torture to move. Xiao Qian, who watched the whole process from the side, was terrified. The shock he suffered was far greater than what the bathhouse owner saw.
Guru just now. Xiao Qian's stomach also reacted.
Although Xiao Qian didn't eat 2 bites of the longevity noodles before, after such a long time, he still felt some discomfort.
Stop.
I haven't taken off my pants yet.
Amid Xiao Qian's desperate cry, there was a puff. Xiao Qian's hand that was busy untying his belt stopped suddenly.
I saw 2 streams of yellow soup dripping down Xiao Qian's trousers.
Puff puff puff. Xiao Qian's legs went limp, and he also lay on the ground.
I saw 5 people rising one after another like a fountain, and I will appear on the stage after you spray. One spray is higher than the other. Only Xiao Qian was the only one who could only spray his trousers up and down, but he couldn't spray too high. Asterisk, Boss Chen, I am ashamed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme. Oh, Xiao Qian, sudden, sound of shit spraying pants. Fatty, ma, you sprayed me, llama, I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme, Uncle 9, my fame in the first life has been completely ruined, bathhouse owner, I have provoked someone. P.S. The update is completed today, I hope you all enjoy watching. It is hereby marked that this is a reference to the embarrassing Baishan eagle flying lonely, smile and bitter gourd.
Chapter 59. 3 days have passed since the incident in the bathhouse of Uncle Gio and the others. In 3 days,
the glorious deeds of Uncle Gio and others are known to all women and children in the village. The scene that night was nothing short of spectacular. It is said that when they were carried out, all of them were as golden as the 18 bronze figures in Shaolin Temple. Because of this, it was once thought that they secretly hid in the bathhouse to practice some evil skills.
Humph. Don't let me know who did it.
Otherwise, I must let him know that life is worse than death. Uncle Gio sat on a chair in the Yizhuan with a pale face and said angrily. Although it had been 3 days, Uncle Gio still felt weak all over.
Master, I am different from you, I am still young, who would marry me in the future?
Xiao Qiang also sat beside him with a pale face, and said bitterly to Uncle Gio. Didi boring. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was squatting in the yard with 2 small wooden cars and was enjoying himself. Uncle Gio has already gotten used to Xiao Ruoyu's sensitive and stupid mind at that time.
Uncle 9, open the door quickly, help. Just now.
There was a knock on the closed door of Yizhuan, followed by an anxious voice reaching the ears of several people. Xiao Ruoyu raised his head and glanced at the gate, he ignored it, and continued to play lively by himself.
Ah Chang, go and see who is here so late.
Hearing the anxious voice and the knocking on the door like raindrops, Uncle Gio frowned and turned his head to give orders to Xiao Qiang.
Oh, I see, master. Xiao Qiang agreed, stood up reluctantly, walked to the door and opened it. Ouch.
I saw Mao Shanming looking back in a panic at this time. The moment the door was opened, Mao Shanming just turned his head. He didn't see the door was opened, and he fell into the yard of Yizhuan with an ouch. Brother Dao, it's so late, I see you are in such a hurry, what happened? Uncle Gio didn't get up, he still sat on the chair and asked Mao Shanming. Uncle Gio, saved Bao quickly, he has been captured. After Mao Shanming saw Uncle Gio, he stood up excitedly and said loudly. Brother Dao, take a breath and don't worry, tell me slowly, what happened?
Uncle Gio comforted Mao Shanming. It's like this, Uncle 9.
In fact, there were two little ghosts with me all the time, but just now when I was resting at the inn, a man in a black cloak broke into my room and took Debeo away. I chased him all the way to the mass grave outside the village. When Mao Shanming said this, he swallowed, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. But I found that I couldn't beat him. In the end, I managed to get away with some tricks. Uncle Joe, please save Debeo. Mao Shanming looked at Uncle Joe with a pleading face, and anyone could see the worry in his eyes. Black cloak? Mass graves. Ghosts are bad. Uncle Joe heard a few key words in Mao Shanming's words, and after muttering a few words to himself, his expression suddenly changed. Master, is the matter serious? Xiaoqiang looked at Uncle Joe with a puzzled expression and asked. Of course it's very serious. The little ghost of this Taoist brother has always been carried phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to his body, and he has been enshrined with incense with Taoist magic power. Naturally, he is different from a lonely ghost. A ghost is an ominous thing, which combines 18 kinds of disasters such as poverty, sorrow, decline, disaster, shame, misery, mildew, pain, and death. This ghost is always with this Taoist brother, day and night baptized by its magic power. Its soul is more solid and clean. As for the purpose of the witch who took him to the mass grave, if it is correct, I think she wanted to attach the little ghost to the corpse, and cast a spell to make them merge into one, and he is familiar with the breath of Taoism. From time to time, I am afraid that they will specifically chase and attack people who possess Taoism, and they will never die. Uncle Joe looked worried, his body hadn't recovered yet. If the witch really attacked, no one could be her opponent. Quick! Ah Chang, hurry up and find someone to go to the ancestral hall to transport the corpse of the demon girl companion to the backyard, and then find some lychee firewood to burn all their corpses. Don't let her touch their corpses again, otherwise I'm afraid it will happen. Something happened. After pondering for a moment, Uncle Joe seemed to think of something, and immediately raised his head to give Xiaoqiang an order. Xiaoqiang nodded in response, and walked weakly towards the outside of Yizhuang. Hurry up! The security team, they're assembled, Uncle Nine has something to order. After a while, there were crisp gongs in Xiaoqiang's voice outside. Although his body was weak, Xiaoqiang still shouted hard. Brother Dao, please stay safe and don't be impatient. Now we are in the light, and the demon girl is in the dark. If you look for it rashly, she will only defeat each of them. Let's arrange it and wait for her to come to the door in person. Uncle Joe turned his head and said to Mao Shanming, who was still anxious. Well, I will follow Uncle Joe's orders. Indeed, let me go find it now. I can't find where she hid the treasure. Why don't we wait for her to come to us in person? Uncle Joe, what do you think? I listen to you. Mao Shanming looked confused, but after thinking about it for a while, he also felt that what Uncle Joe said was indeed reasonable, so he nodded heavily in agreement. Speaking of this, Mao Shanming inadvertently saw Xiao Ruoyu, who was still doing his own way in the yard, playing by himself. This is him. Mao Shanming looked puzzled, looked at Xiao Ruoyu's movements curiously and looked at Uncle Joe, hesitating to speak. Hey, this kid is suffering too. He must have suffered a head injury. He's been sober and sometimes confused these days, but he's not noisy, he's quite obedient, so I'll let him go. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu, who was having fun with two wooden cars in the yard, Uncle Joe smiled wryly and shook his head to explain. When Mao Shanming heard Uncle Joe's words, he looked hopeful, and walked up to Xiao Ruoyu and squatted down. Little brother, do you remember me? Xiao Ruoyu raised his head and glanced sideways at Mao Shanming, and continued to play with the car in his hand without saying a word. Little brother, do you remember the day you were hit by a carriage, or did I bring you here? Mao Shanming still spoke softly to Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu looked up at Mao Shanming again, but still didn't speak. Hey, I'm jealous of talents. Mao Shanming shook his head, with a look of regret, he sighed and stood up to leave. But right now. Murderous. Xiao Ruoyu, who was having fun with himself, suddenly stood up and looked towards the wall of the Yizhuang courtyard, with a serious and stern expression on his face. Chapter 60. At this moment, no one noticed that in the Yizhuang behind Uncle Joe, the statue of the patriarch on the shrine was emitting a faint light. Murderous. Just after Xiao Ruoyu finished these 3 words, a silver-white long spear exuding purple radiance suddenly appeared in Xiao Ruoyu's hand. Bah! With Xiao Ruoyu's soft drink, a set of golden armor gradually manifested on his body. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was wearing a golden armor, and the silver spear was danced in his hand. It can be said that he is majestic and looks outstanding. After Xiao Ruoyu called out this outfit, he stomped his feet lightly, and rushed straight away from the spot with a dodge, and when he appeared again, he had already appeared on the courtyard wall. Go! Xiao Ruoyu squinted his eyes and looked around, and suddenly roared, and the spear in his hand was stabbed directly by him. The spear turned into a silver beam and flew far away. Boom! There was a loud crack followed by a burst of smoke and dust. I saw that a courtyard wall in the distance was knocked down by him with a single shot. After the smoke cleared, the spear was revealed. I saw a man in a Qing dynasty official uniform, with a green face and fangs, who was impaled on the chest and nailed to the ground, struggling and roaring. Xiao Ruoyu jumped again, and his figure appeared above the spear. He stepped on the spear nailed to the ground with one foot, and looked at the man who was still struggling under his feet with a serious expression. Is this still the idiot who played with the car just now? Zombie? Is this Patriarch showing up? Looking at the golden figure in the distance and the struggling zombie who was nailed to the ground by his gun, Uncle Jiao and Mao Shanming were astonished. Just when the two were surprised, Xiao Ruoyu made another move. Xiao Ruoyu stood on the spear, raised his hands in front of his chest. After putting the 2 hands together, they made a complex handprint. Kill demon. Following Xiao Ruoyu's soft drink, the purple halo on the spear under his feet quickly condensed, and then rushed to the tip of the spear at an extremely fast speed, and then got into the body of the zombie nailed to the ground. Bang bang bang! After the purple halo entered the body, the zombie began to howl continuously, with an abnormally shrill voice. The body is also struggling crazily, and the sound of bang bang in the body is endless. Finally, with a bang, it exploded on the spot. Xiao Ruoyu jumped up the moment it exploded, and he also pulled out the spear from the zombie's body along with it. At the same time, at the moment when the zombie exploded, a lightened shadow in the shape of a human figure floated out, staggering towards Mao Shan Ningfei. I saw Xiao Ruoyu doing a backflip to avoid the range of the explosion, and then holding the spear tightly, he was still patrolling around with a calm face, as if he hadn't heard of the erratic lightened shadow. With this explosion came out. All the surrounding villagers and the security team came. Has the idiot manifested? Seeing Xiao Ruoyu in golden armor and holding a spear, Xiaoqiang was surprised. Captain. You see, he is still stupid, standing still. Is he insane? A little fat man on the side, Captain Xiaoqiang, said in a low voice. That's right. I just said that God is not so blind. It's fine if you are more handsome than me. You can't be smarter than me. Xiaoqiang deeply agrees, and frantically nods in agreement with this point of view. Whoosh dang oops, there was a muffled sound, followed by Xiaoqiang's screams. A black brick the size of a shoe fell from the sky and hit Xiaoqiang directly on the head, knocking him to the ground. Winky face. Isn't it? Brother, I just said it casually, and you hit me with a brick? Xiaoqiang lay on the ground looking at the endless sky, with tears in his eyes, showing a gesture of lovelessness brush. Just now. Xiao Ruoyu, who had been observing the surroundings, moved again. Xiao Ruoyu's figure flashed, and he rushed directly to the roof of a house not far away, and the spear in his hand was swept away by all his strength at the same time. Boom! There was the sound of the spear hitting something. A black figure was smashed out of the void by Xiao Ruoyu's shot, and blasted into the ground at an extremely fast speed. Boy! It's you again! Courting death! Wang Po's voice came from the ground. Xiao Ruoyu looked down. There was no color in his eyes, as plain as a dead person, which made people shudder. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu's terrifying eyes, Wang Po was shocked all over. With a long sleeve and a dance, Xiao Ruoyu disappeared without a trace even before he could say a harsh word. Want to run? Did you run away? The voice in Xiao Ruoyu's mouth was like Hong Zhong de Lu, and it rumbled far and wide. I saw Xiao Ruoyu bowing his legs and raising the gun, twisting his waist back with all his strength, and threw the spear in his hand with all his strength. Then Xiao Ruoyu jumped up, and his body chased the spear like a cannonball, and he actually stood on the spear thrown by him. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu was walking extremely fast like a spear. Just as Xiao Ruoyu immediately flew out of the village, he stamped his feet on the spear vigorously, then turned over and took the spear into his hand again. Afterwards, the whole person flipped in the air, and the long spear in his hand was also bombarded by his charged power. Boom-a-bang! A black figure was swept out of the void by his gun, and fell to the ground like a meteor. Taking advantage of the victory, Xiao Ruoyu pursued, and the spear in his hand was thrown out by him again. After hearing a whoosh, it burst out and stabbed at the black shadow. The spear broke into the ground and stabbed Wang Pa to death on the spot. Xiao Ruoyu, who fell from the sky, stepped on the roof of a house and looked at Wang Po's body, without moving for a while. At this, "Come on! I found it, Captain, here!" The noisy voices of people came, and a burst of footsteps hurriedly ran towards the place where Xiao Ruoyu and Wang Po were fighting. Why did I come here? Where's my car? Fly. The moment Wang Po died, the coldness and silence in Xiao Ruoyu's eyes quickly faded away, and she returned to her innocent look again. After Xiao Ruoyu recovered, he was confused for a while, and then saw the crowd at his feet. Omega, after showing a foolish smile, Xiao Ruoyu took a few steps back, then made a small run-up, leaped forward, and jumped straight onto the heads of the crowd. Fuck! What? Run! After looking up at Xiao Ruoyu's villagers to see his movements, the pot exploded instantly. The crowd quickly parted. Whoa, Uncle Nine, it hurts so much. Xiao Ruoyu jumped down, the crowd dispersed, and no one reached out to pick him up. Xiao Ruoyu patted the ground with a baji sound, and cried out in pain. _PS, today's measurement is over. I just fried the chili oil, I forgot that I broke the dried chili and rubbed my eyes, I'm going blind. Woo, Linfeng Jiao. Okay, everyone, let's go, see if there are any injured people, if there are any, go to the doctor quickly, come to a few people to help, move the body of this demon girl to the backyard of Yizhuang and burn it. Just as Xiao Ruoyu lay on the ground crying, Uncle Jiao and Mao Shanming walked in from behind the crowd. Uncle Jiao dispersed the onlookers and walked to Xiao Ruoyu's side, looking at Xiao Ruoyu, who was still wailing on the ground with complicated eyes. Uncle Nine, look, just now I thought the identity of the little brother might not be simple. Mao Shanming saw Uncle Jiao's doubts, and looked at Xiao Ruoyu on the ground with complicated eyes, and said softly beside Uncle Jiao. Yes, just now I felt the aura of our Taoist lineage in him, this aura is very pure. And this child's performance. Uncle Jiao paused for a moment when he said this, with deep shock in his words. Besides, with the child's performance just now, I suspect that his body is very suitable for a technique of my Maoshan lineage. It can be said that if this technique is learned by him, I am afraid that its power will be terrifying. Uncle Jiao looked at Xiao Ruoyu, who was rolling around with complicated eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, thinking whether he should teach Xiao Ruoyu this technique. Just because of Xiao Ruoyu's current state, there might not be any troubles. After all, Xiao Ruoyu at this moment is really abnormal. If you don't teach, you're afraid you'll miss out on the wizard from heaven. Xiao Ruoyu's body and state just now were born for that technique. If you take him under the door and let him learn that technique, then Mao Shan may be afraid. There will be another generation of heavenly masters. Uncle Nine, the technique you mentioned, couldn't be the magic technique? Mao Shanming heard a clue from Uncle Jiao's words, and combined with Xiao Ruoyu's performance just now, it was not difficult for Mao Shanming to guess what the technique was in Uncle Jiao's mind. That's right, it's just asking for divine art. Judging from his performance just now, I'm afraid no one is more suitable for this art than him, but he has strange abilities. He looks like someone who has a master's inheritance, but it's completely out of order, so I really don't understand it. Uncle Nine struggled. He really wanted to accept Xiao Ruoyu directly under his sect regardless of whether he had a teacher or not, but he was afraid of breaking the rules, so he couldn't decide for a while. Uncle Jiao, look at the recent situation of the little brother, does it seem that he has lost his soul? Mao Shanming suddenly thought of something, turned to look at Uncle Jiao and asked. Mao Shanming's words immediately shocked Uncle Jiao. Indeed. Looking at it before, although his mind is not considered brilliant, he is not as confused as he has been recently.
Come.
Take him back to Yizhuang, I want to open the altar. Thinking that Xiao Ruoyu might indeed lose his soul, Uncle Jiu no longer struggled, and directly ordered the security team to carry Xiao Ruoyu back to Yizhuang. Wandering souls, where to keep them? The 3 souls descend early, the 7 souls come, riverside fields, temples and villages, palace prisons, tombs and forests, false alarms and strange, lost true souls. In Yizhuang, Uncle Jiu was wearing a yellow Taoist robe, and a mahogany sword in his hand was whistling by dancers. A few yellow paper talismans were stuck on the tip of the sword, and flames burst out with a bang as Uncle Jiu chanted.
Today, I invite the mountain god, General Wudao Yolu, to be the local land, the kitchen master of the house, and I will be sent to serve, and I will search for it, take the soul into my body, and help my spirit.
The gate of heaven and the gate of the earth are opened. The boy from thousands of miles will send his soul.
Xiao Ruoyu.
I beg the Supreme Lord to be as urgent as the law.
After Jioshu finished reading, he stretched out his sword with his right hand and pointed at Xiao Ruoyu, who was sitting on the chair beside him.
Xiao Ruoyu's body immediately stiffened, and he and Jioshu formed a strange look at each other. This scene made Mao Shanming, Xiaoqiang and the security team watching from the side all hairy. I saw that Uncle Jiu was sweating on his forehead at this moment, and beads of sweat were dripping down his cheeks one by one.
Suddenly, Xiao Ruoyu, whose body was tense, opened his eyes that had been closed all the time, showing coldness and contempt for everything in front of him again. But the disciples of my Mao Shan lineage?
I saw a voice suddenly coming out of Xiao Ruoyu's mouth, which was quite different from Xiao Ruoyu's original voice. Disciple Lin Jiu, the 31st generation successor of Mao Shan, pays homage to the patriarch.
I wonder which patriarch is here.
Disciple is bold. I don't know what the patriarch has ordered. When Uncle Jiu saw this scene, he knelt down on his knees and gave Xiao Ruoyu a disciple's salute.
Ha! Lin Jiu?
You brat, you don't know your master anymore? Xiao Ruoyu's eyes gradually returned from contempt to normal eyes. After he saw the kneeling person in front of him clearly, he immediately opened his mouth and cursed at Uncle Jiu.
Master?
When Uncle Jiu heard what Xiao Ruoyu said, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Ruoyu in shock. His eyes were full of incredulity.
Fart! Who am I? I'm telling you. Lin Fengjiao. You have to give me an explanation today. Invite me twice a day. Do you want to die? Is this the apprentice you taught? It's much better than you.
Xiao Ruoyu's expression was agitated at this time. If he had a beard, his current expression would be blowing his beard and staring. The people on the side were scared by this scene and didn't dare to make a sound, but after hearing the word Lin Fengjiao, several people almost couldn't control their laughter, and at this time they all covered their hands tightly.
Mouth, trying to restrain myself.
Uncle Jiu turned his head to look at the few people angrily, and after casting a blank look at them, he turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu.
Master Lin Fengjiao, I don't use the name anymore, okay? Also, Master, is there anything special about him?
Uncle Jiu looked at Xiao Ruoyu with embarrassment, explained that he had changed his name, and at the same time asked the question in his heart.
Special? I didn't feel anything special.
If I had to say it was special, I just felt that someone called me Ma Shan to ask the magic spell to call me, and I still called it twice, and the power of the call was very strong. That power did not allow my divine sense to resist at all, so it sent a ray of my divine sense. The first time I came, I killed a zombie and fought a warlock. This is the second time at this moment, you apprentice, please divine art is much better than your senior brothers. Xiao Ruoyu rolled his eyes at Uncle Jiu angrily, then looked at Uncle Jiu appreciatively and said.
But, Master, he is not from our Mao Shan lineage at all.
And today he has never recited the curse of inviting the gods. Just now I suspected that he had lost his soul. After I called the curse of summoning the soul, I invited you here. Uncle Jiu looked at Xiao Ruoyu with embarrassment, dragged out all the facts he knew, and explained the situation at that time.
Chapter 62 So weird?
But that's right, the general summoning magic just lends our power to the caster himself, but today I was summoned by a true spirit, it's really unbelievable. The old man attached to Xiao Ruoyu's body looked thoughtful and shocked, and then closed his eyes as if he was searching for something.
Not for a while.
I saw Xiao Ruoyu's body shaking wildly, and then opened his eyes with difficulty, showing boundless shock in his eyes.
Fengjiu. Remember. Receive. 4 eyes please.
Curse. Following the intermittent words, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly went limp, and fell back on the chair without moving.
Puff.
Just as the true spirit attached to Xiao Ruoyu dissipated, Uncle Jiu, as the caster, also spewed out a mouthful of blood mist.
Uncle 9. Master. Uncle Jiu, are you okay? Seeing Uncle Jiu vomiting blood, everyone rushed forward to support Uncle Jiu. I'm fine, it's just backfired by the spell.
Surrounded by everyone, Uncle Jiu reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, shook his head and said,
Whoa! Omega, right now.
Xiao Ruoyu, who was still in a coma before, suddenly jumped up from the chair with a whoosh, stepped on the chair, and uttered a strange scale. Everyone was startled by Xiao Ruoyu's strange pronunciation and sudden movement, and they all turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu. I saw Xiao Ruoyu standing on the chair, stretching out his hands and pointing at the group of people surrounded by Uncle Jiu, singing loudly, "You say your mouth beep, beep beep, beep beep." The group's faces were dumbfounded. After singing, Xiao Ruoyu didn't care about everyone's reaction, jumped off the chair, rushed towards Xiaoqiang. Coming to Xiaoqiang's side, Xiao Ruoyu squatted down, staring at Xiaoqiang's pants.
What are you doing? Xiaoqiang was taken aback by Xiao Ruoyu's sudden movement, covered his crotch and kept backing away. Yo-ha? Crotch covering pie?
Xiao Ruoyu opened his mouth and said in surprise.
I am the Maoshan faction.
Xiaoqiang gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Ruoyu. If he couldn't beat him, Xiaoqiang wished he could rub Xiao Ruoyu on the ground right now.
Oh. Then do you have monkey rubber bands?
Xiao Ruo smiled foolishly, and asked Xiao Xiang.
What do you want that thing for? Xiaoqiang asked Xiao Ruoyu cautiously.
Hey, hit your glass. Xiao Ruoyu smiled innocently, and stretched out his sinful hands to Xiaoqiang's pants. Xiaoqiang desperately protected his pants to prevent Xiao Ruoyu from succeeding, but with Xiao Ruoyu's strength, Xiaoqiang had no chance to resist at all.
After a while, Xiao Ruoyu teared off Xiaoqiang's pants abruptly.
After that, Xiao Ruoyu rummaged through Xiaoqiang's pants, but found no trace of the monkey rubber band at all.
It's not fun, here you are.
After Xiao Ruoyu threw back the trousers that had been torn into strips to Xiaoqiang, he went to the yard to play with the wooden car from before.
Master, it's too bullying.
Xiaoqiang wanted to cry but had no tears. He tightly held onto the cloth that Xiao Ruoyu threw back to protect his chest. His pair of big white legs were particularly conspicuous in this night.
People go on the road, young people avoid.
Accompanied by the sound of jingling bells, suddenly there was a shout on the road outside the gate of Yizhuang. The shouting was not loud, but it gradually became clear, and it seemed that they were constantly approaching Yizhuang.
The people go on the road, and the young people avoid it.
Brothers, we are almost there, and we can finally rest our feet. As the sound moved from far to near, a man's voice was heard outside the gate of Yizhuang in a short while.
Ah Chang, go and open the door, your four-eyed uncle is here.
Uncle Jiu, who had been silent all this time, covered his chest and said to Xiaoqiang, who showed a pair of white legs. Oh, Xiaoqiang responded eagerly with ai. The cloth strip in his hand was still tightly held in his hand and refused to let go. Crunch, the door opens. A middle-aged Taoist priest wearing thick glasses and a yellow Taoist robe just came to the door.
Hey! Xiaoqiang, why do you look like this? Where's your master? I didn't bother you, master and apprentice, did I? Seeing Xiaoqiang's appearance, Taoist Simu couldn't help but complain.
Uncle Four Eyes, the master is inside, but the master was injured a little, so he didn't come out to pick you up. Xiaoqiang held the torn pants aggressively, pouted and looked around.
What? Brother was injured? Is it serious?
When the Four Eyes heard that Uncle Jiu was injured, they immediately became nervous.
It shouldn't be a big deal.
The master said it was a backlash from the spell.
Uncle, you can come in first and talk about it later. Xiaoqiang opened the 2 wooden gates of Yizhuang.
When Xiaoqiang pushed all the wooden doors open, everyone saw a group of zombies standing behind the gate.
Dozens of zombies dressed in official uniforms of the Qing dynasty and with purple complexions stood neatly in place.
Each zombie had a piece of yellow talisman paper attached to its head, making it look extraordinarily intrusive in this night.
Ah! Zombies! That!
My mother has a second child, so I'm leaving first.
My mother gave birth to a second child, so I'm leaving too.
Why the hell are you going to give birth to a second child?
How can I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme without me?
After seeing the zombie behind the four-eyed Taoist priest, everyone scattered in fright, one by one looking for a reason to leave. When passing outside the gate, he also carefully turned his body sideways to stay away from the group of zombies as much as possible, and then ran wildly, as if borrowing 2 more legs was not enough for them. But the people in the security team were afraid, but there was one person who was not.
That is Xiao Ruoyu.
After Xiao Ruoyu, who was playing with the car, saw the zombie, he suddenly remembered the one he had killed before, and immediately became interested again. I saw Xiao Ruoyu staring at the group of quiet zombies with glowing eyes, with an inexplicable smile on his lips, getting up and walking towards them step by step.
Okay, go in first, come on.
All guests, jump. Seeing the crowd leave, he shook his head with 4 eyes curled up, picked up the bell in his hand and shook it a few times, and then walked into the Yizhuang. With the movement of the 4 eyes, the group of quiet zombies stretched their arms in front of their chests in unison. When the bell rang, they all jumped forward as if they had received some order. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruoyu became even more interested.
Omega, hey! It's fun to play with stuff.
Xiao Ruoyu walked up to the zombies, put his face phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to the face of one of the zombies and looked at it with glowing eyes, then reached out and went straight to grab the talisman paper on the zombie's head. Regarding these, the 4-eyed priest who was still ringing the bell in front of him still didn't know. P.S. After the update yesterday, I went out to play games all night with my friends, but when I came home at o'clock in the morning, I found that the key was not with me, so I went back to the internet cafe, but I couldn't find it.
On the bed.
I used a bamboo pole from the neighbor's house to open the window to poke the key, trying to insert it into the keychain to pick it out, but the result was
crash and fell under the bed. Damn me.
In the end, I was helpless. I ran to my grandfather's house to stay all morning, and then called my mother in Queen. The old lady arrived by car at 0930.
I took the key and went home.
It was already 11 o'clock. I slept all afternoon. To be honest, I really doubt that I am guilty of Tai Sui these days.
Vicissitudes.
Battle of the Flesh Roar.
Boom.
Simu was walking towards the Yizhuan courtyard, shaking the bell in his hand, only to hear a roar and the sound of a heavy object falling behind him. Then turn around and look around. I saw a strong young man riding on his client and pounding his fists.
I'll let you bark your teeth at me. I'll let you yell at me.
Xiao Ruoyu was riding on a zombie, holding both of the zombie's hands with his left hand, and bombarded the zombie's mouth with his right hand like raindrops. Click! The zombie's 2 white fangs fell with Xiao Ruoyu's raindrops of fists, and they were smashed and collapsed due to the overwhelmed force.
My grandma! What is this thing? My client!
Seeing this scene with 4 eyes, the 3 souls were outrageous, and they rushed to Xiao Ruoyu with one stride.
Boy! Stop it!
After the 4 eyes came to Xiao Ruoyu's side, they stretched out their hands and turned directly to the back of Xiao Ruoyu's neck, trying to pull him away from the zombie. But Xiao Ruoyu raised his head in a daze, swung his arms, and broke free from the arm that was holding his eyes around his neck. At the same time, he shrugged his eyes and almost fell down.
Ah! Give you some sunshine and you'll bask in my face, right?
Seeing Xiao Ruoyu sullenly continuing to beat up the zombies in his crotch with 4 eyes, he immediately became angry. Brother Xiao, stop quickly. Uncle Jiu covered his chest and yelled weakly at Xiao Ruoyu from a distance. But Xiao Ruoyu still seemed to have never heard of it. And Xiaoqiang still hid away with his torn trousers in his arms. He didn't want to be torn apart by Xiao Ruoyu. Simu stretched out his hand again, grabbing Xiao Ruoyu's right arm and wanted to pull it up, but this time, Xiao Ruoyu shook it forcefully from above, and instantly a huge force hit. Simu felt that he couldn't help himself and flew away. Lao Gao was thrown out immediately. Xiao Ruoyu still swung his fists sullenly. I saw that the whole head of the zombie under him was about to be smashed. Seeing this scene, the Four Eyes were in a hurry. If he smashed his head completely, no one would dare to claim it when he sent it back. His face could not be seen clearly. Who knows whose old man you sent it to? Zonzi? Ouch. This kid is so strong? Where did he come from? It seems that he can't do it if he doesn't move for real. Standing up, the Four Eyes were full of anger. The Four Eyes suddenly made a fist with both hands, and the right foot kept stepping on the ground, and at the same time, he kept chanting something. After a short while, the four-eyed body swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. His swollen body turned him from a shriveled middle-aged Taoist priest into a huge and strong man in an instant. Humph! At this moment, the Four Eyes let out an angry snort, and stretched out their hands to grab Xiao Ruoyu's neck. Xiao Ruoyu, who was having a good time swinging, could only feel a huge force no less than that of Luo Shixin at the beginning, throwing himself directly and flying far away. See this scene. Uncle Gio, who wanted to continue talking, kept his mouth shut. He also wanted to see who was stronger, Xiao Ruoyu or Simu, who had cast the magic spell. He simply followed the two of them into a fight. Anyway, since he was weak now and suffered some injuries, he had no ability to persuade them to fight, so he let nature take its course. The other side. Xiao Ruoyu, who was thrown away, only felt that he was thrown in a mess. His head buzzed, and his thoughts that had been muddled for many days became a little clearer at this moment. This old man is not small, is he? Xiao Ruoyu sat up from the ground with a thump, looked at the Four Eyes that were looking at him with angry eyes, and grinned foolishly. Immediately after, Xiao Ruoyu stood up and patted the dust off his body, then exerted force with his feet, and shot straight into his eyes like a cannonball. Boom! Just heard a bang. The Four Eyes flew out in response, and directly hit the wall of Yizhuang. He. Good boy. Come again. Among the dust and rubble, the Four Eyes were full of anger and laughed back. After a roar, Four Eyes also shot out, and they went straight to hit Xiao Ruoyu. Boom! The two fought hand to hand. The limbs and arms are already touching each other, and the two of them are in a stalemate like this. The blue veins on the forehead of the Four Eyes swelled violently, and Xiao Ruoyu's face was also flushed. With two bang bang, the clothes on Simu and Xiao Ruoyu were shattered by their strength. Amidst the rags all over the sky, Simu and Xiao Ruoyu suddenly withdrew their hands at the same time. Then, the two of them exerted their strength at the same time, crushing all the stone slabs on the ground. The two shot out at the same time, punching and kicking each other in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The two wrestled for a long time. All the bricks and stones on the ground of Yizhuang collapsed. For a while, there will be nothing they can do to each other. Ha, boy, what kind of freak are you? Shocked in all Four Eyes, he asked Xiao Ruoyu out of breath. Hey, old man, you're also pretty peeing. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his right hand and gave thumbs up to his Four Eyes, grinning and showing his big white teeth, and said with a smile. Come again? Seeing this scene, Simu also grinned. The confrontation between him and Xiao Ruoyu before made Simu really addicted, but in the battle, Xiao Ruoyu's berserk gave him a different pleasure. Come on. Xiao Ruoyu didn't hesitate. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. After hearing Simu's words, he put away his smile, lowered his body weight again, and was ready to burst out at any time. Hey! Boy, watch the fist. I saw that the stone slab under the Four Eyes suddenly shattered, and the whole body seemed to be under some pressure, and it was pressed down to the ground by more than 3 centimeters. Then the power gathered under his feet, and his Four Eyes flew straight to Xiao Ruoyu's place like cannonballs. When Xiao Ruoyu saw this scene, he also tried his best to sink his weight towards his feet. After crushing the stone slab under his feet were actually deeply inserted into the soil. At the same time, his right arm was accumulating power, and his waist was twisted to an extremely incredible angle. At the moment when his Four Eyes blasted wildly, Xiao Ruoyu exploded with all his strength, abruptly thrusting his right arm forward, blasting the air with the sound of a sonic boom. The two punched punches. Only listen, click, brush, bang, bang, bang. The Four Eyes met Xiao Ruoyu's fists, and the soundless bursts of sonic booms spread out to the surroundings. The nearby trees were knocked off the spot with a click, and the tiles on the courtyard wall were blown away, making a crashing sound. The previously neat zombies also flew obliquely to the other side due to the impact of the two people's battle, and were barely blocked when they hit the courtyard wall. At this time, the two people who were fighting were in a stalemate on the spot. Both of them were motionless, and the picture was still in a strange way. Boom! With the sound of a collision, there was an explosion at the intersection of the Four Eyes and Xiao Ruoyu's fists. The two of them retreated together, and they were all shaken back more than 10 steps by the force of the collision. Okay, cough cough cough. Only Uncle Joe's weak voice was heard, accompanied by coughing. Simu and Xiao Ruoyu looked at each other at the same time after hearing Uncle Joe's voice, and both of them put away their posture after they could see that the other party had no desire to fight again. This battle is flat. P.S. Thank you for your gifts. To be honest, the income from reading is very low recently. Every day, everyone's gifts are 3 or 5 yuan, and there are more than 20. When it is 30 yuan, I am very grateful to everyone. I have persuaded you before. I know many of my friends who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme my book are students. It's not easy to make money. I'm content with a little reminder in 5 stars. If you spend money, I still suggest that you think twice. I also want gifts, but I know that students are fine. Money, the same sentence, the weather is hot, buy ice cream to eat, haha. Today's chapter is considered to be more updated. Brother Wang Chu urged me a few words, so I'll try it, haha, that's it, it's done at 1:11, good night everyone. Following Uncle Joe's call to stop. The two stopped at the same time. Xiao Ruoyu pulled his feet out of the soil, shook the soil from his shoes, and looked around with interest. I saw that Simu's burly figure was shrinking rapidly at this time. It sounded like a balloon leaking air. At this time, the Four Eyes were exposing their thin body with their upper body exposed because of the fierce battle with Xiao Ruoyu. Brother, where did you get this kid? This is too fierce. Four Eyes walked to Uncle Joe, and asked with a look of surprise. Looking at the shape of the Four Eyes, Uncle Joe covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice. Ahem, junior brother, you'd better find some clothes to put on first, so as not to catch a cold. After Uncle Joe finished speaking, he ordered Xiao Chang to go to the room to get a piece of his own clothes for Simu to change into. Xiao Chang nodded in response, turned and walked into the room. This child came here by chance before, and he just lived in my Yizhuang by coincidence. He is also a poor man. I intend to take him as a disciple. What do you think? Sitting on the chair, Uncle Joe looked up at Simu in front of him, and asked in a weak tone. This kid's physical body is too scary, brother, I still think it's suitable for me to be my apprentice, hee. There was a sinister smile in his Four Eyes, his seemingly joking words also concealed his temptation to Uncle Joe. It's true that his mind is not very bright, and I don't think he is suitable for practicing spells, but your spell of calling the gods matches him very well. After hearing Simu's words, Uncle Joe pondered, then nodded to confirm Simu's thoughts. Really? Are you willing to let him be my apprentice? Brother, I really love you. Hearing Uncle Joe let go of his Four Eyes, he was immediately excited, hugged Uncle Joe's face and kissed him. Ahem, that, Uncle Nine, fellow Taoist, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first, don't send it off. You are busy, you are busy. After seeing this scene, Mao Shanming, who was on the side, immediately said goodbye with interest, and hurried out of the Yizhuang into the night. If I'm not mistaken, it's next to that person just now. After the Four Eyes heard Mao Shanming's words, they turned their heads to look, and vaguely saw the ghost aura attached to Mao Shanming's body, and they were interrupted by Uncle Joe just as they were about to speak. Junior brother, each person has his own destiny, so don't say too much, help me into the house to rest, you put these zombies in the west wing and come looking for me. Uncle Joe shook his head, indicating that Simu didn't need to say more. Okay brother, by the way, how did you get injured? I see that your body is full of profit and loss, and your complexion is pale. This is a symptom of great damage to the original source. Brother, don't tell me that you are still playing at such an age? After the Four-Eyed Taoist helped Uncle Joe up, he looked at Uncle Joe and said with a humble face. The one? What the one?
Uncle Gio didn't know why. That's right. The ghost knight.
The one who sucks the yang energy of the female ghost. The four-eyed Taoist priest whispered in Uncle Joe's ear.
Get out. Cough, cough, cough.
When Uncle Joe heard what Simu said, he was furious immediately, but the pain in his chest made him cough uncontrollably.
Okay, if you don't have it, you don't have it, why are you so excited? I didn't say anything else, but brother, how does the ghost knight feel?
As Uncle Gio and Simu approached the room, the bickering between the two became quieter, but it was not difficult to hear that Simu purposely teased Uncle Gio by saying this, and Uncle Gio knew it.
During dinner,
Xiaoruoyu, Simu, Jiushu, and Xiaoqiang sat around the dining table.
Uncle Four Eyes, your magic trick is really good. Xiaoqiang looked enviously at the Four Eyes and said, Hey, amazing, isn't it? But your master is not bad.
At the beginning, each of us brothers and sisters had unique skills.
Did your master reveal it to you? The Four Eyes squinted at Xiaoqiang while eating. My master also has a unique skill? Why have I never seen him use it?
Xiaoqiang looked towards Uncle Gio with disbelief, and Uncle Gio was looking at him with a serious face, and Xiaoqiang was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head to eat and dared not make a sound.
Master Uncle, are the people you invited for the magic spell really all gods?
Xiaoqiang, who lowered his head to pick up the rice, still couldn't bear his curiosity, raised his head and asked again with four eyes. That's right, I don't know the exact principle, I just learn how my master teaches, as long as it's easy to use. The Four Eyes are full of pride, and the color on his face is fleeting.
Uncle, can I ask you a question?
Xiaoqiang refused to let go, and continued to ask questions. You are not finished, can't you let your uncle eat with peace of mind?
Uncle Gio looked at Xiaoqiang in a bad mood.
Before that, he never felt that his apprentice was so ignorant, but today he felt that he was a little too stupid.
It's okay, brother, you can ask.
There was no trace of impatience in the Four Eyes, and after saying something to Uncle Gio, he turned to look at Xiaoqiang. Uncle, all the gods in the sky carry the word immortal, so why don't the gods in the sea carry this word?
For example, Dragon King.
Xiaoqiang looked curious, his eyes widened, and he looked around all around, waiting for his answer.
The gods in this sea? Haisien?
Priest Simu and Uncle Gio also looked confused when they heard this question.
Ha? Want some seafood? Any horseradish?
Xiaoruoyu, who was only focused on grilling rice, suddenly raised his head and looked around when he heard the word seafood. The people at the table were left speechless by Xiaoqiang's question, and were given a headache by Xiaoruoyu's reaction. These two people are amazing.
Okay.
Brother Xiao, your condition has not been right for the past few days.
It seems that you are a little better now, can I ask you a question?
Uncle Gio couldn't stand it anymore, he interrupted the conversation of several people with a wave of his big hand, turned to look at Xiaoruoyu and asked.
Ha? Okay, you can ask.
Seeing Uncle Gio asking him, Xiaoruoyu didn't think much about it, and nodded in agreement.
Well, let me ask you, do you have relatives and friends in this world, or are you a master? Uncle Gio stared at Xiaoruoyu's face tightly with his eyes burning. In this world? No, it's just me.
Xiaoruoyu tilted his head in thought for a while, then shook his head resolutely, expressing that he really has nothing to worry about in this world.
So, are you willing to join my Maoshan lineage?
Uncle Gio and Simu stared at Xiaoruoyu nervously at this moment, not daring to take a breath, for fear that Xiaoruoyu would refuse.
Then the uncle who just got bigger, can you teach me?
Xiaoruoyu looked at Uncle Gio, then at Simu, then stretched out his finger and asked Simu Daoist. Chapter 65. Of course, as long as you join my Maoshan lineage, I will definitely teach you all the magic arts. Seeing Xiaoruoyu pointing at him with four eyes, he said excitedly.
Well, I am willing.
As soon as Xiaoruoyu heard Simu's words, he immediately agreed. That's great, senior brother, don't say that junior brother wins people's love.
This kid is indeed destined to be with me.
I thought Jiala was stupid, and my lineage couldn't be passed on. Now it seems that there are people in my lineage who will succeed me.
Already.
The four-eyed Taoist had a happy expression on his face. No matter how pleasing Xiao Ruoyu was, the corners of his mouth almost reached the ears. Forget it, we have 3 apprentices, Wen Kai, Xiaoxing, and Xiaoqiang, and you only have Jiala, so Ruoyu will let you. Uncle Jiu nodded, glanced at Xiao Ruoyu and said nothing.
Ruoyu, I will be your master from now on.
Remember, my name is Simu, and Uncle Jiu will be your second uncle from now on. You also have a senior brother named Jialu, who is at home now and did not come out with me. In a few days, Master take you back, so that you can get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other. He stared at Xiao Ruoyu for a long while, seeing how he liked this apprentice.
Oh, I see, Master.
Xiao Ruoyu nodded obediently and shouted. Hey, this is for you. You have to study hard during this time. I'm going to go out in a few days. Once you and I are on the road, you can ask me if you don't understand anything. The corners of the mouths of the 4 eyes were smiling, feeling at ease when Xiao Ruoyu called him master. He took out a book from his arms and handed it to Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu reached out to take the book handed over by Simu and glanced at it. I saw 3 big characters "Please God" art written on it.
I know, Master.
Xiao Ruoyu put the book into his arms, said something to his 4 eyes, then continued to lower his head and start eating. By the way, uncle, don't play with fire in the future, it's easy to pee on the Kong. Xiao Ruoyu suddenly remembered what Uncle Jiu used to do with talisman paper, turned his head and said something earnestly to Uncle Jiu, and then glanced at Uncle Jiu's crotch along the way.
Just now. Uncle 9. Uncle 9, Uncle 9.
There was a noise outside the door. Uncle Jiu and Taoist Master Simu raised their heads and looked outside. I saw Lama, Fatty, and Boss Chin coming hand in hand. After seeing these 3 people, Uncle Jiu's expression changed drastically. His already pale face became paler again. What are these 3 old guys doing here? If the bastard Simu knows about this, I'm afraid everyone in Maoshan will know about it tomorrow. The corner of Uncle Jiu's mouth twitched, and a lot of sweat was already breaking out on his forehead, but he didn't dare to say anything. Uncle Jiu, what happened last time was thanks to the herbal medicine you prepared. We came today to thank you. No, the 3 of us have just recovered a bit, so we came here in a hurry to send you a pennant. Boss Qian shouted loudly, and started shouting as soon as he entered the courtyard of Yizhuang. Brother, what's wrong with you? With 4 eyes, I saw Uncle Jiu's face pale, with sweat dripping down his forehead, and he didn't know why for a while. It's okay, maybe it's a little hot, he. Uncle Jiu forced a smile into his 4 eyes, and then looked nervously at the few people who had already entered the room. I saw that the old horse was holding a cloth scroll in his hand at this moment. After seeing Uncle Jiu, he shook the scroll away. For an instant. Silent. I saw the old horse shaking the pennant in his hand. 2 rows of large golden characters written vertically are displayed on the dark red pennant. Skillful hands and a kind heart give me back my tender little chrysanthemum gift, Yizhuang 9th uncle. Patience, Ma Sanyuan, Xian Shan, Hong Dadeo, donated. Puff. Underscore. When Simu saw this pennant, he immediately sprayed his mouthful of rice on the face of Xiao Ruoyu, who was sitting opposite him. Uncle Jiu, you can accept this pennant, it's our wish. Yeah, thanks to you, otherwise we wouldn't know how many days we're still in it. That's right, Uncle Jiu, you mustn't be polite. The 3 of them walked up to Uncle Jiu holding the pennant, and looked at Uncle Jiu eagerly. He, okay, I accept it, that, if you have nothing to do, you can go back first. Uncle Jiu looked embarrassed, and looked around from time to time. Brother, when did you start seeing hemorrhoids? Simu suppressed a smile, looked at Uncle Jiu and asked. Where are the hemorrhoids? You don't know, 2 days ago we woo. Just when Fatty Hong was about to blurt out what happened a few days ago, Uncle Jiu ignored his own injuries, stood up abruptly, and covered Fatty Hong's mouth. Cough, I lost the chrysanthemum raised by Boss Qian 2 days ago, and I found it back with the method of 5 ghosts, right? How many? While covering Fatty Hong's mouth, Uncle Jiu looked fiercely at Lao Ma and Boss Qian, gritted his teeth and asked with a smile. Yes, that, I'll take my leave first, my chrysanthemum hasn't been watered yet and I'm leaving. When Boss Qian saw Uncle Joe's appearance, he immediately nodded in response, and then wiped his sweat with an expression as if he suddenly remembered something. But Lao Ma wanted to continue talking, but Boss Qian secretly pulled his sleeves and motioned him to look at Fatty Hong, whose mouth was covered by Uncle Joe. The old horse looked intently. At this moment, Fatty Hong's face was flushed, his body was twitching, and he was about to die. Uncle, he is dying soon. Xiao Ruoyu, who was full of rice, suddenly opened his mouth and said. When Uncle Joe heard Xiao Ruoyu's words, he looked down and saw that Fatty Hong's eyes were turning white, his face was purple, and he was about to lose his breath. Suck, I'm saved. Seeing this scene, Uncle Joe immediately let go, and the relieved Fatty Hong quickly sucked a few mouthfuls. Also, Uncle, didn't you win the shit competition a few days ago? It's still all over the ceiling now. Is this pennant a prize? Xiao Ruoyu still had a calm face, and the rice grains on his face were still sticky. Brother, I promise not to say anything. You trust me, don't look at me like that. Take your hand back. Seeing that after Xiao Ruoyu finished speaking, the four-eyed Taoist priest fell into an eerie silence, and then turned to look at Uncle Joe, who turned around silently, took off a sharp sword from the wall, and looked at everyone in the room kindly. People. If you don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme, destroy it. Juggler's brother, don't. Looking at Uncle Joe with all four eyes, he was instantly terrified. None of you want to leave today. Uncle Joe looked at the crowd with a half smile, and said with a smile. Senior brother, I can swear that if I say it out, my disciple's asshole will be rotten. Seeing that Uncle Joe really couldn't get off the stage, he immediately raised 3 fingers and swore to the sky. What's the matter with me? Xiao Ruoyu was puzzled, but Jiu Shu didn't pay attention to Xiao Ruoyu at all, who made him tell everything before. He deserved it. What about you? Seeing Simu's determination, Uncle Joe immediately turned to look at the others and asked. We swear too. Yes, we swear. If we keep talking nonsense, we'll rot his apprentice's ass. After getting everyone's affirmation, Uncle Joe put the long sword in his hand back to its original place, and when he turned around, Uncle Joe returned to his amiable appearance again. I'm afraid you are plugging wires into the latrine pit, it's a bit too feces. Xiao Ruoyu looked reluctant, and his eyes gradually became dangerous when he looked at the few people. Come here, everyone, sit down, it's just fine. Shall we play mahjong today? After hearing what they said, Uncle Joe sat down with a smile and said to the still nervous people in front of him. Alright, listen to Uncle Joe. Several people wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and sat down one by one around the table. Xiao Ruoyu had no choice but to stand aside without saying a word. 9 barrels. No, whiteboard. It's confused. All right and wrong, take the money and take the money. As the atmosphere gradually eased, several people also forgot what happened before, and began to concentrate on playing mahjong. Mark, violator number 17452 contractor appears within 1 kilometer of the chosen one, please go and deal with it as soon as possible. Just as Xiao Ruoyu was watching the mahjong games of several people in full swing, a notification sound came suddenly. Xiao Ruoyu's face changed, and he immediately got up and walked towards the outside of Yizhuang. At this time, the few people playing mahjong and the 4 eyes who watched the fun didn't pay attention to Xiao Ruoyu's movements, and they still had a great time playing. Xiao Ruoyu walked aimlessly on the street, listening to the constant reminders in his mind. He was sure that he was not going in the wrong direction. If it is the opposite direction, then the other party is out of the range of the mark, and the notification sound should have stopped long ago. Are you looking for me? Sudden. A mournful voice came. Xiao Ruoyu turned his head to look, only to see an old man in colorful cloth clothes and a patchwork scarf on his head appearing not far behind Xiao Ruoyu. Hey, is that you? What did you do? Xiao Ruoyu asked the old man with playful eyes. It's nothing more than an edge ball. I didn't directly violate the rules of the main god, so the main god can't kill me directly. You should be different from us, right? Or, you are the agent of the main god? Although the old man was conceited, he was not too presumptuous. Instead, he stopped after getting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Xiao Ruoyu for a certain distance. He thought he kept a safe distance from Xiao Ruoyu. In such a short distance, no matter what Xiao Ruoyu did, he would have the confidence to respond and even kill Xiao Ruoyu.
Bringing the ball? Can you tell me more about it?
Xiao Ruoyu was very curious about this matter.
It doesn't matter if you talk about it.
I just want to cooperate with the mission target in a teamwork world, tell him the information of other people, and use the power of the whole country to kill all other contractors. I didn't violate the rules, the old man said lightly, but what he said was bloody and cruel. Oh, abandoning the mission, betraying teammates' information, and using external forces to reversely kill teammates, I'm afraid it's not that simple. You must have discovered something in that world, right? Xiao Ruoyu was very clear-headed at the moment, after the battle with Simu. He recovered from his bewildered state.
Hey, too many.
Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu had no defense against him at all, the old man threw an iron ball at Xiao Ruoyu while speaking. The iron ball went straight to Xiao Ruoyu's face. Xiao Ruoyu reached out to catch the iron ball, but at the moment of catching the iron ball, boom, a burst came from Xiao Ruoyu's hand. Accompanied by a burst of flames, Xiao Ruoyu was directly engulfed by the flames.
I thought, what a powerful guy, it's so easy.
Before the old man finished speaking, he saw a big hand stretched out from the flames, grabbing the old man's neck in his hand.
You're laughing wildly. What the hell is your name, Charlotte?
Xiao Ruoyu grinned and asked the old man.
Cough, cough, cough me.
If I don't call Charlotte, they all call me a juggler. The old man spat out a few words through his teeth with difficulty.
At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu grabbed his neck, and it was already very difficult to breathe.
But as the magician spit out the words, the figure in Xiao Ruoyu's hand gradually faded, and finally disappeared with a boo.
Oh? A magician? It's interesting.
Xiao Ruoyu looked at the empty palm, and for a while couldn't figure out how the other party escaped.
How is it?
It's just a trick, let's continue. The voice of the magician came again.
Xiao Ruoyu looked up.
I saw that the magician was standing on a courtyard wall at the moment, and a hemp rope as thick as a thumb was connected to the clouds in the sky above his head.
Fairy soap?
Xiao Ruoyu knew about this thing. He had seen the description of immortal Suo in a book, but he did not expect this immortal Suo to actually exist. The immortal cable in Xiao Ruoyu's memory is very magical. He can make the caster climb into the clouds, and then appear in a nearby place at will.
And if other people climb into the clouds with the caster, I'm afraid they won't be able to come back.
There will only be stumps and broken arms falling from the sky, while the caster is unscathed.
Good knowledge. How is it? Now that you know Shengxiansuo, do you think you still have a chance to leave alive?
Xiao Ruoyu's words made the juggler even more rampant. He felt that Xiao Ruoyu was already in his pocket, and there was no chance to escape.
Try it, you can't let me go anyway.
Xiao Ruoyu shrugged his shoulders, and casually grasped his right hand in the void, and he held the devil-breaking overlord spear in his hand.
Oh? A purple A+ level weapon?
Very good, I like your gift very much. There was a smile on the corner of the magician's mouth. In his eyes, the weapon already belonged to him. As for how to take the weapon from Xiao Ruoyu's hands, he already has a plan in mind.
Much? 1 + 1 = how much?
Xiao Ruoyu held the demon overlord spear in his hand, looked at the magician calmly and asked.
What?
The juggler was confused by Xiao Ruoyu's mind.
I mean, what's 1 + 1? Xiao Ruoyu asked again. Are you out of your mind? Of course 1 + 1 = 2.
The juggler was a little confused for a while, and Xiao Ruoyu's weird question made him a little annoyed.
Oh.
Congratulations, you got it right, but you also know too much. After Xiao Ruoyu finished his speech, he exerted force with his feet, and in an instant, he stepped on a deep hole on the ground, scattering the surrounding dust all over the sky. Xiao Ruoyu's body shot straight at the juggler like an arrow from the string. Xiao Ruoyu pulled out countless phantoms in his hand with the demon-breaking overlord spear, and in an instant, the sky was dotted with purple streamers, like stars. I saw Xiao Ruoyu leaping up in the air, stabbing with a long spear in his hand. A cold light flickered on the overlord spear, and it went straight for the juggler's throat. The juggler was also unambiguous when he saw Xiao Ruoyu's attack. He took out 2 iron balls and threw them at Xiao Ruoyu, who was still flying into the air. The spear in Xiao Ruoyu's hand remained undiminished, and he held the gun with one hand in his right hand, turning his body to one side, letting the 2 iron balls pass by. Boom! Only 2 explosions were heard. The 2 iron balls that Xiao Ruoyu passed sideways exploded as they flew past Xiao Ruoyu, and the monstrous flames swept over, enveloping Xiao Ruoyu again. Whoosh! In the raging flames, a silver long spear broke through the flames and shot out again. Xiao Ruoyu followed closely behind, and stabbed the magician with a spear. What? Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was still unscathed, the juggler panicked. Then he stretched out his right hand to feel for the rope around him, and with a vertical leap, he swished into the sky. Xiao Ruoyu didn't panic when he saw a spear piercing the air. After his feet were stabilized, he stood the spear aside, grabbed the magician's fairy rope with both hands and pulled it down forcefully. But even though Xiao Ruoyu was invincible in divine power, he still couldn't shake the small rope, but pulled it barely. One must know that Xiao Ruoyu's power can be said to be unparalleled in this world. Now that he can't even pull the rope, this also made Xiao Ruoyu, who has always been unscrupulous, think annoyed. When? A crisp sound. At some point, behind Xiao Ruoyu, a rope hanging from the sky suddenly appeared. The magician dragged the rope with one hand, and the sharp knife in his hand was stabbing the back of Xiao Ruoyu's neck. Xiao Ruoyu turned back and punched out. The juggler disappeared again. Dang dang! A series of metal collision sounds came. The juggler appeared behind Xiao Ruoyu again unknowingly, and the sharp blade in his hand stabbed down towards the back of Xiao Ruoyu's neck. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through Xiao Ruoyu's defense. Fuck! What the hell is this? The magician gritted his teeth and looked at Xiao Ruoyu, feeling frustrated. When this guy was defenseless, he couldn't even pierce his skin. I'm afraid he wasn't his opponent at all. Thinking of this, the juggernaut already had a retreat in his heart. But right now. It's annoying me. Xiao Ruoyu roared angrily, turned around and threw the punch again, still hitting nothing with his punch. Reaching out to pick up the overlord spear again, he looked around vigilantly, and he held the overlord spear tightly in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Click! There was only a sound of something breaking. Half of the blade slipped from Xiao Ruoyu's head and fell to the ground. Xiao Ruoyu looked angrily. The juggler was actually hanging on the rope at this moment, living directly above Xiao Ruoyu's head. At this time, half of the sharp blade in his hand was left. It turned out that it was when Xiao Ruoyu was on guard. The juggernaut suddenly appeared on Xiao Ruoyu's head, and the sharp blade in his hand burst out with all his strength and stabbed directly at the top of Xiao Ruoyu's head. But he never expected that this extremely sharp and tough weapon would be shattered directly like this. Xiao Ruoyu shot with hatred. The overlord spear in his hand stabbed wildly from bottom to top. I saw ripples of air forming around the spear at this moment, rippling outward in circles. It can be seen that Xiao Ruoyu's blow was unreserved, and even this hateful blow was beyond Xiao Ruoyu's normal level. But even with this extremely violent blow, it still didn't hit any target. When Xiao Ruoyu stabbed the spear, the juggler felt like a monkey, climbing up the rope 3 times and disappearing into the clouds. Xiao Ruoyu roared angrily, and he threw the spear in his hand along the fairy rope and stabbed it away. The long gun shot out at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the clouds and disappeared. But after a while, Xiao Ruoyu felt a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine / phoneme blowing from top to bottom. Xiao Ruoyu hurriedly dodged his figure, and saw that the overlord spear thrown by him before stabbed straight from the sky to where he was standing before. The demon-breaking overlord spear went all the way to the ground, only the tail of the gun was still exposed above the ground. Damn! This old guy is too slippery. Xiao Ruoyu groaned, pouted his buttocks and reached out to pull out the spear. But right now. Xiao Ruoyu inadvertently discovered that a series of footprints were clearly printed on the ground around him. The footprints were chaotic, but each footprint was arranged around him.
Footprint?
Xiao Ruoyu tilted his head and thought for a while, then compared his shoes. In the end, it was concluded that the footprints were not his. Suddenly, from the corner of the eye, Xiao Ruoyu saw an extra footprint on the ground out of thin air. Old turtle, just wait. Xiao Ruoyu kept his composure, stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the gun and pretended to draw it out, but he kept staring at the footprints that appeared out of thin air from the corner of his eye, secretly on guard. Swipe, brush, there are a few more footprints. And every time a new footprint appears, it will be 1 point closer to Xiao Ruoyu. Just when the footprint was about 3 steps away from Xiao Ruoyu. With a bang, Xiao Ruoyu pulled out the spear from the ground and swept away. Puff, only a muffled sound was heard. Ah! The juggler emerged with a scream. The juggler at the moment is extremely miserable. His right arm was broken at the root, and the white bones were exposed in the air. The broken bone was bony, and blood gushed out like money.
Damn! How did you see through my illusion?
The magician's face was pale, beads of sweat the size of soybeans slipped off one after another. He gritted his teeth and asked Xiao Ruoyu with difficulty. Old man, the ground is full of sand. You have so many footprints that you almost stepped on 3 Chinese characters. I am here. Xiao Ruoyu was speechless.
These days, I only heard people say that my brain is not good. Today I met someone who was worse than me. So that's it. Next time, I'll.
Puff. Just as the juggler uttered a few words, he was stabbed to death by Xiao Ruoyu.
You know that 1 + 1 = 2, do you still want to have a next time?
There is a saying that goes well, the more you know, the sooner you will die. The selected person 0213 kills the violator 17452, and the reward is returned after settlement. After being prompted by the system, Xiao Ruoyu retracted the spear in his hand, and glanced indifferently at the dead magician on the ground, but it was this glance that made Xiao Ruoyu see something strange. I saw a blood-red halo flashing under the body of the magician. Xiao Ruoyu hurried forward and kicked the juggler's body away. The juggler's corpse flew away, was kicked aside by Xiao Ruoyu, and landed on a step. The shape of the whole corpse is particularly unique. After Xiao Ruoyu kicked away the magician's corpse, he turned his head and took a look and ignored it, because he found a card laying quietly on the ground under his corpse. The cards are the same size as playing cards, and a trace of scarlet halo circulates around them.
This is?
Xiao Ruoyu walked over suspiciously, bent down and picked up the card. The moment the card was picked up, a system notification sounded again. Pick up Scarlet Card X1, Scarlet Card. After killing the contractor, there is a % chance that it will explode. After using it, 3 items in the space of the killed can be randomly drawn.
Scarlet Card? Will this old guy have something good on him?
Xiao Ruoyu turned his head to look at the corpse of the juggler who was kicked away and fell into deep thought. Just as Xiao Ruoyu was contemplating, the juggler's corpse suddenly faded gradually, and wisps of white brilliance emerged from his corpse. After a while, it turned into pieces of white light and disappeared.
Forget it, let's see if we can get something.
Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu decisively chose to use the card. I saw a piece of blood-red light gradually blooming and expanding in the void in front of Xiao Ruoyu. In the end, it spread into a blood-red halo that continuously rotated itself, suspended in the void. After studying for a while, Xiao Ruoyu found that there was an entrance leading to the inner space in the middle of the light cluster. But no matter how hard Xiao Ruoyu looked into the halo, he couldn't see any scene in the halo, only the endless blood-red light floating secretly, reflecting the blood-colored light that was uncertain in light and dark. Seeing that it was impossible to determine what items were inside through observation, Xiao Ruoyu simply didn't hesitate anymore. He directly stretched his right hand into the light ball and kept groping. After Xiao Ruoyu stretched his hand into the light ball, the first thing he touched was a very soft thing, and he couldn't feel the specific shape.
With the arm out,
Xiao Ruoyu found that he was holding a white printed lady's lace underwear in his hand, probably about a size D name, printed lace bust, green, grade, A-, white, blue, yellow, green, purple, orange, perfect, legendary, category, clothing. The first feature, breast enhancement, the wearer can increase the bust without knowing it. Second feature, charm, the wearer wears this equipment on his upper body alone, charm +9. P.S. It is not only the boyfriend's hands that can enlarge breasts, but also the gift of the Lord God. Seeing the item in his hand, Xiao Ruoyu was speechless. This old clapper. What did he do before? How can there be such a thing? Shaking his head, Xiao Ruoyu took it back to his personal space, and continued to reach out to touch the light ball. Start cold. Cylinder. Xiao Ruoyu held it and shook it vigorously. I only feel that there is a liquid-like existence in the object in my hand, shaking with my own shaking. This should be something like a potion, right? Xiao Ruoyu muttered to himself, and after some hesitation, he still chose to take it out. In fact, Xiao Ruoyu also wanted to gamble. The potions and food special props in the main god's space all have special effects, such as recovery class, auxiliary class, and so on. If the bet is right this time, even if you don't need the medicine yourself, you can sell it to others in exchange for some main god coins. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu pulled out the ball of light directly with his arm. Winky face. After seeing the items in his hand clearly, Xiao Ruoyu had the urge to drag back the corpse of the magician for the first time and whip him. Name, 8 treasure kanji, wahahahaha brand, level, none, common item, category, food, expires, 2 days 5 hours 7 minutes 36 seconds. Resisting the urge to throw away the 8 treasure porridge in his hand, Xiao Ruoyu took it back into the space. I don't believe it, this old guy has nothing good on him. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand again to touch the light ball. This time Xiao Ruoyu learned his lesson, he didn't take soft and canned things, he was afraid of being tricked again. Simply this time, he moved towards some strange-shaped things. Hard work pays off. Xiao Ruoyu really touched a strange thing. But this time Xiao Ruoyu didn't take it out directly, but to be on the safe side, after remembering the location of the item, he touched the surroundings again. But after touching it, he didn't find anything else that gave him a special feeling, so he moved back to the position he remembered before. But just like that, Xiao Ruoyu immediately realized something was wrong. The position I remembered before was absolutely correct, but what I touched this time was something else, not the one I deliberately remembered before. From this point of view, in fact, the things in this space should be moving slowly. I am afraid that this is because someone will have the same idea as Xiao Ruoyu, and touch the things one by one, secretly remembering where they are. Since he couldn't find what he wanted to take before, Xiao Ruoyu simply stretched out his hand to feel around again. Sudden. A paper-like object passed across the back of Xiao Ruoyu's hand. After feeling the material of this item, Xiao Ruoyu resolutely grabbed it in the palm of his hand. Using force with his arm, he directly pulled it out of the space. After Xiao Ruoyu's arm left the light group, the light cluster shrunk rapidly, and with a final boo, it completely disappeared in front of Xiao Ruoyu's eyes. Xiao Ruoyu looked down at the item in his hand. This is a dark yellow, paper scroll-style prop. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand and opened the scroll. I saw a burst of golden brilliance floating. Afterwards, a series of prop information flooded into the eyes. Name, Spirit Scroll, orange, level, S, white, blue, yellow, green, purple, orange, perfect, legendary, category, state class, rare, features. This scroll can be used to enchant any item. Attributes. After enchanting props, spiritual attributes plus 10. After Xiao Ruoyu saw this string of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme. Relying on the instinct formed by the perception of danger in the Second Academy for many years. Looking at the scroll with spirit attribute plus 10, Xiao Ruoyu's mouth twitched. A son doesn't think his mother is ugly, and a dog doesn't think his family is poor. I messed up here, and everyone wants to plot against me. Xiao Ruoyu clearly felt the full malice in the main god's space. At this time, Xiao Ruoyu had only one picture in his mind that kept flashing and repeating. Come on, Dalan, take your medicine. Chapter 69. Xiao Ruoyu shook his head, throwing these unrealistic thoughts out of his mind. After that, he summoned the demon-breaking Overlord Spear again in his hand. Enchanted. Xiao Ruoyu looked at the scroll in his hand, and then at the Overlord Spear. After hesitating for a few seconds, he simply chose to enchant. Following Xiao Ruoyu's words enchanted, he blurted out. The scroll in his hand instantly turned into a piece of golden light and attached to the spear. But at this time, the demon-breaking Overlord Spear has changed again. I saw many golden halos and the purple halo above the silver-white spear.
From a distance.
The purple-gold halo actually has a faint tendency to develop into a deeper color. Name: Demon Breaking Overlord Gun, purple, grade, A+, white, blue, yellow, green, purple, orange, perfect, legendary, category, weapons attack, 100 to 255 strength, plus 30. The first feature, penetration, has a great penetration effect on physical defense. The second feature, demon breaking, has a strong penetrating effect against supernatural ghosts and magical defenses, etc.
Additional features: wisdom, mental power plus 10, spiritual power is a hidden attribute, related to thinking in spiritual thoughts. Overlord gun in hand.
At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu only felt that his mind was clear.
There were some things that were muddled and unclear before, but now they are completely transparent.
It seems that this Lord God is also helping me. Now, when I hold the Overlord Spear, my thinking should be normal.
If I put the Overlord Spear away, will it return to the previous chaos? Status?
Xiao Ruoyu frowned and thought. The spiritual attribute bonus of Overlord Spear gave Xiao Ruoyu a more active thinking than normal people at this moment.
Try it, and then you'll know.
Xiao Ruoyu thought for a while, then simply put the Overlord Spear in his hand back into his personal space again.
Well, what am I here for? Forget it, let's go home. After Xiao Ruoyu took back the Overlord Spear, he stood alone on the spot and thought for a while, and finally gave up thinking about what he wanted to do before, scratching his head and walking towards Yizhuang. All the way without incident. Xiao Ruoyu strolled back to Yizhuang.
At this time, the game in the Yizhuang had been dispersed for a long time. Boss Qian and the others had already left for a long time, and Simu also went back to his room to rest early. Now there are only Uncle Jiu and Xiaoqiang in the Yizhuang who are looking after an old man in the living room. Uncle Jiu usually helps the villagers to see some minor problems.
Everyone is used to having a headache, so they come to Uncle Jiu to have a look. Not only the effect is good, but also save money. Uncle Jiu, I'm back, what are you doing?
Xiao Ruoyu saw that Uncle Jiu was grabbing the old man's wrist, closing his eyes and feeling his pulse.
Hush! Master is treating old man Tai, please keep your voice down.
Xiaoqiang pulled Xiao Ruoyu over, put his right index finger to his mouth, and signaled Xiao Ruoyu not to disturb Uncle Jiu's work.
See a doctor?
Xiao Ruoyu blinked and looked at old man Tai, who was looking for a doctor.
I saw that this man known as Iron Old Man had thinning hair, a dark yellow complexion, and the wrinkles on his skin made him look even older. It's worth looking at?
I can tell what's wrong with this old man at a glance.
Xiao Ruoyu smacked his lips and said to Xiaoqiang. Just you? Don't say I look down on you, tell me what's wrong with old man Tai. Xiaoqiang looked at Xiao Ruoyu with disbelief, and the corner of his mouth twitched to Lao Gao.
You can tell by looking at his hairstyle, there's nothing wrong with it. Xiao Ruoyu pointed at old man Tai's loose hair and said.
What's wrong? Didn't you say that you can see what's wrong with him? Why is there nothing wrong now?
Xiaoqiang didn't know why, so he couldn't hear the meaning of Xiao Ruoyu's words for a while.
Yes, isn't it a disease that you just have no hair? Old Iron. Are you all right? Xiao Ruoyu nodded to Xiaoqiang with certainty, and then, fearing that Xiaoqiang would not believe it, he yelled loudly at old man Tai. *9 whose little bastard. Is there anything I care about you? Also, is your name Old Iron?
When old man Tai heard Xiao Ruoyu's words, he turned his head to look, and heard a young man calling himself Old Tai and saying that he was hairless, so he was very angry. Okay, don't quarrel, Uncle Tai, you are very old, but you still have such a big temper. I just showed you, don't always stay up late, I'm afraid there is something wrong with your courage. Uncle Jiu said to Uncle Tai in front of him.
It's still Uncle Jiu, you are reliable.
I said that those foreign doctors in the city can't believe it.
My son insisted on taking me there to see it. I said I was not feeling well, but guess what he said to me?
He said I was shorts were too high. Uncle Tai gradually calmed down after hearing Uncle Jiu's words, sat opposite Uncle Jiu and began to vomit bitterness with Uncle Jiu.
Shorts are too high? This foreign doctor sees a doctor, what does he care about shorts?
Uncle Jiu had a dazed expression on his face, his eyes blinked, and he was very confused.
Ha ha ha, the underpants are raised, isn't it tight? Of course it's uncomfortable. The foreign doctor is still a little bit capable.
When Xiaoqiang heard what Uncle Jiu and Uncle Tai said, he burst out laughing on the spot. Xiao Ruoyu on the side also stared at Uncle Tai's underpants with a puzzled expression, but he didn't see any tricks for a while.
Father, what kind of shorts are too high for wearing? People clearly said that the cholesterol is too high.
Just when the faces of several people were covered, a young man walked in from the door and shouted, "Father, what they mean is that you don't want to eat too greasy food anymore, pay attention to rest and keep sleeping. It's because your cholesterol is too high, not because you wear shorts too high." The young man looked at his father helplessly, then nodded and smiled at Uncle Jiu, Xiaoqiang, and Xiao Ruoyu one by one. "I don't care if my shorts are tall or I can't sleep well, I'll just believe Uncle Jiu. I'll believe whatever Uncle Jiu says." Uncle Tai looked unhappy, and with a big hand he swung his son's hand off his shoulder.
Uncle Tai, Xiao Tai is right. You really should eat less greasy food, pay more attention to rest and sleep. I will prescribe a medicine for you in a while. You take it back and fry it and drink it. It's a meaty thing.
Uncle Jiu looked helpless, shook his head with a wry smile and said to Uncle Tai, "Hey, Uncle Jiu, let me say that you are still reliable, so I will thank you very much." When Uncle Tai heard that Uncle Jiu was going to prescribe medicine for him, he turned his anger into joy and complimented Uncle Jiu with a smile.
It's okay, Chang, you go and get medicine for Uncle Tai according to this."
Uncle Jiu bowed his head, wrote the prescription on a piece of paper and handed it to Chang, and ordered him to fetch the medicine and give it to Uncle Tai. Then he turned his head to look at Xiao Ruoyu.
"Ruoyu, can you cook? Your master just quarreled for porridge.
If you can, go to the kitchen and cook some porridge for your master." After Xiao Ruoyu heard Uncle Jiu's words, he shook his head and said, "Master, no need, I'll go see master." After finishing speaking, Xiao Ruoyu turned around and walked to Simu's room, and took out the can of treasure porridge.
Dang knocking. Who is it?
The four-eyed voice was obviously unpleasant.
"Master, I brought you porridge."
Xiao Ruoyu replied.
"Come in."
With 4 eyes, he heard the voice was Xiao Ruoyu, so he gave up.
"Master, try this."
Xiao Ruoyu walked into the room and handed the treasure porridge in his hand to Simu. After looking at the tightly sealed iron pot in his hand for a long time, he couldn't find the way. In the end, it was Xiao Ruoyu who helped him open the jar of treasure porridge.
"Hey, can this be eaten?"
The 4 eyes saw that after Xiao Ruoyu opened the jar, the treasure porridge inside was sticky, and all kinds of peanuts, red beans, lotus seeds, and other things were combined together, like vomit after drinking, and the 4 eyes immediately wrinkled their faces together.
"Of course you can eat it. Master doesn't believe you can hear it,"
Xiao Ruoyu said with a smile.
"Ha! It's quite fragrant."
The 4 eyes suppressed the discomfort and smelled it, and a burst of fragrance entered the nostrils.
"Suck it, huh? Delicious. Omega, PS, updated today. I wish you all a happy watching.
Master, Don and hashtag 039, T runaway, modify, then I'll go out first. Master, you eat slowly. Xiao Ruoyu saw that Simu was eating deliciously, so he didn't bother him anymore, but said hello to Simu and left the room.
9, Uncle 9, One more drink.
Just as Xiao Ruoyu exited from Simu's room, he heard Boss Qian's voice in the courtyard. "Ah Chang, help him home quickly, he smells like alcohol." Hey, Uncle Jiu looked at the drunk Boss Qian and shook his head helplessly.
9, Uncle 9.
In this life, the last thing I want to remember in this life is, that day in the bathhouse with Xiaoqiang's support. Boss Qian pointed at Uncle Jiu and spoke in a daze, but it seemed that he was recalling the scene of that day, and he spit it out uncontrollably with a wow.
And this bite is not wasted at all.
When Old Man Tai came to see a doctor just now, Chang helped him pour a bowl of water. But now the empty bowl was refilled by Boss Qian in one gulp. This bowl of dry goods is really unacceptable. Chang, who was on the side, saw this scene, and suddenly trembled all over. His hands uncontrollably grabbed his hair and his expression was exaggerated.
"Well, I'll go by myself, I don't need you to help me."
After Boss Qian vomited, he stood up and wiped away the remaining stains on his mouth. With a flick of his sleeves, he turned and walked unsteadily towards the gate of Yizhuang. Hey, Ah Chang, you give him a treat. When you come back later, he vomited this bowl. Well, forget it, throw away the bowl too. Looking at Boss Qian's appearance, Uncle Gio worriedly ordered Xiaoqiang to take him home. Looking back at what Boss Qian had vomited out, Uncle Gio almost vomited it out. Oh, I see, master. After Xiaoqiang agreed, he reluctantly supported Boss Qian and left. Seeing that Yizhuang had finally calmed down, Uncle Gio sighed, shook his head helplessly, and turned back to his room. Xiao Ruoyu just walked out of Simu's room at this time. Why does this thing look like a treasure porridge? Xiao Ruoyu looked at the bowl of food on the table in front of him. It was indeed similar to the treasure porridge that Simu had just eaten. Thinking back to the sweetness of the four eyes, Xiao Ruoyu's stomach also began to have sour water. Crunch, a door rang. Good apprentice, do you have any more? This small can is too small, not enough to fit between teeth. Come on, get another can for master. Simu hurriedly pushed open the door and came out, still holding the empty can of treasure porridge that Xiao Ruoyu had sent him earlier. Xiao Ruoyu turned his head to look. After seeing the empty can in Simu's hands, I think of Simu's eating. No. Xiao Ruoyu couldn't hold on any longer, so he covered his mouth and ran to the hut. She stinky boy, you are so stingy even if you order something to eat. For I saw that Xiao Ruoyu didn't say a word, turned his head and ran out, feeling suddenly unhappy. Cursing all the way to the table. Simu, who was about to reach for the kettle to pour some water, suddenly found the bowl of dry goods on the table. Hey, I see how you are still hiding it, have you been discovered by me? Hey. The four eyes stretched out their tongues and licked their lips, rubbed their hands vigorously, and approached the bowl little by little. Shoo, blah, 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 eh? Simu picked up the bowl and put it directly to his mouth, and took a sip happily. But the four eyes in the dark had already noticed that something was wrong, and secretly pinched a spell in his hand. What's wrong with the taste? New flavor? Baji. Looking at the empty bowl in his hand with puzzled eyes, he poked his mouth again and tasted it carefully. Then he poured the empty treasure porridge jar into his mouth. Baji, it's really not the same taste. After Simu finished speaking, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Then, boom, there was a muffled knock at the door. Ha? What's wrong with you, Xiaoqiang? Looking around with four eyes, I saw Xiaoqiang was falling down by the door with straight eyes and a dull face, looking straight at himself. Xiaoqiang, who had just sent Boss Qian home, saw empty bowls in his four eyes and licking his lips to reminisce as soon as he returned to Yizhuang. After thinking about what Boss Qian had spit out before, Xiaoqiang sat down on the ground directly, and hit the gate of Yizhuang with his back, and the muffled sound came from here. You want to eat too? After looking at Xiaoqiang suspiciously, he looked down at the empty bowl in his hand, then handed the porridge bowl in Xiaoqiang's direction, and asked suspiciously. Ugh, wow, Xiaoqiang couldn't stand the picture in his mind, so he vomited it out in one gulp. What's wrong with you, Xiaoqiang? After Simu saw Xiaoqiang's appearance, he shouted in surprise, and walked quickly to Xiaoqiang's side. And this time, disturbed by the noise in the yard, Uncle Gio also came out of the room frowning in a short dress. When Uncle Gio came to the yard, I only saw Xiaoqiang sitting in front of the door and vomiting crazily, while Simu beside him was holding a bowl of porridge in his hands, flustered and somewhat at a loss. Ha? Bowl? Uncle Gio suddenly realized something, and hurriedly turned his head to look at the table in the yard. Fuck! Uncle Gio, who has always been gentle, suddenly burst into foul language. Four eyes. Did you drink from the bowl on the table? Uncle Gio walked quickly to Simu, but suddenly saw the bowl in Simu's hand, and stood still 2 steps away, not daring to get two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. It's not enough, brother? I just drank a bowl of porridge. His eyes were all indifferent, and the bowl in his hand was dangling back and forth. No. Before Uncle Gio could speak, Four Eyes interrupted him to continue. Isn't it just a bowl of porridge? Just now when Ruoyu heard that I wanted to drink another bowl, he ran away without turning his head.
Are you eating alone? It's too much. Simu was still chattering endlessly, but the content of the words made Uncle Joe unbearable again, and he spit it out with a wow. Asterisk, isn't it, brother? I'll just drink you a bowl of porridge, and you'll throw up?
The four eyes were shocked. Uncle Master is not willing to part with Master.
Well, that bowl is not porridge.
Xiaoqiang on the ground squinted his eyes and said to his four eyes.
It's not porridge? What is that?
I said it doesn't taste right at this time. The four eyes clicked their mouths a few more times, and murmured in their mouths.
Ouch, Uncle Sure.
Before Xiaoqiang finished speaking, Xiao Ruoyu walked out of the hut and returned to the yard. But when Xiao Ruoyu saw the scene in the yard, he was also dumbfounded. Uncle Gio was bending over, spitting bitter water continuously. Xiaoqiang sat on the ground with water stains all over his clothes.
And the four eyes. Damn it!
Xiao Ruoyu's eyes widened when he saw the porridge bowl in his four eyes.
Master! Did you drink what Boss Qian vomited?
After Xiao Ruoyu finished speaking, he raised his leg and rushed towards Simu, wanting Simu to spit out what he had drunk into his mouth. But Simu thought that Xiao Ruoyu was going to grab the porridge in his hand, so he fled frantically with the bowl in his hand, drinking while running.
Ah ha ha ha, no one wants to steal my porridge.
I and hashtag 039, am afraid you will die here, Uncle Xiaoqiang, don't vomit, come and help. Xiao Ruoyu chased Simu who was running while drinking porridge, and at the same time shouted at Uncle Gio and Xiaoqiang who were still vomiting.
Ah ha ha ha, no one can take away my porridge today.
The four eyes laughed frantically, and ran around the wall of Yizhuang all the way.
Winky face equals 3 Master. Don't drink it. That's Boss Qian throwing up after drinking too much.
Seeing that Simu was still running and drinking, Xiao Ruoyu yelled at Simu in despair. Uncle Gio and Xiaoqiang at the side also stopped their voicing at this time, stood up and followed Xiao Ruoyu's footsteps, and ran towards the four eyes at the same time. Suck with four eyes, seeing the three people rushing towards him, he sucked up the bottom of some remaining porridge bowls in his hand in one gulp. Crack! After finishing the porridge, he threw the empty bowl aside with a flick of his hand, and looked at the three people behind him with a proud face.
Hey, I'm done drinking, I can't grab it, just a little bit, Xiao Ruoyu, Uncle Nine, cockroach sad face.
Seeing that the three of them were not chasing him, Simu also stopped.
Hey, slightly, oh look, there is nothing left.
He opened his mouth to the three people behind him with four eyes, with a smug expression on his face, trying his best to show that there was no porridge left in his mouth.
Master, I beg you to be human. Junior brother, don't you think there is any strange smell? Uncle, there is a root vegetable leaf still hanging on your teeth.
When the three of them were about to collapse, they only heard four eyes bursting into laughter.
Okay, I won't tease you guys anymore, I'm not stupid, so I can still drink if my nose is so choked.
I sent the bowl that Boss Qian vomited to his home with the 5 ghosts transport method.
As for this bowl, it seems to be Boss Qian. The one on the table at home.
It shouldn't be what his wife prepared for him, right? Simu explained to the three of them with a smile on his face, but halfway through, Simu also felt that something was wrong.
Asterisk, that bowl. It won't be given by the old money who drank too much. Damn it.
Having said that, he looked at the three dumbfounded people in front of him with four eyes, and immediately ran straight to Boss Qian's house. The three looked at each other. They both saw a little helplessness and fear in each other's eyes.
Simu, this turtle, really does everything. Brother, when Boss Qian's family comes, they say I'm not here. After a while, Simu ran back from outside Yizhuang.
The first thing he did when he entered the door was to run towards his room, and at the same time he left behind a confusing sentence.
Ha? What's wrong with this guy?
After hearing Simu's words, Uncle Gio immediately felt that Simu might have caused some trouble at Boss Qian's house. After Simu ran from Yizhuang to Boss Qian's house, he was extremely anxious because he was afraid that Boss Qian would really drink that bowl of food. When he arrived at Boss Qian's house, he rushed straight into the yard. Since Boss Qian came back from drinking too much, Boss Chin's wife hadn't had time to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the door tightly. At this moment, a gap in the door is being left to see the situation in the room. Look around with all eyes. Boss Chin's fat daughter-in-law was struggling to support the back of Boss Chin, who was lying on the bed, and put him on the head of the bed. Then he turned around and went to the table to pick up the porridge bowl and ran towards Boss Chin, who was already drunk and could only instinctively walk. Come on, old Chin, drinking too much wine hurts your stomach, drink some porridge to make it up. Boss Chin's wife walked up to Boss Chin and fed him in one gulp. Today's porridge, vomit, it's not good. The dazed old Chin muttered. But it was this sentence that made Lao Chin suffer a lot. What? Dare to say that my mother's cooking is not delicious? Today, you will eat all of it for my mother. I saw the fat sister-in-law angrily stuffing the porridge bowl in her hand directly to Lao Chin's mouth, followed by Lao Chin's grunt. Arrangement. My miserable old Chin, I killed you. After seeing this scene with 4 eyes along the crack of the door, there are mixed emotions in my heart. Who? Fat Auntie heard Simu's sigh and immediately turned around to ask questions vigilantly. Fuck. When the 4 eyes see that something is not good, they turn around and run away. Which bastard didn't sleep in the middle of the night and ran to the old lady's door to peep? Tell me, do you covet my old lady's beauty? Fat sister-in-law ran out of the room, only to see the back of a man hurriedly running out of her yard. Looking around, the fat lady picked up a broom and gave chase. The 4 eyes ran wildly all the way, and the fat sister-in-law pursued closely. 4 eyes, you old asshole, peeping at my mother in the middle of the night. Stop for me. On the way of chasing and escaping, the fat sister-in-law had already seen that the person running wildly in front was Jio Shu's younger brother Simu, and with the fat sister-in-law's loud shout, Simu's legs gave way and almost fell to the ground. The silent night was disrupted by the fat wife's noisy voice. People opened windows and doors one after another to see what happened on the road. That's it. 4 eyes ran all the way, successfully got rid of the fat sister-in-law at the corner of an alley, and then returned to Yizhuang by a detour. After the fat sister knew that she had lost her 4 eyes, she turned around decisively and ran to Yizhuang, wanting to ask Uncle Jio for an explanation. 4 eyes. Come out for me. The fat lady had a look of anger, and the broom in her hand was banging on the ground. That if 4 eyes are not there, it's already gone. Uncle Jio looked at Fat Auntie with embarrassment and said. Humph. Uncle Jio, don't say I don't give you face. Next time Simu comes, you tell him that you want to take advantage of my mother. There is no way. It's not his turn to eat my mother's tofu. Fat sister-in-law looked embarrassed when she saw Uncle Jio, and usually respected him very much. Since Uncle Jio said that he was out of sight, fat sister-in-law did not continue to make trouble. Okay, I will tell him, definitely. Uncle Jio nodded heavily in response, but in his heart he could not stop cursing at the 4 eyes. Simu, you old boy said you were worried about the old money, but you are going to do it? Uncle Jio looked at the twisted buttocks and incomparably burly body of the fat sister-in-law who had left, and the corners of his mouth twitched as he thought about his 4-eyed and small physique. Senior brother, is she gone? After Simu heard that there was no sound in the yard, he opened the door a little and took a look. Seeing that Uncle Jio was the only one in the yard, he cautiously stretched out half of his head and asked Uncle Jio. I see you. Tomorrow you should go out and hide, or I'm afraid you will die here. P.S. Today's recommendation is fantasy. My wife is an imperial princess, a group of protagonists. The author is the king of dogs. This is a book from a good friend. If you like it, you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme it. Something's wrong. Why don't you feel weird today? Is there another villain trying to harm me? Chapter 72 Ruoyu, pack your things with me, let's set off overnight. After Simu heard Uncle Jio's words, the burly figure of Mrs. Fat appeared in his mind, and he shivered unconsciously. Oh. Xiao Ruoyu nodded in response, and walked into the Simu room to help him pack his things. Brother, just coughed, thank you for your kindness, we will meet later. With 4 eyes facing Uncle Jio, he clasped his fists and said goodbye, then turned his head and rushed into the wing room, leading all his clients out.
Well, you take care too. Uncle Gio nodded, but didn't keep his eyes on him. After Xiao Ruoyu packed Simu's personal belongings, he left Jiushu Zizhuang with Simu. Master, where are we going? Xiao Ruoyu left with 4 eyes, and looked back in the direction of Yizhuang with some reluctance. Follow me back to the thatched cottage, count the days, that old bald donkey should be going back soon. No, we have to speed up our pace. After Simu heard Xiao Ruoyu's question, he explained casually, then jingled the bell, and led a group of zombies to speed up their pace. Shady people go on the road, strangers don't enter. Following the shouts of the 4 eyes, Xiao Ruoyu followed the 4 directions while sprinkled paper money around. The two walked for more than an hour. In the silent night, only the faint chirping of insects kept going. At this time, the 2 master and apprentice just walked into a forest. Sudden. Master, I want to pee. Xiao Ruoyu yelled to the 4 eyes who were still shaking the bell. Go, I'll be with you, just to rest. After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, the 4 eyes stopped their movements, turned around and walked towards the grass near the roadside with Xiao Ruoyu. The 2 of them untied their belts in unison. Whoa, with a shiver, Simu successfully resolved the battle. Whoa, Xiao Ruoyu still didn't stop. Youth is capital. Hey, the 4 eyes are wearing a belt while they are slandering in their hearts. Whoa, the 4-eye belt was finished, but Xiao Ruoyu was still not finished. Out of curiosity, the 4 eyes stretched out their necks and lowered their heads to look at Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu felt refreshed just as he was urinating, when he felt something coming over him. Responding subconsciously, he held the gun in one hand, and stretched out 2 fingers with the other hand to go straight in. Just heard a poof. 2 fingers were inserted straight into the eyes of the 4 eyes, and the 4 eyes suddenly screamed wildly. Because of the pain, the 4 eyes in both eyes were crying, and with the screams, the feet of the 4 eyes were constantly retreating. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Suddenly tripped, crack sitting on his urine stain with 4 eyes and 1 buttocks, his hands also propped up towards the ground due to a subconscious reaction. And the bottom of the 4-eyed buttocks is full of urine that he urinated before. With such a support of both hands, the hands were covered with mud. My eyes, little calf. You are killing me. Sitting on the ground with 4 eyes, tears still flowing from both eyes, he habitually raised his hands and rubbed his eyes. Fuck. Hot eyes. He forgot that his hands were now covered in urine mud, and after rubbing them, his 4 eyes suddenly screamed. Master, next time don't look at it randomly, it hurts to look at it while tying his belt. Xiao Ruoyu looked at Simu, who was still screaming while sitting on the ground, shook his head and said, Bastard. Just kidding, you pick my eyeballs. Shouting with broken eyes, Xiao Ruoyu lifted his pants as if he hadn't heard it. There was a lot of noise. The 2 also started to continue on the road. Xiao Ruoyu's spectacles had already been shattered by Xiao Ruoyu at this time, but fortunately he brought a spare, otherwise he would be able to continue on his way tonight. Don't be angry, master, being angry hurts your body. Xiao Ruoyu looked at the unhappy 4 eyes, and said a word of comfort. Humph. The 4 eyes straightened the neck, turned the head, and did not look at Xiao Ruoyu at all. Hey, master, getting angry really hurts the body. If you don't believe me, let's try it. Xiao Ruoyu had a helpless expression on his face. Seeing that his eyes were ignoring him, he simply became quiet. The 2 masters and apprentices went all the way. Just as he was about to walk out of the woods, suddenly a white mist rose. I saw a flash of white, and a veil swept from a distance in an instant, heading straight for Simu and the zombie behind Xiao Ruoyu. Brush sound. After the white veil rolled up a zombie, it quickly retreated. At the same time, on a tree not far away, a woman in a long white dress grabbed the zombie that was swept back and was about to escape. Whoosh! Before she could grasp the zombie in her hand, a huge force suddenly struck, and the zombie in her hand fell directly from the tree. Master! The girls don't look like good people. Xiao Ruoyu stood under the tree and looked up. Cough, the one with leggings. You dare to steal my body, I will make you an idiot. 4 eyes pointed angrily at the woman in white on the tree, then rolled up her sleeves and was ready to do it. What? Seeing the angry look in her 4 eyes,
the woman also knew that she couldn't be kind. It is better to act first, and after hearing a soft drink, the woman flew down from the tree. Waving his long sleeves with both hands, he went straight to the four eyes. Apprentice. Take care, master will teach you how to slay demons and eliminate demons today. There is no place to vent your anger. Look at the sword. The four eyes pulled out the iron sword behind them and rushed to chop off the flying woman. As soon as the two met, they wrestled together. You came and went, and the fight was very enjoyable. Xiao Ruoyu, who originally wanted to go up to help, stopped after hearing Simu's words. Since he wants to vent, let him go. Xiao Ruoyu simply sat down where he was, and watched them fight to the death, not to mention, it was quite exciting. Boom! Just when the two were fighting fiercely, the four eyes caught a flaw and kicked the woman out. Then Simu raised the iron sword again and wanted to kill him on the spot. The woman lay on the ground, seeing menacing eyes, she also showed a flustered expression. With no help left or right, the woman finally gritted her teeth and suddenly flew up. She used the magical skill of exploding clothes, directly bursting the clothes on her body, revealing the bra and obscene pants she was wearing inside. Then he fell to the ground and lay down directly, posing in an extremely seductive pose. His long legs and chest were all exposed in the air, and his long black hair was draped lazily on his shoulders, making him even more charming. Ha! Seeing this scene, the four eyes immediately stopped their progress, and looked at the woman who was posing on the ground opposite in a daze. Seeing her four eyes stop, the woman was tempted again. I saw his bare legs slowly rubbing against each other, biting his lower lip lightly with his white teeth, and he also had a small and charming look on his face. Wow! Want to seduce me? Can't look at it, In fact, you can just look at it, yellow pizza. Come on, Taoist priest, don't just look at it, don't you want to touch it? The woman whispered to her four eyes with a tired voice, and at the same time rubbed her white legs back and forth. Oh! No! No! I'm a Taoist priest, I can't go there. Seeing this scene, the four eyes couldn't hold back for a moment, they closed their eyes and shouted, but their bodies still slid towards the scantily clad woman honestly. Taoist, don't control, come. The woman still spoke sweetly, and stretched out her hand to beckon her four eyes. Ouch, I can't do it anymore, I can't take it anymore. The four eyes threw away the long sword in their hands, and rushed towards the woman in a hurry. Omega, whoa! Master! Is this what you mean by killing demons? Seeing the actions of the two, Xiao Ruoyu immediately opened his eyes wide with excitement, and focused his eyes on the actions of the four, for fear of missing important plots and details. Ah! Ha, baby! All four eyes crawled up in front of the woman with hands and feet, opened his arms and hugged the woman in his arms. The woman was also very enthusiastic, and also opened her arms to embrace the four of them. After the four eyes hugged the woman, they buried their heads in the woman's neck and kissed continuously. The woman showed a look of disdain, and her four eyes were full of contempt when she looked at her arms. TSK, master is always strong. Xiao Ruoyu's four eyes watching from the side were so fierce, which also gave him a big round of applause. After the woman heard Xiao Ruoyu's words. Looking up, he also showed disdain and provocation. It's so warm and comfortable, it's so enjoyable. While looking at Xiao Ruoyu, the woman stretched out her right hand and scratched lightly on the back of the four eyes. He scratched his eyes and hummed. But in Xiao Ruoyu's surprised eyes, the woman's hand, which was as white as jade before, suddenly turned into a black fox's paw. Sharp nails shot out from the fox's paw, and they kept scratching the back of the four eyes. At the same time, that delicate face also turned into a huge fox head, ferocious and terrifying. Hey, oops, it hurts and itches, oops, so enjoyable. At this time, the four eyes had already buried their heads in the woman's half-exposed chest and kept shaking, and their mouths were still spitting foreign language. And the fox still showed a provocative expression towards Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu, who was watching the picture with hot eyes, was shocked with his mouth wide open. This big black mouse? Find it! Die! When Xiao Ruoyu saw this familiar fox, he instantly remembered what happened before. A pair of eyes quickly turned red, and a drink burst out of his mouth. But when Xiao Ruoyu revealed the identity of the fox demon, I saw that the fox demon's sharp claws were stabbing sharply towards the back of the four eyes that were still lying on its chest.
In the nick of time,
Simu stood up straight, grasping the fox demon's claws with both hands, and at some point, he had already put on a pair of glasses made of cast copper coins on Simu's eyes.
I saw the red light flickering on the copper coin.
The red light directly shone on the fox demon's face, causing him to retreat in shock.
The four eyes let go of their hands, secretly running mana.
In an instant, the copper coin glasses on that face shot out two red rays of light and went straight to the fox demon.
Smelly Taoist priest. And that bastard. You wait for me.
Seeing that the situation was not good, the fox demon flew straight up to the sky and drank out of his mouth. But Xiao Ruoyu at the side would never give it another chance to escape. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand to summon the demon-breaking Overlord Spear, and shot it directly in the direction of the fox flying away. The purple and gold lights of the Overlord Spear swam alternately, piercing the sky like a shooting star.
Ah! A scream. The fox demon was directly stabbed by Xiao Ruoyu and fell down. Hey, you look good, I'm teasing you, are you serious?
Simu stood up and looked at the corpse of the beautiful fox in front of him, showing disdain.
Master, you have to be like you before subduing demons and killing demons, nibble her first and then talk about it?
Xiao Ruoyu stepped forward and asked with four eyes.
Ahem,
Yes, that, hurry up, kid, don't ask too many questions. The four eyes blushed a little when Xiao Ruoyu asked him a word, and he forced himself to admit embarrassment.
Oh, I know. Xiao Ruoyu turned around and pulled out the spear from the fox demon's body to recover the space.
I saw the fox-like body of a hairless woman, and the moment the spear left the body, it directly turned into a huge black fox.
So it's a vixen? Wow, you can't play, you can't play.
The four eyes pulled down the glasses on his face, looked at the huge fox with a pitiful look, but still said meanly in his mouth. Okay, Ruoyu, tidy up the big brothers and get ready to go.
We will probably be home early tomorrow morning.
The four eyes no longer looked at the fox corpse, but ordered Xiao Ruoyu to tidy up the group of zombie brothers and prepare to continue on the road.
Okay, I got it, master.
After Xiao Ruoyu agreed, he carried back the scattered zombies one by one and put them neatly.
Big brothers, let's continue on the road. Jingle bell een people go on the road, yang people avoid.
With the sound of the bell in the hands of the four eyes, there was a cry, and he set off again. Xiao Ruoyu still sprinkled paper money while walking, without stopping all the way. Suddenly a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blew by, blowing the paper money that Xiao Ruoyu sprinkled all over the sky, spreading it all over the path.
Ha! What is it again? It's a mess today.
The four eyes looked up and looked around, and murmured in the mouth. I saw the white mist rising again. A standing yellow man was standing in the middle of the path, staring at Xiao Ruoyu viciously with a pair of small eyes.
Ha! Seems to be looking for you, Ruoyu?
Seeing the weasel staring at Xiao Ruoyu with four eyes, he turned his head and asked Xiao Ruoyu.
Ah? It seems so. Then let me slay demons and demons this time?
Xiao Ruoyu had an innocent expression on his face, and after saying something to Simu, he strode towards the weasel.
Boy, I've been waiting for you for many days, hee. Did you feel comfortable spraying last time? The weasel asked Xiao Ruoyu, who was walking towards him with a sullen voice.
Xiao Ruoyu ignored it at all. Ah, so warm, so comfortable, hey.
Scratch my back quickly. I'm good at speaking lines.
Walking in front of it, he opened his arms and held the weasel in his arms. At the same time, he put his head on the weasel's neck and began to arch it continuously. The weasel was held in Xiao Ruoyu's arms, and he was stunned for a moment.
What kind of routine?
But when he heard Xiao Ruoyu asking it to scratch his back, he subconsciously stretched out his little paw and scratched Xiao Ruoyu.
Ah, it hurts and itches, so comfortable, plus more, master, am I right? Xiao Ruoyu suddenly looked back and asked. Ah, yes.
Looking at Xiao Ruoyu imitating what he did just now, he was speechless, so he had to squint his eyes to avoid embarrassment.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
Huang Pizzi, who was held in Xiao Ruoyu's arms, had a black hair at this moment, looked at Xiao Ruoyu and Simu and gnashed his teeth and asked. Ha? No tricks, you're not a ghost. What are you? A yellow mouse? A little yellow dog? When Xiao Ruoyu heard the sound of the yellow leather in his arms, he held it in its creaky nest with both hands and lifted it up to study it carefully. I am your uncle. Huang Pizzi was very angry. My uncle? Scold me? Hearing what Huang Pizzi said, Xiao Ruoyu was also a little unhappy. Now that you have fallen into my hands, are you still uneasy? Thinking of this, Xiao Ruoyu grabbed its tail and threw it on the ground. Boom. Pick it up, boom. Smash it down, boom. Pick it up. Sad face, Huang Pizzi, bastard. You. Oh, sad face, for eyes, my slap is too violent, phi omega phi asterisk, Xiao Ruoyu, hee, it's pretty smooth. Tail, let go of me. You bastard. You're too much of a bully. Feeling being attacked by Xiao Ruoyu, Huang Pizzi suddenly felt humiliated, and stretched out a pair of short front paws to scratch Xiao Ruoyu frantically. But because the wingspan is not enough, he can only do useless work. Xiao Ruoyu popped out with one hand. Huang Pizzi felt as if he had been struck by lightning. With just one click, the yellow-skinned mouse was almost killed. Huang Pizzi suddenly felt struck by lightning. After Xiao Ruoyu let go of the weasel's hand, the weasel fell to the ground with a babble, with two short front paws covering its crotch, with a painful expression. Master, let's go, this yellow mouse is not as interesting as the big black mouse. Xiao Ruoyu turned and left, looked at the weasel in pain on the ground with four eyes silently, then rang the guiding bell silently. The master and apprentice went on the road again, their eyes were silent, and Xiao Ruoyu's paper money was floating all over the sky. Only the silent night and the straightened yellow skin remain. A night of running around. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruoyu and Simu finally arrived at their destination thatched cottage. Ruoyu, rest for a while, and you will arrive after you climb over this mountain. Simu stopped and signaled Xiao Ruoyu to rest for a while before continuing on his way. Good master, I just need to pee. Xiao Ruoyu agreed, and walked towards the grass beside him. Boom! While Xiao Ruoyu was untying his belt, he vaguely heard a rumbling sound coming from nearby. Ha! A waterfall? Just thirsty. Following the sound to search, Xiao Ruoyu found a pool of water. No, pee first. Hearing the sound of the waterfall falling from the sky and hitting the water, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly felt the urge to urinate, untied his belt and began to release the water. Hey, master, should I go faster? Just as Xiao Ruoyu was enjoying releasing the water, a young man's voice came from the path not far behind him. Da-day-day-day. A series of footsteps came, and a young man with watermelon hair combed in two buckets on his shoulders was running towards Xiao Ruoyu quickly. Xiao Ruoyu, who was focused on letting go, didn't care about the young man's arrival, and kept his head down and shook his gun intently. When the young man passed by Xiao Ruoyu, he felt that he had never seen this person before. In a remote place, it is difficult to see a stranger appearing, so he looked at Xiao Ruoyu, who was draining the water out of instinct and curiosity. Look at your uncle. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out a finger and thrust it backhand. Oh my god. He only heard a scream from the young man, and the two buckets he was carrying were thrown to the ground with a bang. He covered his eyes with his hands and fell to the ground. Xiao Ruoyu pulled up his trousers and turned to look at the young man, but he didn't continue to embarrass him. He turned around and walked to the pool to drink some water, and then he was ready to go back to meet his eyes. Don't go. You want to run after poking my eyes? The young man resisted the stinging pain in his eyes, and shouted to Xiao Ruoyu with tears in his eyes. Don't let me go? What's wrong? Your eyes don't hurt anymore? Xiao Ruoyu stared at the young man condescendingly and asked. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have two eyes like this. Seeing that Xiao Ruoyu was domineering, the young man yelled at Xiao Ruoyu with his neck straightened in order not to be inferior to the other party in terms of momentum. Satisfy you. Xiao Ruoyu tilted his head and thought for a while, then stretched out a finger to poke again.
Ouch, my eyes.
Just hearing Xiao Ruoyu's proof, he hit the young man's other open eye again.
Is there such a requirement?
Xiao Ruoyu shook his head and withdrew his fingers, and wiped the young man's body smoothly, wiping off the gum on his fingers.
Finished.
Xiao Ruoyu turned and left regardless of the young man who was still howling.
Ruoyu, why did you go? It took you so long to pee, why did you come back?
The four eyes were already waiting impatiently at the same place, and when they saw Xiao Ruoyu came back, they asked Xiao Ruoyu directly.
Ah, master, I'm going to pee. I met a psychopath and asked me to punch his eyes. Xiao Ruoyu didn't take it seriously, and said to his four eyes with a relaxed expression. Crazy? Can you still meet people in such a remote place? Forget it, let's go back and say, let's go, we've rested long enough, let's go.
Simu thought for a few seconds after hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, then shook his head and didn't care, but got up and prepared to continue on his way.
Good master.
Xiao Ruoyu nodded in agreement, and the two packed their bags and continued on their way.
Near the foot of the mountain,
a faint thatched cottage came into Xiao Ruoyu's eyes.
Hey, here we are.
This is the place where the teacher lives. You also have a senior brother named Jialu.
I don't know how this bastard is doing at home these days. You go into the room and put down your things. Just send it to the side room.
Pointing to the thatched hut with four eyes, he explained to Xiao Ruoyu, probably because he was going home soon, and his words were much more relaxed. Xiao Ruoyu immediately walked into the hut with a promise, and put the talisman paper and four-eyed bag on the table. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the yard.
Old bald donkey! Who let you into my yard? Simu, I'm not in the mood to argue with you.
Take a look at Jiala.
When Jiala and I were fetching water, someone hurt you.
Qingqing, go back and get some medicine to apply to Jiala.
Oh, I know, master.
After Xiao Ruoyu heard the voice from outside, he walked out of the cottage with a look of curiosity. But when Xiao Ruoyu walked out of the cottage, I saw the young man before was surrounded by a monk and four eyes to check his eyes. And the young man named Jialu barely opened his eyes. But the moment Jiala saw Xiao Ruoyu,
Master! It's him!
It's him who punched my eyes. Jialu pointed at Xiao Ruoyu and shouted loudly. After hearing Jiala's words, Simu and the great monk turned their heads to look in the direction of Jiala's finger. I saw Xiao Ruoyu standing there with an innocent face, while his four eyes turned to look at Jiala with tears in his eyes.
Jialu, don't talk about you, master also got punched in the eyes by him. P.S. Today's third watch is over, and the masters are more happy to watch. Moa.
Don and hashtag 039, T talk about martial arts. I was careless and didn't, and hashtag 039, T hide master, I brought the medicine. Just when Simu and Jiala were crying and complaining about Xiao Ruoyu's brutality, Qingqing's crisp voice came.
Oh, okay, let me introduce you to that. This is my apprentice Qingqing.
This is Taoist priest Four Eyes, who is our neighbor.
In his arms is Jialu, who is the apprentice of the Taoist priest. As for this.
After hearing Qingqing's voice, the stunned monk who was watching from the side suddenly regained his composure, and introduced to Qingqing who was running over.
Oh, this is my new apprentice, Xiao Ruoyu. You can call him Ruoyu. This old bald donkey is called Isho, he is our neighbor. Jialu, this is your junior, you let him follow him.
Looking at Master Isho's new apprentice Qingqing, and then looking down at Jialu and Xiao Ruoyu in his arms, he suddenly felt that his two apprentices were not good.
Oh, I got it, master. Junior brother, let's forget about the previous things, and you can't stick my eyes in the future.
When Jiala heard from Simu that it was his junior brother who stuck his eyes, Jialu immediately lost all grievances. Jiala has a simple and honest temperament, and has always been used to being alone. For Xiao Ruoyu's arrival, Jialu is still very happy. Okay, brother, I was wrong before, I won't poke your eyes anymore, but you can't look at me anymore. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Xiao Ruoyu nodded in agreement, suddenly remembered that Simu and Jiala had both looked at him, and looked at them both hesitantly.
That is, master, brother, is it the tradition of our master to peek at other people's little birds?
Xiao Ruoyu blinked, and finally asked out the doubts in his heart. After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's question, Qingqing, who was on the side, immediately took a step back in fright and hid behind Master Isho, looking at the master and apprentice vigilantly. Her face paled.
Simu, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. TSK, I really misjudged you.
Master Isho squinted his eyes and said sarcastically.
Say it again. You dead bald donkey.
After hearing Master Isho's words, the Four Eyes immediately became furious, glared at Isho angrily and cursed.
TSK, you know people, you know your face, but you don't know your heart. Qingqing, let's go back, it's too dangerous here.
With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Master Isho turned his head and said to Qingqing, who was hiding behind him.
Okay.
Qingqing nodded heavily, and took another deep look at Simu, Jella, and Xiao Ruoyu.
As if to imprint the appearance of the three of them in my mind forever and never forget it.
Afterwards, Master Isho took Qingqing out of the yard and returned to his own yard.
Qingqing, what did you see them doing just now? I want to remember their looks. Sure enough, the bad guys can't see it on the surface.
The Taoist priest wearing glasses has a kind look, and the watermelon head is also silly and silly.
The big man is so tall.
If they look very similar to them in the future, then they must all be bad guys or perverts. After Master Isho and Qingqing left, the conversation between the two came slowly, and the three men in the field looked at each other in dismay.
Four Eyes, sin. ***,
Jello, master, my eyes hurt so much.
Xiao Ruoyu, this bitch doesn't use dirty words when swearing.
Okay, Ruoyu, you help Jella in, and I'll come after I've settled the brothers first. Simu shook his head and helped Jialu in his arms to Xiao Ruoyu.
Oh, I see, master.
X2 Xiao Ruoyu and Jialu responded at the same time. Brother, today is your first day here, and at night when your eyes are better, brother will cook fish for you. Jiala closed her eyes and was supported by Xiao Ruoyu. She stretched out her hands and groped, and slowly followed Xiao Ruoyu to the room.
Okay, senior brother, please slow down.
Xiao Ruoyu supported Jialu and walked forward slowly. Both of them belonged to people with no evil intentions, and they got acquainted with each other within a few words.
Over time. In a flash it was dinner time.
Junior brother, you go ask master to have dinner, and I'll call Qingqing and master to come and eat together.
After applying the ointment, Jiala's eyes could be opened in the afternoon.
Although there was still some redness, swelling and soreness, it did not affect his vision anymore. Okay.
Xiao Ruoyu agreed, then turned and approached Simu's bedroom door. Master, brother asked me to call you to eat.
Xiao Ruoyu yelled through the door. He didn't care whether his four eyes answered or not. He turned his head and ran to the dining table. He didn't care if his four eyes heard it or not. Anyway, he was very hungry. Master, Qingqing, come into the house quickly. I made fish to eat today. He only heard Jiala's voice outside the house, and after a while, he saw Jiala leading Master Isho and Qingqing into the room.
Sit down, I'll get the dinner out.
Jiala invited Master Isho and Qingqing to the dining table and signaled them to sit down, while she turned around and walked towards the kitchen.
If I remember correctly, your name is Ruoyu, right?
After Master Isho and Qingqing sat down, they saw that Xiao Ruoyu was also at the table, and asked Xiao Ruoyu.
Yes, master, my name is Xiao Ruoyu.
Xiao Ruoyu nodded in agreement.
Is your uncle Ime alright?
Master Isho nodded, and asked Xiao Ruoyu again. Uncle, how are you?
You won an award a few days ago.
Xiao Ruoyu thought for a while, recalling the smile that Uncle Joe tried to hide when he left. He must be happy, right?
Oh? Winning an award? I didn't expect fellow Taoist One Eyebrow to think about participating in any competitions. It seems that life is really worry-free.
Master Isho also said enviously when he heard that Uncle Joe had participated in the competition and won a prize. Swipe Four Eyes opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. But when he saw Master Isho, his smiling face instantly changed to that of Changbai Mountain. Humph. I haven't seen you for so long, I thought you'd gone to the Western Bliss.
Simu walked to the table and sat down.
Suddenly, with a push of both hands, he pushed the table in front of Master Isho, and pushed Master Isho back.
Well, I have been there, but they told me to take you there. You can go.
Ishio was also unambiguous, stretched out his hands to hold the dining table, and pushed it back vigorously, without showing any weakness in his mouth.
Don't go.
His eyes were flushed red, and he pushed the table back forcefully. Ishio also tried his best to push the table against it, and the two of them exerted their strength at the same time, pushing the table in the middle to support it. Just when the two were at a stalemate, Ishio suddenly saw a pot of cactus behind his four eyes, and immediately thought about it.
Ah! Ishio raised his head and laughed wildly, staring at the roof.
With four curious eyes, he also looked up.
Ishio seized the opportunity and kicked forward with both hands and feet.
Pfft, ah! Sitting on the cactus behind him with four eyes and one buttocks, he howled in pain. Master, it's time for dinner. Just when the two continued to compete, Jia Li's voice came.
Humph.
The two looked at each other and stopped at the same time, sat down angrily and looked at each other without saying a word. Jia Li saw that the two had already sat down, and put the food in their hands on the table.
Hey, Ruoyu, Qingqing, let's avoid it and eat something?
Jia Li said to Xiao Ruoyu and Qingqing while picking up vegetables on the plate.
Why do you avoid eating? How rude.
Qingqing glanced at Jia Li suspiciously, ignored it, and continued to pick up vegetables for dinner. And Xiao Ruoyu didn't seem to have heard of it at all, just eating his own. Then take care of yourself. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Jia Li took the bowl and ran to the side and hid far away. Clap! I saw Simu and Ishio holding chopsticks, obstructing each other from picking up food, and it was very enjoyable for you to come and kill me for a while. Crack! A piece of stinky tofu was caught by Ishio, and the eyes came first, and directly caught Ishio's chopsticks.
The two fought hard, and the stinky tofu flew out and hit Qingqing's face under the stalemate of the two. Dumbfounded, Qingqing put down her chopsticks and stayed away from the battlefield between the two.
But Xiao Ruoyu was still eating non-stop.
Seeing Qingqing leave, Ishio and Simu immediately started fighting again.
The two of you pick up food and I stop them, and for a while they were evenly matched. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand to pick up a piece of fish, but he couldn't pick it up, and his anger suddenly surged.
At this time, the two fighting were too focused and intense. Neither of them noticed that the table shaking caused by the fighting actually angered Xiao Ruoyu. Bang! Bang!
If you don't eat honestly again, you'll blow your head and fart. I saw Xiao Ruoyu put the rice bowl in his hand on the table, stood up and rolled up his sleeves. Facing Ishio and four eyes, one person and one eye shot. The two flew out in response, leaving only a series of screams in the void. Sad face asterisk, Ishio, young people don't talk about martial arts. Sad face asterisk, for eyes, I was careless, I didn't flash.
Help! Someone broke my arm.
Do you still dare to fight?
Xiao Ruoyu looked at Simu and Ishio, and asked angrily. ****, we will never fight again. Simu and Ikkyu stood in a row in front of the table, like two elementary school students who did something wrong. If you don't fight, you are a good boy, be good, sit down and eat. After Xiao Ruoyu waved to the two of them, he continued to bury his head in his meal. Oh.
X2 After the two nodded in response, they sat at the front of the table obediently, picked up their bowls and began to eat quietly.
Did Master and Taoist get beaten just now? Did they admit it wrong? Did they reconcile?
Probably so, Master and Master are so good now. Qingqing and Jia Li watched this scene with dull faces.
Bang, bang twice. ***, we're done eating.
X2 Simu and Ishio put the bowls in their hands on the table and said in unison. After that, the two got up and left separately. Simu ran back to his room directly, and when Master Ishio left, he hurriedly escaped from Simu's thatched cottage without even having time to call Qingqing.
Hi, I'm full, let's wash the dishes.
Xiao Ruoyu burped, got up and picked up the empty bowl on the table, and was about to wash it.
Master, junior brother, let me come. Are you tired after eating?
Take a break. Jia Li looked at Xiao Ruoyu cautiously, reached out and grabbed the empty bowl on the table and said,
Okay, thank you brother.
Xiao Ruoyu nodded in agreement, and thanked Jia Li.
***, bastard. Even the master is beaten.
If you don't get rid of you today, you don't even know who the master is. The four eyes who returned to the room became more and more angry. Simu took out a donut from the drawer, pinched the doman's face a few times, and saw that the donut turned into a 3-point similarity to Xiaoruoyu. Looking at the person in the hand, he nodded with satisfaction, got up and walked out of the room, looked at Xiaoruoyu, and walked over with a flattering expression.
Ruoyu, do you think this mask looks good?
The four eyes have a sinister smile on their faces.
Ha! Does this look like me?
Xiaoruoyu was also surprised to see the person in the four-eyed hands.
Haha, right?
Come on, sign your name for master, and master will keep it as a souvenir. Simu handed the person in his hand to Xiaoruoyu, and at the same time took out a brush and a plate of paint for Xiaoruoyu to sign.
Ha! To commemorate?
But it's so troublesome to sign, should I press my fingerprint? Xiaoruoyu raised his head and looked around with innocent eyes. Of course it's better, come on, press here. Four eyes turned the middle of the hand over, the bottom facing Xiaoruoyu. Okay, you have to keep it safe. Xiaoruoyu stretched out his hand to press the paint, and then printed his thumbprint on the bottom of the mask. Ah, don't worry, master will love it very much. The four eyes saw that their goal had been achieved, and the grinning of the mouth had already reached the base of the ears. After finishing speaking, Simu took the clay figurine and turned back to the room, and then locked all the doors and windows of the room. Asterisk, this time I will see if you will die or not. Simu turned out another straw man made of licorice from the drawer, and stuck a piece of yellow talisman paper with the length of a thumb on the head of the man. Then he cut off the handprint that Xiaoruoyu had pressed on the clay figurine with a wooden knife and wrapped it in talisman paper. I report to the Patriarch of the Nine Heavens, and send the 9 chapters of the law to the Taoist court. Guan Shangyue will use all kinds of methods to gather the soul, bind the orifice and preserve the pure spirit. Edict. I saw Simu clamping the paper talisman wrapped with Xiaoruoyu's handprint on his fingers, chanting something in his mouth, and after Simu finished the formula, the yellow talisman in his hand lit up with a tang. Go with. Four Eyes stopped drinking, threw the paper talisman in his hand into the cinnabar, then stretched out his sword finger into the cinnabar bowl and kept stirring, as if he was depicting something. And the flame on the yellow talisman also burned more and more vigorously, and in the end it was directly attached to the four-eyed sword finger and burned blazingly. The four eyes pulled out their fingers, and pressed a pair of sword fingers on the straw man. The flame directly ignited the yellow talisman on the grass man's head, and then disappeared little by little, leaving nothingness. Seeing this scene, the four eyes were also excited. Once again pinching out the sword fingers with both hands, Su pointed out to the straw man. The word "get up" was only heard from the mouth of the four eyes. The straw man on the altar slowly stood up following the movements of his four eyes. Turn. Hey, I think you still dare to hit me. The four-eyed sword finger circled around the head of the grassman, and the grassman turned around following the movement of the four eyes. I saw Simu stretching out his left hand and pressing down the sword finger of his right hand. The straw man actually bent down slowly following the movement of the sword finger, and hugged a walnut on the plate in front of him. And Xiaoruoyu, who was outside the room with four eyes, stood up directly at this time, bent down and hugged the cactus in front of him. Ha! Hey! What's the matter? Xiaoruoyu panicked, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't control his body. He could only watch helplessly as he hugged the cactus in front of him and kept approaching his face. Give it to me. With four eyes in the room, he grinned and controlled the straw man to push him in front of him. And Xiaoruoyu outside the room also stuffed the cactus into his mouth, and Xiaoruoyu's tongue was covered with cactus thorns. This time, the four eyes were slanted, and it happened to break through Xiaoruoyu's cover. I saw Xiaoruoyu's whole body was filled with golden mist, and his copper-skinned and iron-skinned body instantly lost its effect. My God! Ahahahahaha #% Xiaoruoyu instinctively yelled, but the thorns in his mouth made him suffer a second injury the moment he yelled. Hey 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 hey, let's have fun. After hearing Xiaoruoyu's screams outside the room, the four eyes laughed even more presumptuously. I saw that Simu took out an extra-large sky-changing monkey from the drawer again, then found a stick, tied the sky-crossing monkey to the stick, turned around and picked up the straw man, and fixed the straw man's limbs on the sky-changing monkey.
outside the room. Master! Brother! Help! Someone broke my arm.
Xiaoruoyu hugged his hands, and his legs seemed to be clamped with something suddenly. His cheeks were already swollen, his eyes were full of panic and fear, and tears flowed down uncontrollably.
Stinky boy. Do you know how to be afraid now? Know how to call master now? Let me tell you. It's too late.
After hearing Xiaoruoyu's cry for help, Simu smiled even more frantically. Stretching out his hand, he kept groping in his arms.
Found it.
With a cry of surprise, the Four Eyes took out a fire pocket from his bosom, and with a smile on his face, he moved the fire pocket in his hand slowly towards the sky-swapping monkey.
P.S. Wuda went for a nucleic acid test today, and told me to get the vaccine in the afternoon, but there were a lot of people in line. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to 300 people, and I couldn't get in line after get off work, so I had to go home. Today's update is a bit late, feel sorry.
Love you guys. Blows up, disciple, I love you to death. Add more. A string of sparks jumped happily on the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme wire.
As the sparks kept jumping, the sky-changing monkey was ignited in an instant.
There was only a rapid sound of breaking through the air. The sky-changing monkey flew out fiercely with the straw man. But because it was in the room, the sky-changing monkey hit the wall, bounced back and fell to the ground without moving. And Xiaoruoyu, who was outside the room, also rushed straight to the wall at the same time as the sky-scurrying monkey, and bounced back with a sound of duong, falling to the ground.
Master! Help me!
Xiaoruoyu cried out to Simu for help in horror, but still did not see Simu come to save him.
Hey, have fun playing, this time I'll let you go to heaven.
Four Eyes picked up the straw man on the ground, and then took out an extra large firecracker to fix the straw man on it. Xiaoruoyu outside the room also acted like a straw man, unable to move.
Senior brother!
Xiaoruoyu saw that Simu hadn't appeared, so he called Jiala, but Jiala was washing dishes in the kitchen with Qingqing at this time, and didn't hear Xiaoruoyu's cry for help. Simu pointed the firecracker tied with the straw figure in his hand at the window, then got up and opened the door of the room to observe Xiaoruoyu's position. After confirming that Xiaoruoyu could fly out along the gate of the thatched cottage, Simu walked back to the firecracker and took out the firecracker again.
Come on, ha, let's go.
The fuse was ignited by the torch in the hands of the Four Eyes, and the sparks overflowed, all the way to the fireworks buttocks happily.
Just listen to the sound of whoo.
The firecrackers flew out in response, and rushed towards the night sky along the open window. I saw Xiaoruoyu outside the room also maintained the embracing posture, with his legs in a circle, and flew straight to the gate of the thatched cottage, and in an instant, only Xiaoruoyu's screams echoed in the room.
Master, help! Father, help! Help! Ah!
Xiaoruoyu yelled miserably this time, and his voice was extremely loud. Qingqing and Jiala, who were in the kitchen, were also startled out. Xingqiang and Jialu, who heard Xiaoruoyu's screams, also ran out of the door at this time, looking at Xiaoruoyu, who was soaring into the sky and kept screaming. The two were speechless for a long time. With a whoosh-bang explosion.
Jiala, Qingqing, the one who went out with a whoosh just now is my junior brother, right?
Qingqing, that's right, brother Jiala, not only did your junior brother go to heaven, your junior brother even exploded. The two stared blankly at the colorful fireworks in the sky, Xiaoruoyu, as if time was frozen at this moment.
Four Eyes, hey.
With Four Eyes lying on the window and looking at the flowers blooming in the sky, the resentment in his heart instantly disappeared into nothingness.
Oh, my whole body is clear, take a hot bath and get ready for bed.
With relieved eyes, he stretched his waist, opened the door, walked to the bath shed with a satisfied face, and began to take a bath comfortably.
And the other side.
Xiaoruoyu, who flew out and exploded, was falling from the sky at this time, and just fell under the waterfall that stabbed Jiala's eyes before. Xiaoruoyu climbed up to the shore, looked around, and after confirming that he had landed in the place where he had fallen before, he followed the path his Four Eyes had taken him, and walked towards the thatched cottage alone. Not long after, Xiao Ruoyu ran down the thatched hut at the corner of the mountain with amazing foot strength.
Vaguely.
Xingqing, your master is too much for treating your younger brother like this, but your younger brother blows it up really well. Jala, master really overdid it this time, but what you said about blowing up the junior is quite beautiful.
If you like it, let's blow him up again next time, shall we?
When Xiao Ruoyu heard the conversation between Jala and Xingqing, he was instantly furious.
Brother, where is master?
Xiao Ruoyu walked into the cottage courtyard calmly, looked at Jala and Xingqing and asked.
Are you back, junior brother?
Master has gone to take a shower. Jala heard Xiao Ruoyu asking herself, and answered Xiao Ruoyu naturally.
Oh yes, by the way, brother, come here.
When Xiao Ruoyu heard Jala say that Simu was taking a bath, he was about to turn around and look for Simu. But suddenly remembered that Jala said before that he would blow himself up again, so he stopped again.
Ha! Oh good.
Jala heard Xiao Ruoyu calling him, and walked quickly to Xiao Ruoyu's body.
****.
With a poof, Jiao Li's eyes were stabbed by Xiao Ruoyu again. And this time, it was 2 fingers.
Next time you dare to bomb me again, I'll stab you again.
After Xiao Ruoyu stabbed Jala, he turned around and walked towards the bath shed.
Xingqing,
winky face.
Jalo, whoa, I love to take a bath and have a good skin. Oh. The sound of water spraying on the ground in the bath shed was heard by Xiao Ruoyu along with 4 eyes singing happily.
Dang, knocking.
Who?
The happy 4 eyes who were washing heard the knock on the door, and asked outside the bath shed.
Dang.
The knock on the door continued.
Who?
It's in the middle of the night. It's not practical to take a bath. With 4 eyes impatiently complaining towards the door, he pulled a bath towel around his waist and pushed open the wooden door of the bath shed to stick out his head.
Master, apprentice, I love you to death.
I saw Xiao Ruoyu raised his fist and punched the outstretched head with 4 eyes. The only remaining good eye of the 4 eyes was directly blacked out.
Sad face, subsequently.
Then it flew backwards at the speed of a meteor, directly smashing the shower shed into pieces.
Master, I really love you to death.
Xiao Ruoyu pulled his 4 eyes straight up from the ground, turned his arms vigorously, and turned his 4 eyes so that his back was facing her. Then he jumped onto Simu and picked up a piece of wooden stick left after the bath shed was broken.
Puff.
The disciple holds the stick in his hand, and the master puts it in the chrysanthemum.
360 sticks out critical strikes.
_4 eyes, Jaya rescue. Help PS, today's edition is over, the judges are happy to watch, that's it, good night. Do not give 5 stars and reminders, be careful of your chrysanthemums.
Turned yellow, the royal zombie master, today's matter can be evened out, okay?
Xiao Ruoyu stood beside Simu, looked at Simu lying on the ground and asked.
_L, impossible.
Don't even think about it.
The 4 eyes stared at Xiao Ruoyu unwillingly and poked his neck.
Oh, that's fine, I'll keep plugging in. Xiao Ruoyu raised the wooden stick in his hand and was about to continue, his eyes frightened all of a sudden.
Winky face.
Don't, forget it, okay? The 4 eyes were praying, and the eyes were full of fear of the stick in Xiao Ruoyu's hand, but there was a slight flash of desire. Okay then, master, I'm going back to sleep, you can lie on your stomach slowly. Xiao Ruoyu casually threw out the wooden stick in his hand, clapped his hands, turned around and walked back to the thatched hut chicly, and sang a song in his mouth that made the eyes of 4 eyes misty with tears. The chrysanthemum is broken, the ground is full of injuries, your smile has turned yellow. As Xiao Ruoyu walked further and further away, his voice became smaller and smaller. But with the 4 eyes still lying on the ground alone, under the bright moonlight, the stars are twinkling, and it seems that you can vaguely hear the familiar and classic melody Chrysanthemum Terrace singing faintly.
_L, fuck you.
Jala.
Where are you going?
Helpless shouts resounded through the night sky. Come here, master. Jala heard Simu's howling, and ran over in a hurry. But the scene made Xiao shiver uncontrollably. I saw four eyes lying on the ground, and the local area, chrysanthemum, was so big that it snowed blood. The tattered clothes were torn into strips, and even the shower shed for bathing was raised to the ground.
What are you looking at stupidly? Why don't you help me go back?
Seeing Jala standing there in a daze with four eyes, he suddenly lost his temper and shouted at Jala angrily.
Oh, good.
Jalu responded stupidly, stepped forward to raise Simu, and slowly helped him back to the room. Simu grinned and bared his teeth step by step, but this short distance made it extremely difficult for him to walk. After Simu returned to the room, Jala rubbed the medicine on a certain snowy part with extreme reluctance, and then fell asleep on her stomach.
Early the next morning. Hurry up! Hurry up!
Just as Xiao Ruoyu got up, he heard a shout coming from outside the door. Simu and Jala, Master Isho and Qingqing also heard the commotion outside the door. With the support of Jala, Simu followed Isho, Qingqing, Xiao Ruoyu and others out of the thatched cottage to check. I saw a team dressed in official uniforms walking slowly. A soapy yellow flag fluttered in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme.
Followed by a middle-aged Taoist priest in an orange Taoist robe. Further back.
Four guards are struggling pushing a huge gold-plated brass coffin. Two young Taoist priests in gray-brown Taoist robes walked closely beside the coffin.
Then, four yamen servants carried a small sedan chair, on which sat a child in a boa robe.
The child's face was calm and serious, and a certain momentum emanated from him. At the side, a middle-aged man with a small mustache pinched his orchid fingers and followed the sedan chair with a timid pace. At the end of the line were four men with strange clothes and strange weapons in their hands. This line of team is full of weirdness. And after seeing this team, the Four Eyes and Ishio looked at each other across the air, and they both walked towards the team outside the yard. The two looked serious, as if something happened. Xiao Ruoyu and Jiala followed around curiously, and Qingqing followed Ishio out of the yard closely.
Brother!
I saw the middle-aged Taoist in the team wearing an orange Taoist robe. After seeing Simu and Master Isho, a smile suddenly appeared on his serious face.
Senior brother.
After the Four Eyes saw the middle-aged Taoist, they were also very cordial. And Jialu also looked at this Taoist behind his four eyes and respected him as a master.
Taoist Qianhe, please stay safe. Master Isho performed the Buddha ceremony with one hand, and nodded to Taoist Master Qianhe. Master Isho.
Priest Qianhe also immediately bowed in return, and the atmosphere was joyful for a while.
Hey!
Hey, what are you doing here? Suddenly, an indifferent voice came, breaking the harmonious atmosphere among the few people. I saw the mustache who was following the sedan chair holding the orchid finger and holding a pair of handkerchiefs, shaking the pink handkerchief in his hands strangely and shouting at several people. Steward Wu, I'll borrow some glutinous rice from my brother.
Taoist Qianhe turned his head and yelled at the innocuous Wu Guanshi. Sticky rice?
Steward Wu pinched the pink handkerchief with his orchid fingers, with a look of doubt and confusion on his face.
Wu Shilang, let's take a rest first.
I saw the child sitting on the sedan chair suddenly said to Wu Shilang. When Wu Shilang saw him talking, he immediately nodded in agreement.
Okay, everyone, take a break.
I saw him shaking the handkerchief in his hand quickly, his figure kept spinning, and he gave instructions to the people around the team.
Asterisk.
Simu, Ishio, and the others shuddered at the scene they watched.
It's so hot on the eyes.
Jialo, go get glutinous rice for your uncle.
By the way, Junior, this is my new apprentice.
You can call him Ruoyu.
Ruoyu, this is your uncle Qianhe, call me someone.
Simu ordered Jala to go back to help Taoist Qianhe get the glutinous rice, and then introduced Xiao Ruoyu who was behind him to Taoist Qianhe.
Hello, uncle.
Xiao Ruoyu called out obediently, and Qianhe also nodded and smiled at Xiao Ruoyu. Junior brother, this bronze-armored and golden coffin is wrapped with an ink fountain net. Could it be that there is a just when Xiao Ruoyu and Qianhe got to know each other, he looked up at the copper coffin in the team with four eyes and asked Qianhe.
Yes, it's a zombie.
Qianhe looked at the four eyes with a serious face and said in a deep voice.
Then why didn't you burn it?
With doubts in his 4 eyes, he was very puzzled by Qianhe's actions.
Hey, this zombie belongs to the frontier royal family, so it cannot be burned.
We must transport it to Beijing as soon as possible, and wait for the emperor's order. After Qianhe heard Simu's words, he also looked helpless.
He looked at the gold-armored copper coffin and sighed endlessly. Daoist Qianhe, why don't you remove the tent on the coffin? This will allow it to absorb more sunlight and reduce the corpse's aura?
Master Isho walked around the coffin, looked at the tent covered above the gold-armored copper coffin, and turned to Qianhe and asked.
After hearing Ikkyu's words, Chizuru looked up at the tent. That's right.
Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I'll tear him down right away. I'll tear down the tents. Qianhe nodded and smiled at Master Isho, then turned around and ordered the 2 little Taoist priests behind him to take off the tent on the coffin. The 4 little Taoist priests responded, and immediately climbed onto the coffin, ready to tear down the tent on the coffin. When the 4 eyes saw this scene, they suddenly felt dark on their faces, and proudly raised their heads and snorted at Isho disdainfully. Simu, you understand me, don't you?
Isho, don't you understand?
Learn from others to grow white hair. I will help you hate him, little brother, I will miss you. Hey, why are you tearing down the tent? The indifferent black steward looked at the 4 people climbing up the coffin to remove the tent, and immediately shook the small handkerchief in his hand again quickly. That's right, he took this. Simu saw that Isho had been out of the limelight before, and immediately opened his mouth to show his erudition, but before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wu Guanshi.
Shut up, did I ask you? I was talking to him.
Wu Guanshi stretched out the orchid and pointed at Qianhe, and shouted impatiently to the 4 eyes. Boss Wu, listen to me, tearing down the tent can allow the sun to shine more on the coffin and reduce the smell of the corpse. Qianhe immediately walked towards Wu Guanshi and explained to Wu Guanshi at the same time.
Oh, let's take it apart. After Wu Guanshi heard Qianhe's explanation, he nodded softly, then squinted his eyes, snorted softly, turned his head and left.
Isho, it's so good, it's so hard to be a human being if you speak slowly and get scolded by others. Hashtag, 4 eyes, this hermaphrodite has a rotten asshole. Xiao Ruoyu, master, look, let me help you beat him up.
Xiao Ruoyu couldn't stand it any longer, walked up to Guanshi Wu and looked down at Guanshi Wu.
Hey, why are you talking to my master? Xiao Ruoyu patted the shoulder of Guanshi Wu, who had his back turned to him. Wu Guanshi only felt someone pat him on the shoulder, and turned his head angrily. But when he turned his head, he found an unusually handsome, tall and mighty young man standing behind him and looking at him.
Is the little brother talking to someone?
Wu Guanshi stretched out his orchid fingers and stroked his non-existent temples. With a twisted expression, he suddenly stretched out his hand to touch Xiao Ruoyu's hand on his body, rubbed it constantly, and asked Xiao Ruoyu in a very gentle tone.
If not?
Xiao Ruoyu still had a serious face. Oh, little brother, what's your name? Your skin is so slippery. Wu Guanshi answered irrelevant questions, and kept rubbing the back of Xiao Ruoyu's hand.
My name is Xiao Ruoyu, what about you?
Xiao Ruoyu scratched his head and replied to Guanshi Wu. Oh, it sounds so nice, you can just call him Zaya Wu. Wu Guanshi looked like a little girl, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head slowly, and his face turned pink from the previous paleness. Straight face, Simu, who is it that your apprentice said to help you hate him?
Is it verbal or action?
Shut up once you rest. I'm going to sleep in your room tonight, my house is too dangerous.
Oh. Isn't Brother Jiala in danger too?
Simu, Isho, and Xingxing saw the movements of the 2 of them and whispered to each other, thinking whether to leave Xiao Ruoyu alone in the thatched cottage today. Just when several people are still researching. Uncle, I'll give you glutinous rice. Jiala ran over quickly, holding a small bag of glutinous rice and handing it to Qianhe. Qianhe reached out to take it, smiled and nodded at Jiala. Senior brother, thank you for your glutinous rice. Qianhe turned his head and thanked the 4 eyes. You're welcome, I hope you won't need this bag of glutinous rice. Simu forced himself to look away from Wu Guanshi and Xiao Ruoyu, turned to Qianhe and said. Hey! It's time to start. Wu Guanshi suddenly yelled at Qianhe. Then he turned around and grabbed Xiao Ruoyu's hand, and said affectionately,
"Little brother, we are destined to meet again, don't forget about him."
Seeing this scene, Simu and the others trembled collectively again, almost vomiting.
Okay, let's go. Xianhe might be used to Wu Guanchu's appearance, and was not affected by it.
He turned around and shouted to the southeast and northwest. Then I won't bother you, junior brother, there will be a period later. The four eyes stretched out their hands to bow, and the sword fingers of both hands were raised extremely low. There will be a period later. Kianzuru also stretched out her hand, but she put it on her chest, showing that she was slightly lower than Shizuji.
Goodbye, Master Uncle.
But Jialo raised his hands high, with his arms straight above his head, and he was almost stuck with a stone under his feet.
Amit Ba.
Ishio made a one-handed Buddha salute, and recited a Buddha's name in his mouth.
Master, take care. Chizuru still bowed politely.
After all the etiquette, Xiao Ruoyu, who was grabbed by Wu Guanchu over there, was eaten with a few pieces of tofu. Little brother, people will miss you. Wu Guanchu couldn't bear to let go, and still kept touching Xiao Ruoyu's hand. Before leaving, he took advantage of Xiao Ruoyu's unpreparedness, reached out his hand to grab a handful of his crotch, and then turned and ran away.
Winky face. Is he sick? Don't you have one? Touch mine?
Xiao Ruoyu, who was attacked by surprise, looked confused, and he was very puzzled by Wu Guanchu's actions.
Apprentice, you are this. You really helped the master to hate him.
You are so natural. Four Eyes walked to Xiao Ruoyu's side and patted Xiao Ruoyu's shoulder, giving a thumbs up with admiration. This coffin is so beautiful, it must be very valuable.
At this time, Jialu also walked to Simu and Xiao Ruoyu. Looking at the team passing slowly in front of him, he kept sighing.
Of course, it's made of gold.
Simu said to Jiala.
In the future, I will make more money and buy a pair of filial masters that are exactly the same as your old man.
Jiala stared at the coffin for a while, then turned her head and said seriously. You are quite filial, ha 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 ha.
Isho walked in front of the three of them, looked around with a smile on his lips, then turned his head and walked towards his home. Just when the Four Eyes were unhappy and wanted to go crazy.
Boom, a thunder burst. Several people looked up at the sky.
I saw a thunderbolt in the clouds meandering, like a pen and ink painting, with silver hooks drawn on iron traces, printing the sky a purple red. The sound of drought and thunder shocked everyone. The expressions of the Four Eyes instantly turned worried and complicated.
Hope they're okay. The look of worry in his eyes was beyond words, and he looked at the direction of the team with his four eyes, and was speechless for a long time.
Master, Uncle should be fine, don't worry, let's go back.
Jiala saw that the Four Eyes were worried, and spoke soothingly to the Four Eyes.
Ah. The Four Eyes looked complicated, and they responded in a low voice. Brother, I have a hunch, tonight. Xiao Ruoyu also looked at Jiala with a complicated expression.
What happened tonight?
Jiala looked curious.
Tonight. I want to sleep with you. P.S. The second update.
I'll be adding an update later, the gentlemen are happy to watch.
Wudao has some things to do today. I have been outside all the time. I started typing as soon as I got home. I am a little late today. I am sorry.
Art, thunder splits copper coffin. Back in the thatched cottage, the Four Eyes were always sullen. Ever since he saw the thunderstorm and the dry weather, he felt faintly worried, as if something would definitely happen today. On the other hand, Xiao Ruoyu was heartless. Xiao Ruoyu studied it alone with the magic spell that Simu gave him.
Ruoyu, how is your practice of inviting the gods going?
The Four Eyes let go of their worries, and asked Xiao Ruoyu, who was engrossed.
Oh. Master, I don't think it's difficult.
Xiao Ruoyu raised his head to look at the Four Eyes, and said something vaguely in his mouth.
Not difficult? That is to say, you can cast it now?
With disbelief in the Four Eyes, the eyes looking at Xiao Ruoyu became a little dangerous.
Yeah, if you don't believe me, I'll give you a try.
I saw Xiao Ruoyu put away the books, stood up and kept stepping on the ground with his right foot, muttering something in his mouth, put his hands on his chest, made a sword finger imprint with his right hand, and raised his left hand. Today, I invite the patriarch to come and listen to the clarification.
Slaying demons and eliminating demons will show your prestige, and the laws and orders will reach the heavens to listen.
Please help patriarch to slay the demon spirits. Edict. After Xiao Ruoyu finished reciting the formula, he felt that the breath in his body was being consumed continuously, and then his body changed. I saw Xiao Ruoyu suddenly shaking his head, and his whole body kept shaking. After a while, Xiao Ruoyu's whole body swelled up rapidly as if inflated, and his muscles bulged, which was extremely terrifying. How about it? Master. Xiao Ruoyu showed off his muscles with both arms, and walked up to the four eyes with a burly body to ask questions.
Really? The four eyes looked on the sidelines, a little stunned. Master, I invented a trick myself, how about I try it for you?
Xiao Ruoyu scratched his head with his thick arms, and said to his four eyes.
Crack! Crash! There was a thunder, accompanied by raindrops.
There was a sudden downpour of rain outside. I don't know what happened to my brother. Simu suddenly stood up and walked towards the door, looking at the heavy rain. A worried expression appeared on his face again.
By the way, why did Jiala go?
With puzzled eyes, he asked Xiao Ruoyu, who had returned to normal.
I don't know,
senior brother said he went to take a shit, but he never came back. Xiao Ruoyu said to the four eyes in a daze.
De footsteps. Jialo, why did you go? It took so long? It took more than an hour to poop?
Simu heard footsteps and turned his head to look, only to see Jiala walking strangely, with his legs spread apart, walking step by step from outside the door.
Ah, I shit without paper, Jiala scratched her head and said embarrassedly. Winky face, then how did you come back?
The four eyes immediately hid back, and stretched out a hand to signal Jiala to stop.
I wait for it to dry itself. Jiala looked at Simu and Xiao Ruoyu embarrassedly, and said in a low voice. Winky face. Then what do you mean by walking with your legs apart? Why don't you find a stick to escape?
Xiao Ruoyu and Simu looked at Jialu in fear and asked.
I'm a little loose. After it dries, it's pasted. What kind of bobcats and beasts did I take in?
After Simu heard Xiao Ruoyu's question and Jiali's answer, he could only choose to laugh and cry, and he had to finish his own shit, no matter how hard it was to swallow.
The other side.
With the downpour. Chizuru and his party are setting up a tent against the heavy rain. At this time, the bronze armor and golden coffin was exposed to the heavy rain and no one cared about it. Hurry up, it's really maddening. Steward Wu instructed the guards to move quickly, and the clothes on their bodies were also stuck to their bodies by the heavy rain, revealing their thin bodies.
Boom! Another thunderclap suddenly sounded.
I saw that Wu Guanxi was still showing off his power just now, but now he was yelling Aya, Aya, who was frightened by the explosion of thunder, and ran towards the child sitting in the sedan chair. But Qianhe, who was on the side, was not focusing on this ugly Wu Guanxi at this time. Because he found that the ink fountain line on the bronze armor and gold coffin had been washed away by the heavy rain and faded.
Drops of black ink dots are continuously dripping down as the rain washes away. Mr. Wu, the tent is set up, a policeman reported to the black supervisor. Ouch, haha.
Wu Guanxi smiled happily, turned around, and was about to speak to the child sitting in the sedan chair, but Taoist Qianhe stopped Wu Guanxi first.
Boss Wu, let Shotsai go into the tent? Taoist Qianhe looked worried. Why? Wu Guanxi looked at Taoist Qianhe with an unhappy expression on his face.
Because the ink has already started to melt.
Taoist Qianhe said eagerly to Guanxi Wu. Oh no way.
Wu Guanxi let out a smile at the corner of his mouth, then decisively waved the pink handkerchief in his hand and refused. Wait a minute! Just as Taoist Qianhe was about to speak, he was directly interrupted by Wu Guanxi. Just wait a while, now, no brother 71, we can enter the camp. Wu Guanxi continued to refuse with a proud face, then turned around and walked to brother 71, with a flattering face and an extraordinarily aggressive tone.
Ah.
71 brother nodded in response. You have to sit down, let's get up in the sedan chair. Wu Guanxi pointed out the orchid to elder brother 71 coquettishly, then turned around and shouted to the guards on both sides.
Quick, push the tent.
Seeing elder brother 71 being carried into the tent, Taoist Qianhe went to the bronze-armored golden coffin and stretched out his hand to inspect the ink fountain. Seeing that all the ink fountains were faded, Taoist Qianhe quickly ordered the southeast, northwest and other guards to push the bronze armor and gold coffin into the tent. As several people pushed hard, the wooden cart carrying the bronze armor and golden coffin slowly moved towards the tent. Whoosh! Suddenly a strange phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme blew by. The pouring rain in the sky stopped instantly.
The rain has stopped, hey!
The four people in the southeast and northwest looked up at the sky, only to see that Tianchang was still covered with dark clouds, but not a single drop of rain was falling.
Haven't waited for a few people to be happy. Suddenly, crack sound.
A bolt of thunder struck down, and the target hit the bronze-armored golden coffin.
Sparks fly.
All the four guards who were holding the bronze armor and gold coffin with their hands were blown upside down and died on the spot. Squeak! There was a sharp sound like teeth grinding. I saw the ink fountain rope on the bronze armor and gold coffin suddenly glow red. The coffin lid also seemed to be constantly pushed outward from the inside by something. Squeaky squeak! The sound still came quickly, and the coffin lid was lifted from the inside bit by bit. In a gap where the lid of the bronze armor and golden coffin was pushed open, there was a pair of pale palms with extremely nails. And those palms were still pushing the coffin lid.
Break all the external ink fountains. Cranes attacked, excessive, quick, get the rope. Taoist Qianhe immediately shouted when he saw the scene.
Yes. The four people in the southeast and northwest responded, turned around and ran to take out the hemp rope.
Taoist Qianhe jumped straight onto the raised coffin lid and pushed it down again.
With two swish sounds, the hemp ropes were thrown into the air to bind the coffin.
The four of them cooperated, and following Taoist Qianhe's response, they tied the coffin tightly with hemp rope in an instant. See this scene. Several people breathed a sigh of relief.
But before he could be happy, the coffin lid was lifted from the inside again.
Boom sound.
Taoist Qianhe, who was standing on the coffin cover, was instantly thrown away, and the huge and heavy coffin cover directly pressed on Qianhe's legs, smashing it and screaming. And the four people in the southeast and northwest who were holding onto the hemp rope were also blown away by the huge impact.
What's the matter? So noisy?
Surrounded by four masters, Wu Guanshi, who was startled by the noise outside, opened the curtain of the tent. But when he saw the situation outside the tent, he was instantly scared and shrank back. I saw a figure slowly standing up from the uncovered coffin. Dressed in an official uniform of the Qing dynasty, the green face and fangs are terrifying. A pair of dead fish eyes stared straight ahead, spewing out bursts of corpse breath, and stood so straight on the edge of the coffin.
Ha! Hey! Ho!
Seeing the zombie coming out of the coffin, Xiaodong in the southeast and northwest immediately pulled out the mahogany sword behind his back, played a few times with the sword, and was about to step forward, but saw the zombie's body leaning straight forward, with his hands straight in. With just one face-to-face encounter, Xiaodong was stabbed to death on the spot. The zombie stood up straight again, pulled Xiaodong back in his hand at the same time, opened its huge mouth and went straight to Xiaodong's neck to bite down, a pair of fangs inserted into Xiaodong's neck in an instant. Grumpy as the zombie's throat moved, Xiaodong shriveled visibly to the naked eye.
With a little force, the zombie pulled Xiaodong's body back into the coffin.
At the same time, the coffin was turned over on the spot, and Xiaodong and the zombie were held in the middle at the same time, with the bottom upside down. The three Xiaonan, Xiaoxi, and Xiaobei rushed over at this time, and together they pulled Qianhe out of the coffin lid, and then the four of them ran to the upside-down coffin at the same time, and lifted it up. The moment the coffin was lifted, the zombie leapt up, throwing Lao Gao and Xiaodong's body flying out of the coffin.
The zombie stretched out his hands and rushed towards Taoist Qianhe.
Seeing the zombie flying out, Qianhe jumped up high on the spot, kicked the zombie's chest with a pair of feet lifted up by him, and kicked the zombie backwards and flew out.
Corpse lock. Qianzuru, who fell to the ground, watched the zombie get up again, and immediately shouted at the remaining three people.
The three of Xiaonan stretched out their hands in unison to undo the locks wrapped around the corpse.
Following the command of Taoist Qianhe, the four of them locked the zombie in the formation again.
Xianhe drew out the mahogany sword on his back, and with a touch of the sword finger with his left hand, the whole body of the mahogany sword instantly glowed with golden light. Xianhe leaped forward, and the mahogany sword in his hand also stabbed at the zombie's chest and out from the back.
The zombie roared in pain, grabbed Xianhe, and pulled it forward.
The nails of its 10 fingers were also deeply inserted into Qianhe's arm, and then it opened its mouth and ran towards Qianhe's neck to bite. At the critical moment, Qianhe raised his right foot high, and directly pressed against the zombie's chin so that it could not get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to him again. During the struggle, the three of Xiaonan used the corpse lock to pull the zombie back into the formation again, and Qianhe was also freed from the zombie's sharp claws. Feeling the pain in his arm, Qianhe took out the glutinous rice that the Four Eyes gave him before and pressed it directly on the wound. With Qianhe's scream, he saw bursts of white blood bursting out of the 10 blood holes inserted by the zombies.
Cigarette. The zombie was controlled by the corpse lock and could no longer attack Qianhe.
He turned around and wrapped all the corpse lock around his body with his arms, and then swung it vigorously, and the three of Xiaonan were directly thrown away by him. It was a scream, struggling, but unable to get up again. Seeing that these people were injured by zombies, the four masters who followed Brother 71 also drew their weapons and stepped forward. The four of them worked together to knock down the zombie directly, but no matter how hard they chopped the zombie, they couldn't cause any damage to it. With a roar, the zombie instantly stretched out its claws to stab one person to death, then flew up, grabbed the other 2 men who were trying to escape one by one, dragged them to his mouth, and bit down on his throat.
Why so noisy?
Wu Guanshi heard the screams outside the tent, and opened the curtain of the tent, only to see the zombie behind the curtain. The zombie was wantonly sucking the blood of the 2 people in his hands. This scene made Wu Guanshi yell in fright, and ran back into the tent again. But the 7 or 8-year-old Brother 71 in the tent was not afraid of danger, and took out a short dagger from his body and held it in his hand.
"Uncle, I'm sorry."
71 elder brother roared at the zombie, then rushed over and stabbed it fiercely. The zombie grabbed Brother 71 in front of him and pierced his arm with his nails. Seeing the zombie's movement, Wu Guanshi immediately rushed to Brother 71 and snatched him back from the zombie's hands. Just as the zombie opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite it down, Taoist Qianhe rushed over in an instant, holding a handful of glutinous rice in his hand. He rushed up from behind the zombie, and he pressed the glutinous rice directly on the zombie's eyes. A burst of white smoke came out, and the glutinous rice instantly evaporated the corpse's breath from the zombie's eyes, and the corpse's eyes were directly crippled by Qianhe.
"Come on." Qianhe let out a loud cry and hugged the zombie with all his strength.
Guan Wu didn't hesitate when he saw that Qianhe sacrificed his life for himself and elder Brother 71 to have a chance of survival. Hugging Brother 71 in his arms, he ran out of the tent and fled in the direction of the Four Eyes thatched cottage. However, Qianhe, who stayed where he was, did not escape from the zombie's claws, and was grabbed by the zombie's back and bit his throat. Wu Guanshi, who was fleeing, heard Qianhe's screams behind him, stopped and looked back. I saw that zombie was holding Qianhe in his arms at this time, burying his head in Qianhe's neck and sucking vigorously. The frightened Wu Guanshi let out a miserable howl, turned around and continued to escape. "Help! Help!" Wu Guanshi held Brother 71 and screamed for help all the way. When he was in a panic, he didn't get lost. Instead, he took a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route / phoneme closer to the thatched cottage. "Help! Help!" Wu Guanshi stumbled and fell in front of Master Isho. The blood on his arm stained his clothes red. When Isho and Qingqing heard the screams outside the door, they immediately got up and opened the door to check. I saw Guanshi Wu holding the 71 elder brother who had already passed out in his arms and fell in front of his house. Seeing this scene, Isho understood in his heart. "Chizuru, something happened." P.S. This chapter is the original plot, and it is an over-the-top chapter. It was revealed in advance that Xiao Ruoyu and Simu said in the previous chapter that they learned a new skill. You can guess what it is, hee hee. Asterisk new, chapter 82. What happened? Simu ran out of the room with Xiaolu and Xiao Ruoyu. I saw Guanshi Wu hugging Brother 71 and sitting in Isho's yard, while Isho and Qingqing were squatting in front of Guanshi Wu to check on Brother 71's injuries. Yes, there are zombies. Wu Guanshi yelled loudly, and when he turned his head to see Xiao Ruoyu, he plunged into Xiao Ruoyu's arms.
Brother, it's great to see you again.
Wu Guanchu's pear blossoms are raining, and his eyes are full of affection.
Jiala. Go get the tools.
When the Four Eyes saw the injury on Brother 71, his expression changed drastically. Jialu agreed, then turned and ran towards the thatched cottage.
Simu followed Ishio to pick up elder Brother 71 and hurried into the house. Xingqing, go get the snake medicine.
Ishio put Brother 71 on the ground and tore off the sleeves that were already stained red with blood, only to see several blood holes with black blood appearing on Brother 71's arm.
Don't you want glutinous rice? Xingqing looked puzzled.
The glutinous rice is no longer effective, and the corpse poison has spread all over the body. It is necessary to use snake medicine to draw the corpse poison to the wound, and find a way to suck it out. Ishio looked at the drowsy Brother 71 with a complicated face, and explained to Xingqing. Xingqing nodded in agreement, and turned to get the snake medicine.
What is the problem?
Looking at Xiao Ruoyu's midterm AI with 4 eyes, Wu Guanchu asked sharply.
Whoa, where? It was so scary. It was pouring rain, lightning and thunder. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled.
After Wu Guanchu sniffled and said something to his 4 eyes, he plunged into Xiao Ruoyu's arms again and began to cry.
Long story short. Anger welled up in his 4 eyes. Watching this bitch's whining ugly matter, he didn't get angry at all. It's just that they are all dead. Woo.
Wu Guanchu buried his head in Xiao Ruoyu's arms, continued to cry after saying something in a muffled voice, and at the same time kept groping on Xiao Ruoyu's body with his hands.
You're touching me, I hate you.
Xiao Ruoyu felt Wu Guanchu's hands constantly wandering around his body, and suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, and said something viciously to Wu Guanchu in his arms.
Then what about my senior brother?
All eyes and ears were dead, and his eyes widened all of a sudden. When I left, Wu, the zombie was kissing him, Wu. When Wu Guanchu heard Simu asking himself, he told Simu what he saw, and at this moment, Simu immediately blew his hair.
Where?
Simu's tone was calm, and he asked again to Wu Guanchu with a blank face, but no one noticed that Simu had turned his hand white at this time. In the high woods, Wu Guanchu raised his head and looked around cautiously.
Go! Simu knew the exact location, turned his head and called Jialo, and rushed out of the room. Jialo turned his head and left with Simu. Then got up and chased out. Winky face, where are you going? Don't you want me?
Wu Guanchu was lying on the ground, questioning Xiao Ruoyu loudly. But there was no reply from Xiao Ruoyu for a long time. Wu Guanchu was crying helplessly, his eyes were dull, he stretched out his hand to hold the handkerchief, stared at the door of the house for a long time, weeping silently, and wiped it gently. Jialu, you stay here. The child has been poisoned by the corpse and may turn into a dead body at any time. Your junior brother is just getting started and doesn't understand these things. You should stay and be safe. Xiao Ruoyu, who had just chased out of the room, quickened his pace and ran towards Simu and Jiala after hearing Simu's words. Master, I will go with you. Xiao Ruoyu looked at Simu and handed his mahogany sword to Jiala, and immediately opened his mouth and said to Simu. Okay, let's go. After nodding his head heavily with 4 eyes, he turned and ran in the direction of the big forest. At this time, Ishio also followed closely behind, heading towards the direction of the big forest. Hey! Master, let me take a step first, ahahaha. Xiao Ruoyu saw that the two of them were in a hurry, so he immediately exerted force on his feet, and rushed far away with a whoosh sound, directly surpassing Simu and Ishio, leaving them far behind. I saw Xiao Ruoyu galloping along the forest all the way. Just after Xiao Ruoyu arrived at the scene, he saw a mess on the field. The dead people on the ground and the wreckage and weapons scattered everywhere, the tents were broken, and the golden coffin was turned upside down, all of which proved that this place had just experienced a great war. What, master? No. Sudden. 2 screams came. Xiao Ruoyu rushed to follow the sound, only to see Qianhe stabbing Xiaoxi and Xiao Bei to death with a mahogany sword. Uncle Master? Xiao Ruoyu called out tentatively. Hearing the sound, Qianhe looked up, only to see that Qianhe's face was pale at the moment, and black blood was still oozing from the 2 deep blood holes in his throat.
Ruoyu, let's go.
Xianhao was obviously taken aback when he saw Xiao Ruoyu, but his face changed drastically in an instant, and he was about to get up again with a loud shout.
However, due to his serious injuries, he was unable to stand up at this moment, and could only fall to the ground again and look up at Xiao Ruoyu.
Roar! There was a sudden roar from behind Xiao Ruoyu. Turning his head to look, he saw a blue-faced fangs, and a horrible-looking zombie appeared not far away, staring at him. Hey! It's very exciting. This thing is much more energetic than Master's client. Xiao Ruoyu stared at the zombie with bright eyes, and for a while, he and the zombie started to make eye contact.
Ruoyu, run away. You can't fight it, go back and cough, go back and call your master.
At this time, Xianhao also saw the arrival of the zombie, struggling to get up. The mahogany sword in his hand was pinned to the ground by him, struggling to block in front of Xiao Ruoyu.
Uncle, look at me, Master taught me the magic trick, I haven't used it yet, hee hee.
Xiao Ruoyu pressed Qianha's shoulder and forced it back to the ground, with a bewildered smile on the corner of his mouth, staring closely at the opposite zombie, as if he was afraid that it would run away. I saw that the right foot kept stepping on the ground, muttering words in his mouth. His hands were put on his chest, the right hand was imprinted with sword fingers, and the left hand was lifted. Let the patriarch come to listen to the clarification today, to slay demons and eliminate demons to show your prestige, and to obey the laws and orders up to heaven. After Xiao Ruoyu thought of this, he suddenly stopped the spell in his mouth, and stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Why don't you try a new trick with this spirit guy?
Xiao Ruoyu squinted at the zombie who was still standing still, and suddenly had a new idea in his mind. With a decision in his heart, Xiao Ruoyu stepped on the ground with his right foot again, muttering something in his mouth, put his hands on his chest, made a sword finger imprint with his right hand, and raised his left hand. A series of formulas that were completely different from before suddenly appeared in Xiao Ruoyu's mouth, and the tone was so strange that the atmosphere in the whole camp seemed to drop a little in an instant. But Qian He, who saw Xiao Ruoyu's actions, was inexplicably terrified at this time, and was almost paralyzed by Xiao Ruoyu's actions on the spot. Northeast Ma family. When Qian saw Xiao Ruoyu's movements and formulas, his eyes widened instantly, and he blurted out in surprise.
No! It's not a pure Ma family method.
What the hell is this kid playing? Using Ma Shan's spiritual power operation method to perform the Ma family shaman magic.
Your brain is flooded. This special, how can I invite something?
Suddenly, Qian has seemed to feel something, and was terrified and inexplicable again, and blamed the backwardness of the times. Otherwise Qianhao would have yelled at Xiao Ruoyu, "Are you fucking stuck with me here?" The sun was setting and the western mountains were dark. The gates of the city were closed and the bolts were locked. From 10 houses to 8 houses were locked. Only one door was not closed. The door was not closed.
I danced happily. I just put on my hat and shoes.
I took 2 steps, 2 steps.
3, the third ring and the 9th turn to the front, the sky above your head, your feet on the ground in the ring, beat the gongs and drums to invite the gods. Hey, hey, hey. I saw Xiao Ruoyu shaking his head, trembling all over, and he sang an extremely strange tune. In an instant, sand and rocks flew away, and the dark clouds in the sky were blown away by the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, revealing the bright moonlight. The zombie on the opposite side has moved at this moment. I saw that the zombie's eyes were injured by Qianhao with glutinous rice before.
It turned out that he had been looking for Xiao Ruoyu's direction with his nose all along, and he had just been sniffing in place just now. At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu's momentum rose greatly, and a pair of eyes also changed visibly with the naked eye. The original pair of black pupils now turned into a pair of vertical pupils, and his face became a little cold and strange.
Suddenly,
I saw an extremely gloomy and cold aura coming together, slowly condensing behind Xiao Ruoyu. A pair of huge vertical pupils suddenly opened. Afterwards, a body condensed with enormous energy slowly appeared in the void behind Xiao Ruoyu. It was a gigantic snake, and a sea-like terrifying coercion slowly emanated from its body. Finally, after the figure was condensed into shape, it rushed into Xiao Ruoyu's back in front of him with a swish. But Xiao Ruoyu was shaking all over at this time, his head was drooping, and his whole body was limply paralyzed as if he had no bones.
Hey, this physical body is not bad, huh? A zombie?
Hey, it just so happens that your grandpa hasn't moved for a long time, so today I will follow this little golden boy's idea and tear you up. Ha 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 ha. I saw that Xiao Ruoyu's face suddenly changed drastically. His mouth was grinning wide, the corners of his mouth had reached below the earlobe, showing sharp teeth, his tongue kept hissing in his mouth, his eyes were extremely cold, and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Roar! The zombie just jumped in front of Xiao Ruoyu at this moment, raised its claws and grabbed it. Xiao Ruoyu's figure suddenly became short, and he lay on the ground directly, swimming quickly like a swimming snake, swishing a few times to the side of the zombie. Afterwards, Xiao Ruoyu was seen as if he had no bones, his body twisted horribly, circling around the zombie, directly entangled and tightened it, and instantly controlled the zombie's figure. Hiss, you still have the strength. If it weren't for this good body, it really wouldn't be able to suppress you. Hiss. Xiao Ruoyu wrapped his lower body around the zombie, his upper body was floating in the air, and said with his eyes fixed on the roaring and struggling zombie, squeaky. As Xiao Ruoyu gradually increased his strength, the zombie's body actually made a sound of being overwhelmed, and the instigator of all this, Xiao Ruoyu, had a more playful look in his eyes at this time, and a hint of evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ho 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 ho! Feeling the threat, the zombie struggled more violently, but still couldn't break free from the entanglement of Xiao Ruoyu, and he felt that the entanglement was getting stronger and more terrifying. There was a sound of rapid footsteps. I saw that Isho and Simu also rushed to the scene at this time. When the two of them saw this scene in the arena, they were instantly stunned, only to see Xiao Ruoyu lock the zombie tightly with his body like a rope, and at this moment the two were obviously struggling. This scene instantly made Simu and Isho doubt their lives. And Xiao Ruoyu and Xianha also heard the footsteps, and turned their heads to look at the same time. The four looked at each other, and the field was silent. Isho, damn it! This. Your apprentice. The hemp rope has become refined? Winky face. For eyes, I look like a waistband. Xianha, you two stop BB, come and save me. Xiao Ruoyu, where is Nima? Ruoyu. You. With Four Eyes cautiously opening his mouth, he asked Xiao Ruoyu, whose painting style was obviously wrong. Hiss he, do you know this kid? Xiao Ruoyu laughed strangely, and his voice was as unpleasant as a sharp object passing through an iron sheet. What are you? Simu also clearly felt something was wrong with Xiao Ruoyu at this time, his body twisted to such a strange degree, and the voice was not Xiao Ruoyu's voice, and Simu and Isho also felt the cold breath on Xiao Ruoyu at this time. Brother! Your apprentice uses Mao Shan's spiritual power operation method to perform the shaman invitation magic of the Ma family in the northeast. I don't know what you have invited. Xianha covered his chest at the side, and said with difficulty to his Four Eyes. Junior brother. How are you? Does it matter? After the Four Eyes heard Xianha's voice, their eyes turned, but when he saw the two blood holes on Xianha's neck, his body shook violently. Brother, I can't survive, I will trouble you to give me a ride later. Ahem, you apprentice, if you can pass today's test, don't let him use this trick in the future. Xianha said weakly to the Four Eyes, the eyes were full of determination. Okay, is so much nonsense? Although this little golden boy's physical body is good, but your Grandpa Chang doesn't bother to bully a junior, and your Mao Shan lineage is old with me. Today I also come to relax muscles and bones, wait until I get rid of this little Zongzi. I only heard Xiao Ruoyu suddenly interrupt the conversation of several people, and then exerted my body force, only heard a few crisp sounds of kaba gaba. The zombie's bones were directly strangled by Xiao Ruoyu, and its body was distorted beyond recognition. Roar! The zombie could only roar, but its body couldn't move a single bit. It just lay on the ground wrapped around Xiao Ruoyu. For a moment, the zombie let out a shrill howl, and several people seemed to vaguely hear fear and despair. Whoosh! Xiao Ruoyu slowly swam down from the immobile zombie, and then stood up and looked at the four people around. Grandpa is an immortal of the Chang family. He came here 500 years ago. Don't ask how long the years have been. One jiazi and one dream. Xiao Ruoyu showed a hint of a smile, although several people knew that the smile should be good-hearted, but for some reason they felt cold and abnormal. Grandpa, I'm leaving, and I'll tell this kid not to play around. I'm lucky this time. Grandpa, I happen to be near here. If you invite a passing lonely ghost or Huangchang python, that's all. If you invite some temper bad old guy, hiss, think about the consequences yourself, grandpa is gone. After Xiao Ruoyu finished speaking, his whole body trembled, and then he saw a puff of black air emerge from behind Xiao Ruoyu, slowly converging into a giant black snake thicker than a train and rushing straight into the sky. P.S. The third update ends today. The update will be very late tomorrow, and there will be no update after 0 o'clock in a while. I will go to work in the fields tomorrow, and I will go home to see the update at night. At least 2 chapters. Farewell, everyone enjoyed watching. A poem suddenly came to mind. For those of you who are working hard. When autumn comes on September, when my flowers bloom, 100 flowers will be killed. The incense soars through Chang'an, and the city is full of golden armor. Good night, everybody. Chapter 84. What? Suddenly Chizuru let out a scream. I saw Qianhe reached out and grabbed his neck, looking extremely painful. Senior brother. Four Eyes whispered, and immediately ran forward. Senior brother, I can't control my corpse's poison. I'm no longer human. Kill me quickly. Otherwise, I will cause harm to the world. Qianhe looked at the Four Eyes and said with difficulty. No, no. With pain in his 4 eyes, he really couldn't help but kill his junior brother. But Qianhe's state at this time is also clear in his heart. If Qianhe is not killed, then I am afraid that he will become a zombie sooner or later. Aha! I saw Qianhe suddenly rush towards the 4 eyes, and opened his mouth to bite it off. Simu hurriedly let go of the hands supporting Qianhe and retreated quickly to avoid Qianhe's attack, but Qianhe's purpose was not to attack Simu, but after forcing Simu back, he reached out to pick up the mahogany sword beside him directly pierced his heart. Master! Seeing this scene, Isho quickly bent down and looked at Qianhe with a worried look on his face. Poverty and incompetent, killed by zombies. Seeing the worry in Ikkyu's eyes, Qianhe spit out his voice in front of him, but you couldn't continue speaking in the middle of your sentence, and died directly. Hey, senior brother. Isho and Simu looked pained, staring blankly at Qianhe's body, with a look of regret. Amitba, the Taoist priest, has spent his whole life eliminating demons and defending the Tao. Now he sacrifices his life for righteousness. He is a role model for my generation. Isho stood up and recited the Buddha's name silently to Qianhe's body, and bowed to Qianhe's body to show respect. You watched him commit suicide and didn't stop him? What are you doing? Isho suddenly stood up and looked at the 4 eyes angrily and asked. Shut up. Junior brother, his corpse was poisonous. In order not to harm others or himself, he raised his sword to kill him. How can I stop him from such a heroic act? The 4 eyes are calm and the tone is flat, but a pair of eyes are already red. It's so good. Killing ghosts, monsters, zombies, and finally committing suicide, why bother? Isho put his hands together and mouthed the Buddha's name, and for a while, he also doubted and confused about the path he and Qianzuru had taken. Junior brother, you go all the way, and I will avenge you later for my brother. With hatred in his 4 eyes, he pulled out the wooden sword from Qianhe's body, turned around and walked towards the zombie who was still roaring but unable to move an inch. Hey! Why am I lying on the ground? Master? Master? At this moment, Xiao Ruoyu suddenly woke up. After looking at his situation and the surrounding environment, he looked confused. Ha? Ruoyu? Are you awake? How are you? Are you hurt? Seeing Xiao Ruoyu wake up with 4 eyes full of anger, he also temporarily let go of the idea of killing zombies, and went to Xiao Ruoyu nervously to check whether he was injured by zombies. I'm fine. I just feel pain all over my body, master. Have you seen my new move? Is it amazing? When Xiao Ruoyu heard Simu asking that his master was injured, he lowered his head to check. Except for the soreness all over his body, there were no obvious scars. Then he suddenly remembered that he didn't know anything after using a new trick, so he raised his head and asked his 4 eyes how his new trick was. ***, you bastard. It's okay if you don't say it, what kind of tricks are you doing? Also,
Who did you learn the skills of the Ma family?
Use Ma Shan's spiritual power operation method to invite the gods of the Ma family.
You are so majestic. Ah. Ah.
Hearing Xiao Ruoyu's question about his new tricks with 4 eyes, he immediately slapped Xiao Ruoyu on the back of the head with a big neck, and opened his mouth to curse.
Omega, what Ma's family from Ma Shan?
I call this trick that heifers don't give birth.
Ha ha ha, master, do you want to learn?
Xiao Ruoyu looked disapproving, and suddenly put on a unique pose to show off to his 4 eyes.
Amatba, Ruoyu, this heifer does not give birth. Is there any illusion?
Before the 4 eyes continued to get angry, Isho walked over curiously and asked Xiao Ruoyu.
Oh, of course there is.
If a heifer doesn't calve, of course it's because the buffalo is broken.
Ha 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 ha, you want to learn too? Shall I teach you?
Xiao Ruoyu looked arrogant. He felt that his new trick must be too good. Simu wanted to learn so much from him. Isho, sins, poor monks actually think of that filthy thing, Amatba.
Simu, I think you are a tigress falling on a tree. I'm so sick of it.
Hey, forget it, let's put your uncle in the ground first. As for the zombie, let's burn it together with these corpses later. Looking at Xiao Ruoyu speechlessly, he finally shook his head helplessly and sighed.
Ha? Is the uncle hiccuping?
Xiao Ruoyu asked with a suspicious look on his 4 eyes.
Yes.
His 4 eyes were weak. He wanted to be angry but couldn't, so he responded feebly.
Sin. That thing. The picture in my mind is so vivid. I can't think, Amatba, what is it about a tigress falling on a tree? Ah. No, Amatba.
Isho on the side was still confessing with his eyes closed, muttering something.
Master? What's the matter with you?
Xiao Ruoyu turned to look at Isho and asked. Leave him alone, this old bald donkey almost let you ruin your work with 1 word.
It seems that this is a good move. Go to the town tomorrow to buy 3 caddies of beef and come back, and take him home.
The 4 eyes looked thoughtful, and the eyes unconsciously aimed at Isho, who was still muttering to himself, and his expression was also thoughtful.
Master, can we save some?
I want to try it too. Okay, Master will leave half a caddy for you. Then Simu got up and returned to Chinha's side, helped him to the side of the zombie, and collected the corpses of the nearby dead people and piled them together. 4 eyes suddenly pulled out a piece of talisman paper from the sleeve robe, and after silently chanting a few words, the talisman paper ignited raging flames with a poof. After the 4 eyes threw the talisman paper at the corpses of Chinha and the others, the flame shot up high in an instant, and rose in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme, engulfing the corpses of several people in an instant. Several people stared at the fire in a daze, but no one said anything. With the sound of cracking flames, in this night, only the tragic howls from the undead zombies accompanied by the noise of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win/phoneme spread far and wide.
P.S. There is one more update. Chapter 85 Thatched Cottage. Qingqing was taking care of the comatose 71 elder brother, while Wu Guancher looked at the comatose 71 elder brother with worry and resentment on his face. Ah hiss. Ah.
Wu Guancher suddenly trembled, hugged his shoulders and hummed.
Ha? What's wrong with you?
Jiala looked at Guan Wu with a confused face and asked.
It's okay, I'll take a rest.
Steward Wu stood up and walked to the side, and sat down by the wall alone. At this moment, he only felt weak, his shoulders were itchy unbearably, and his fingers were also itchy. He always wanted to grab something to vent.
Ah! Don't come here.
Brother 71, who was in a coma, suddenly yelled out, kicking his legs against the quilt continuously. Such a young child experienced such a horrible thing. Obviously he was overly frightened, and these reactions are considered normal. Qingqing walked up to him, carefully covered him with the quilt, then leaned down and kissed Brother 71 lightly on the forehead.
Wow, so good for him.
I want to be sick too. As for Jiala, who was watching this scene, his eyes straightened for an instant, and he unconsciously said what was in his heart.
Have it.
Jiala suddenly saw the basin where Brother 71 had just wiped his body, and the hot water in it was just helped by him. Jiala stood up and walked to the basin, took advantage of Qingqing's inattention, quickly scooped up a handful of hot water and wiped it on her head, and then showed a sluggish look.
Ouch. I can't do it. My head is so dizzy. I seem to have a fever.
Jialu groaned and groaned. Qingqing glanced at her small eyes inadvertently, and then quickly narrowed her eyes, making a look of extreme discomfort.
What's wrong with you? Why do you have a fever for no reason?
After hearing Jiala's voice, Qingqing turned around and saw Jiala slumped on the bed, looking extremely uncomfortable, immediately went to Jiala's side worriedly and stretched out her hand to touch Jiala's forehead.
No, it's not hot.
After touching Jiala's forehead, Qingqing found that it didn't feel hot at all, and then said to Jiala suspiciously,
Ah! My hands are so hot.
Seeing Qingqing's suspicious expression, Jiala rolled his eyes, then stretched out his hand and said to Qingqing. No, Qingqing stretched out her hand to hold Jiala's hand, but she also didn't feel any obvious fever.
Ah!
My chest hurts. Jiala pushed forward, and after eating tofu twice, Jiala pulled back her clothes to reveal her broad chest.
Where is it? Qingqing looked down at Jiala's chest and asked.
Here, and here. Jiala stretched out her finger and pointed to her left chest, then pointed to her right chest, then her neck and stomach. Qingqing reached out her cold little hand to touch one place after another, while Jiala showed a look of enjoyment, narrowed her eyes and smiled at the corners of her mouth, revealing the word obscene to the fullest.
You press it, it seems to be better.
Jiala said to Qingqing with an intoxicated face.
You press it yourself first, and I'll get you the medicine.
Qingqing believed it was true, and after talking to Jiala, she turned around to get the medicine. Seeing that there was no tofu to eat, Jialu immediately took it into consideration, put her hands on her chest, leaned back, and lay down directly on the bed.
Oh, I can't breathe anymore.
Jia Li's expression of extreme pain instantly frightened Qingqing enough.
What happened to you?
Qingqing ran back at a loss. Seeing Jiala's appearance, her face turned pale with fright.
Jiala
stretched out her finger and pointed to her mouth, signaling Qingqing to give her artificial respiration, but she kept panting heavily, indicating that her breathing was no longer smooth. Qingqing looked confused, and then stretched out her fist and slammed it down. Every punch hit Jiala's chest.
Qingqing, you can't be busy.
Sad face. Jialu, fuck me, I was fine and I got hit by you. Seeing that these punches had no effect, Qingqing simply gritted her teeth and tore off a piece from the bedsheet and spread it on Jiala's face.
She lowered her head and kissed it, giving Jiala artificial respiration.
He, but it's not interesting to be separated by a piece of cloth. Jiala pursed her lips and closed her eyes with a look of intoxication, but suddenly felt that the cloth on her face was in the way, so she tore off the cloth and continued to pretend to be hypoxic and pointed to her mouth. Qingqing's face was tangled, and she refused to kiss for a long time. After seeing this scene, Jialu immediately understood. Jiale, she must be shy with my eyes open. I'm coming. Oops.
I can't see, I'm blind. I can't breathe.
Thinking of this, Jiala closed his eyes and let out a loud cry.
For an instant,
Jiala only felt a soft little mouth kissing her own mouth to help her start artificial respiration. Jia Li's face was intoxicated, and she unconsciously showed a fascinated look.
1 bite. 2 bites. 3 mouthfuls.
Those who do artificial respiration work harder, and those who are kissed work harder. Jiala sticks out her tongue intoxicated, only to feel that someone has sucked it into her mouth immediately.
This made Jiala tremble all over. How is it? Are you feeling better? Qingqing's voice came. It's better. No, I can't breathe again. I want more. Jiala reacted instantly and continued to pretend that she couldn't breathe. The words just fell. I just felt that little mouth kissing again. Jialu fell into a fascination again. Jiala had a whim. I want to see what Qingqing looks like when she kisses herself, whether her eyes are closed or open, and what is her expression like. Thought here. Carol opened her eyes. I saw Qingqing standing by the bed and looking at herself anxiously. It turns out that Qingqing's anxious look is so beautiful. Look at me? Then who is that on my face?
Thinking of this, Jialo instantly looked at the face in front of him, giving him artificial respiration. Guanwu closed his eyes and kissed Jia Li's face, intoxicated, sticking out his tongue when he lost his feelings.
Jia Li's eyes widened instantly. The brain is blank. Tears flowed down unsatisfactorily. What are you doing? What are you doing? Ah!
Jiala collapsed in an instant, and pushed the intoxicated Wu Guanshi away.
I'll give you artificial respiration.
Wu Guanshi shook the small handkerchief in his hand and said to Jiala.
Winky face, don't tell me, it was you all the time just now.
Jiala collapsed, but there was still a tinge of hope that it was Qingqing who was helping her with artificial respiration, not Wu Guan.
It's always been a family. Wu Guan is not very happy. I saved you, but you are still doubting me, although you are also very handsome, but you are still not as good as my little brother Ruoyu, P.S. The second update is over. Date, I will never forget you, humph. Jiala, you lied to me.
At this time, Qingqing also saw that Jiala was deliberately taking advantage of her, so she snorted softly and turned her head aside to ignore Jiala.
He is really sick, but he's better now.
Jia Li's face was full of guilt. She didn't dare to meet Qingqing's eyes, and her words were also lacking confidence. But the two who were only concerned about fighting spirit did not pay attention to the strangeness of Wu Guanshi at the side.
At this time, Wu Guan's affairs were obviously different from those just now.
I saw Guanshi Wu trembling, hugging his shoulders as if his whole body was cold, rubbing his teeth like itching, his fingers unconsciously trying to grab something.
Roar!
Hearing Wu Guanshi howl, he grabbed Qingqing's ass with both hands.
Oh!
This time, Shircheng grabbed Qingqing's fleshy buttocks directly in his hands, and the painful Qingqing jumped up on the spot with a scream, and jumped into Jiala's arms. At this time, Qingqing's legs were wrapped around Jiala's waist, her arms were around Jiala's neck, and her body was also tightly pressed against Jiala's chest.
Roar!
Wu Guanshi missed one blow, and stretched out his hand again to grab Qingqing, whose back was turned to him.
Kick him!
Seeing that something was wrong, Jiala immediately threw Qingqing out of her arms and made her turn around in the air. After hearing Jiala's shout, Qingqing stretched out her legs subconsciously and kicked out. Her 2 feet hit the door of Wu Guanshi, who was rushing forward, and kicked Wu Guanshi away. Jiala stretched out his hand to catch Qingqing, who was in the air, but because Qingqing was falling in the air, Jiala made a hasty move again, and this time, he actually held both hands on Qingqing's chest. Rogue! Feeling the attack on her chest, Qingqing's whole body tensed up, and she quickly lowered her head to check, only to see that Jiala's hands were improperly held on her pigeon. Qingqing's mind went blank, and she froze there, but suddenly the 2 hands on her chest were firmly shaken.
What? It's quite comfortable to touch.
Jialu rubbed her hands together while talking to herself with a confused face. Feeling the strength of her chest, Qingqing blushed immediately, and gave Jialu a big mouthful with her backhand.
Sad face, ohovu xiaolong bao.
Jialu was slapped around several times by Qingqing's slap with all her strength, but the pain did not make Jialu forget the touch of her hand just now, and she chanted unconsciously. But they didn't notice that just when Qingqing turned around and slapped Jialu, Guanshi Wu got up quickly and rushed back behind Qingqing again.
The Wu Guanshi who came back this time did not reach out to attack Qingqing, but directly opened his mouth and ran towards Qingqing's ass. Oops. Qingqing's buttocks hurt, and she jumped into Jiala's arms again, her legs still coiled around Jiala's waist. And Jiala also has a long memory.
Seeing Qingqing rushing again, she put her hands on Qingqing's buttocks, hugged Qingqing, and immediately turned around and ran away, completely ignoring the mad Wu Guanshi behind her. Seeing Jiala running away with Qingqing in his arms, Wu Guanshi immediately chased after her. I saw Wu Guanshi kicking his feet hard, and the whole person soared into the air and rushed directly to Jiala's back. The nails of his hands also became long at some point, and he was about to catch Jiala's back. Jialu heard the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme behind him, and immediately rushed forward to avoid the blow from behind. Just at this juncture, a long spear exuding a purple-gold halo pierced the air, directly piercing the belly of the black pipe that was still in the air and flying out. But the spear was powerful and heavy, and the Wu Guanshi who flew out not only did not land, but was carried away by the force of the spear for a certain distance, and finally was nailed to the wall with a duh.
Jia Lu. Are you okay?
Ching.
Are you okay?
Ha! Simu and Ishio haven't entered the room yet, but the words in their mouths have already spread into the room.
But when the two hurried into the room,
what they saw stunned the nervous two for an instant. Ishio couldn't even stand the blow, he was staggering back and forth, he didn't even pay attention to his feet, he tripped and sat down on the ground. The four eyes are not much better, the whole person's eyes are wide open, his mouth is open enough to stuff an egg in, and he is also staring at the scene in front of him. Ishio,
You have sinned, Umadba.
Simu, bald family, I will set up an altar later, let's pick a date, shall we?
Xiao Ruoyu, hey!
Brother!
You are too much.
I saw the field. Qingqing was lying on the ground, Jala was lying on Qingqing's body, and Qingqing's legs were still wrapped around Jala's waist. For a moment, the picture was incomparably beautiful.
It's no wonder that Simu Ishio and Xiao Ruoyu reacted so strongly.
Suddenly, winky face. Little brother Wu Guanshi, who was hung on the wall, raised his hand with difficulty and shouted at Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu turned to look at Guanshi Wu, who was hanging on the wall.
Brother! It's great to see you for the last time.
Wu Guanshi smiled, raised his head with difficulty and said to Xiao Ruoyu. Ruoyu, your shot is a bit too heavy. After seeing the miserable Wu Guanshi, he turned his head and said to Xiao Ruoyu.
What's the matter with my apprentice?
If it weren't for my apprentice's quick attack, now your apprentice and my other apprentice have become dead ghosts in his hands.
How can you still see your apprentice? When the time comes, you personally sent your apprentice away, and you still blame my apprentice now? Do you believe that I will let my apprentice finish playing with your apprentice and not marry your apprentice?
Looking at Ishio with four eyes, he was angry at his apprentice, and immediately uttered anger. The previous scene between Jala and Qingqing reappeared in Ishio's mind, and he turned his head angrily to look at Qingqing, who was standing beside her with her head bowed and silent, without saying a word. Also, he doesn't know how comfortable he is now. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. The four eyes were in Jala's pleading eyes, and after giving Jala a blank look, he gave Ishio a step up.
How do you feel now?
After Ishio heard Simu's words, he turned his head and asked Wu Guanshi.
I am so comfortable. Brother, I will never forget you too.
Wu Guanshi swallowed, said something to Ishio in a low voice, then looked at Jala and Xiao Ruoyu again and said.
Sad face, Simu, what did you do when Master Jala was not here? Eat it all?
Sad face, Jalu, I beg you to be a human being, just remember my junior brother.
Xiao Ruoyu, Overlord Spear. Kill demon.
Following Xiao Ruoyu's shout of breaking the demon. There was a puff of black smoke coming out of Wu Guanshi's body, and he began to shake crazily in an instant, and then gradually became lifeless.
P.S. First update today. Chapter 87. Okay, the matter has come to an end.
I am going to set off tomorrow to send the big brothers back to their respective homes.
Which of you two will go with me?
Looking at Guanshi Wu, who had turned into ashes in front of him, he suddenly asked Xiao Ruoyu and Jialu.
Master.
I want to stay at home and take care of the house. After Jala glanced at Qingqing beside him, he faltered and couldn't say a complete sentence to his four eyes.
Forget it, Ruoyu and I go, you and I are too embarrassed to talk about you. Do you want to stay and watch the house?
Forget it, stay at home and Master will try to come back and arrange the marriage for you. Looking at Jala's reaction with four eyes, he sighed helplessly, shook his head, stretched out his hand and nodded to Jala's head.
Ruoyu, you will go with me tomorrow.
It just so happened that your second uncle wrote a letter saying that he has recently returned to Rinjia town. This time we are passing by, just to see him, and your two senior brothers, Wenkai and Xiaoxing, will arrive. It's time for you all to get to know each other. Don't make it so bad that in the end all the brothers and sisters of your generation don't know each other. After turning around with four eyes and saying something to Xiao Ruoyu, he walked out of the room and turned back to the thatched hut. After Jala also looked at Qingqing reluctantly, he dragged Xiao Ruoyu away from Ishio's yard. Pack your bags. Simu packed some necessary things into the bag, asked Jala to take some dry food and water bags, and lit a stick of incense for the brothers in the morgue, and the three of them fell asleep early. Oh oh oh. A loud rooster crow woke up Simu and Xiao Ruoyu. The sky was still dark. Simu got up and went to the shrine to offer incense to the ancestors, then dragged Xiao Ruoyu on the road. Start early and try to reach the inn before dawn, otherwise it will be difficult. After looking up at the sky with 4 eyes, he said to Xiao Ruoyu, then quickened his pace and set off with a group of customers behind him. Master, why hurry up and get to the inn before dawn? Also, the main road is so easy to walk, why should we take the small road? This way they took a remote path that was inaccessible. Xiao Ruoyu was very confused about this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut / phoneme, couldn't bear curiosity, opened his mouth and asked with 4 eyes. Because our profession is most taboo to be met by a living person, and it is also to not scare ordinary people, so we have to take some routes that are less traveled. As for why we have to go to the inn before dawn? Hearing Xiao Ruoyu's question, Simu patiently explained to Xiao Ruoyu. There may be some previous reasons, such as fear of meeting strangers, and the fact that this kind of inn is specially set up for us corpse hunters, and the people who rest there are usually our colleagues, so we also call this kind of inn called corpse chasers. Inn. Simu explained to Xiao Ruoyu as he walked forward, and at the same time he did not forget to shake the guiding bell in his hand. The two of them raced like lightning all the way. As dawn approached, I finally arrived at the door of a dilapidated wooden building that looked eerie. Weeds were overgrown outside the wooden building, and there were not many people in the wooden building, only 1 or 2 sporadic figures sitting at the table. Master, is this the corpse inn? Xiao Ruoyu looked at the dilapidated wooden building curiously and asked with 4 eyes. Yes, let's go in. Remember not to talk too much. Most of the corpse hunters are withdrawn and eccentric. Our lineage is not an orthodox corpse hunter. It's just a branch of Maoshan. Try to avoid contact with them. After exhorting Xiao Ruoyu with serious eyes, he turned and walked into the courtyard of the inn. Ruoyu, you have to remember that this kind of inn does not have a shopkeeper or a buddy, and the original intention of the establishment is actually just for us to rest our feet, so everything depends on ourselves. Let's settle the big brothers first, and then go in to rest. We are setting off after dark. Simu led Xiao Ruoyu to the backyard of Muku, and after placing a row of zombies behind him against the wall, he instructed Xiao Ruoyu. Oh, I know, master. Xiao Ruoyu nodded in agreement, looking around curiously. I saw that there were already 2 rows of zombies in the backyard of the wooden building before they came. At this time, they were all leaning against the wall neatly, and the yellow talisman paper on their foreheads was particularly dazzling. Let's go in and rest for a while, have something to eat, and we have to go on the road at night. After Simu settled his client, he turned around and said something to Xiao Ruoyu, and walked in through the small door at the back of the wooden building. Suddenly, Simu, Leisure Pavilion is half hanging and accepting private work again? Before Xiao Ruoyu had time to enter the wooden building, he heard a strange sound coming from inside. Feeling the unfriendliness in these words, Xiao Ruoyu immediately walked into the wooden building. Yeah. Who are these 4? Let me take a look. This is not one of the 4 eyes? I saw that Simu was being held by a fat man's shoulders at this time, and the fat man was holding Simu expressionlessly. His tone of voice was still yin and yang, and his face was still expressionless. Beast! Let go of that beast! Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruoyu immediately became angry, and shouted loudly at the fat man. Winky face. Simu, what did he just say? Fatty, what is this thing? The 4 eyes heard Xiao Ruoyu's loud shout, and turned to look with question marks on their faces. I saw that Xiao Ruoyu had reached out to pick up a wooden stool and was running towards himself and the fat man. Stop! Seeing this scene, the 4 eyes turned pale with shock. He knows Xiao Ruoyu's strength, and he is not afraid of Xiao Ruoyu's disadvantage. But he knows Xiao Ruoyu's mind better. He is afraid that Xiao Ruoyu will hit the wrong person. Ruoyu, this is Master's friend. 4 eyes yelled at Xiao Ruoyu, and stopped Xiao Ruoyu. Then why does he speak in a strange way? Xiao Ruoyu still held the stool and did not let go, looking at his posture, ready to aim at the fat man's forehead at any time. The 4 eyes glanced at the fat man in embarrassment, and he hesitated to speak.
No 4, shrink back.
The fat man was still eccentric and expressionless, but Xiao Ruoyu also saw something was wrong.
Well, this is Master's friend, named Wang Hu.
When I was a child, that cook stuck out his tongue to lick the iron door in winter, and his mouth and tongue were stained. When Master found him, it was 2 days later. People's mouth and tongue are still stuck to the iron door.
Since that time, he has become like this.
The Four Eyes glanced at the fat man in embarrassment, and then explained to Xiao Ruoyu.
Brother Hu. I heard that licking the iron gate in winter is sweet, is it true?
Xiao Ruoyu didn't pay attention to the key point of Simu's theory at all, but asked Wang Hu with a face full of curiosity, and the saliva at the corner of his mouth unconsciously dripped down. P.S. Tomorrow is 520. I wish everyone safety first in advance. Also, there are many cameras in the small hotel. King Pesticide is said to be able to check the cameras, free for a limited time. Friends in need can try.
Cut it for medicine?
Under Simu's explanation, Xiao Ruoyu quickly realized that he had misunderstood.
That. He. Brother Hu, you look really awesome.
Putting down the wooden stool in his hand, Xiao Ruoyu looked at Wang Hu with some embarrassment.
Interesting.
Ha. After Wang Hu heard Xiao Ruoyu's words, his expression changed rarely.
Okay, hurry up and rest. You have to continue your journey at night. I said, Tiger, I haven't seen you for a long time. What are you up to?
Seeing that the misunderstanding between the two had been resolved, Simu suddenly made a mistake, and pulled Wang Hu to sit at a table beside him and chatted about homework. Xiao Ruoyu was bored all by himself, so he simply walked around the wooden building.
Following Xiao Ruoyu's visits and running around, an accident happened when he finally wandered to an abandoned two-story building in the backyard of the inn.
Xiao Ruoyu only felt a sudden sense of crisis coming from behind. Puff! There was only a sound of breaking phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Xiao Ruoyu rushed forward instinctively, narrowly dodging the sudden attack.
Look back.
I saw a flash of white light, and there was a sword mark at the position where he stood before. Xiao Ruoyu looked intently. I saw a white-clothed man holding a long sword standing not far from the sword mark. The long sword in his hand was held in his hand and pointed at the ground obliquely. This person is young, dressed in a white robe, dressed as a Taoist priest. The face is also clean and outstanding, but the pair of eyes give people a very uncomfortable feeling, cold and without emotional fluctuations.
Who are you?
Xiao Ruoyu asked the man in front of him in a cold tone.
The one who killed you.
The man said to him in a colder tone than Xiao Ruoyu.
Who the hell are you? Why did you sneak up on me?
Seeing the other party's bad tone, Xiao Ruoyu was also angry.
Too much nonsense, I said, I am the one who killed you.
The man still repeated the previous words, as if Xiao Ruoyu was already a dead person in his eyes. In his eyes, a dead person is not worthy of knowing his name.
Say it.
The young man raised his long sword and stabbed again. Xiao Ruoyu dodged, and then called out the Overlord spear to attack the young man.
The two of you come and go for a while, and there are winners and losers in the fight. In terms of strength, Xiao Ruoyu crushed the opponent without any suspense.
But the young man's swordsmanship was extremely light and nimble. He didn't touch Xiao Ruoyu head-on at all. He just withdrew immediately after the slightest contact, without giving Xiao Ruoyu a chance to exert his strength at all.
I gave you face, didn't I?
Xiao Ruoyu shouted angrily, and threw the spear out of his hand. The spear turned into a purple-gold two-color shooting star, and stabbed straight at the young man through the air, and then Xiao Ruoyu's whole body burst into flames and rushed towards the young man on the opposite side. The young man stretched out his hand and raised the long sword, and blocked it from the bottom up. The whole person also cast an iron bridge in an instant, leaning his body back quickly, almost hitting the back of his head on the ground. Although his strength is not as strong as Xiao Ruoyu's, this move of upward blocking removes all the power carried by Xiao Ruoyu's thrown spear. But he didn't notice that Xiao Ruoyu, who followed the spear, was actually the scariest. I saw Xiao Ruoyu's body rising and falling a few times, and he was already in front of the white-clothed man. Before the opponent had time to react, Xiao Ruoyu punched out. The young man raised his long sword again and shot to block. But Xiao Ruoyu's strength was beyond his expectation.
With a punch. Boom!
The man and the sword flew out together, blasting a human-shaped crack in the wall of the wooden building. After a puff of smoke.
Ahem, you are very strong.
The young man stood up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth while supporting his chest that had been collapsed by Xiao Ruoyu's punch. It doesn't feel right. Xiao Ruoyu looked down at his fist. After hitting the young man's chest just now, he obviously felt a different touch. Then he looked up. I saw that the young man's chest had been severely collapsed due to the previous bombardment, and the front of the chest was also slightly damaged. While the young man was coughing and shaking his body slightly, a hint of depth was inadvertently revealed. Hey! Lord Rabbit? Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruoyu felt a little numb all over, and unconsciously thought of Wu Guanchu's demeanor in his mind.
Master! Here comes another person who doesn't know what to do and wants to take mine.
Xiao Ruoyu raised his hands and turned his head to run, still shouting and looking around.
Puff! After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, the young man's eyes turned black suddenly, and a mouthful of black blood spurted out far away. Bastard! This matter is not over. After all, he took a vicious glance at the direction Xiao Ruoyu was leaving, and moved his body with difficulty to leave the wooden building from the crack in the wall. Why fat for? Ruoyu! Are you okay? Wang Hu and Simu, who came after hearing the sound of fighting, just bumped into Xiao Ruoyu, who was running madly down the stairs at this moment, and asked aloud. Master! There was an idiot who wanted to beat me just now. Did he want to rob me if he didn't? Ah! After Xiao Ruoyu saw Simu and Wang Hu, he immediately felt safe. After stopping, he asked Simu while crying. Four Eyes, what are you talking about grabbing? For the first time in these years, I heard that there are rare things like this. Wang Hu, how can the NEI stuff win the Olympics? Cut it for medicine? Really, if you don't believe me, I'll take you to see him, he's upstairs. This is scarier than that black steward. He stuffed steamed buns here. Seeing that the two of them didn't believe it, Xiao Ruoyu became anxious, pointed to the upstairs, and then pointed to his chest, crying to the stun too. After listening to Xiao Ruoyu's description, Simu and Wang Hu glanced at each other, seeing a ray of helplessness in each other's eyes. Wang Hu's expressionless face for many years was completely cured by Xiao Ruoyu today. Even Wang Hu wanted to study with Simu, and lent Xiao Ruoyu to him for a few days. The specific reason. That is to say, he also has a fourth uncle who has been paralyzed in bed for more than 40 years. He wants to see if Xiao Ruoyu can restore the old man to the point where he can walk like flying. It is too difficult to say Four Eyes. He had seen Jiela before, she was stupid, but at least she was obedient. As for this now. After Wang Hu took another deep look at Xiao Ruoyu, he made a very apt evaluation of him in his heart. I looked at him as if he had some serious illness. His head should have been kicked by a donkey. P.S. I went out to play last night. I fell asleep when I came back this morning. I just got up and haven't eaten yet. I coded a chapter first, and coded the next chapter after eating. Chapter 89, The Inner Four Eyes. Wang Hu blinked his four eyes, hesitant to speak. What happened? The Four Eyes who were comforting Xiao Ruoyu at the side heard Wang Hu calling him, and looked up suspiciously. Let's talk about it, you apprentice, don't you lend me to play, how many days will you lend me? Wang Hu glanced at Xiao Ruoyu, who had a lot of snot and tears, and almost slipped his mouth. After reacting, Wang Hu instantly realized that something was wrong, and immediately changed his words. I don't. Master. I don't. What are you doing? Do you believe I stabbed you one by one? When Xiao Ruoyu heard Wang Hu say that he was bald, he cried even harder, but he stopped crying suddenly, and asked with his eyes fixed on Wang Hu. Wang Hu, Simu-ao, there is something wrong with your apprentice's height. If you can't, take him to see it. Four Eyes, Huzi, believe it or not, I will pour cold water into your back door to let you know what is eye-catching. Damn, master and apprentice are not normal, I'm gone. After Wang Hu heard Simu's words, his whole body trembled with fright, he covered his buttocks with his hands,
and looked at the master and apprentice who were not quite right with extreme vigilance. "Go away, I'll rest for a while, set off at night, see you by chance." With Four Eyes facing Wang Hu, he waved his sleeves, then turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu. "Ruoyu, tell me, what does the person who attacked you look like? What did he say?" Four Eyes asked Xiao Ruoyu with doubts on his face. "Well, I forgot what it looked like. He said he was here to kill me." After Xiao Ruoyu put his fingers in his mouth and thought for a while, he raised his head and said to his Four Eyes, Go up with me and have a look." The Four Eyes frowned and looked up, then walked up the stairs. "Come to the second floor." I saw a mess on the scene. There were staggered sword marks on the ground, and a large piece of the wall was shattered by the bombardment, leaving a pool of blood conspicuously on the ground. Another long sword was left on the second floor. Simu stepped forward, picked up the long sword and pulled it out. "San Lang Lang!" There was a melodious sword cry. "Good sword!" The Four Eyes saw that the long sword in his hand was clean, and the sound was crisp and melodious. His eyes suddenly became bright, and he let out a loud shout. "It's really cheap!" Xiao Ruoyu echoed from the side as if there was something serious. Thinking of the picture of the rabbit master stuffing steamed buns on his chest, he immediately nodded his head quickly. The Four Eyes took a closer look at the long sword in his hand. On the other side of the long sword, the Four Eyes saw the word Xiao. Xiao? Who would carve the word Xiao on a sword? When the Four Eyes saw the word Xiao, they were obviously taken aback. "Ruoyu, do you have any enmity with anyone?" Surprised with Four Eyes, he turned to look at Xiao Ruoyu and asked. Hate? "Oh, right. I beat an old man near my master Zizhuang. Now it seems that, % of them are also thinking about me." Xiao Ruoyu suddenly thought of that magician, and suddenly felt that he was in danger now, and he felt that many people were thinking about his own affairs. "Forget it. I thought I couldn't ask anything. You should have a good rest. Don't run around. We have to hurry at night." Simu listened to Xiao Ruoyu's nonsense, but didn't take it seriously, shook his head and put away the long sword, and after giving Xiao Ruoyu an order, he went downstairs and walked back to the wooden building in the front yard. Xiao Ruoyu saw his Four Eyes leave, and followed him downstairs. After all, what happened? He lost interest and continued to look around. It was quiet all afternoon, nothing else happened. And after Wang Hu said goodbye to Simu before, he actually went on the road against the sun, which also made Simu admire Xiao Ruoyu's lethality that radiates all the time. At this time, in the corpse inn, only Simu and Xiao Ruoyu rested here, no one disturbed them, and they were happy to be quiet. A day passed in the sleep of the two of them. As the sky gets darker, night falls. Simu and Xiao Ruoyu packed their bags again and continued to copy the path with a group of zombies. "Ruoyu, Rinjia town is ahead, let's go a few steps, and we will rest at your uncle's place tonight." Simu stopped the bell in his hand, and said to Xiao Ruoyu, who was sprinkled with paper money beside him. Tatter, a sound of hooves suddenly came from behind the zombie team. "Not good. Get up." The Four Eyes heard the sound of horseshoes behind them, and immediately looked back. I saw two black horses pulling a carriage towards their direction. The Four Eyes immediately pinched Faju, shouted, and led the zombies to hide in the woods aside. But Xiao Ruoyu, who was also looking back, was staring blankly at the carriage coming towards him, not moving at all. "Old man! I've found you. It was you who pressed me last time." Xiao Ruoyu stood in the middle of the road at the entrance of the town, facing the carriage without moving. "Get out of the way. Who is the person in front? Get out of the way." At this moment, the old man driving the carriage also saw the figure on the road facing his carriage with open arms, and expelled him loudly. Since it was night, the old man didn't dare to stop the carriage because he was afraid of encountering villains. But as he shouted, the figure actually stood there motionless and waited. "Old man! Let's settle the old and new accounts together." The carriage was already approaching in front of Xiao Ruoyu. I saw Xiao Ruoyu's mouth crooked, and his outstretched arms grabbed the heads of the two horses one by one, fighting with his arms. Only two screams of "Chlv" could be heard. The two tall horses were twisted to the ground by Xiao Ruoyu forcefully, and the old man on the carriage and the people in the carriage also screamed in shock from the sudden accident. Boom, because both horses were knocked down by Xiao Ruoyu. Under the support of the forward inertia and Xiao Ruoyu's enormous strength, the carriage abruptly broke the beam connecting the carriage to the horses. The entire carriage was directly overturned by the forward inertia. What? Help me! The old man driving the car and the people in the car screamed again and again. Amidst a series of screams, a girl in an off-white dress in the carriage was thrown out and hit Xiao Ruoyu directly on top of her head. Xiao Ruoyu looked up. In an instant he recognized the woman's appearance. Hey? Isn't this the bitch outside the alley who said she dared to eat shit? P.S. It is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, but for a mentally ill person to take revenge will destroy your job. I in #039 am looking for my uncle Ah. Help! The girl waved her hands in the air and shouted frantically. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand to catch the girl in the sky and held her in his arms. Ah! Help! The girl caught by Xiao Ruoyu was still waving her arms in his arms as if she didn't know it, and the pair of slender legs exposed under the off-white dress were also kicking non-stop. Hey, why don't you call me again? Xiao Ruoyu looked down at the girl in his arms, and before he could speak halfway through the words in his mouth, he was attracted by the choppy part because of the girl's constant struggle. Another stuffed bun? Xiao Ruoyu was stunned, and moved his head directly towards it, sniffing vigorously. No, it doesn't smell like steamed buns. Following Xiao Ruoyu's movements, the girl in his arms suddenly felt something strange in her body. Open your eyes and look. I saw a man holding her in his arms, and at the same time laying down on his chest and smelling her vigorously. What? The girl let out a cry. Immediately after a slap, the girl slapped Xiao Ruoyu's face. Xiao Ruoyu withdrew his right hand holding the girl and covered his cheek, but he forgot that the girl was held in his arms the moment he withdrew his hand. The girl fell directly to the ground, but because Xiao Ruoyu didn't take back the hands holding her legs, the girl fell headfirst, with her legs still on Xiao Ruoyu's arms. Because of the angle, the beige dress was turned down, revealing the girl's slender white legs and the pink floral lace briefs inside. But because the back of her head hit the ground, the girl was knocked unconscious directly. If an outsider sees the scene at this time, they will definitely yell that the beast will let go of that animal. Girl, let me come. Ruoyu, you are so slow. Has anyone left? Me. In the woods on the side, after Simu settled a group of zombies, he walked to the side of the road to look for Xiao Ruoyu. But when he saw the scene, he was suddenly dumbfounded. The two black horses that fell to the ground on the road were still struggling to get up, followed by an overturned carriage that was already in pieces. An old man in black fell down on the side of the road and remained motionless, while Xiao Ruoyu held a girl's legs with one hand, and took off her skirt to reveal her panties. Winky face. 4 eyes, what to do? This kid seems to have robbed someone's car and girl, and he seems to want to do things on the spot. Will he kill someone? What are you doing? You're in broad daylight. You are. You bastard. Seeing this scene with 4 eyes, he immediately shouted angrily at Xiao Ruoyu, pointed at Xiao Ruoyu and gritted his teeth. Master, come quickly. Xiao Ruoyu heard Simu's call, looked back, and shouted to Simu, 4 eyes, insane. You actually want to call me to do such inhuman things with you? Hold on. Let me dress up as a teacher. 4 eyes walked to Xiao Ruoyu's side, only to see Xiao Ruoyu put the girl's legs on the ground, and then pulled back her skirt, revealing the girl's delicate face and proud figure. Master, look. Such a big one is not a steamed bun, but a real one. Xiao Ruoyu stretched out his hand and poked the proud position on the girl's chest, then asked with 4 eyes. This. How can I explain it to you? Girls can't touch this. With rosy eyes, he explained to Xiao Ruoyu. I know, but hers are obviously much bigger than others. I suspected that they were from the same group as those who stuffed the steamed buns before, but it turned out to be true. Qingqing is not so big. Xiao Ruoyu frowned and looked around, trying to explain the difference between the girl on the ground and Qingqing. Everyone is a different size.
have you ever seen a woman?
Xiao Ruoyu asked with a slanted look. Yes, the eldest sister who sold soybean juice before was not young. Xiao Ruoyu put the finger that poked the girl's chest into his mouth again, tilted his head and thought for a while, finally confirmed that what Simu said seemed to make sense, then nodded, stood up and ran towards the old man on the side of the road. Go. Old man, you fell into my hands today, hee hee. Xiao Ruoyu walked towards the old man lying on the ground with a smirk on his face, muttering viciously. Xiao Ruoyu walked up to the unconscious old man, stretched out his hand and wiped him clean, leaving only a pair of underwear on his body.
Winky face. Ruoyu. Don't touch this old man?
Seeing Xiao Ruoyu running towards the old man with 4 eyes, he panicked.
Humph, it's cheap for you.
When Xiao Ruoyu heard Simu calling him, he snorted softly, threw the clothes in his hand on the tree, and turned his head towards Simu. Master, this old man hit me with a carriage before, I remember it clearly. Xiao Ruoyu went to Simu and explained, and then glanced at the girl on the ground.
Master, do you want to pick this up too?
Xiao Ruoyu blinked and asked with 4 eyes. Forget it, let's go to your uncle as soon as possible. The 4 eyes looked away with difficulty, and rejected Xiao Ruoyu's tempting proposal in a very embarrassed way, and hurriedly pulled Xiao Ruoyu away from here.
People go on the road, young people avoid.
4 eyes rang the bell again, and Xiao Ruoyu sprinkled the paper money again, and the 2 yelled all the way to prevent strangers from bumping into their team again. The 2 walked into the town, and the street was empty. The sporadic people who were on the road before heard the yelling of the 4 eyes and hurriedly avoided.
Yelling all the way like this, the 2 walked unimpededly to the gate of Yizhuang in Rinjia town with the zombie jumping boom boom behind them. Ruoyu, go knock on the door.
Looking back at Xiao Ruoyu with 4 eyes, he gave orders. Okay. Xiao Ruoyu agreed, put away the paper money in his hand, walked to the door and knocked on the door of Yizhuang with a bang bang bang.
Not for a while.
Only a lazy voice was heard.
It's a big night. Who is it?
The visitor yawned, then he walked to the door from far to near and asked, muttering.
I'm looking for my uncle.
Xiao Ruoyu shouted to the people inside the door.
Who is your uncle?
The person inside the door also asked in a suspicious voice.
My uncle is my uncle, who else could it be?
Xiao Ruoyu replied again. Oh, then you can go, there is no one called uncle here, if he comes, I will tell him for you. The people inside the door recalled a little, and replied to Xiao Ruoyu affirmatively.
Oh. Got it, thank you.
Xiao Ruoyu agreed and thanked the people inside the door.
You are welcome.
The person inside the door also quickly replied.
Master, he said that there is no uncle here.
Xiao Ruoyu turned around and yelled into his eyes.
It shouldn't be.
The brother said that he has come back, so it is impossible not to be here. Simu, who was arranging the team, heard what Xiao Ruoyu shouted, and murmured a few words in confusion. When Kai, open the door, it's me, your Uncle Simu. Simu heard Xiao Ruoyu say that Uncle Jiu was not there, so he had to go up and call the door himself.
Uncle? Oh. Good.
Wait a minute, there was only a trot, and the door was opened from the inside with a creak. When Kai poked his head out and looked out through the crack of the door.
Really, Uncle?
When he saw the figure of 4 eyes, he was completely relieved, opened all the doors and walked out.
Stinky boy.
Where's your master? With 4 eyes, he slapped one Kai on the head unceremoniously, and then asked him about Uncle Jiu.
Master is sleeping.
When Kai rubbed his head, and said to his 4 eyes with bitterness and hatred.
Sleep? Then when my apprentice asked you just now, you said your master was not there?
His 4 eyes turned blank at one Kai.
Your apprentice? Jala is here? Why didn't I see it?
When Kai looked around, but found no trace of Jialu at all.
Stinky boy, look, it's behind you.
His 4 eyes patted Wen Kai's head again.
Ouch.
Don't keep patting your head, you'll be silly, Wen Kai groaned, muttering softly and looking back.
Equals Pa Wen Kai, Xiao Ruoyu, lie to me.
When Wen Kai turned around, Xiao Ruoyu twitched his big mouth. Wen Kai was instantly turned around twice by Xiao Ruoyu's slap, and then sat down on the ground with his buttocks covered.
Wu, why did you hit me?
Wen Kai covered his face and looked at Xiao Ruoyu, asking aggrievedly. I looked for my uncle, you said he was not there, and now you said he was sleeping, why did you say I beat you? Xiao Ruoyu took a step forward and wanted to continue beating him, but was suddenly stopped by Simu.
Okay, this is your brother Wen Kai, how can you bully him?
Four Eyes held Xiao Ruoyu's raised hand and said to him.
Oh, hum.
After Xiao Ruoyu agreed, he looked at Wen Kai and snorted coldly, turned his head and walked into Yizhuang. Okay, Wen Kai, he is your younger brother, you let him be, in fact, he is very easy to get along with, as long as you treat him well, he will treat you as a relative. Four Eyes pulled up Wen Kai who was sitting on the ground, and helped him pat the dust off his body.
Oh.
I know Uncle sure, I'll help you get things. Wen Kai looked at Xiao Ruoyu's back, covered his face and nodded aggrievedly, and then aggrievedly helped Simu carry the bag and bell. Okay, I'll arrange these guys first, you go back and wake up your master, I have something to tell him. After Simu said something to Wen Kai, he cast a spell again and led a group of zombies behind him into the Yizhuang courtyard, heading straight for the morgue. He also said that he was a senior brother, and he shot so hard. Wen Kai touched the face that had been slapped by Xiao Ruoyu, and reluctantly glanced at Uncle Jio's room, then walked into the room muttering. After Wen Kai walked into the room, he found that Uncle Jio had already woken up. The young man who beat him before was also sitting at the table talking with his master. Master, Uncle Master said he has something to tell you, he will go and settle his clients first. Wen Kai put the four-eyed bag on the table, and then carefully glanced at Xiao Ruoyu, then carefully moved to the side, and then said to Uncle Jio. Well, I see, by the way, what happened to your face? Uncle Jio looked up at Wen Kai, and then he noticed the slap print on Wen Kai's face, and asked. This Wen Kai stretched out his hand to touch his face, glanced at Xiao Ruoyu cautiously, then lowered his head and did not dare to speak. Uncle, I beat you. Xiao Ruoyu raised his right hand with pride on his face. Wen Kai still didn't dare to say anything, he lowered his head and fiddled with the corners of his clothes with both hands. Ha! Why did you hit him? Uncle Jio walked back and forth between the two with a puzzled expression on his face. I said I came to look for you, but he said there was no such person. Then my master asked him, and he said you were sleeping, so I beat him up. Xiao Ruoyu didn't hide anything, and told the matter directly. Master. The younger brother said that he was looking for his uncle. I asked him who was the uncle. He said that the uncle is the uncle. We don't have anyone called uncle here. Wen Kai also stuttered and told Uncle Jio what he had heard. Well, it's all a misunderstanding, Ruoyu, no matter how you say he is your senior brother, it is wrong for you to hit someone. I apologize to you senior brother Wen Kai, this matter is over, no one is allowed to mention it again. Wen Kai, you are also not allowed to hold grudges against your junior brother, do you understand? Uncle Jio sighed deeply, and said to the two of them weakly. Oh. Master. Oh, Master. Both of them nodded obediently. Subsequently. Brother, I'm sorry, why don't you beat me up too? Xiao Ruoyu apologized generously. It's okay, junior brother, I'm fine, hee hee. Wen Kai also scratched his head, and smiled foolishly at Xiao Ruo. The two cherish each other. In an instant, I felt that I had met a confidant in my life. Cough cough, Wen Kai, go and arrange rooms for your uncle and junior brother. I'll wait here for your uncle to come over. Seeing the humility of the two brothers, Uncle Jio struggled to hold back his embarrassment, and coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Okay, I understand master, junior brother, please rest for a while, and I will clean up your room. After Wen Kai happily responded to Uncle Jio, he said to Xiao Ruoyu not to turn around and tidy up the room. Brother! I have something to tell you. Just as Wen Kai turned to leave, Four Eyes rushed in. What's the matter? Sit down and talk. Uncle Jio drank the tea on the table and said to his Four Eyes. Senior brother, junior brother Qianhe is leaving first. After Simu sat down, he looked sad. Uncle Jio sprayed all the tea on Xiao Ruoyu's face. What did you say? Uncle Gio turned pale with shock and ignored Xiao Ruoyu at all. Instead, he turned his eyes in shock, completely unable to see his usual calm demeanor.
Junior brother Qianhe.
When I passed by my place before, I borrowed some glutinous rice from me. At that time, I felt uneasy. Later, something happened, and it was Ruoyu who avenged him and killed the zombie. Four Eyes explained the matter to Uncle Gio, and then looked at Xiao Ruoyu, who was taking tea leaves from his face.
The world is impermanent. I didn't expect it. Junior brother Qianhe is like this. Ruoyu can deal with zombies that Qianhe can't even deal with? Is it still in the same state as before?
Uncle Gio felt sorry for a while, then raised his head to look at Xiao Ruoyu, and asked with 4 eyes.
No.
This time, your nephew's own trick, that kind of state.
I feel scalp numb when I see it. Double strike of physics and magic, add more, oh?
Tell me about the specific situation. As soon as Uncle Gio heard Simu's description, he immediately became interested. The way he uses Ma Shan's spirit-inviting spell to operate spiritual power is the shaman-inviting spell of the Ma family in the northeast. I don't know what he invites every time he uses it. Simu told Uncle Gio about Xiao Ruoyu's own tricks, which immediately made Uncle Gio's eyes light up.
Omega, quick! Let me see if you perform at once. Your master and I will protect you, nothing will happen.
Uncle Gio turned his head to look at Xiao Ruoyu, and asked him to show himself this miraculous magic trick. Okay. Xiao Ruoyu stood up, walked to the courtyard of Izhuang, turned around to face Simu and Jiu Shu, and opened his posture. The sun was setting and the western mountains were dark. The gates of the city were closed and the bolts were locked. From 10 houses to 8 houses were locked. Only one door was not closed. The door was not closed.
I danced happily. I just put on my hat and shoes.
I took 2 steps, 2 steps.
3, the third ring and the 9th turn to the front, the sky above your head, your feet on the ground in the ring, beat the gongs and drums to invite the gods. Hey, hey, hey. Xiao Ruoyu shook his head, trembling all over, and sang an extremely strange tune. In an instant, sand and rocks flew away, and the dark clouds in the sky were blown away by the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme, revealing the bright moonlight. Coming!
Uncle Gio stood up abruptly and raised his head to look at the sky. Woohoo! A gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme blows. Suddenly, behind Xiao Ruoyu, an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation slowly condensed. I saw a wave of energy condensed in form that was completely different from the black aura that filled the sky when it was used last time.
Color.
The blood-red baleful aura was like an ocean and abyss, slowly turning into a gigantic towering phantom behind Xiao Ruoyu.
Jia 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 jia. A burst of sharp laughter came from behind Xiao Ruoyu.
Simu and Uncle Gio looked serious, stood up and took a few steps forward, staring closely at the phantom behind Xiao Ruoyu, not daring to move a bit.
Interesting.
My body is in the northeast, thousands of miles away, and it's interesting to be able to capture my true spirit out of thin air. The phantom had scarlet eyes, and his figure was as tall as a 10-story building. A dense body of long legs spread all over the phantom on both sides. The 2 long beards on the head, which were as thick as a human waist, swayed unsteadily.
This is what the hell summoned a huge centipede.
The huge centipede instantly turned into a column of blood-colored smoke and rushed straight into Xiao Ruoyu's back, and finally completely submerged into Xiao Ruoyu's body.
Is it just you two? Patriarch, I want to come?
Jihahahaha. Xiao Ruoyu's eyes were scarlet, and his voice was exactly the same as that centipede just now.
Simu, brother, shall we run away? Uncle Nine, what are you waiting for? Go! Seeing him open his eyes, Simu and Uncle Gio immediately realized something was wrong.
This thing probably thinks that Xiao Ruoyu invited him to deal with him, and it seems that the 2 of them can't deal with this thing. The 2 turned their heads and ran away, not spending any more words with Xiao Ruoyu in this state. The 2 rushed out of Izhuang and ran wildly along the road towards the outside of the town, while Xiao Ruoyu turned his head and showed a wicked smile, and then started to chase after him.
Simu, brother, I doubt that we can't outrun him. He has many legs, Uncle Nine, still want to be cute?
If you don't run away, I promise you will turn into a centipede tomorrow morning. After hearing Uncle Joe's words, the four eyes ran wildly, and Uncle Joe was not far behind. The two old men flew all the way, and soon ran out of Rinja town, towards the nearby woods. Jihihi, I will have fun with you today. And Xiao Ruoyu followed closely behind the two of them, and the playful smile on the corner of his mouth never faded. Just after the two of them ran into the woods, Xiao Ruoyu behind him turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Uncle Gio and Simu. He stretched out his fist and sent the two of them flying upside down. Are you two having fun running? Ha! Xiao Ruoyu looked at the two people in front of him with a grin, and the words in his mouth were very playful. Sad face, oh, four eyes, damn it. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Sad face, Uncle Gio, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have pretended to be this wave. It's kind of scary. Simu and Jiu Shu were sent flying upside down by Xiao Ruoyu's bombardment, and they both hit the tree and fell to the ground. Jihihi, this kid has a good physical body, eat him after you've been dealt with in a while. Xiao Ruoyu clenched his fists, feeling the strength in Xiao Ruoyu's body, and expressed great satisfaction. Simu, it said just now that it wants to eat my apprentice? Uncle Nine, it seems that I said so, and, for eyes of brother, hold me back, I won't play anymore. Simu and Jiu Shu stood up from the ground, and their previous panic and loss were completely gone. Instead, it was the anger of the four eyes and the calmness of the ninth uncle. Today, I invite the patriarch to come and listen to the clarification. Slaying demons and eliminating demons will show your prestige, and the laws and orders will reach the heavens to listen. Please help patriarch to slay the demon spirits. Edict. The four eyes closed the formula and the formula in the mouth sounded at the same time, and then the body changed. The whole body swelled up rapidly as if inflated, and the muscles all over the body bulged, which was extremely terrifying. Eat my apprentice? Then I'll see if you are enough for me to fight. I saw the four eyes walking towards Xiao Ruoyu step by step, and the terrifying muscles all over the body surged instantly. Why? Otherwise, I will eat you first? Xiao Ruoyu looked playfully at the four eyes coming towards him, and sneered. Boom, four eyes punched out, and Xiao Ruoyu flew straight towards the depths of the woods, but before landing, four eyes made another punch in the air, and Xiao Ruoyu flew upside down again, 3 times in a row, breaking several tree trunks on the way. The 5 thunders listen to my order, the thunder strikes in all directions, the samadhi burns the evil spirits, the evil ghosts turn into dust, the samadhi thunders cremate the evil talismans, and sweep away thousands of evil spirits. I decree the Supreme Lord as urgently as a law. Go! When the four eyes were beating Xiao Ruoyu in the air with an infinite relay, Uncle Gio took out a piece of yellow talisman paper from his body, and silently recited the magic formula in his mouth. The talisman paper burst into flames. Boom! As Uncle Gio swung forward, his four eyes immediately retreated, and the talisman paper turned into a beam of thunder and fire, directly hitting Xiao Ruoyu, who was flying backwards. Ah! Smelly Taoist! A tragic cry came from Xiao Ruoyu's mouth. But following the double blow of the flame and thunder, puffs of bloody smoke sprayed out and dissipated from various parts of Xiao Ruoyu's body, and finally the screams gradually weakened, and Xiao Ruoyu lay dead on the ground without any movement. P.S. Addition is over. The four-eye physical attack plus Joshu's magical attack, the two teamed up to play mixed doubles. This wave of Xiao Ruoyu was enjoyable. Chapter 93, #Humph. Don't let me meet you again. Otherwise, be careful and I'll take you to make medicinal wine. For I saw that Xiao Ruoyu was completely silent, and after muttering something in his mouth, he walked forward and carried Xiao Ruoyu on his body. Brother, what do you think? Four Eyes walked back to Uncle Gio and said to Uncle Gio. Well, it's almost there. I can probably understand his situation. Combined with what you said before, the things he invites are different every time, which means that there is a lot of uncertainty. Therefore, this trick is not good. As a last resort, you must not let him use it lightly, otherwise it will be easy to harm others and yourself. Uncle Gio told Simu what he saw very seriously, and warned Simu not to let Xiao Ruoyu use it at will again. Well, I also know the danger and uncertainty of this move, and I will warn him. Simu nodded, carrying Xiao Ruoyu on his back, and walked to Yizhuang with Uncle Joe.
The two returned to Yizhuang.
After throwing Xiao Ruoyu on the bed in a room, they went back to rest. Xiao Ruoyu slept like a dead pig that night, knowing nothing. The next day, at dawn, Xiao Ruoyu woke up from his lethargy.
Ha! Where is this?
It hurts. After Xiao Ruoyu woke up, he found himself in a strange room. Just when he wanted to get up, he felt as if his bones had been hit with a hammer, and the pain continued. Barely standing up, Xiao Ruoyu walked out of the room slowly.
*Q, all uncles, brothers, and sisters, come back for dinner.
It was not yet bright outside, but when Kai got up early. Xiao Ruoyu saw Wen Kai yelling something to the air alone in front of the door of the side room, with a handful of incense still shaking in his hand. Out of curiosity, he also walked over. The door is a guest, you eat first. When Xiao Ruoyu came to the door of the side room, he heard Wen Kai talking to himself in the room alone. As Xiao Ruoyu entered the room, he saw Wen Kai's movements clearly.
My friends, you are welcome.
I saw Wen Kai was holding the stick of incense in his hand, and was standing in front of the group of zombies brought by Simu, bowed 3 times, still talking to himself, then took out a small handful of incense and put it on the table in front of the zombies in the censer.
This is a very large room.
There is a row of wooden coffins inside, and each coffin is erected by 2 rows of benches to prevent them from touching the ground. There is also a small wooden bench in front of each coffin, and a small incense burner is placed on the wooden bench, which seems to be used for daily incense burning. The zombie and the coffin were placed at the 2 ends of the room respectively.
There was an aisle between them.
At the end of the aisle was a wall full of tablets. The specific identity was beyond Xiao Ruoyu's ability to know. Wen Kai didn't notice Xiao Ruoyu's figure at this time, and he was still standing alone in front of the zombies and tinkering. Suddenly, puff puff, only 2 faint sounds were heard. The flame on the ever-burning lamp on the table in front of the zombie flickered unexpectedly.
As the flames swayed, the bodies of the zombies also moved along with the swaying amplitude of the flames.
Winky face. Oh, it will be troublesome if it goes out. Seeing this scene, Wen Kai immediately picked up the tweezers and pulled the wick in the oil lamp outward, and the flame stabilized again. As the flame stabilizes, the shaking zombies also gradually stabilized.
Omega, it's okay, if I let you mess around, I can't catch you, I'm smart.
Seeing that the zombies had calmed down, Wen Kai said with a look of relief.
*Q, okay, you guys have dinner too, let's eat.
Then Wen Kai turned around and inserted the remaining incense candles in the small incense burners in front of the coffin respectively, and Wen Kai would say something after each incense burner was placed in the middle material of the incense burners in front of the coffin.
Omega, hey, what's in the coffin?
Just as Xiao Ruoyu, who was peeking by the door, was watching with great interest. Wen Kai came to a coffin without an incense burner.
Where's the incense burner?
Forget it.
Let's eat.
After looking around and confirming that there was really no incense burner, Wen simply inserted the incense in his hand into the gap under the coffin lid. Just about to turn around and walk to the next coffin, I only heard a whoosh. The few sticks of fragrance stuck in the gap were actually pulled into the coffin by something. Wen Kai was stunned for a moment, then took out 3 incense sticks and stuck them in the gap again. This time, before Wen Kai got up, the fragrance stuck in the gap flew far away with a swipe. Wen Kai put down all the remaining fragrance in his hands, stood up cautiously, and prepared to open the coffin lid to see what was inside. His hands had just been put on the coffin, and Wen didn't make any movements before waiting. I saw that the coffin lid was lifted suddenly, and a pale skull suddenly emerged from the coffin. Hey! The skeleton bit Wen Kai's finger that was resting on the coffin, and Wen Kai cried out in shock and pain. Snapped frightened, Wen Kai pulled back the bitten arm, the coffin closed with a sound, and became quiet again.
Omega, it seems to be fun.
When Xiao Ruoyu saw this scene, his eyes lit up immediately, and he focused on Wen Kai's direction without blinking. Wen Kai, who was so frightened, carefully stared at the coffin and did not dare to move, but as time passed, the coffin did not respond again. Boldly approached again, then gritted his teeth, reached out and lifted the coffin lid directly.
Brush sound.
A pale hand suddenly stretched out from inside the coffin and grabbed Wen Kai's wrist, and then he felt that the arm was going to grab Wen Kai back into the coffin. Wen Kai struggled desperately, but the hand that grabbed his wrist was even stronger. Sudden. Brother! Look at me! Xiao Ruoyu, who was standing at the door, saw that Wen was in danger, and rushed in with a roar. Xiao Ruoyu stepped over to Wen Kai's side in a few steps, stretched out his hand and directly lifted the coffin lid completely and threw it far away. The situation in the coffin was completely exposed with Xiao Ruoyu's actions. It was a pale male zombie wearing an official uniform of the Qing dynasty. Junior brother, hurry up. Go call master and uncle. The moment Wen Kai saw the zombie, he stretched out his other free hand and pushed Xiao Ruoyu. But Xiao Ruoyu is not willing to go. Just raise your fist and use your strength to smash the zombie's head. Xiao Ruoyu's strength was terrifying, and this time he was angry. If it was hit hard by his punch, let alone this little zombie, I am afraid that even the reinforced concrete will have a hole in it by his blow. Dare to bully my senior brother? Watch me vent your anger on you. Ugh! As Xiao Ruoyu swung his right arm, the veins on his fist were exposed, and there was a faint layer of air wrapped by the energy generated by the friction, covering the entire right arm and blasting towards the zombie's head in the coffin. The sonic boom is raging, and the bombardment is furious. Boom! The whole Yizhuang heard a roar. What happened? What happened? Uncle Gio and Simu were awakened when they heard the roar. The two ran out of their respective rooms and ran towards the side room. In the side room, I saw that the zombie in the coffin had already been hit in the head by Xiao Ruoyu's punch. The coffin shattered. Xiao Ruoyu's fists carried terrifying power and blasted the zombies directly to the ground, creating a deep pit immediately. The zombie was still struggling. Xiao Ruoyu swung his fist again and smashed down wildly. Boom! 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 With Xiao Ruoyu's violent bombardment, the strength of the zombie's struggle gradually weakened. Tap tap, a burst of hurried footsteps came in from outside the door. What happened? What happened? Uncle Gio and Simu hurried in and asked. It's okay, master, I don't know where a thing came out to bully senior brother, and I smashed him to death. Xiao Ruoyu turned his head and smiled innocently, grinning and explaining to Simu and Uncle Gio. This Uncle Gouda should be your client. Only then did Wen Kai regain his composure, pointed at the zombies standing in a row and said to his four eyes. Let me see. 123413 is really missing one. Ruoyu. You shot too hard, what should I do? Then how will I deal with others? The four eyes counted one by one, and at the end of the investigation, there was indeed one missing. That is to say, this inhuman thing that Xiao Ruoyu smashed was really a zombie brought by him. Okay, I'll put on makeup for him later, just fix it up, Wen Kai, clean this up, and you'll mend this coffin in a while, and the one who was in the coffin before, help restrain yourself. At this time, Uncle Gio stopped Simu to teach Xiao Ruoyu a lesson, and after giving instructions to the startled Wen Kai, he glanced at Xiao Ruoyu appreciatively. Ruoyu, although I was a little impulsive this time, it is still worthy of praise. It should be like this between the same sect. If one party is in trouble, all parties will support, but before doing things, you must consider the consequences. What is good and what is evil? I will give you two today. Tell a story. Uncle Gio walked in with his hands behind his back, and said slowly to Wen Kai and Xiao Ruoyu. Once upon a time there was a famous benevolent man near Maoshan. All of us respectfully called him Yuan Daozuan, and Yuan Daozuan spent his life helping those in need and helping those in need. Many years ago, a town at the foot of Maoshan Mountain suffered from severe drought and had no crops. Yuan Daozuan gave away all his wealth to help the villagers, and ensured that the whole town had 2 meals a day with his own efforts. This persistence has lasted for many years. As the drought passed, everyone in the town had enough to eat, but few people remembered what this Taoist had done for them. Yuan Daozuan didn't care, but he felt very happy. Because the villagers who could not even have a full meal now have no worries about food and clothing, they no longer have to suffer from cold and hunger, and they don't need to be displaced. All this made the Taoist happy. But once, Daozun suddenly saw an exquisitely decorated and luxurious carriage during his daily wanderings. He stepped forward and looked at it carefully. That carriage, and he just wanted to feel the hard-won prosperity and prosperity. But this scene was seen by those who are interested. When he returned to the village, he publicized that Daozun loves luxury, is disrespectful to the old, and has money to buy such a luxurious carriage. Everyone eats their fill instead of just 2 meals a day. Some villagers are grateful and feel that the Daozun should be so loved. Isn't it normal to take a carriage? On the other hand, some people feel that Daozun is too extravagant, and at such an advanced age, they should not enjoy it, and should continue to contribute for everyone. There are also some people who are indifferent. They feel that this matter has nothing to do with them. Some people even don't know who helped them after receiving help. After Daozun knew it, he just smiled and didn't care about it, and whenever there was a disaster in a nearby town, he would do his best to provide relief and support. Do you think Yuan Daozun is good or evil? Do you think the villagers are good or evil? Uncle Gio slowly told the story to Xiao Ruoyu and Wen Kai, and finally looked at them, wanting to hear their opinions on the story. If it were me, I would smash all these villagers to death. Boom, boom. After listening to the story, Xiao Ruoyu was so angry that his 7 orifices were filled with smoke, and he stretched out his hand again and punched the zombie on the ground a few times, as if the zombies were those villagers with ulterior motives. I think Daozun has owed Master too much in his life. If it were me, I would ignore them and starve to death. Wen Kai was also infected by this story, and said to Uncle Gio in a nonchalant manner, "Humph, if it were me, I would just take care of myself. What does the flood outside have to do with me?" Simu pursed his lips and said disdainfully, but he was hard-spoken and soft-hearted, and Uncle Gio also knew that he was just talking, and if it really happened to Simu, Simu would also help. Actually, in my opinion, Daozun has been upright and selfless all his life, and he has been working hard for others, but in my opinion, the worst thing he did was to let those villagers eat too much. Lust also breeds greed and laziness. Uncle Gio raised his head, sighed slightly, and said to the 3 people in the field with emotion, "Then Master, how is Daozun now? Those damned villagers still don't know how to repent?" Xiao Ruoyu looked at Uncle Gio indignantly and asked, "Daozun has passed away, people's hearts. He, only they know it." Uncle Gio sneered and shook his head. He could only express disdain for some people's faces, but he could not slander them, because he felt that he was not worthy of denying Daozun's persistence in his life. Since he has been insisting on helping those people all his life, as Uncle Gio who respects Daozun, he will naturally not open his mouth to refute Daozun's insistence, but his attitude shows his disdain and shamelessness for those people. Okay, clean up, Wen Kai, Ruoyu. In the future you will also be like Yuan Daozun in the story I told you. I don't ask you to be kind, but remember to be kind to others. I don't ask you to be merciful, but you must stick to your own persistence, just like the friendship between you guys, it is especially precious. Uncle Gio said to Wen Kai and Xiao Ruoyu with deep meaning. P.S. I hope we can pass on these spirits, because there are really many stories that we have not had time to tell the children, and they are gone, in memory of the 4 pillars of the country who passed away in May, Mr. Wu, father of hepatobiliary surgery, Mr. Yuan, father of hybrid rice, Mr. Xia, dean of ophthalmology, Mr. Yang, former vice president of the Forbidden City, cultural and cultural experts, Wusher Peerless. Chapter 95. Oh, I see Master. Oh, I see Master. Xiao Ruoyu and Wen Kai agreed in unison. Ah. Uncle Gio nodded in satisfaction and walked out of the side room. You guys. You are not allowed to play with my clients anymore, do you hear me? Otherwise, I will break your legs. The 4 eyes glanced at Xiao Ruoyu and Wen Kai worriedly, stretched out his hands to pinch their faces, and gritted his teeth before turning around and leaving. I'm going back too, senior brother, just call me if you need anything. Xiao Ruoyu rubbed his red face pinched by 4 eyes and said to Wen Kai. Oh, good junior brother, you go back and rest, I'll find you when I'm done. Wen Kai bent down to pick up the shattered coffin and other fragments, and reached out to take out the broom to clean the room. After hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, he turned his head and responded, and then continued to clean. After Xiao Ruoyu left, Wen Kai quickly cleaned the ground. Then he took out a hammer and nails to repair the broken coffin. Ding ding dong. After a while, the sound of Wen Kai beating on the coffin was heard in Yizhuang. It wasn't quite bright outside yet. Xiao Shang, another disciple of Uncle Jiu, rode a bicycle slowly to the gate of Yizhuang.
After parking the car, Xiao Shang opened the door and walked into the Yizhuang courtyard. Ding ding dang dang, a knocking sound attracted Xiao Shang's attention. Hey, the brat got up so early. Look what he's doing.
After Xiao Shang murmured a sentence, he tiptoed towards the side room, lying on the side of the door and carefully looking inside.
Brother, I'm so sorry, I'll mend it for you now, you need to rest for a while.
I saw that Wen Kai was repairing the coffin with his back to him, still talking to himself.
Hey, there it is.
When Xiao Shang saw this scene, his eyes rolled around in their sockets, and he had an idea in his mind. I saw Xiao Shang tiptoely turned around and left, took out a set of official clothes of the same style as the zombie from the room where Uncle Jiu kept the talisman paper incense candles, and put them on. I also found some dyes used by paper painters and smeared them on my face, and then took out a pair of dentures that I bought for fun and stuffed them into my mouth.
Ah! Here I come, Wen Kai.
Xiao Shang walked to the mirror, blinked his mouth, and made another scary gesture. After seeing that there was basically no difference between himself and the zombie in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction.
Xiao Shang opened the door carefully and looked around, and after confirming that no one saw him, he quickly ran out of the room, closed the door with his backhand, and ran towards the direction of the side room. Ding ding dong fong fong, and Wen Kai was still beating on the coffin, but Xiao Shang crept into the room and stood among the zombies brought by Simu. Ha! Something ran over?
If Wen Kai felt something, he looked back, but saw nothing. As he looked around, everything in the room was normal, and nothing unusual was found.
The number seems to be wrong, where is the foo? Foo?
When Wen Kai saw the zombie team, he didn't notice anything wrong at first, but when he turned his eyes away, he suddenly noticed something strange. One of the zombies had no talisman on its head.
1 2 3 1 4 huh? 14?
Wen Kai stood up and walked forward, stretched out his hand to check one by one, and there was one more.
Roar!
Xiao Shang pretends to be a zombie and suddenly bursts out and rushes towards Wen Kai, who is startled immediately.
Oh my goodness!
Wen Kai yelled, turned his head and ran away, knocking over the table with the long burning lamp beside him in a panic. And as the long light was knocked over, the talisman paper on the foreheads of the zombies fell off in an instant, and all the zombies opened their eyes in an instant, and slowly moved in place. Wen Kai and Xiao Shang chased after each other, not noticing the strangeness of the group of zombies behind them at all.
Ah! Ho! Abba aba.
Ugh! Just when Wen Kai was cornered and Xiao Shang cornered him, Xiao Shang immediately rushed forward, but when he pretended to bite Wen Kai, the dentures in his mouth were spat out by him because of too much force.
Aw, help! Ha!
Wen Kai closed his eyes and yelled for help, but suddenly he felt that the zombie in front of him threw something on his face. He opened his eyes and saw that the fangs in the mouth of the zombie in front of him were no longer there, but the false teeth on the ground were silent.
Lie on the floor.
Wen Kai also noticed something was wrong when he was stupid, and just about to explode, he suddenly saw the group of zombies behind Xiao Shang.
Wen Kai, no. Ah!
Xiao Shang, hey, stop making trouble, okay? It's me, you brat, you're scared like this. Xiao Shang screamed frantically when he saw Wen Kai was frightened, and wanted to try to explain. But he suddenly discovered that there were some bouncing shadows on the wall. Xiao Shang lowered his head to observe carefully, and found that those shadows were slowly approaching him at this moment.
Look back. Oh my god.
Xiao Shang found that more than a dozen zombies were bouncing around him, and he screamed in shock.
Master!
Help! X2 Xiao Shang and Wen Kai howled and fled frantically at the same time. Grasping the right time, Wen Kai dodged and ran out of the side room directly, dodging the claws and bites of the zombies in front of him. At this time, Xiao Shang was surrounded by a group of zombies and screamed. What's up? Uncle Jiu and Simu, who heard the screams, immediately ran over from the room, just in time to see Wen Kai, who was fleeing, and asked.
Master! Inside.
Wen Kai pointed at the side room in panic, and was too frightened to speak a complete sentence. Four Eyes and Uncle Jiu looked at each other and immediately threw Wen Kai away and rushed into the side room. But a figure rushed into the room faster than them.
Four eyes, damn. Take it easy. Uncle Gio, don't demolish the house, One Kai, it's over. Will Qiuxing be beaten to death?
I saw Xiao Ruoyu rushed into the side room first, and a dozen jumping zombies in the room were chasing a zombie that could run and ran all over the room.
Bullying my senior brother? Look at me smashing you to death.
When Xiao Ruoyu saw the running zombie headed by him, he immediately clenched his fists with all his might and prepared to blast him to death. I saw that the leading zombie stretched out his hand to cover his hat and yelled frantically,
"Master!
Help!" But Xiao Ruoyu's fist has already blown out more than halfway.
Society death scene. If you are stupid, stop. Junior brother don't want it. My client.
Simu, Uncle Nine, and One Kai shouted at Xiao Ruoyu, who was punching away at the same time. And Xiao Shang was shocked when he saw Xiao Ruoyu's violent punch. Boom puff, there was a violent thump followed by the sound of something breaking. Immediately, the sky was filled with flesh and blood, red, white, and green, sprayed everywhere.
Simu, my client.
Seeing Xiao Ruoyu's punch violently bombarded out, Xiao Shang's legs went limp from fright. Just when the fist hit his face, Xiao Shang's legs softened and he fell to his knees. And because Xiao Shang suddenly collapsed to the ground, Xiao Ruoyu's punch did not hurt a single hair of Xiao Shang. Instead, he directly bombed the head of another zombie that followed Qiuxing on the spot. Qiuxing's legs were weak from the fright, and with the sudden rush of blood and other messy and colorful things, it fell on his face and head. Xiao Shang was frightened stupid on the spot. A piece of wet liquid flowed all over the ground between his legs. Qiuxing, after this, I will have no face to see others in this life. One Kai,
P. Uncle Nine, you can be content if you don't die. He died in the morning. Four eyes, too. I'm leaving today, don't anyone stop me. Xiao Ruoyu, can zombies pee?
Watch me break up your pissing thing for you. Just when Xiao Ruoyu was about to punch, Jiu Shu immediately stepped forward to stop Xiao Ruoyu.
If you are stupid, stop. This is another apprentice of mine named Xiao Shang. You haven't seen him before.
He is not a zombie. Uncle Jiu grabbed Xiao Ruoyu's hand and explained.
Ah? Then what is he doing in this suit? Are you heartless? You idiot!
Xiao Ruoyu looked at Uncle Jiu, then turned his head to look carefully at Xiao Shang, who was on the ground, and opened his mouth to curse. Sad face, sad face. Uncle Jiu and Simu looked at each other after hearing Xiao Ruoyu's words, and they both saw the word dumb in each other's eyes. Wen Kai, who didn't know it, didn't say much, although he also thought Xiao Shang was stupid. Qiuxing, anyway, I have already lost everyone.
What did you say?
Uncle Jiu and Simu looked at each other and rushed into the group of zombies in the room. Uncle Jiu kicked a zombie in the chest, kicked a zombie back, and then got off the horse at the same time as the two with four eyes. Edict. With the force in the mouth of the two, a bloody mouth was bitten out of the finger, and then a command was cast, and they rushed into the group of corpses again. Roar! Seeing the two rushing forward, the zombies screamed and rushed forward. Uncle Jiu stretched out his finger and pointed at the forehead of a zombie, and the zombie immediately kept a forward posture and closed its eyes. The four eyes also grabbed a zombie and spotted the blood on its forehead with the blood on his finger. The zombie caught by him also kept the forward movement and closed his eyes and fell silent. Following the actions of the two, the zombies were subdued by them one by one. Xiao Ruoyu's hands were itchy looking at it, and he kicked a zombie away with one kick, just about to take advantage of the victory and pursue it.
Don't move! I'm coming, I'm coming! Good apprentice! Be gentle!
Simu immediately ran forward to catch the zombie, reached out and tapped his forehead.
Ouch! Brother! Slow down! My client!
Before Simu put the zombie in his arms on the ground, he saw that Uncle Jiu was also extremely violent, kicking a zombie to the ground with one kick, and then stepped on the zombie's throat with a flip. Looking around, Fong ran over to the zombie in his hand and tapped on the forehead of the zombie, then gently helped the zombie up.
That's it.
Under the extremely violent attacks of Xiao Ruoyu and Uncle Jiu, the zombie's hands and feet were broken, and it was too late to stop the two people's movements by putting out the fire with their four eyes.
After the zombies were subdued, the Four Eyes looked over one by one. He found that the zombies he brought didn't count the 2 killed by Xiao Ruoyu before, and half of the remaining 12 couldn't lift their hands. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme their hands were broken or their feet were lame. Don't stop me. I'll go. Can't I go? With Four Eyes about to cry but no tears, he said to Uncle Gio with an aggrieved and sad face. Look. How about staying a few more days? Uncle Gio looked embarrassed and turned his eyes around to persuade him to stay again. No. If I stay for a few more days, there might not be any of my clients left. No one can keep me, as I said. Simu's attitude is firm, and he doesn't even care about Uncle Gio's retention. Master, are we leaving? I'm going to pack my things. When Xiao Ruoyu heard that Simu was about to leave, he immediately asked Simu. No. I'm going by myself. Four Eyes shook his head and said to Xiao Ruoyu. Ah? Why? Xiao Ruoyu looked innocently around, waiting for his answer. Hey, the 2 that were smashed by you must not be rushed away. I will leave them here. You can stay here and watch. I will send these guys home as soon as possible and come back to pick you up. When the time comes, we will carry them alone. 1, it's easier to handle this way. The Four Eyes explained to Xiao Ruoyu helplessly, then looked at the zombies on the ground and the zombie with its head sunken piled aside and said. Oh, then you go, Master, remember to come back quickly. Xiao Ruoyu held his fingers in his mouth, and nodded reluctantly to his Four Eyes. Well, you have to be obedient here, and you must not cause trouble. Everything must be arranged by the uncle, did you hear me? Looking at Xiao Ruoyu again with worried eyes, he began to tidy up the subdued zombies. Brother, I left Ruoyu with you, you can help me take care of him for a few days, it will be faster for me to go on the road alone, I will come back as soon as possible. Simu said to Uncle Gio while helping up the zombie on the ground. Don't worry, I like Ruoyu more, so go ahead, I have everything. Uncle Gio helped Simu lift up the zombie on the ground, turned his head to comfort Simu. Hey, then please brother, you 2 brats. What's wrong with playing? Playing with my client? After saying something to Uncle Gio with Four Eyes, he turned his head and cursed at Xiao Shang and Wen Kai who were still in shock. Uncle, I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. I blame Xiao Shang for scaring me. Wen Kai looked downcast, with his head down, his 2 dead fish eyes turned upwards to look at the Four Eyes. I don't want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Xiao Shang also had a look of frustration and fear, and while speaking, he carefully glanced at Xiao Ruoyu who was at the side. Forget it, I'm leaving. Brothers, let's go. Brother, there will be a period later. After Simu sighed, he rang the bell to arrange the zombies behind him neatly, then said goodbye to Uncle Gio and turned to leave. People go on the road, young people avoid. After a while, I heard the voices of the Four Eyes getting farther and farther away, and gradually disappeared. Master Ren, the sky is bright. Uncle Gio walked out of the room neatly dressed. Wen Kai, Ruoyu, accompany me to drink foreign tea later. Standing at the door, Uncle Gio yelled at Wen Kai who was sweeping the floor and Xiao Ruoyu who was sitting aside watching Wen Kai sweep the floor. Oh, I see Master, I'm going to change my clothes. After Wen Kai happily responded, he put down the broom and went back to his room to change clothes. Master, what is foreign tea? Xiao Ruoyu was puzzled, tea and foreign? This foreign tea is foreign tea, don't embarrass me when it arrives. Uncle Gio was speechless for a while, so he pretended to be angry and said something to Xiao Ruoyu, then turned his head and went back to the room with a sullen face. After a while, Wen Kai came out of the room. I saw that Wen Kai had changed into a green commoner, and put on a brown sleeveless pullover vest. If you say that he is singing Arenzuan, no one will refute him. Master, we are ready, when shall we set off to drink foreign tea? Wen Kai saw Xiao Ruoyu standing in the courtyard, walked to his side, and called to Uncle Gio's room. Crunch! Uncle Gio pushed open the door and walked out with a serious face. Let's go. I saw Uncle Gio, dressed in commoner clothes and shorts, holding a cigarette pouch in his hand, walking out of Yizhuang slowly with his hands behind his back.
Wen Kai followed Uncle Gio step by step with an excited expression on his face. And Xiao Ruoyu shook his head helplessly when he saw the strange attire of the master and apprentice, and then followed with steps. Uncle Gio walked in the crowd with Wen Kai and Xiao Ruoyu swaggering.
Hey, how is it? Is the business good?
Passing by a fish vendor, Uncle Gio greeted him as he walked.
Oh, Uncle Gio, it's so early.
The fish vendor on the roadside suddenly turned his head when he heard Uncle Gio's voice.
Morning.
Wen Kai also immediately nodded and smiled to greet the fishmonger.
Hua! You are so beautifully dressed, what are you doing?
After seeing Wen Kai's attire, the fishmonger asked Wen Kai exaggeratedly.
Hey, master invited me to drink foreign tea.
Wen Kai scratched his head and said proudly.
Then why don't you go soon?
The fishmonger looked at Wen Kai's appearance, and suddenly said with a smile.
Hey, I'll go first then.
Wen Kai said goodbye to the fishmonger stupidly, and quickly caught up with Uncle Gio. Xiao Ruoyu, with a bitter face, followed Wen Kai's footsteps and caught up with Uncle Gio again.
Master, can I not go with you to see Master Ren?
After Wen Kai caught up with Uncle Gio, he observed Uncle Gio's expression, and then said to Uncle Gio in a smart way.
Why? Did you have any trouble with Mr. Ren?
As Uncle Gio continued to walk forward, he asked Wen Kai.
No, I don't even know what he looks like, but I'm so old and I haven't drunk foreign tea, so I'm afraid of embarrassing Master.
Wen Kai pretended to be modest, saying that he was afraid of embarrassing Uncle Gio, but in fact he wanted Uncle Gio to praise him.
It's rare for you to think about Master's face. Okay, very good, then don't go.
Uncle Gio stopped and looked back at Wen Kai, and agreed to Wen Kai's request directly.
Winky face. Ha!
Wen Kai's face was covered, and he stood there looking at Uncle Gio, who turned and left, and suddenly felt as if he had screwed up.
Uncle, I haven't drunk foreign tea, so I don't want to go phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals you're either slash phoneme?
Xiao Ruoyu stepped forward, blocked Uncle Gio's way and said to Uncle Gio.
Sigma_Sigma, Uncle 9, I have never drank foreign tea phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. If you make a fool of yourself and lose face, no.
Still as usual, take the two of them there. If the thing makes a fool of yourself, let them go first.
That's it. Written talent.
Thinking of this, Uncle Gio suddenly called out.
I'm here. Master. Are you calling me?
Wen Kai heard Uncle Gio calling him, and immediately ran to Uncle Gio. Master loves you, Ruoyu, Wen Kai. After thinking about it, I decided to let you go with me and see the world. After Uncle Gio said something to Wen Kai and Xiao Ruoyu with a straight face, he turned around with a look of kindness on his face and continued to move forward.
Hey, Master is so kind to us, huh?
When Wen Kai saw Uncle Gio's appearance, he immediately slapped Xiao Ruoyu, who was beside him with a helpless face, with his shoulder. Xiao Ruoyu remained silent. He really didn't want to eat foreign tea. In Xiao Ruoyu's impression, only tea from his own country is the most authentic, and tea from other places is not worthy of being called tea.
The three walked all the way. Soon we arrived in front of a Western food restaurant. Uncle Gio led the way into the store, and a waiter immediately helped Uncle Gio open the door. Omega, well, Master Rin is really thoughtful and respects me.
Uncle Gio was very satisfied with the waiter's behavior, and by the way, he also praised Master Rin in his heart. Wen Kai followed Uncle Gio curiously, looking around, but deliberately pretended to be very proud, with his chest raised and his head raised, very flamboyant.
And Xiao Ruoyu was very tired of the scene he saw. Winky face. Isn't this just a broken fast food restaurant?
Xiao Ruoyu immediately understood what Uncle Gio was talking about foreign tea. It was nothing more than cola chicken wing egg tart or something like that.
Sir, do you have a seat reserved? Just after the three of them walked into the Western restaurant, a well-dressed manager in a black suit suddenly stopped Uncle Gio and asked. Winky face. Ha? Nope. Uncle Gio was stunned.
After being asked by the manager for the first time, Uncle Gio immediately appeared helpless and flustered in his words.
Oh, what? Didn't Ren FA give us a location? Wen Kai looked at the manager impatiently and asked. Omega, Master Ren? Please follow me. Please.
As soon as the manager heard the word Ren Fa, he immediately showed great enthusiasm and stretched out his hand to guide Uncle Gio towards a seat. Uncle Gio turned to look at Wen Kai, opened his mouth and said nothing. Following the manager's guidance, several people walked up the stairs to the second floor, and the difference between the environment on the second floor and the first floor suddenly appeared. The exquisite decoration on the second floor dazzled Wen Kai, with towering green plants and melodious music.
This way, please.
The manager leading the way suddenly stopped and bowed, stretching out his hand to guide Uncle Gio to look in one direction. I saw a middle-aged man in a silk robe sitting alone at a table. Seeing Uncle Gio coming, the middle-aged man immediately got up to greet him.
Ha ha, Uncle Gio, you are here, sit down, sit down.
Master Ren greeted Uncle Gio politely, and stretched out his hand to signal the three of them to sit down.
Ha, Master Ren has been waiting for a long time, please call someone quickly, this is Master Ren.
Uncle Gio also spoke politely to Master Ren, then turned around and said to Wen Kai and Xiao Ruoyu.
Master Ren. Master Ren.
Wen Kai and Xiao Ruoyu shouted obediently, and after Uncle Gio and Master Ren greeted them, they quickly took their seats. Again, the difference between the two. I heard that Ling Qianjin came back from the provincial capital, why didn't you invite her to sit with me? After Uncle Gio sat down, he asked Ren Fa. This girl, hey, just finished learning makeup, and she is teaching people everywhere. Master Rin said to Uncle Gio with a smile. Wen Kai, you look like a steamed stuffed bun. Your daughter is not that beautiful phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals or either slash phoneme. Wen Kai secretly slandered in his heart, squinting at Master Ren. Look, isn't that right?
My girl is here.
Master Rin suddenly looked in one direction, smiled and said to Uncle Gio.
Following Master Ren's words, several people all turned their heads to look.
I saw a beautiful girl in a pink dress and a top hat coming slowly. Literary talent, wow, Xiao Ruoyu, so it was this girl Wen Kai, who turned his head to look, was dumbfounded when he saw Master Ren's daughter. He stood up in a daze and stared at the girl. Ouch. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you're already this big?
Sit down, sit down.
When Uncle Gio looked at Master Ren's daughter, he exclaimed in amazement that time makes one grow old.
Ha ha, Ting Ting, quickly call Uncle Gio.
Master Rin smiled happily and introduced to Rin Ting Ting.
Ninth uncle.
Ren Ting Ting called out sweetly, and then sat down on the empty chair next to Wen Kai, which happened to be facing Xiao Ruoyu's direction.
It's so big.
Wen Kai's gaze was fixed on the girl's chest and he swallowed fiercely.
After seeing Wen Kai's gaze, Ren Ting Ting looked down at her low-cut dress, feeling unhappy. Suddenly,
Ren Ting Ting, who was sitting on the chair, instantly felt very familiar when she saw the man across from her. After careful recollection, she finally remembered who Xiao Ruoyu was.
It's you!
Ren Ting Ting screamed out in shock, stood up and looked at Xiao Ruoyu and shouted.
What's wrong? Little girl, believe it or not, I'll pick you up again?
Xiao Ruoyu didn't show any weakness, and looked at the astonished Rin Ting Ting and replied directly.
Oh, Uncle Gio, here.
Wen Kai, damn it.
Again?
That is to say, have you picked it up?
Master Rin, my girl, was picked up? And he actually wanted to pick it up again in front of me?
Ren Ting Ting, after he woke up that day, I felt something was wrong.
Did he really pick it up for me? Bastard! You!
Ren Ting Ting's 7 orifices were full of smoke, but she had nothing to do with Xiao Ruoyu.
Ting Ting, do you know this person?
Ren Fa tried his best to restrain his tone and attitude. He wanted to confirm the specific situation again.
Ruoyu, did you know each other before? Uncle Gio also looked at Xiao Ruoyu and asked. Junior brother. You. Me. Don't let me down.
Wen Kai looked at Xiao Ruoyu with approving expression on his face, hoping to get an answer that was not what he thought of. Oh, before I suspected that she was with the person who attacked me that day. After all, there were not many people who stuffed steamed buns in their chests. But I touched it and found that although hers were big, they were indeed real. Xiao Ruoyu explained to Uncle Gio disapprovingly, but his words made Renethei's face change drastically on the spot, and when Kai collapsed on the chair in complete despair and looked at Xiao Ruoyu with blank eyes. You bastard! When Rentingting heard that Xiao Ruoyu touched her chest and said it in front of her father, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Little brother, I think you should give me an explanation. At this time, Master Rin couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. He stood up immediately and said to Xiao Ruoyu. Oh well. Xiao Ruoyu sat on the chair and rolled his eyes to look at Master Rin, who stood up and responded. Then he stood up in front of everyone's eyes. Extend a finger. It directly poked on Rentingting's half-exposed breasts. Look. This is real. It's not a steamed bun. It's really elastic and feels very comfortable. It tastes sweet. As for the steamed bun, it's not delicious, and the taste is not as good. Can I explain clearly enough? Xiao Ruoyu poked Rentingting's chest while explaining the difference between steamed buns and breasts to Master Ren. Sad face, Uncle 9, fuck. It's a big slot. Sad face, 1 Kai, crit x 999. Sad face, Rentingting, did he touch my breasts in front of my dad? Winky face. Master Rin, is there any other law? Is this the explanation I really want? When Xiao Ruoyu saw everyone's reaction, Monk Zhang'er couldn't figure it out for a while. He thought he didn't understand the difference between the two clearly, so he immediately reached out to Rentingting again. Look, this one is elastic. The steamed bun loses its shape when pinched, and this one can be restored. I saw Xiao Ruoyu reached out and grabbed Rentingting's breasts, which were half exposed in front of her collar, and squeezed them with her hands, indicating that Rentingting's elasticity was very strong, then turned her head and said again to everyone. I beat you to death. Master Rin jumped into a rage when he saw the scene, picked up the chair behind him and was about to throw it at Xiao Ruoyu. Smiley face, 3, I'll give you popular science, but you still hit me. Xiao Ruoyu was so foolishly selfless and obsessed with explanations that he didn't realize that Master Ren's chair was thrown to the ground. Nephew, you are too awesome. Uncle Gio kept his mouth shut, sat silently on his seat and watched the scene in front of him motionless. Junior brother, I want a pinch too. When Kai was crying and smiling at the same time, the envy in his heart overflowed from his eyes, dripping drop by drop on his cheeks. I'm chirping. 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 Rentingting was completely dumbfounded at this moment. She had no other thoughts at all, and her mind was blank. Dish, no. You must be responsible for what you do. Otherwise, I will spend all my wealth and leave you without bones. Master Ren was about to go crazy at this moment, but his daughter was treated like this in public, and he also regained his sanity in an instant. Winky face. I just explained to you the difference between the two. What am I responsible for? Xiao Ruoyu was surprised. He felt that he didn't understand the meaning of Master Ren's request. You have treated my daughter so much, you still don't want to be responsible? You bastard! Master Rin suddenly jumped into a rage, and cursed at Xiao Ruoyu with a red face. Ihong courtyard, I don't want him to be responsible. Rentingting was finally overwhelmed, and after yelling at Xiao Ruoyu, she ran out of the Western restaurant crying. Ruoyu! This is your fault. In public, you treat a girl like this, and you still don't go after her? Forgot how your master told you before he left? Uncle Gio couldn't stand it anymore, and complained to Xiao Ruoyu. Master! Before Xiao Ruoyu could speak, Uncle Gio glared suddenly, and immediately frightened Xiao Ruoyu so much that he didn't dare to continue speaking. Thinking that his master asked him to obey Uncle Gio's orders before he left, he didn't dare to continue to refute. Xiao Ruoyu stood up, glanced at Uncle Gio and Wen Kai, who was full of despair, then reluctantly got up and chased after Rentingting. Master Ren, let the young people settle their affairs by themselves? And I think your lady and my nephew are happy friends, don't you think? Uncle Gio looked at Master Rin and asked. It's true. I think the two of them should have met before, and your nephew is a great talent, but I still can't swallow this breath. After hearing Uncle Joe's words, Master Rin also suppressed his anger, and the state of Rintingting and Xiao Ruoyu just now, everyone could see that there was something wrong, so he simply didn't continue to participate.
Humph. Smelly rogue.
Don't cry, or this rogue will bully me again when he sees it. I'm going to buy some rouge and gouache, my makeup is crying. Rintingting ran out of the Western restaurant in the rain all the way, wiped the tears from her face, and wiped off the makeup on her little face. Then she settled down and said to herself firmly,
Hey, Xiaoxing, you came just in time. I'm going out to buy groceries. A girl from Yihanyuan will come to buy groceries.
Don't bully her just because she does that. Xiaoshang's aunt Xiaowani looked terrified at her face, and Xiaoshang, who was clearly in a bad mood, said something and left the shop. Understood, aunt, you go shopping for vegetables, and you will get a % bonus for doing that. I know how to do it. This was the only cosmetic powder shop in the town. Because of being overly frightened, Xiaoshang told Uncle Joe early and then went back to his aunt's small shop to rest for a day. But as soon as he entered the store, he was arrested by his aunt, so he simply nodded in response.
Hello, where can I buy rouge and gouache?
Xiaowani was not far from her small shop when she was stopped by Rintingting.
Here.
The Shangbo Rouge Gouache shop sells them.
You can go and have a look.
I have to go shopping, so you can go and see for yourself. Xiaowani looked at the girl in front of her with surprise, then she turned around and pointed to her small shop, said something to Rintingting, and hurried to buy vegetables. And it happened that Xiaoshang, who was left in the store, watched this scene through the window. He saw his aunt say a few words to a girl in revealing clothes, and then pointed at himself, thinking that Rintingting was that the girl in the red courtyard felt a little regretful in her heart.
It's so beautiful. It's a pity. It would be great if I could be my girlfriend.
After Xiaoshang muttered something to himself, he walked back to the bar and was ready to wait for Rintingting to come to the door. He had already made up his mind that he would kill her well in a while. Crunch. Rintingting followed Xiaowani's guidance to the Shangbo Rouge shop, opened the door and walked in curiously.
Miss, just take a look, my aunt told me you would come.
With a bored look on his face, Xiaoshang casually greeted Rintingting, who walked in.
Who is your aunt?
After Rintingting heard Xiaoshang's words, she asked in confusion.
It's the guy who talked to you just now.
Xiaoshang was disdainful in his heart, but he still explained.
Oh.
Just now I asked her where she sold rouge and gouache, and she said it was here, and I didn't know her.
Rintingting smiled and said to Xiaoshang. Xiaoshang, you're still pretending. You know how embarrassing you are?
Xiaoshang slandered in his heart, but the smile on his face did not diminish.
Oh, it's fine if you don't know my aunt. Come, try this rouge, it's very good.
Xiaoshang randomly took out a rouge and put it on the bar counter and introduced it to Rintingting. Rintingting casually took the rouge that Xiaoshang handed over, looked at it for a while, then lowered her head to examine it seriously. Hey, when do you start doing it? Xiaoshang was lying on the bar counter, looking at the pretty face. So phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, he asked impatiently in his heart.
You mean to learn this?
Rintingting raised her head to look at Xiaoshang, and asked with a pure face.
Learning is the same as doing.
Xiaoshang smiled awkwardly, and said to Rintingting. Oh, my mother taught me since I was 12 years old. Rintingting said something proudly to Xiaoshang, and then began to study the rouge in her hand.
What? Your mother taught you? Xiaoshang was quite shocked. This thing still has inheritance?
Yes, it's a pity that she has passed away, so I have to go to the provincial capital to study. Hey, this color is very beautiful. Rintingting was suddenly sad, and then distracted by the rouge in her hand. She raised her hand to let Xiaoshang see the rouge she had put on her hand and said, That's right, how old are you this year? Xiaoshang was quite embarrassed and didn't know what to say, so he found a topic and changed the previous topic.
Yes. Rintingting smiled sweetly, looked at Xiaoshang and said crisply. Sigma, winky face. Isn't that 6 years? Have you ever thought about how to do it someday?
Xiaoshang looked surprised, and then asked Rintingting curiously. If I'm not dead at 80, I'll keep doing it. Rintingting said to Xiaoshang with pride.
Sigma, winky face, aren't you forced? Xiao Shang was stunned and asked Rintingting in surprise. This kind of thing is a hobby, how can it be forced? And this kind of thing, even girls like it. Rintingting was also surprised, she was very puzzled by Xiao Shang's words. Sigma, then have you ever thought about when to quit? Xiao Shang looked at this girl who said this kind of thing is interest and liking, and asked numbly. No, I want to teach all the girls here what I learned in the provincial capital, and they will be very happy. Rintingting said to Xiao Shang with a happy face, dreaming of every girl's happy smile. Rintingting's expression was full of longing. Just make yourself happy, don't teach others badly. Xiao Shang suddenly felt dissatisfied with the beautiful girl in front of him. He was not happy enough, and he had to teach other girls, which was terrible. Your thinking is too backward. After Rintingting heard Xiao Shang's words, she immediately became unhappy. It's not called being backward in thinking, it's called a moral issue. Let's leave it like this today. You can go. I won't do your business anymore. Please go back to the Yihong courtyard across the street. With a look of contempt on his face, Xiao Shang reached out and snatched the rouge from Rintingting's hand, and directly issued an order to evict the guest. Where is Yihong courtyard? Rintingting's face was covered, and she turned her head to look across the street, and she saw the words Yihangyuan hanging on the door of a shop. Hey, you are a girl who can easily be stripped by perverts when you walk around dressed like this. Don't believe me, I stripped you before. A sudden sentence interrupted the argument between Xiao Shang and Rintingting. Crunch with the door pushed open. Xiao Ruoyu walked in suddenly. Chapter 100 Your teacher, junior brother, you are here. Xiao Shang also saw Xiao Ruoyu's figure, and suddenly remembered the previous scene. His face turned pale instantly. You, why did you follow? After Rintingting heard Xiao Ruoyu's words, she suddenly felt chilly all over, and turned her head to leave. Which one you like, choose whatever you want, and I will give it to you. Xiao Ruoyu ignored Xiao Shang, but stopped Rintingting who wanted to leave and said. I don't want you to send it, Rintingting, who was blocked, stopped immediately, seeing Xiao Ruoyu stretching out her hand to block her way, and knowing that she couldn't leave now, Rintingting pouted and turned her head to ignore Xiao Ruoyu. By the way, where is Yihong courtyard? Rintingting suddenly remembered Xiao Shang's words again, and asked Xiao Ruoyu with her lips pouted. Yihangyuan? I don't know. Xiao Ruoyu also looked confused, and blinked at Rintingting, looking innocent. Junior brother, junior brother. At this moment, when Kai chased in from the outside, calling Xiao Ruoyu continuously. Ah? Why are you here, brother? Xiao Ruoyu turned to look at Wen Kai who had barged in and asked. Junior brother, Master and Master Ren are studying your marriage with Miss Run. They said that they will choose a date for you when Uncle Master comes back. Wen Kai said to Xiao Ruoyu and Rintingting out of breath. Xiaoshun, what? I want it too. Rintingting, what? No. I'm going to find Dad. Xiao Ruoyu, marriage? Is it fun? Wen Kai's words immediately shocked the three of them at the same time. To be precise, Rintingting and Xiao Shang were in shock, while Xiao Ruoyu was thinking about the fun of getting married. Omega, Wen Kai, actually, what is fun is not getting married, but being married is fun. Literary talents are self-taught without a teacher, and raised eyebrows at Xiao Ruoyu. After Rintingting heard the news, she lost her mind, and the way she looked at Xiao Ruoyu also changed, as if she felt that this guy was a little more pleasing to the eye than before. As for Xiao Shang, he clearly sensed his previous misunderstanding, and he pulled Wen Kai to ask. Wen Kai, have you all been to Yihong courtyard? And you all know her? Of course I know her. Her name is Rintingting. She is Master Ren's daughter. She came back from the provincial capital. Oh yes, she will become the younger brother's fiancée in the future. Wen Kai looked at Xiao Ruoyu enviously, and explained to Xiao Shang. Where is Yihong courtyard? Rintingting came over after seeing the text, and immediately asked the question again. Prostitute tea house. Just as Wen Kai was about to speak, Xiao Shang preempted him. What? Rintingting ignored Xiao Shang's words, but looked at Wen Kai and asked again. Prostitute restaurant. Xiao Shang took Wencai's words again and answered first. What is it exactly? Run Tingting didn't hear what Wencai said, so she asked again. Brothel.
Neil Wencai reacted faster than Xiaoxing this time, and spoke first. Hearing the word brothel, Run Tingting's face suddenly became ugly, and she wanted to leave the shop.
Hey, then listen to my explanation.
Seeing that Rin Tingting wanted to leave, Xiaoxing immediately stepped forward to stop Rin Tingting. Sad face, #epsilon, snapped Rin Tingting, slapped Xiaoxing's face directly, and walked out of the shop.
Xiao Shang just wanted to get up and chase after him. #winky face. Boom! Xiao Ruoyu slapped Xiao Shang again and pulled Xiao Shang far away.
Then Xiao Ruoyu walked out of the store, catching up with Ren Tingting. Although Xiao Ruoyu didn't understand why he wanted to slap Xiao Shang, but when he saw Ren Tingting's anger, he felt a surge of anger in his heart, so he followed his mood and slapped him directly. Seeing that the two of them had slapped Xiao Shang, Wencai walked up to him and slapped Xiao Shang.
Why the hell are you hitting me too? Xiao Shang was a little confused by Wencai's slap. Run Tingting slapped him because he misunderstood first, and he couldn't refute it.
Xiao Ruoyu beat himself because Ren Tingting was his fiancé, and he had nothing to say.
Why did you hit me? I'm leaving first.
Wencai was a little speechless when asked by Xiao Shang, and after looking at his palm with an innocent face, he was also a little puzzled why he wanted to smoke Xiao Shang.
Wencai, you wait for me. Whoa! Xiao Shang lay on the ground, his heart was full of anger towards Wencai.
Ren Tingting, who ran out of the shop, happened to meet Uncle Gio and Master Ren, who came out of the Western restaurant.
Tingting, what's wrong? That kid bullied you again?
When Master Ren saw Ren Tingting's pear blossoms in the rain, he immediately became nervous.
Hey, I taught him a lesson for you, don't be angry.
And Xiao Ruoyu followed behind Ren Tingting and quickly caught up with Ren Tingting and said,
Yes, I testify, and I beat him up for you too. Wencai followed closely behind and said to Ren Tingting, what happened?
Uncle Gio was stunned and asked Wencai and Xiao Ruoyu. Master, that bastard Xiaoxing thought Miss Ren, no, he thought the younger brother and younger sister were prostitutes from Yihong Courtyard, and he was beaten up by me and the younger brother for his rude remarks. Wencai spoke to Uncle Gio first.
This bastard. See how I deal with him.
After hearing Wencai's words, Uncle Gio walked towards Xiao Wani's rouge shop angrily. Entering the store, seeing Xiao Shang lying on the ground, Uncle Gio walked over with a sullen face.
Master, you have to decide for me. They beat me up.
When Xiao Shang saw Uncle Gio, he immediately began to cry.
Snapped.
Uncle Nine made a big mouthful, and suddenly made Xiao Shang suspicious of life.
Master. You hit me too.
Xiao Shang looked at Uncle Gio and asked with a look of lovelessness.
I will kill you today. Following Uncle Gio's words, a crackling sound and Xiao Shang's screams and cries came from the store.
Master Ren Tingting, Wencai and Xiao Ruoyu, who were standing on the street, were silent for a while.
Ren Tingting, well, will Uncle Gio kill someone? Wencai, Master, come on.
Beat him, otherwise Xiao Shang will definitely seek revenge from me. Sigma, Master Ren, son-in-law, Tingting was not wronged, I am satisfied with what you did this time.
Xiao Ruoyu, no way. You wait here, I have to go in and beat him up.